Chapter 676 The Dead Miner. In the area covered by the bomb explosion, except for the hard rock formations and ground, there is no bulge. The stones left by the broken ore, gold and iron ore, as well as clay and cave radishes hidden under the blown sandy soil. The stair mine cave was also revealed under the rock that made the two shadow men disappear. It was obvious that they really ran away along the hidden stair pit, rather than hiding in the stone to launch a sneak attack. This gave Leon an idea, that is, can he try to keep it and let it run away when encountering shadowmen, so that he can accurately lock in the stair pit covered by rocks? However, although this method is useful, Leon is not sure if there are any hidden dangers. After all, these shadow men ran away. Who knows if they really ran away, or go to the lower level to regroup and then set up an ambush in advance. After all, these shadow men also have a certain amount of wisdom. While thinking, Leon did not collect the various fallen objects after the explosion, as well as the void essence left by the two shadow men who had killed before. He also mined the gold and iron ore that had not been mined before, and collected the gold and iron ore raw ore. After this layer of no conspicuous ore, he entered the next layer along the staircase pit. When it did not slide directly to the bottom of the stairs, and when it was still in the middle of the stairs, Leon hooked the stairs with his feet, then took out the super bomb, ignited it and threw it under his feet, allowing it to fall to the ground along the effect of gravity. Leon was not sure if something was worried about before, so be careful of small mistakes. You will be ambushed. If a super bomb is opened, it can also make some space for Leon and clean up a safe place. After waiting for the super bomb to explode, Leon, who was still hanging on the stairs, felt a little buzzing in his ears. The environment of the stair pit was relatively closed. The sound of the explosion spreads through the air, echoing in the well space with rock formations on all sides, which made Leon quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, it lasted only a few seconds, but it did not have much impact on Leon. Leon shook his head and made sure that the tinnitus had faded. He grabbed both sides of the stairs with both hands, retracted his feet, and slid down directly. The first time it landed, Leon took out the Galaxy watermelon knife and looked around. It was empty, and all the rocks that should have been lined up were shattered by the super bombs, and his vision was clear. But I didn't see the Shadowman ambush circle appeared, and there was no drop of Shadowman's spoils like the void essence. It seemed that everything Leon did just now was playing against the air. Am I thinking too much? Seeing this, Leon stroked his chin and complained, but he still did not put away his weapons, but did not miss the stones, coals and a few gold ore lying on the ground. After he was taken into his pocket, he began to search the mine cave on this floor with a knife. The environment on this floor is different. There is a rotten and rusty rail on the ground, but there is no head or tail, and there is still residual oil lamp on the rock wall. The fire still flashed, dispelling the darkness in the mine cave, and there was no magma, but you could still feel the hot breath during breathing. The distribution of rocks and ores is also sparse, but the space is not small, and it extends all the way, looking like a 4-lane mountain tunnel. There was no pit in the stairs, so Leon walked along the tunnel and walked forward, and there was no trace of monsters along the way. Moreover, the surrounding environment was quite similar. Only a small section of scrapped railway tracks could be found occasionally on the ground. It was not until the end that Leon saw the rock wall that blocked the road. A mine truck was parked quietly in front of the rock wall, and there were still many oak barrels near the mine truck. The stairway that Leon was thinking about was right next to the mine truck, but Leon was not in a hurry, but jumped onto the mine truck and looked into the truck. The mine car was filled with dark coal, without any detailed counts, but the quantity was absolutely quite large. Leon directly put all of it into the system backpack, increasing the amount of coal in the backpack from 16 yuan to 51 yuan, which was also an unexpected gain. Of course, what Leon is looking forward to is the oak barrels. Last time I encountered this, Leon had free access to a lot of smelted copper ingots inside. This time Leon also hopes that these barrels can bring some surprises to himself. Without brutally destroying it, Leon was a civilized man, so he naturally lifted the lids one by one to see what was inside. The first bucket looked empty, with only a rotten wooden soup spoon. It seemed that the bucket had been filled with water reserved by miners. Leon was not discouraged and took the opportunity to open the second wooden barrel next to him. There was something inside this time, but it was not what Leon wanted. And if he could, he didn't even want to see him. Because inside is a human bone without flesh, it is still preserved intact, leaning quietly against the wall of the barrel in a kneeling shape. This oak barrel more than 1 meter high is his coffin. Miner? Or explorer? After observing the bones in the barrel, Leon did not see any reason. Based on the principle that the dead are the most important thing, Leon covered the barrel lid and then put it into the backpack of the system connected the barrel. No matter who the corpse was before, Leon planned to take it out. After all, it was a safe place to get buried. It was a good thing, so you can't just let him storm the corpse in the mine. Continuing to explore, Leon discovered that there was a corpse with only bones left in the third barrel, and he frowned, which gave him a bad premonition. After opening another oak barrel, there were still human skeletons inside. I kept searching to find the last 7 oak barrels, except for the first one, which was empty. The 6 barrels behind were full of human corpses. This is the destruction of an entire miners' team. Without exception, Leon put all these oak barrels into the system backpack. Each oak barrel containing corpses occupied the reserve grid of a backpack. However, Leon did not feel that it was in the way, but felt it was quite heavy, because these oak barrels represent a once living life. Moreover, Leon has confirmed the identities of the 6 corpses, and he is indeed a miner, because in the last barrel, there is not only one corpse, but also a diary. Although the first half is already rotten, the second half is still preserved intact. At least it can tell what is written on it. It was through reading these words that Leon understood the experience of these miners and the tragedy that happened here. All of this is related to the mine collapse that caused George to lose both legs decades ago, and these miners were once a member of Pelican Town. Chapter 677, My Playboy. July 12th. It's the 16th day of being trapped in the mine. The food has been eaten up long ago and the water has been exhausted, but the rescue team has not yet appeared. I know that we may have to stay here forever. July 18th, Carrie died and we put it in the bucket so that his body would not be desecrated by monsters that could appear in the mine at any time, but Andre made a terrible suggestion that I rejected, but I could feel that other people, except Andre, also had this idea. They were tortured by hunger. July 19th, Andre died. I killed him with my own hands. This bastard actually tried to disturb Carrie like a beast in the middle of the night. I don't know why I still have a lot of strength after being hungry for a long time, and actually beat Andre to death with one punch. Everyone was afraid of me. Their eyes looked at me like they were looking at monsters. Why? July 20th, when I woke up, everyone was dead, and I was the only one left. I don't understand what happened last night, but everyone's death should have a lot to do with me, because everyone was beaten to death alive. Some fist marks were not something monsters could leave behind. The marks were exactly in line with my fists. I killed them in my sleep, but I had no memory of it. July 25th, I have not eaten or drunk water for 2 weeks, but I still can't feel hunger and thirst. This is not right. I seem to have some terrible change. I am at the top, and I am about to collapse. What exactly happened? August 1st, I don't know how long I have been wandering here. I haven't found the exit or any tools that can help me get out of this cage. Their bodies have begun to expand and corrupt. I should be able to smell the stinky smell, but I didn't. What I smelled was an extremely tempting smell of meat. The feeling of forgotten hunger returned to me. I was actually drooling at the corpses of my companions. No. This is terrible. August, I ate their bodies without wasting a single bit. Hunger is devouring my reason. I can only use my greatest will to suppress this desire to eat. I cannot chew and swallow them together with their bones, otherwise no one in this world will be able to remember them except me. I can't hold on anymore. I'm hungry, so hungry. I feel my stomach is digesting myself, but I can't feel the pain. Hunger is going to swallow me. I start to bite my body to fill the hunger. I watch myself start to bite my thighs. I know I'm going to die, but this is also a kind of relief. I no longer have to endure this endless feeling of hunger. This is what is in the diary. Although it is only half of it, it is enough for Leon to understand the general information about these corpses. Originally, Leon was wondering why these barrels containing bones were so clean. Even if they were corrupted for too long, at least some residues that were not easily corrupted, such as fragments of clothes, or hair. Now it seems that they all fell into the belly of the guy who wrote the diary. This also includes himself. It is obvious that this guy who wrote a diary encountered some terrible influence, so he could do these messy things, which once again proves that the diary was indeed not serious. But what is the impact? Leon is not sure yet. Is it from the mine itself? Or is it derived from something indescribable? Anyway, it is definitely not a mental illness. After all, the mysterious power in this world still exists, and it is likely that it cannot be separated from this power. But Leon didn't know the specific situation very well, so he needed to find a big shot who might find out the situation here. Rasmides is a very suitable candidate. Do it if you want. After confirming that there is nothing else that has not been discovered on this floor, Leon went down the stairs and went to the next floor. This floor is much more normal. The 4 square and 4 straight mine structures are covered with rocks and ores. Without hesitation, Leon took out the super bomb and began to clean up the stones. The 2 super bombs cleaned up most of the mine pit. After receiving the remaining stone ore and crystal cave, Leon continued down the bombed stair mine cave. It landed on the 105th floor mine cave, which is also an elevator mine. This time, Leon did not continue to explore, so he directly powered up the elevator, and then took the elevator and returned to the surface. After changing into ordinary clothes, Leon immediately went out, left the mine, and headed straight for the coal forest. Without knowing whether there was a hidden threat in these corpses, he did not dare to take these corpses to find Louis or George to bury them. After all, this matter was a bit too strange. Who knows whether such things would spread through the corpses? The description of the anonymous who wrote the diary reminded Leon of a creature like zombies. After all, the habits of the two are indeed very similar. He is playing the story of Stardew Valley, not the Raccoon City crisis, so this potential threat he must be strangled in the bud. After just running a few steps, Leon felt that he was inefficient, so he immediately raised his head across his neck and shouted, "Razmedes, Razmedes, please help me, I have something urgent to look for." It seemed very stupid, but after just finished shouting the first sentence and was about to shout again, Leon felt a flash in front of him and appeared in the mage tower. What happened? Razmedes looked at Leon with a serious expression. He knew that although Leon sometimes looked not serious, he should not joke about big things. If he could make him shout in broad daylight, there must be something big. "I went down the mine today and found some of the remains of miners who disappeared when the mine was in trouble before." Leon had no trace of ink and spoke directly to Razmedes. "This shouldn't be your reason to find me." Razmedes frowned when he heard this, but he did not make any trouble. He felt that Leon had not finished speaking. "Well, yes, if it was just an ordinary death, I would only contact Louis and ask him to help find the families of these dead miners, but there was one guy who was not right among these miners." As Leon said, he took out the remaining diary and handed it to Razmedes. Razmedes did not take the diary, but the diary flew to Razmedes and automatically opened it. There was not much content on it. Razmedes finished reading it quickly and probably understood what was going on. Chapter 678 7 Deadly Sins. "It's not suitable to talk about these here, let's change a place." After Razmedes finished speaking, he took Leon to disappear into the mage tower. After Leon saw the surroundings clearly, he found that the place seemed familiar. "If I remember correctly, it was the prison I was scared by Razmedes last time and was detained. Is there a problem with the loser?" Thinking of the significance of this prison, Leon immediately reacted. "It's not the one who loses his mind, it should be the remains of K." Razmedes shook his head and then directed, "Take out all the corpses, you should take them out." Of course. Leon immediately took out all 6 oak barrels and placed them neatly in front of Razmedes. Razmedes directly ignored 5 of the oak barrels and stared at the 6th barrel with a serious expression. "Can you deal with it?" Leon saw Razmedes and immediately asked. "Yes, guess right, it's indeed the influence of the remains of K. You can put away the other 5 corpses first." Razmedes nodded and confirmed. Leon immediately obediently put away the 5 oak barrels without any problems, then took a few steps back and looked at Razmedes. Leon originally thought that Razmedes would use some mysterious magic to purify the guy who wrote the diary, or use some mysterious props to extract the magical fragments of the corpse, but he never expected that Razmedes's solution would be so simple and crude. Razmedes rubbed a big fireball out of thin air and threw it towards the oak barrel. The hot fireball instantly swallowed the oak barrel, turning it into a torch, and instantly burned the oak barrel to ashes, and the bones inside also burned into powder. Simple, rough, and efficient. If you work in a crematorium, you don't need to hire a bone striker. The oak barrel was burned out and the bones were burned out, but the flames were still not extinguished because among these ashes, there was a dark green crystal with a familiar material and luster. "It's true that this thing is, that miner is quite unlucky." Seeing this dark green crystal, Razmedes looked like this. As the words ended, the flames licking the crystal disappeared instantly, while the crystal was lying intact among the pile of ashes. Who would have thought that there was a second fragment of remains hidden in Zingd Valley? Leon couldn't help but complain that one was found in the eastern mountainous area last time, and now another one was found in the mine cave. If it weren't for the deep hidden, Zingd Valley would have been gone long ago. Who knows, Leon, go and pick it up. Razmedes spoke to Leon. Okay. Although this thing is very evil, it does not seem to have any effect on him. Leon was not afraid and stepped forward to pick up the dark green crystal. When the crystal fell into Lion's hands, the crystal began to disintegrate, turned into black fog, and penetrated into Lion's body. Come again. Seeing the same situation as last time, Leon silently complained, but could not stop the invasion of the black fog, and could only watch it merge into his body. You have received a special gift. This ability is extremely compatible with desire control. The ability is fusion, and the special ability is gluttonous and temperance has been unlocked. The control of desire has been strengthened, the unique charm ability entries have been advanced, and lust is controlled. Desire control. Now you can perceive the current desires in the creature's mind, and you can choose to erase or strengthen this desire at will. The ability to grant desires is unlocked, and the current desire can be given lust, gluttony. Lust and temperance, unique charm advance. Now you are emitting a breath of desire, you are full of attraction and tension towards sexual creatures. You are like a walking aphrodisiac, which can arouse the most primitive lust and desire of sexual creatures. Control effect. This effect is only effective for the opposite sex you like, and the effect is reduced by 80%. Gluttonum, endless hunger strengthens your stomach into the ability to digest anything and absorb complete energy from it, at the cost of you will never be able to satisfy this terrible feeling of hunger. Control effect. Hunger is no longer a problem, but the absorption and conversion efficiency of any substance you eat is reduced by 90%. Unlike before, the absorption of this remains of God brought many outrageous system prompts, and a series of reminders and changes made Leon stunned. The unique charm has been strengthened into lust. The ability given by this absorption is called gluttony. The first thing that Leon thinks of these two words is the 7 deadly sins. It's so strange that you can absorb the power of the fallen god, as Linus said. Seeing that Leon easily destroyed the wreckage of God that could not be destroyed and could not have changed significantly after receiving the power in the wreckage, Razmedes's eyes were full of envy and doubt. I also find it strange, but it seems that I recognize me. As long as I touch it, this will happen. Leon was also quite helpless at this moment. Although it was a good thing to have new abilities, he always felt something was wrong, especially relying on the fragment unlocking ability of this fallen god. He didn't look serious no matter how he looked. The two abilities that have been unlocked basically have extremely strong side effects. Fortunately, there is a restrained suffix entry, which suppresses this sequelae. I don't know if it is a system help or for some special reasons. Although the effect has been greatly reduced, at least it is safe for Leon. Uncontrollable lust, according to the description, is just a walking aphrodisiac, regardless of gender, age, and species. It has no restraining effect. Leon, as the carrier of the aphrodisiac, may become a beauty who enters the territory of a sin naked. The same is true for binge eating. Without restraint, Leon probably would have become the unlucky guy who wrote a diary. At that time, I am afraid that his mind will be full of eating. As for what to eat, it is probably hard to say. They are all very terrifying and evil abilities, and they look like villains. This kind of power should give you some unique abilities, so can you show it? As a mage and scholar, Razmedis's desire for knowledge is still very strong, especially for this power from God. Although it has fallen, it still makes him very curious. Are you sure? I can only use this ability for others. Leon looked at Razmedis with a strange expression and asked, covering up the news that it was effective for him in the control of desire, because he did not want to be the subject of the experiment. You should be able to control the impact, right? Razmedis felt a little crisis when he heard this, but his curiosity still made him not want to give up this opportunity to experience the power of God. Yes. Leon nodded. He would not play with the desire to control himself. Then do it for me. Razmedis rubbed his hands and confirmed that the situation was controllable. He couldn't wait to urge Leon. Chapter 679, Being Buried in Peace. We can agree first, don't be anxious. Leon confirmed to Razmedis again. Come on, I won't blame you, this is what I asked for. Razmedis looked at Leon speechlessly and stressed. Okay. After receiving this promise, Leon felt much more relieved. He looked at Razmedis and silently activated the control of desire. It was also a changed version, giving Razmedis the desire to eat. There is no lust, the simple thing is that Leon can't beat Razmedis. He is afraid of playing with it, so Razmedis will give him a pounce. Razmedis was originally wondering why Leon didn't move for a long time, but as soon as he was about to speak, he felt his stomach empty, and what followed was the suffocating feeling of hunger and the appetite that was constantly washing away from rationality. In an instant, Razmedis, who was unprepared, opened his mouth wide and looked at Leon viciously, as if he was looking at a plate of braised pork that had just been cooked, but the next second, Razmedis's eyes became much clearer. It's just giving emotions, the effect is very significant. Even though he relies on his willpower and magic to resist this hungry desire, Razmedis could still feel the appetite that kept gushing out of his mind. This emotion was like a maggot in the tarsal bone. No matter how it was driven away, it would always leave a trace, and then swept over again like a prairie fire. But the boss can still resist easily. Leon echoed, then threw a desire suppression at Razmedis, and directly cleared the effect of binge eating. Is there only such an emotional urge? Razmedis was much more relaxed at this moment, but he was more interested in Lion's ability. There is another type, but it doesn't apply. Leon hesitated for a moment and answered truthfully. Oh? What is it? Razmedis asked curiously. Lulument. Leon didn't hide it, otherwise if Razmedis had to try it, it would be fun. It's really not suitable to be displayed. Did your ability awaken when you were with Camilla in the land of Starfall? Hearing this word, Razmedis immediately gave up the idea of experiencing it. No, it's the remains of the eastern mining area. It's just that it was not so positive at that time. At that time, it could enhance and suppress all desires, but there was a limitation. It was that it could not take effect when facing people without desires. It could only have a compression and amplification effect. However, this time it could be given voluntarily, which was strengthened by the second remains of the gods. Leon explained. Although I don't know why you can absorb the power of God without any influence, I hope you can use it well in Leon. This power is not suitable for pranks. Razmedis nodded and did not forget to remind Leon. When he was given gluttony before, he was directly hit without even noticed or warned. Moreover, the lingering and impulsive desire that emerged immediately. If he was not prepared, he would be really blinded by it and do something irreversible. Even he is like this. Rasmides could imagine what terrible consequences would be caused by such desires to those who are not prepared and have weak willpower and ability. For example, the burned bone brought by Leon was a living case during his lifetime. I have a sense of responsibility. Leon nodded seriously. I am just an ordinary farmer, just wanting to live a stable life. Okay, go back and deliver the bodies of the miners to their families. I'll investigate why there is a piece of God's remains hidden in the mine cave in Zingd Valley. If the one in the eastern mountainous area was accidental, and now the second piece appears in the mine cave, it is obviously not a coincidence. Moreover, according to the description in the diary, this group of miners should have been the time when the mine cave collapsed decades ago and the monsters emerged from the location. Perhaps this disaster was not an accident. Rasmides took Leon away from the prison first. Then he spoke. Well, if you find anything different, can you tell me the point? Leon is also very interested in these. No problem, this thing is the ashes of the unlucky guy. You should take it back to him too. The remains of the gods in his body have been extracted, so there is no threat. After all, the victims will still be buried. Before sending Leon away, Rasmides handed Leon an iron box containing the remains of the miner he had burned to ashes before. Leon carefully picked up the iron box and put it into the system backpack. The next moment, he was sent to the farm by Rasmides. It would be great to send it to Louis's house directly. Leon complained casually, then went into the house and threw the harvest from the mine into the treasure chest, and took out all the crystal balls in the box. Then he put on a farmer's hat, rode his bicycle, and headed towards Pelican Town. Under a big tree above the square, Leon saw Louis. At this moment, he was leaning against the trunk smoking a cigarette, his eyes were a little erratic, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Hi, Louis. Leon parked his bicycle in front of Louis, walked into the shadow and greeted him. Hi, Leon, good afternoon. I was just thinking about how to renovate the square and who to find to repair the road outside the town. Are you coming to the town for dinner? Louis was awakened by Lion's voice and came back to his senses. I'm here to find you. I found something in the abandoned mine in the morning and need to leave it to you for treatment. Leon replied. If it is the materials and ore left by those miners, you can just collect them yourself and don't need to leave them to me. Louis reminded. No, it's the bones of a team of trapped miners, with a total of 6 people, 2 of whom are named Carrie and Andre. I wonder if you know each other. Leon explained. It's Peter's miners team. Louis threw away the cigarette butts and looked at Leon with a complicated look. The only team of missing miners has also found someone to rescue him later, but none of them have gained anything. Everyone thought these guys had been eaten by the monsters that appeared in the mine. That's right. Leon nodded. Although he was not eaten by the monster, it was almost the same. I brought their corpses back. If they still have family members, you can come and ask them to take them away. After all, you will be buried in peace. Well, just leave it to me. Let's go to the cemetery first. After Louis finished speaking, he took Leon to the cemetery in Pelican Town. Chapter 680. You are very talented. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Leon and Louis entered the cemetery. The space here is actually quite large, the tombstones are all very regular, and a lot of open space is reserved. Since that accident, in order to make up for them, the town of Lyons took out most of the funds to make up for them, so most of the miners moved out, including Peter's family in his squad, so we cannot directly inform their families for the time being. But as you said, they have been in the mine for so long and should be buried in this land forever, so we have to bury them first. After entering the cemetery, Louis's mood became very depressed. After all, the cemetery is not a good place, especially the cemetery in Pelican Town. Many of the people buried in it are his acquaintances, his family and elders, etc. What if the families of those miners want to bring their bodies back to the area where they live now? Leon asked. No, even if they moved away, they are still from Pelican's Town. Most of the Pelican's Town people have the habit of returning to their hometown to bury. This is a tradition. Louis comforted. Will we dig the pit? Leon took out 5 oak barrels and the only special iron box and put them on the ground and asked. Well, I need help. In return, I will treat you to lunch. Louis said embarrassedly at this moment. Okay, if you choose a place, there are only 6 pits. Leon didn't want to be lazy. After all, death is the most important thing. Although he is a stranger, helping to dig a tomb is accumulating virtue and doing good deeds. Just be fine, bury them together. Louis greeted Leon, walked to a back tombstone, pointed to it and said, although no bones were found, we have erected the tombstone, which is why I said they can be buried directly. Leon followed Louis' finger and found that Louis was right. On the monument, there were indeed the names of Cryandra and Peter, as well as the names of the other 3 victims. In front of the tombstone, Leon also saw some withered flowers and stems, proving that someone had worshipped and remembered here. Then I'll do it. Leon took out his hoe and said. Wait. Louis shook his head, then turned around and left, and after a moment, he came back with 2 shovels. The hoe is not easy to use. Use this to dig it a little bigger and deeper, so that they can be buried with you. Okay. The shovel is indeed better than a hoe. Leon took it and started to work it. Louis was not idle either and helped on the other side. Although his efficiency was not as fast as Leon, he was at least busy. 20 minutes later, a large depth of 2 meters the pit was dug out, and Louis looked at Leon with panting and sweating. Next, it's up to you, I'm old and my physical strength can't keep up. It's okay, something easy. Compared to Louis, Leon was a little dirty except for his body, and he didn't even sweat. Seeing that the pit was dug, he went back and packed the 5 oak barrels and iron boxes into the system backpack, took them back to the edge of the pit, and took them out and placed them in the pit. Then there was the filling work. This time Leon was working alone. Although Louis did not help, he had something else to do. Louis took out a mark representing Yuba from his body, held it in his palm, and muttered it in his mouth, which was a prayer to comfort the deceased. When Leon returned the soil, Louis just finished his prayer. Let's go, I'll deal with the next thing. You've been busy for so long, go have a meal and have a rest. After looking deeply at the land where the miners' team was buried, Louis took back his gaze and then called Leon to leave the cemetery together. Then the 2 of them entered the Starfruit Bar, which was not too far from the cemetery, and met Gus, who was writing the account book. Have you two gone to dig for treasures? Covered in soil. Gus quipped when he saw the appearance of Louis and Leon and the traces on his body. No, Gus, Leon found the remains of the miners who died when the mine was in the mine today. We have been busy burying them, Louis explained. Sorry, I don't know. Gus looked guilty and embarrassed when he heard this. Who knew that behind a joke was such a heavy topic? It's okay, Gus, go and make some food and reward our great heroes. Louis was not angry, after all, those who don't know are not guilty. I'll treat this. After Gus dropped this sentence, he got into the kitchen and started working hard. Louis took Leon to sit in front of a table near the counter and said, I will call their family and inform them to come here. At that time, they should want to thank you in person for your help. No, hide my news. Leon waved his hand and refused. Okay. Louis didn't force it. Then Louis changed the topic and talked with Leon about the situation on Red Star Farm. Leon basically answered questions and had a happy chat, diluting the heavy atmosphere before. After Gus brought a hearty lunch, the atmosphere became much better. It seems that the part-time fishermen who set up crab cages have made good returns. Looking at the food style on the table, Leon sighed. French snails, lobster soup, clam cakes, crab roe cakes, etc. The selected ingredients are basically aquatic products caught in crab cages. Yes, with the freshest crab cage output and supply, my menu has also been enriched a lot. Everyone in the town likes it very much. Those who accept the crab cages also have something to make money, and everyone is happy. Gus echoed. It's great. This is an explanation for the townspeople who were called by me. Louis was also very happy. After all, he called him. If he did not fulfill the profits of the promise, he would have to lose his credibility and would lose his credibility. I just don't know if these people make too much money, will anyone be jealous and devote themselves to it, and then start to disgusting competition? Leon was a little worried. After all, he has seen such a thing more than once. When industries that find benefits and profits are profitable, they flock to it, regardless of whether they are suitable for themselves or whether the market is saturated, then they will sweep each other and end up with both sides. No, Pelican Town's employment pressure is not great, and using crab cages requires relevant licenses. This license is issued by me. Louis was quite surprised about what Leon thought of, but he did not think Leon was worried about it, but he was very happy about Leon's keenness. I feel more and more that I can hand over the position of mayor to you after retirement, Leon, you are very talented. Chapter 681 Career Choice. Don't, I'm just a farmer, I don't have that sense of politics, nor the confidence to integrate public opinion. Louis, you are still at the age of exploring. Please continue to be re-elected. Leon directly refused. The mayor of Pelican Town is actually similar to the village head. He has a lot of troubles in the development of the community. He doesn't want to get involved. If you have this time, it's better to go to the wild vegetables and fruits, go fishing by the lake, and go to the mines to mine. Which one is not easier than this? Oh, you. Louis looked at Leon speechlessly, knowing that he despised the position of mayor. Gus was watching the fun with a smile and did not make any comments. Lunch was fast, Louis and Gus opened a bottle of wine, and Leon said goodbye after eating. He didn't have this habit of drinking at noon, and he had other things to do in the afternoon, so drinking was a mistake. Although the mine trip was interrupted, there was no limit to visiting the mine once a day, so naturally I continued to go to the mine to mine in the afternoon. When the time came to night, Leon left the mine. For efficiency, he used super bombs to open the way most of his time. The result was gratifying. Not only did he drive the elevator to 115, but he also successfully upgraded his mining skills and combat skills one level. Long-term mining work has given you a new understanding of mining work, and your mining level has been improved by one level. For mining, you have already had some experience and insights. If you want to go further, you need to decide to focus on a career direction. Please choose your career. Miner, focus on mining veins, and each metal vein plus 1 ore mining income is obtained. Geologist, focus on gem search, gems may appear in pairs, also suitable for crystal balls produced by broken rocks. Long-term combat makes you stronger, and your combat level is increased by one level. You have already had some experience and insights about fighting. If you want to go further, you need to decide to focus on a career direction. Please choose your career. Warrior, focus on improving strength and physical fitness. The damage caused by all attacks will be increased by 10%, and at the same time, it will increase the strength of vitality. Investigator, focus on improving combat skills, and increase the critical strike chance by 50%. The two professions have reached level 5 and have come to the choice of career development direction. Leon has long been prepared and chosen for this. Mining chose geologists, and combat chose investigators. According to custom, Leon actually prefers miners in the expansion of mining skills, but because of the special abilities provided by the star fruit created by gems, geologists are more suitable. It is easy to stock up on double gems, so that you won't be too short of money when you use them in the future. After all, gem shaping is a big gem-consuming gems. Although the puppet of 30 ruby did not make a big noise, it was simply because the opponent he chose was too outrageous. Leon is still full of expectations for this ability. After all, a diamond gem puppet can fight with him. It is easy to understand when choosing a scout in battle. Everyone knows that playing games requires critical hits. A 10% improvement does look good, but when facing critical hits, it is a big mistake. Although it is probable, Leon will not refuse to fight for a bicycle to become a motorcycle. However, it is not clear whether the critical hit in reality is as digital as in the game, but the effect presented should not be too bad. Leon estimated that it should be a heavy blow or a damage deepening mode. For example, if a knife originally might just break the skin, but if the critical hit is critical, it may be the effect of cracking the flesh and cutting the bones. Anyway, after making a career choice, Leon did not find any other changes. Even every time he upgraded, the blessing effect of those gods who did not know whether they existed was cancelled, which felt quite a loss. However, Leon believed that when he went to mining himself or in actual combat, he should be able to experience the improvement effect brought by his profession, so he was quite satisfied. Leaving the mine, without going to the Explorer Guild to add the ice-ripe skin suit, Leon went home. The Red Star farm is quite quiet, and there is no sign of Robin in the chicken coop. This model worker who will be busy day and night as long as he purchases construction or upgrade services in the game. He is not that desperate in reality, but as long as it can be completed, Leon will not force Robin to stay up all night. Interestingly, although Robin went back, his house was brightly lit, and obviously someone came to his family. Without thinking, Leon knew that it was Abigail who came to the house because she was the only one with the spare key to the house. Thinking of the warm and soft jade that I could be used tonight, Leon speeded up and opened the door and entered the house. "You're back, try the dinner I made." Abigail was wearing a cool naval vest and denim shorts, and a rabbit-printed apron, which looked quite interesting. On the table was a dinner prepared by Abigail, a salad, 2 burgers, and a large pot of stew, which were made of potatoes, chicken, and a lot of carrots. "I didn't know you could make burgers." Leon was quite surprised when he looked at the solid beef patties and burger crumbs, and the full of butter cheese sauce and freshly cut tomatoes. "I didn't make it, I bought it. I learned teleportation magic today, so I went to Zuzu City, where the hamburger was sold, so I bought 2 of them. I came back and heated it in the microwave. I also bought salads, and only this stew was made by myself," Abigail explained. "Yo! Have you learned to teleport magic? Then can I rely on you to be a driver when I go out?" Leon was surprised when he heard this. After all, he always thought that the teleportation magic was a particularly advanced magic, but he didn't expect that Abigail had started to dabble in less than 2 months after he had been exposed to magic. "No, I can only use it on myself, and I also need to rely on the stable crystal given by the teacher." Abigail shook his head. Abigail's answer, Leon instantly realized that this was learned through external forces. No wonder. Leon can understand it too. After all, teleportation is definitely a powerful life-saving skill to run away and escape. With Rasmati's care for Abigail, he will naturally consider how to make Abigail safe. "It's okay, I'm just kidding. I've learned teleportation magic and traveling in the future is convenient, and it's also free of time to travel. In this way, we can keep warm for a while in the morning." "Yes, I think the best thing is to escape from your claws at any time." Abigail couldn't help but blush his face and witty-eyed Leon, and at the same time complained unhappily. "Are you really willing to bear it?" Leon raised his brow and asked back with a hug from behind. Chapter 682 I'll teach you. Feel Abigail couldn't help but clamp her legs. If it weren't for Lion's sturdy arms and the temperature from behind, and the special smell that was stronger and more attractive than before. Looking at Abigail's rapidly red face, Leon lowered his head in confusion. "Do you have a fever?" "No." Abigail lit his toes, then leaned back and put his lips on Lion's mouth. He exchanged saliva with Leon more actively and enthusiastically than before, and his forehead was not idle. He accurately looked for a position that could make her feel happy. This kind of appearance scared Leon, but he immediately reacted. Abigail was obviously aroused by the passive effect of lust, and immediately gave Abigail a desire to suppress it. The restlessness in her heart retreated directly, and Abigail instantly returned to the clarity of her mind. She still remembered the bold behavior just now. It was exactly this that made her feel shy. He hurriedly broke free from Lion's arms, opened a short distance from Leon, and then complained to Leon, "Have you used some kind of charming potion?" "I don't have that thing, but I can understand your situation. This involves some more complicated things." Leon spread his hands with an innocent look on his face, and then explained to Abigail what he had today and his ability to passively influence him now. "Are you sure it will only work for the person you love?" Not everyone. Hearing Lion's introduction to the effect of lust and temperance, Abigail couldn't help frowning. She had experienced the feeling just now, and naturally understood how powerful this ability was. If Leon was lying, then Abigail believed that Leon might not be able to stay around him in the future, that kind in the physical sense. Of course I didn't lie to you. After all, this effect is not a difference between men and women, and it really has no restraining effect. Then when I had lunch with Louis and Gus, they would have touched me long ago. Leon gave an example helplessly. Why do you feel that the ability given by this fallen god is so indecent? Abigail was relieved when he heard this. In fact, if what Leon said was true, she would know if she asked the teacher tomorrow, but Abigail still couldn't help but complain about this strange ability. After all, it is an evil god. It is normal to have this ability to influence others and amplify desires. In addition to lust, I also have a lust ability called binge eating, and its effect is not much worse than lust. In addition, there should be other similar lust influences, and lust is just one of them. Leon explained. Then will you be affected? Abigail looked at Leon worriedly and asked. No, I seem to have natural resistance and inhibitory ability to do this ability. I can control my desires, rather than being controlled by desires. You just saw it, and I easily erased the impact of lust on you. Leon comforted Abigail with a smile. Okay, but I'm still a little worried. Abigail breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Leon with resentment. Although this influence is only effective for the people you like, who knows if you like others? Leon was also silent about Abigail's doubts. If he told Abigail that he would not be moved by other girls, it would definitely be a lie. Whether you like this kind of thing is actually difficult to control. No matter whether you like a man or a woman, even if you have a partner, you may also have a good impression of other excellent people. This is the nature of a biological nature. If you are more rational, most people will suppress this emotion. For example, Lion's feelings for Abigail made him reject Sophia and indirectly reject Emily. This is not because Leon doesn't like them, but because he doesn't want Abigail to be sad, so he can ignore this feeling. This is out of reason and respect for Abigail, but it is a lie to say that Leon has no good impression of Sophia and Emily. After all, both girls are very excellent beauties with excellent personalities, and they are both very likable and lovely. This situation is exactly in line with the influence of lust and temperance to the target population, so Leon is also a little guilty. You are indeed not a good thing. Seeing that Leon did not defend or promise, Abigail smiled angrily, slipped to Lion's side, grabbed Lion's ear and twisted it. Although Abigail's movements looked rough, Leon did not feel the pain, and Abigail was just pretending. However, what should be said must be made clear so as not to misunderstand Abigail. I just don't want to lie to you, and this kind of thing is really not something I can control. Have you never had a good impression of other boys except me? And having a good impression does not mean that I want to cheat, nor does it hide it from you. I was confessed yesterday, but I refused. Isn't this enough to show my loyalty? Who confessed to you? As soon as he heard this, Abigail immediately widened his eyes and asked at Leon. I won't say this, so as not to harm others. But I really care about you, and at least give me some trust. Leon took Abigail into his arms and said softly. Lion's actions and words made Abigail proud, which proved that in Lion's heart, he was indeed the most important and special one, but Abigail still did not forget to threaten Leon. Then you have to remember it, don't do anything randomly, otherwise I won't forgive you. I know what you are worried about, but there is actually a solution. Leon looked at Abigail with a smile, then whispered in his ear, sharing his own solution. Abigail almost slapped Leon when he heard this. After all, what Leon said was too shameful. But after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that it made sense. The full beast, even if the delicious prey appears in front of me, would probably not bother to raise my eyelids. Lion's method is indeed effective, but it is a bit difficult. After all, Abigail, who has had several combat experience, knew clearly that in that field, he was definitely not a match for Leon. This toned guy who is like an athlete and has a lot of endurance is like an indefatigable bull. If he wants to tame Leon, he is no match for him at all. So Abigail also resisted his shyness and raised his own question. But you are so physically good, I can't handle it. Actually, there are other ways to achieve the same goal. Do you want me to teach you? Leon hinted at Abigail with a wicked smile. Chapter 683 Light Bulb? Curiosity made Abigail unable to help but ask, and then the door to a new world was opened. So after dinner, Abigail began to fight with Leon in a fully friendly but fierce battle with Leon, and learned new combat skills, which was a great addition to his wings. Although she was a little tired, in the end, she finally turned off the Leon completely before she could get rid of her strength. After the battle, Abigail lay on Lion's arm, hugging Leon like an octopus and complained, "Where did you learn so much strange knowledge?" On TV, come to know about paid programs. Leon replied without blushing. Do you boys all like to see that kind of thing? Abigail looked contemptuous when he heard this. Who said there are only boys, and girls like it very much? Leon retorted. At least I don't. Abigail shook his head, feeling that Leon was fooling him. Leon didn't argue with Abigail, but just hugged him and closed his eyes silently. But Abigail was not very happy. You let go of me first, and then let's take a shower together. Hasn't it been wiped clean? And there is a layer of extra sheets on the bed. Leon complained. But I still feel uncomfortable. I don't care. You have to accompany me, otherwise I will strangle you to death. Abigail threatened with Lion's thigh flesh. But I have no strength. Leon fooled. In fact, he did something wrong this time, and used desire suppression to make himself sheathed, otherwise he could beat 10 of Abigail's awkward means and physical strength. It's okay, I have a solution. Abigail said proudly when he heard Leon admit defeat, and then he used magic to lift Leon up, dragged Leon downstairs and to the bathroom like flying a kite. Leon is quite familiar with this feeling, because last time he was thrown into the room full of bad gas, but unlike the dwarf winter melon, Abigail felt quite interesting when he did this. This made Leon interested in this instant, and Abigail also discovered this, a little speechless and a little scared. Later, there was a fierce battle when taking a shower. In the end, Abigail was defeated and carried back by Leon. Although he was unwilling to accept it, Abigail no longer had the courage to compete with Leon at this moment. There was nothing to say all night. Early the next morning, Leon woke up following the biological clock. Looking at the sleeping girl beside him, Leon kissed her face lightly, got up and changed into new clothes, and took the clothes he took off last night, including Abigail's, and took them downstairs and sent them to the washing machine. After that, it was breakfast time. The breakfast Leon chose gnocchi, the kind with eggs, which is a very common pasta dish. As breakfast, it is quite nourishing. But there is no lard missing, which gives Leon a new plan, which is to go to John's place to buy some lard and refine the oil. Moreover, the lard residue that has been refined is extremely excellent, whether it is used as side dishes or to make dumplings. What delicious food are you making? As soon as she put the dough into the pot, Leon heard Abigail's voice. He turned his head and found that she was sleepy and had a mess of hair standing behind him. He pointed in curiosity. Leon lifted the lid of the pot to show off his breakfast, but the dough bumps in the pot made Abigail unable to help but complain, "Can these doughs really be eaten?" "You'll know later. Sit down and I'll comb your hair." While the gnocchi in the pot was still cooking, Leon pressed Abigail on the chair next to the dining table, went upstairs to find a comb, and combed Abigail's messy hair. Abigail's hair is natural purple. The hair that has not been destroyed by hair dye is tough and smooth. It feels pretty good when combed, and it won't lose hair. This made Leon interested, so he braided Abigail's originally casually dispersed hair into the princess head he liked according to the way he learned before. "Okay, go and look in the mirror to see if it fits," completed Leon said with a light kiss on Abigail's forehead. Yet, Abigail was also looking forward to Lion's hand. He immediately ran to the bathroom and trotted back for a moment, but his expression was not happy. "Speak. I have completed such a beautiful hairstyle so skillfully. Who else have you braided your hair for?" "You are sick, so I have to ask me, have you seen anyone in Pelican Town have the same hairstyle as you?" Leon looked at Abigail speechlessly. He worked hard to make her beautiful, but she didn't care. Instead, she asked herself where she learned this trick and whether there was any reason for it. "Well, the reaction is very strong and there is no hesitation, which means you have no ghost in your heart and do a good job. I am very satisfied with the new hairstyle." Abigail was really satisfied with Lion's dissatisfaction. If Leon hesitates or does not speak, it means there may be ghosts inside. But when Leon complained to himself so unceremoniously, it proves that Leon is quite wronged, and it proves that Leon has no ghost in his heart and his hairstyle is indeed unique. School. Leon turned his eyes on Abigail, very disgusted with his temptation. After all, this kind of straight hook fishing is too inaccurate. But Abigail didn't care, and wrapped around Lion's arm and shook it and asked, "Do you have something to do today? If you don't have one, accompany me on a date. I'll take a break today." "It should be nothing." Leon thought for a moment and replied, "You still have a day off." "Well, the teacher has something to go out today, so I gave me a day off," Abigail explained. Oh! Leon knew it. Rasmades should have gone to investigate what he told him yesterday. After all, 2 remains of gods have appeared in Stardew Valley. God knows if there is a third piece. This kind of thing is a fatal threat to ordinary people, and he, the guardian, will naturally not eliminate this danger. It is rare that Abigail has a free day, and Leon didn't intend to disappoint her, so he suggested, "I had planned to go fishing for crayfish before, why don't we go together today?" "Okay, okay." Abigail didn't care what he did. As long as Leon was by his side, she would be happy even if she found a place to sit all day. "Well, I want to invite others," Okay. Abigail agreed, but Leon expected, but besides Abigail, he had other people who wanted to invite, that is Sophia, after all, this was said before. Who? Abigail was instantly alert when he heard the light bulb joining. Sophia, I made an appointment with her before, and it would be good for her to have extra activities. Leon did not hide it. Sophia, that's okay. Abigail could understand that Leon wanted to invite Sophia. After all, she also knew about Sophia's special situation from Leon and understood Lion's care and plans for Sophia. Abigail herself also sympathized with Sophia, so she recognized this decision. Although there are too many individuals that will disturb the two people's world, Leon still belongs to her during the day and at night. By comforting herself like this, she doesn't care about the addition of Sophia, the light bulb. I'm lazy, I'll get 2 updates, and I'll be busy at the end of the month. Chapter 684 Is there so many people? Then I'll call Sophia. Abigail agreed, and Leon immediately started to act. Picking up his phone and looking at the time. It was just past 7 o'clock. Seeing this time made Leon hesitate. He slept early and got up early, but I don't know if Sophia can get up so early. Have you got up? So before making the call, Leon sent a text message to Sophia. If he didn't get a reply in a short period of time, he would plan to wait until after 8 o'clock before making a call. As soon as the text message was sent, Leon put down his cell phone. As soon as he took a sip of noodle soup, the screen of the cell phone lit up, and at the same time, the sound of the arrival of the text message came. Get up, is there anything? Looking at Sophia's reply, Leon immediately grabbed his cell phone and called Sophia. Good morning, Sophia, are there any arrangements today? The phone is connected almost instantly. No. Sophia replied. I said last time I went fishing for crayfish together. Do you still remember it? Today is pretty good. Do you want to go together? Leon explained why he called. Okay. Sophia immediately agreed. Do you need me to prepare anything? No need, just wait until 8 o'clock to gather in the town. I'll prepare the things. Leon replied. Are we the only two? Sophia asked quickly instead of hanging up the phone. And Abigail, Leon added. Oh, then won't she mind you inviting me? Sophia asked. No, we are friends. Leon comforted with a smile. Okay, see you in the town later. Sophia said and hung up the phone. Leon also put down his cell phone. Okay, let's make an appointment, let's go together after breakfast. Just call me Sophia. Not someone else. Abigail suddenly spoke. Who else do you want to call me? Leon looked at Abigail in confusion and asked. What do you think of Emily? Abigail tentatively. Well, why call her? Leon suddenly became embarrassed, not knowing Abigail what was his plan, but he always felt that there was a pitfall in it. There are more lively people, aren't it? Abigail looked at Leon with a squinted eyes and smiled, making Leon unable to capture any emotions from his eyes. Then you shout, I won't shout. Although I don't know what medicine is selling in Abigail's gourd, Leon doesn't plan to take it on. No matter what Abigail wants to do, she will do it herself. Okay, then I'll make an appointment. Abigail immediately took out his cell phone and started calling Emily. Not only Emily, she actually called Haley and Lee. This posture seems to be a group. Leon was even more curious about Abigail's plan. He had despised the number of people before, so why did he take the initiative to contact so many people now, and when did she have such a good relationship with Leah? After eating breakfast with doubts, Abigail took the opportunity to use magic to help Leon clean the bowls, spoons and pots, and then went upstairs to change his clothes. Leon took this time to go out and stroll around the fields to see if there were any crops being eaten by crows. He then fed a wave of hens who had already been out of the cage and were walking in the outer fence of the chicken coop, and then went to the chicken coop to collect a wave of eggs. Finally, I walked around the cave and collected 3 ordinary mushrooms, 2 highly poisonous red mushrooms, a chanterelle mushroom, and an apple brought back by the rare fruit bats. Then I left the cave with satisfaction and returned to the house. You are dressed so beautifully, aren't you afraid of being tanned? Abigail had already changed his clothes and waited for him in the house. Unlike his previous style, Abigail had changed into a blue and white suspender skirt today. His white and tender arms were basically exposed without any concealment. The hem of the skirt had just arrived, revealing half of his thin legs. This outfit is indeed very beautiful with a princess head, and has temperament, but in the face of the summer sun, such outfit is easy to be tanned. It's okay, I've applied sunscreen, and don't forget that I'm a witch now. Abigail reminded Leon with pride, then carried his skirt and walked around in front of Leon. Do you like it? I like it very much, but the skirt is a little longer. Leon teased with a smirk. There are shorter skirts, but I don't want others to see my sexy side, but at night, I can wear them alone for you. Abigail leaned into Leon's ear and blew his breath and teased. Leon did not take the lead. Although he enjoyed Abigail's different treatment, his intuition told him that there must be a problem, because Abigail today was not right from beginning to end, which made him unable to help asking. So, why do you invite so many people? It's lively, what else can it be? Abigail said perfunctorily. Haha. Leon laughed dryly. Abigail said so. Leon would not believe it at all unless he was a fool. However, no matter what Abigail thought, Leon planned to take one step at a time, and the generals came to block the water and soil. Let's go, but Robin is coming soon. You shouldn't mind being discovered by her now. After looking at the time, if you go to the town with Abigail and wait for the place, it's almost 8 o'clock. However, considering that Robin came here to upgrade his chicken coop at this time, Leon still reminded Abigail. No need, there's nothing to cover up, and I believe Robin won't talk nonsense everywhere. Abigail replied confidently, then took Leon's arm and pulled Leon out the door. Oh, it turns out that the girl you favored is Abigail, it's not surprising. As soon as the two went out, they ran into Robin who had just driven into the farm. Yes, you discovered it. Leon admitted with a smile. Good morning, Robin. Abigail greeted Robin generously, without being embarrassed to be discovered, and did not let go of Leon's arm. Congratulations, seeing that you two finally got to know each other, this is really a happy thing. I won't disturb your date. I still have to work. I wish you all a happy time. Robin parked the car, blinked his eyes and teased Leon and Abigail, and went to the chicken coop to work. Don't you ride a bike? After saying hello to Robin, Leon was originally planning to find a bicycle, but Abigail stopped Leon and pulled him out of the farm. No, let's take a walk today. Chapter 685 Beauty's Scheme. The early summer sun is extremely aggressive even in the early morning. So in order to make Abigail feel more comfortable, Leon took out the farmer's hat and covered it with Abigail's head. Originally, Abigail was quite dissatisfied because his hair might be crushed when covered with this hat. However, when the hat was completely worn and the body temperature dropped instantly, Abigail grabbed the brim of the hat in surprise. It's a magic hat. Well, it's cooler. I have a sailor hat here to avoid rain. Leon confirmed. Did you buy it from the big mouse in the coal forest? Abigail asked curiously. Have you seen a hat rat, too? Leon looked at Abigail and asked, does it feel like that guy is not very honest? It's okay, I just don't like to take care of others. Abigail complained. I guess it must have been quite hot at the beginning. I feel in love, and then I find that you have no intention of spending, so I ignore you, right? Leon speculated. It seems you know it quite well. Leon guessed very accurately, so Abigail thought Leon and Hat Mouse should be very familiar with each other. That's not, it's just that most merchants have this kind of virtue. Don't you think its behavioral style looks familiar? Leon quipped. You mean it's very similar to my dad? Abigail immediately understood Lion's subtext, and then gave Leon a pink fist. My dad is much more enthusiastic than it. No matter whether you have any plans to consume or not, he will treat others politely. Yes. Leon said perfunctorily, then raised his head and looked at the blue sky and sighed, I don't know if they brought umbrellas. Today should be sunny. If you have such a blow, you will be whispered. Don't worry, I will give them some small help. After Abigail said, Leon felt that his body temperature had decreased, and the sunlight was not so hot, but instead felt a warm feeling. You know a lot of magic related to life. Leon stretched out his finger and poked Abigail's cheek, then why not learn some gain magic that can strengthen physical energy? What are you doing when learning that? I don't need to fight with people. Abigail didn't react for a while. But after seeing Lion's obscene waist-thrusting movement, he immediately understood Lion's hint and immediately spat at Leon. You're going to die. Can you think of being serious all day long? I'm just giving you advice. Don't forget that if I hadn't given you a massage last night, your legs would have been cramped. Leon reminded. It wasn't what you did, you bastard. I really don't understand why you thought of such a strange posture. Abigail blushed and complained, and he is so persistent. Actually, if you can wear stockings, you may be twice the result with half the effort. Leon suggested, biting Abigail's ear. Humph. Abigail turned his head and refused to look at Leon. As for whether he had listened to this proposal, only God knows. Walking along the dirt road leading to Pelican Town, Leon and Abigail were chatting together, which was not boring. Although Lion's explicit hints and teasing occasionally made Abigail shyly want to give this hateful guy around him so that he could know how powerful he was, Abigail didn't hate this way of communication. After entering Pelican Town, Leon restrained his speed and talked seriously with Abigail about crayfish fishing skills. Are you sure we can really gain something? Listening to Lion's joking look, Abigail asked uncertainly. After all, there are crayfish in the river, but they are basically caught by crab cages. She has never seen anyone fishing for lobsters before. Believe me, as long as there is, we will not be able to lose all the grains. And even if we really don't catch them, we can go to Gus or Willie to buy some, which is not embarrassing. Leon comforted Abigail with a smile. Isn't it really embarrassing? Abigail rolled his eyes and Leon, I think Gus and Willie will definitely laugh at you. If this is the case, then I'm not polite. Then I will just cover the river with crab cages and catch the crayfish that were arranged to lift up to the dead. Leon threatened viciously. You! Abigail looked at the childish Leon speechlessly and pulled him to the big tree on the west side of the square. Let's wait for them to come here. Did you really call so many people? Standing under the shade of the tree, Leon still didn't believe that Abigail had called so many people. Of course, you didn't see it when I called before. Abigail complained, all of them are acquaintances and friends. Why don't you want to see them? Do you have a ghost in your heart? My buddy is innocent, don't talk nonsense. I'm just worried that the crayfish we harvest today may not be enough for so many people to eat. This thing is really not much meat. Leon explained to Abigail helplessly. Then go buy it, you said. Abigail quipped. Okay. Leon shrugged his shoulders, then pulled Abigail to lean against the trunk, as if he was enjoying avoiding the sun, but in fact he was brainstorming. After various analyses, Leon probably became aware of Abigail's small abacus. Because some reasons that are unlikely, combined with factors such as Abigail's performance and outfit, and Abigail's proactive proposal to invite the first person Emily was the choice, the answer is obvious. This girl planned to shout out all her potential opponents to explore Lion's mind. After all, yesterday Leon himself talked to Abigail about the effect of the passive ability of lust and temperance, and this passive ability has become an extremely convenient reference for testing Lion's own ideas. Abigail himself has experienced how domineering the special effect that will arouse Lion's ability to have a favorable female desire. So when these girls gathered and stood beside Leon, whoever immediately began to blush and his heart beat faster, and he was uncontrollably trying to get close to Leon, then who would be the one whom Leon had a good impression of? Abigail should have wanted to see who Leon has a good impression of and then make a needly to prevent sexual precautions. You can also take the opportunity to explore the bottom of Leon and see if Lion's subconscious is a fickle radish. In addition, there should be the idea of swearing sovereignty. After all, judging from the two's intimate attitude and the fact that Abigail was not planning to release Lion's arm when he died, the possibility is definitely not small. Chapter 686 Waiting for a Long Time. Who said that women in love are stupid people? This is a scheming palace fighting drama. Leon, who had figured it out, sighed silently in his heart, but he actually didn't hate Abigail's little thoughts, because it means that Abigail really cares about himself, and love is selfish. What are you thinking? Lion's silence made Abigail feel quite strange. He was so talkative before, but now he suddenly became silent. I wonder how to buy crayfish with Willie and Gus if I can't get enough of so many people to eat, but it doesn't seem so embarrassing. Lion's lies came out and said without any sense of obstruction, as if he was really thinking about this matter. Abigail believed Lion's statement and comforted him. It's not necessary to use crayfish as the main dish. This kind of thing with a hard shell and fishy taste is not that delicious. That's the crayfish you've never eaten before. Leon replied confidently, remember what you said, don't rush to eat it then. That won't work. I must eat the most. Abigail was not fooled at all. She was still very confident about Lion's cooking skills. Since Leon said that, then Leon would definitely make particularly delicious crayfish. Okay. Leon comforted Abigail helplessly, you will definitely be overwhelmed by the time. Hee. Abigail glanced at Leon with a smile. She would not be given up on the fun of food by Lion's language. I've been waiting for a long time. Just when Leon was planning to fool Abigail and see if she could let her peel shrimps for herself, Emily, wearing a blue long dress and small leather shoes, came. She changed her usual casualness. Today, Emily actually put on light makeup, and also wore a ruby necklace and emerald earrings. Her fair skin and bright red lips made her look like a mature and elegant big sister. Good morning, Emily. Abigail immediately squeezed out a kind smile and greeted Emily, while squeezing towards Leon without any trace, making the two of them more compactly. Emily naturally saw Abigail holding Lion's arm openly. The smile on her face did not restrain herself, but her eyes became much sharper. I'm really happy to see you so close. It's just that the sun is so big, the temperature is so high, and it's so close, it should be very hot. What do you think of Leon? That's okay. Leon had already noticed the undercurrent atmosphere. Seeing that the war seemed to be burning towards him, Leon hurriedly looked at the sky and started to perfunctorily. Emily, come here, it's very hot in the sun. Leon pretended to be dead, but Abigail did not. He warmly greeted Emily and approached Leon, because only in this way could she see if Emily would be affected by the passive effect of Lion's lust and temperance. Sure enough, little girl is still too easy to guess. Hearing Abigail's words, Leon was completely sure that he had guessed it was fine and immediately prepared. Emily, without doubting that there was him, walked towards Leon openly. Although Leon was still looking at the sky, he was ready to suppress desires. As long as Emily approached her and was noticed by her own perception that desires would surge, the suppression effect would be thrown away as soon as possible. As she got closer and closer to Leon, Emily indeed smelled an extremely attractive scent. This smell made her breathing begin to get rapid, and she had the urge to throw herself into Lion's arms. But this impulse disappeared in just a blink of an eye. While she was confused, she was also a little lucky because if she really did this, the next scene would be difficult to deal with. She did like Leon and was not satisfied with Abigail's move to swear sovereignty, but she didn't want Leon to fall into embarrassment, and fell into a complex scene because of her emotionality. Abigail, who had been paying attention to Emily, immediately saw Emily approaching Lion's blood and her cheeks flushed, but it only lasted for a few seconds and returned to its original state. It didn't seem like she was charming by Leon. But when he thought about it, Abigail understood that Leon might have used the special ability that could suppress desires, and immediately rolled his eyes. But he didn't directly ask for a criticism. It was a test. There were some things that didn't need to be told to Leon in front of others. Abigail could wait. When there were only 2 people at night, he was asking. So Abigail pretended to have nothing to notice, and smiled, and said to Emily, who was approaching, "Where is Haley? I invited her too, have you not been together?" "She is working on the camera and will come soon." "Who else have you invited besides me?" Emily also smiled and explained as she looked at Abigail. "There are also Lee and Sophia." They were originally planning to call Penny, but Penny seemed to have something important today, so they refused. Abigail chatted. "What's important, is she going to class?" Leon stopped looking at the sky after hearing this, but joined the chat. "I don't know, but you care a lot about her," Abigail complained to Leon in a playful tone. "I'm really concerned, because I introduced her to a job before, but it seems that Olivia, who provided that job, also had the idea of inviting Penny, so I want to ask her if the interview was successful." Leon explained very calmly. "Are you talking about summer camp?" Emily said. "One advantage of working in a tavern is that it is well informed, not to mention that after Olivia entered Stardew Valley, she often came to the tavern to drink." "Yes, do you have any news?" Leon asked Emily. "Yes, Olivia and I have a good relationship, and she also joined Tuesday's aerobics day." "She seemed to have talked to Penm about Penny," Emily recalled. "That should be that she is about to join the company. Maybe today is her interview day," Leon analyzed. "I think she can do it. After all, Penny is so gentle and careful, and she has achieved good results in educating Vincent and Jas." Emily agreed. "Well, I think she can do it, and successfully joining the company is also a great help to her life." Leon sighed. "After all, if you want to talk about the poor households in the town, Panai and Panmu are definitely the most obvious. Linus doesn't count. This old man is pretending to be poor, not a real homeless man, and is in a seclusion state. After all, any homeless man has taken action to make Leon experiment with a new skill, and then he sent out 30 rubies without blinking." Chapter 687. Is this counting? You can ask tonight, Emily suggested. "Yeah." Leon nodded and continued to stare in a daze under the shade of the tree. It's not okay not to be dazed. The atmosphere between Abigail and Emily is very strange, and it has been like this since we met. Just as he talked about Penny, Leon tried to use this topic to see if the atmosphere could be eased. However, the topic ended and the atmosphere returned to the previous situation. He didn't know what topic to use to continue to dilute this atmosphere in a short period of time. However, Leon wanted to stay out of the matter, but Abigail obviously didn't want to watch Leon pretend to be dead, so he started biting his ears with Leon on tiptoe. "Why are you thinking about helping Penny find a job?" "For myself, after all, the location I rented by Olivia is mine now. In order to ensure that I can receive rent every year in the future, I think if I can help her and make the summer camp project prosperous, I can maintain this income for a long time. And under this premise, it will be beneficial to everyone to get some benefits for the people in the town, right?" Leon said with a fool without blushing his face, and his heart was not beating. "Really?" Abigail still didn't believe it. "Really, you don't know how important this money is. Our big house was built with this money." Leon nodded seriously. "Will she be invited to have dinner together at noon?" Abigail asked. "Who are you invited?" Leon asked back. Penny. Abigail stressed, don't you want to know her interview situation? That's what Emily thought. As for whether to invite her, you think it's not my contact with you after all. Haha. Abigail listened to Lion's words and sneered and twisted it around Lion's waist. But with Lion's attitude of not getting enough money to get in, she felt embarrassed to continue attacking, so she could only let Leon, a pretender, go to temporarily. It seems you get along well. Emily, who was standing beside her, said dryly when she saw Abigail whispering with Leon. It's okay. Sometimes this guy is not very honest and needs a little lesson. Abigail replied helplessly, but the smile on the corner of his mouth was not concealed at all. Emily didn't say anything else, but just turned her head silently to look at Abigail. The situation is now that Abigail has the advantage. She has no good way to capture this Highland called Leon, so she can only be blind, so she can be less exposed and teased by Abigail. Seeing Emily avoiding the battle, although Abigail was a little regretful, he did not chase and beat him. He held Lion's arm and sat on the ground, naturally leaning on Lion's shoulder, looking like a quiet time. Leon sat silently on the ground, not daring to move like a sculpture, and his heart was not disturbed. He just wanted to get together and start moving, and then he could relax. Not long after, Haley came. Today, Haley changed her previous style and changed her skirt to a white long-sleeved t-shirt and hot shorts, highlighting her proud figure to the fullest. In addition, the parasol on her hands looked quite fashionable. Didn't you bring umbrellas? Haley was quite surprised to see that among the three people who had arrived, only Abigail had a straw hat on his head and the others were chatting empty-handed. After all, the sun shines directly in summer, even if she likes to bask in the sun and tanning like her, she can't stand it. I have a straw hat, so I don't need to hold an umbrella. Abigail explained with his fingers, flicking the brim of the farmer's hat on his head. I am a farmer and I'm used to it. Leon also replied. Emily didn't say anything, but she took out a bottle of sunscreen spray. Are we the four of us? Haley saw that everyone had a way to deal with ultraviolet rays, so she extinguished her plan to give everyone. The man had the idea of preparing a parasol and walked to the three of them and chatted. There are other people, but they haven't come yet. Haley, come and sit here. There is no sun here. Seeing Haley standing outside the shade of the tree, 2 meters away from Leon, Abigail immediately greeted Haley enthusiastically. No, it's good to stand. Haley looked at Abigail and Leon in disgust and felt a little uncomfortable. Come on. Abigail didn't plan to let Haley go. After all, if he didn't get close to Leon, he didn't know if Haley would be affected by Lion's lust and restraint effect. He kept keeping a distance like this. How could she know if Leon had any thoughts about Haley? He immediately let go of Lion's hand and stood up. He looked like a sisterly attitude and pulled Haley to Lion's side. The old god Leon sat on the ground without any panic. He does have a good impression of Emily. Because he has self-knowledge, he prepared his desire suppression in advance to face emergencies, but he didn't need it anymore. He thought he had no affection for Haley, and at most he would be a friend with a good relationship. But Haley was approaching Lion's side, and her eyes suddenly became blurred, and she unconsciously stretched out her hand towards Leon, looking at her posture as if she wanted to touch Lion's face. Abigail noticed this scene, and Leon naturally noticed it too. While surprised, Leon immediately threw out a desire suppression, which made Haley, who had just reached out, woke up. Then his face turned red and retracted his hand, then pretended that nothing had happened, and turned his back over and walked towards his sister's position. Abigail glared at Leon. This was the second girl who was charmed by Leon after Emily. This guy actually had evil thoughts about the two sisters Emily and Haley. This was too fickle. Leon was quite confused at this moment. He admitted that he was indeed a little greedy for Emily before, so he could understand that he could charm Emily, but what the hell is Haley? I really don't have any feelings for Haley. At most, I think Haley has a good figure. Out of male instinct, I paid more attention to it. I like it. If this is the case, now Aang would be a little scared. After all, except for the inability or the bent ones, there is no man who doesn't like to see beautiful women and long legs. If this simple instinctive desire is within the influence of lust and restraint, now Aang would probably not be able to go out in the future. Otherwise, God will know how big the trouble will be caused and how much trouble it will bring. But these are not something that can be cared about now. What Leon needs to care about now is that Abigail's gaze that is about to spit fire is the trouble he is paying attention to now. Chapter 688 Nature is irreversible. I can explain. In order to prevent Abigail's anger from erupting, Leon stood up and took Abigail into his arms and whispered in his ear. Emily was charmed. I admit that she really had a good impression, but that was just before you and I were together. I was also single at that time, which is easy to understand, right? But Haley, I promise I really have no relationship with her. Do you think I will trust you? Abigail asked Leon with a stern face. Whether you believe it or not, I believe it anyway. I think it may be because my understanding of the effect of lust and temperance is not as simple as I think. Leon continued to explain. I don't believe that if this ability has no difference, then why didn't she feel anything when we met Robin in the morning? Abigail complained. Maybe she only likes black people. Ahem, just kidding, I think it's most likely because she is a married woman. Leon coughed lightly and speculated. So what can this prove? Abigail asked. At least I won't like a wife. Leon added seriously. Abigail rolled his eyes and then broke free from Lion's arms and threatened. I don't know what's going on with you, but I'll give you another chance. Leah and Sophia will come later. If you can still be influenced by you, then you'd better come up with a reason that I can understand. No reason is needed, you just need to know that I love you. Leon hugged Abigail again toughly, and poured out the slightest words that made her feel uncomfortable. Although it was quite greasy, Abigail seemed to be very helpful and did not resist. His face was flushed as if he was drunk. There is the effect of verbal offensive and the charming effect of lust and temperance. This time Leon did not suppress his own influence. Then let's go back. At this moment, Abigail, who was dizzy in his head, only Leon was in his eyes, and his eyes were full of aggressiveness. At this moment, she didn't want to waste time here at all, she just wanted to go back and have a fierce battle with Leon. Don't go wrong, being a pigeon won't end well, and there are other people around you. In addition to the eyes, Abigail's hands also began to be dishonest, which made Leon tremble in fear, and quickly threw out his desire to suppress it and reminded him. Damn bastard, can't you restrain your ability to break? Abigail, who had recovered from the Qingming festival, was both ashamed and angry when he thought of his extraordinary movement just now. I can't do anything about passive effect, either. Leon explained helplessly. Forget it, I'm teaching you a lesson later. Note that Emily and Haley are sneaking here. Abigail had to let Leon go temporarily, but he still did not forget to threaten Leon. When Leon let go of his arm, Abigail immediately left Lion's side, opened a safe distance from Leon, and looked around randomly, trying to relieve his embarrassment. After this incident, Leon barely survived the crisis. While breathing a sigh of relief, he was also thinking about what the effect of lust and temperance had on others. But this thing cannot be understood by one's imagination, so Leon could only seek help from a system with an extremely weak sense of existence. System, it's been explained by making products. What's going on in this lust? This ability entry is not systematically converted and cannot provide any explanation. Please explore it yourself. Although the system unexpectedly responded to Lion's inquiry, the explanation given cannot be said to be useless, it can only be said to be useless. But it is not a waste of time, because the non-system transformation in this answer can explain many questions. Can you explain the situation of forest magic? Forest magic, you own the magic of the forest. Can that tell the situation of desire control? This ability entry is not systematically converted and cannot provide any explanation. Please explore it yourself. After 2 attempts, the results were obvious. It seemed that the abilities given by the fallen god were beyond the scope of the system. Although they were also reflected in the ability panel, the system seemed to have just introduced and registered an entry. This discovery is very interesting. Does this mean that the abilities possessed by this god's remains are beyond the system's resolution? In fact, until now, Leon couldn't quite understand the situation of the system. At first, he thought it was a time traveler's long gold finger, but later he found that there was basically no difference between this system and Stardew Valley, and he thought it was a legacy product after the transformation of the game and reality. Now it is discovered that the system does not seem to interfere with certain special forces, which makes Leon unable to help but wonder that the reason why he can absorb the remains of the fallen god may be because of some special nature he has, rather than relying on the system. If this is true, then there is a saying that this particularity that can absorb the power of God and avoid being affected comes from. What are you thinking? Just as Leon was brainstorming, Abigail, who had recovered, couldn't help but come to Leon and ask. I'm thinking about the ability to restrain lust. Leon said seriously, I always feel that it is not as simple as I imagined. There should be a lot of information I don't know is buried, including its triggering conditions. Are you sure you really don't have a good impression of Haley? Seeing that Leon was really entangled with the special ability that could charm others and arouse desires, Abigail also believed that Leon was not lying before. I'm sure, if you really have any good feelings for Haley, it's at most because of male instinct to pay attention to the beauty, but it's absolutely nonsense to say that I have a crush on her. Leon nodded seriously and replied. After all, I know best whether I like someone or not. He may be greedy for Haley's figure and appearance, but if you want to say love, there is no such thing as it is, otherwise Leon would not often not give Haley face. Your statement is really a bastard. Abigail didn't know whether to call him a pervert or praise him for being self-aware about it. Actually, it's easy to understand. Don't you like to watch handsome muscles in bodybuilding magazines or handsome actors in TV series? This is the extension effect of the reproductive impulse engraved in biological DNA, not that you can control it just by wanting to control it. Leon Kopp said. The first time I heard people say lustfulness so fresh and refined. Abigail covered his face and complained to Leon. Food and sex are nature. Dry rice and serpent are biological instincts. We cannot ignore this nature just because of our face. Leon retorted seriously. Chapter 689 Fireproof, Theft-Proof, and the Best Friend. Abigail was not very understanding of the first half of Lion's words, but the second half was very straightforward. After careful consideration, Abigail found that what Leon said seemed to be true. Then you have been thinking about it for so long, have you got something else? No. Leon shook his head. I think you are fooling me. Abigail couldn't help rolling his eyes at Leon and complained, is this the reason why you came up to let me understand you? Yeah. Leon nodded. Since Abigail thought so, then that's it. The reason is 0 points, but for the sake of what you said before, I believe you for the time being. Abigail complained, quite disgusted. If you like it, I can say it in your ear every day. Leon said, and naturally stretched out his hand to hold Abigail's finger tightly. Abigail did not resist, obviously he was relieved. The words are a bit oily, but it seems to be quite effective. If Abigail could really rely on love words to coax it, Noun would naturally not miss such a useful move. After all, the great man once said that no matter whether it is black and white, just catch the mouse. That's a good cat. Snort. Although Abigail snorted coldly, he did not refuse directly, which proved that she really enjoyed such love words. Leon suddenly felt that he seemed to have mastered another skill. They have a good relationship. Emily, why don't we go? I feel like we're here just a light bulb. During the interaction between Leon and Abigail, although Haley and Emily couldn't hear what they were saying, the things they saw were enough to explain a lot of things, which made Haley, who was already a little unhappy, even more disgusted, and immediately suggested to Emily. Emily didn't speak, but she shook her head and expressed her thoughts. Oh, then I'll accompany you. Seeing Emily refuse to leave, Haley sighed and finally gave up the idea. She also knew her sister's thoughts about Leon. After all, the two sisters lived under the same roof. Although they had been having some minor frictions before, they were still real sisters after all, and some topics occasionally appeared in daily communication. Although she didn't know why Emily insisted on staring at Leon, Haley didn't want her sister to be wronged. And if she could, she didn't mind breaking up the combination of Leon and Abigail, because when she saw them together, Haley felt an irresistible feeling of irritability in her heart. You are here, sorry, I've been waiting for you for a long time. At this time, Lee rushed over. She had any difference from her usual dressing style. She was still the simple work jeans outfit, but it was obviously much thinner than in spring. Hello, Leah. Emily greeted Leah with a smile. As a regular visitor to the tavern, she and Leah actually have a good relationship. Are you invited too? Haley asked when she saw Leah's arrival. Well, I said I was fishing crayfish together. I thought it was quite interesting, so I came. After all, I had no inspiration to stay in the house and bury my head in the creation, so I just wanted to go out for a walk," Lee explained. In fact, she and Abigail have a good relationship. Lee lives in the coal forest. When Abigail was fine, she often hangs out in the coal forest. In addition, Lee also likes to go to Pierre's grocery store to buy daily necessities, so she can also meet Abigail. At the same time, the two of them are about the same age and are both people who yearn for freedom. After a while, they become familiar with each other and become friends with good relationships. "Is there anyone else coming?" Seeing that the team of 5 people had formed now, Emily asked Leon. "And Sophia," Leon explained. "Is Sophia coming too?" Haley was quite happy to hear this. In addition to her sister Emily, she had a better relationship with Leon. If Sophia came too, she would naturally welcome her because she had a good relationship with Sophia, and Sophia was also the only girl in the town who could resonate with her on topics such as fashion and makeup. "You too." Lee, who had just arrived, greeted everyone at this moment, and naturally noticed the hand that Leon and Abigail were holding, and were stunned for a moment. "He is my boyfriend now," Abigail explained first. "Congratulations, I didn't expect that, Leon. You just came to Stardew Valley for half a year before you found your girlfriend. It's great." Lee looked at Leon and Abigail in surprise, and then exclaimed sincerely, "Thank you." Abigail smiled and nodded, then pulled Leon toward Leah. When Leon saw Leah, he was ready to suppress his desire immediately. However, after he approached Leah, he found that Leah did not seem to be affected and was still chatting with Abigail with a smile. Abigail also noticed Leah's unchanged emotions and expressions, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Leon. After all, she and Lee are considered best friends. If Lee is also affected, the situation will be a bit complicated. Fortunately, there seems to be nothing wrong with Lee and Lee. Leon actually breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he couldn't figure out the effect of judging lust and temperance. Emily and Haley both showed an influence before, which made Leon feel unsure. Now that he saw that Leah had not changed, he had more case references. However, Leon felt that he could still contact other girls more, and perhaps he could find a trace of the rules. Whether it was to understand this ability or satisfy his curiosity, Leon wanted to try to analyze it. Besides lust and restraint, gluttony and restraint are also very researchy. After eating something last night and in the morning, Leon did not feel any change. If you want to eat enough, then there is no, but if you want to say hungry, you don't feel anything. But Leon felt that this ability should have a lot of things that could be discovered, so he also secretly kept a secret. After all, it is power from God, and it cannot just provide the effect of desire. Because Leah was not affected by lust and temperance, Leah became more calm about Leah. Seeing Abigail and Leah having a happy chat, she immediately inserted it, "Leah, how complete is your wood carving artwork? It's still in the design. After all, it's a good piece of wood. You can't do it easily, otherwise if you carve a wrong detail, and a whole piece of material will be scrapped, that would be a waste," Lee explained to Leon. "It's okay. I often encounter those wood that sinks to the bottom of the water when I fish occasionally. Although it is not as big as before, it is not much smaller than the arms and legs. If you like it, I'll give it to you next time. Keep it, you use these to practice." After all, in addition to relying on talent, artists also need a lot of practice and precipitation to accumulate their own experience and improve their skills, right? Leon suggested. Thank you then. Leah did not reject Lion's kindness. You have a good relationship with Leah. Although Leah was not affected by the charming effect of Leah, Abigail was a bit chewy when he saw Leah chatting in such a harmonious manner. After all, I'm your friend. I have to please her so that she won't scold me behind my back, and then you will start to dislike me. Leon explained softly with Abigail's ear. Fire, theft, and best friends. Many couples who were originally getting along well were ruined by the so-called best friends' proposals and opinions. Leon did not intend to be one of them, although the probability of Leah being able to do such a thing is slim. Chapter 690 The assembly is completed. How is that possible? Abigail rolled his eyes at Leon when he heard this, and he didn't believe that Leah would do such a thing. Even if Lee really said that, Abigail felt that he would not believe it. After all, if a man is not sure about his pillow, and needs others to wake up, then there are only two possibilities. Either the person who was awakened was a fool, or the person who was deliberately awakened had a ghost in his heart. I'm just giving an example. Leon also felt that Leah was not that kind of person, but he had to give Abigail a reason to avoid her being jealous again. It seems you seem to be very experienced. Abigail complained with some intent. That's not, I've just seen similar cases. Leon replied without blushing. As for whether it is true or not, it depends on whether Abigail believes it or not. Are there so many people? Sorry, I'm late. Just as Leon and Abigail were pulling each other, Sophia finally came. She wore a pink sweater on her upper body, a white pleated skirt with black flato shoes on her lower body, and a beige sun hat on her toe. She looked full of athletic girlishness, which was very consistent with Sophia's style. We haven't waited for a long time. Since we have all the people, let's go. Leon smiled and comforted Sophia. It was obvious that Sophia was in a stable mood, without red eyes or dark circles, and her complexion was quite good. It seemed that she was not lost because of her last rejection, which made Leon very happy. He was really afraid of seeing Sophia again, and Sophia looked sad and haggard. Long time no see, Sophia. Abigail left Lion's side as soon as possible and walked to Sophia and took her hand. I talked about Sophia's situation with Leon, so Abigail was still full of pity and tolerance for her childhood playmate, so she also planned to do her part for Sophia, which has allowed this girl, who is 1 year younger than her, to get out of the shadows of the past. Naturally, it will appear more enthusiastic. Sophia naturally noticed the completely different enthusiasm of Abigail, the other person, and it was not a plan, it was just a little embarrassed. After all, in her heart, she actually doesn't want to get too familiar with Abigail, because Abigail is now Lion's real girlfriend, and Sophia also wants to sit in this position. So when faced with Abigail's smiling face, she was a little at a loss. Fortunately, Abigail did not notice Sophia's little thoughts, but thought she was a little unsuitable for her enthusiasm, so she naturally let go of her hand, making the two look not so close. But I still stood side by side with Sophia and took the initiative to start chatting with Sophia, chatting about Sophia's life after leaving Stardew Valley. Where are we going? Abigail went to find Sophia. Emily seized the opportunity to walk to Leon, but she did not get too close. Go to John to buy some cabbage to catch crayfish. Leon explained, then glanced at Emily, then glanced at Abigail, who was looking at him intentionally or unintentionally, sighed silently, and accelerated his pace a little. Is it difficult to catch crayfish? Lee also leaned over and chatted, I am not very good at fishing, and I am worried that it will drag you down. It's very simple. In fact, luck is more important than skills. Leon comforted, and we are out to play this time. Crawfish fishing is just a part of the game, not the main purpose, and there is no need to be a burden, just be happy. I hope it will be as interesting as you said. Haley also joined the chat, but her tone was not that friendly. I can't guarantee that this is also a way of entertainment that varies from person to person. Leon shrugged his shoulders and admitted frankly. In fact, this was what he wanted to do. He brought Abigail with him because she had a break today, so he took a date, and took Sophia because she made an appointment in advance. Haley, Emily, and Leah were both made by Abigail, and were not among the invitations that Leon had originally planned, so Leon didn't know if they could have the patience to hold a fishing rod under the scorching sun, squatting by the water waiting for the crayfish to take the hook. But all of them have come, and Leon cannot drive them away. I just hope they can experience the fun of it. The lineup of 1 man and 5 women is actually quite unique in Pelican's Town, especially the group of people are handsome men and beautiful women, which has attracted the attention of many passers-by, including Jody and Caroline chatting under the shade of the tree, and Olivia, who was integrated into their circle at some point. Due to angle issues, the 3 wives could see some people in Leon, but if the Leon group did not observe carefully, they would not notice the traces of these 3 people. Jody first said, "What an interesting combination. Leon gets along well with the girls in the town. It should be out to play, but it's all girls, so it feels a little strange." Caroline noticed that Leon was in the absolute core position among the people, and it was a little unclear, because in this queue, Abigail was actually at the outermost periphery. It's not surprising that such an excellent boy is easy to attract girls. Olivia sighed, it's a pity that he doesn't seem to be willing to contact Victor, otherwise he wouldn't have wanted to integrate into Pelican Town and wouldn't have thought of hiding at home to read books every day. Leon is really not very familiar with the other boys in the town. If you want, I can let Sam take him into their circle, Jody suggested. Thank you, Jody. By the way, I still lack several positions in my summer camp, and I need the joining of local young people in Pelican Town. Is your eldest son interested in changing jobs? Olivia was overjoyed. She had integrated into and built her own social circle in Pelican Town, but her son has been wandering outside of interpersonal communication in Pelican Town, which has always been a headache for her. Then I have to ask him, but he should be interested. Jody was also very happy. After all, if Sam could get out of Hoja's supermarket and find a better job, she would be more relaxed. Although the Hoja family is a large group, the income of the lower-level staff is really not large, and there is no way to get promoted. If this continues, Jody is quite worried about whether Sam can support herself in the future when he moves out to live. Carolyn, where are you? I think Abigail is also suitable for working here. Olivia naturally did not forget Carolyn, and immediately made the same invitation. No, she has already planned Abigail's future, and I will not interfere with her choice. Caroline shook her head. Compared to working for others, Abigail has more options, and her future is definitely much better than the positions provided by Olivia. That's a pity. I interviewed Penny yesterday. This girl brought me a great surprise. I found that the young people in Pelican Town are very excellent, no worse than the young people in those big cities. If possible, I would still tend to let people in our town join the summer camp work, which would save a lot of accommodation expenses. Olivia sighed. Chapter 691 The shrimp fishing class is starting. Yes, why didn't I see Penny in their team? That girl Penny seems to have a good relationship with Leon. As a social expert in Pelican's town, Jody knows a lot about many things in the town and knows that Penny and Leon have a good relationship. She didn't notice that Lion's team was missing. Now that Olivia mentioned Penny's name, she reacted. Maybe it was because I sent Penny to the training and didn't have time to attend. This is also my problem. If I knew they had a party of young people today, I would postpone the training period by a few days. Olivia explained. Do we want to join in? It should be quite lively depending on their appearance. Caroline suddenly suggested. Isn't it right? Olivia was stunned, not understanding why Caroline said that. Yes, and I have to go back to cook at noon. Caroline, don't you need to cook for Pierre? Jody dissuaded. It would be so embarrassing to attend the party of young people. She didn't want to be a light bulb. If one of the girls took the opportunity to develop a relationship with Leon, but because of the appearance of the three of them, it would be a sin. You're right, then forget it. Caroline had to give up seeing this, but she felt a little unwilling. The reason why she proposed this was to help Abigail. After all, as Lion's real girlfriend, she didn't stay with Leon to swear sovereignty at this time, but instead stayed on the periphery without caring about it. She was really not afraid that Leon would fall in love with others. When Abigail returns home one day, she must talk to Abigail about this matter. On the other side, Lion's group had already arrived at John's butcher shop. But only Leon entered. What do you want to order today? Although he didn't like to talk, John still squeezed out a smile and asked, facing Leon, a regular visitor. I need some pig liver. Leon replied. Yes, how much do you want? John is no longer surprised by Lion's choice. Leon prefers scraps that the Pelicans have never asked about before. If it weren't for the small amount of purchases, John would think that Leon was bought for biological fertilizer. One piece is enough, but I have to borrow your knife. Leon said. If I want to cut, I can help you. John immediately understood Lion's intention to borrow a knife. I'll do it myself, mainly because I have some special requirements for the shape of the cut. Leon explained. Okay. John did not persuade him much, but turned around and searched in the basket. Finally, he took out a piece of bloody pig liver from a pile of internal organs, which looked quite fresh off. How much? Leon touched his pocket and planned to pay first. No money. John waved his hand and then looked at the girls outside the window, but is one piece enough? You seem to have a lot of people. I just used it as bait, not for food, Leon added. Oh. John nodded, then threw the pig's liver on the chopping board, and handed the bone-knitting knife in his hand to Leon. Leon took the bone knife and weighed it. It was quite heavy. The handle of the knife did not feel smooth after contacting the meat and fat for a long time. Instead, it was quite dry. The blade was polished to a shiny light, and the blade reflected a cold light. It can be seen that the knife was well maintained in John's hands. Without wasting time, Leon pulled a whole piece of pork liver into a long strip with his hand and cut it off one by one to form a strip, with each piece about 1 finger in length. Moreover, each pig liver was scratched with a few blades. It was very short, but it was quite obvious. This was used to make the lobsters easier to clamp, and it also facilitates the pig liver to emit the greatest fishy smell under the water. Okay, thank you. As soon as he finished cutting the pork liver, John took out a plastic bag and put it all in the bag and handed it to Leon, which made Leon very grateful. You're welcome, I wish you a good time. John shook his head, then retrieved the bone-clearing knife from Leon's hand, and ran to the back with the knife to clean it up. Before leaving, Leon left a 10G bill on John's counter before leaving, and then left the butcher shop. It's time to go. After solving the most important bait, the rest of the preparations would be much simpler. Leon called the girls to follow their steps and walked directly to the river west of Pelican Town. Crossing the stone bridge is Hoja's supermarket, but Leon did not go, but walked north along the river and stopped in front of the small waterfall near the foothills of the northern foothills. This is the land where the autumn fish king fishes fish. I chose this place because it is closer to John's butcher shop, and on the other hand, it is because the mountains on both sides of the river are covered by mountains and do not need to face the direct sunlight. We have nothing to prepare for, what should we do? Seeing Leon stop, Emily looked around and found that everyone was chatting with her hands, so she asked. I've been ready. Leon smiled and took out the bag of pork liver from the system backpack, and then there was a long fishing line. This bundle of fishing lines was the roll on the previous carbon fiber fishing rod reel. Because its position was replaced by Leon's iridium reel, he retired directly. At this moment, it was taken out by Leon, which was considered a second employment. After pulling out the fishing line and leaving about 4 meters in length, Leon called the girls together and began to demonstrate how to tie the pig's liver. In fact, there is no skill. It is to wrap the fishing line in the middle of a pig liver, then tie it to a dead buckle, just make sure to tie it tightly. It is not difficult, so the girls learn it after taking a look. Do you just carry the fishing line and throw the bait in? Lee saw this type of fishing gear and thought of how to fish with hand lines. The fishing line is too sharp and easy to scratch, so it requires a pole. Leon shook his head and then took out the wood he carried on. Wood with a length of 1.5 meters is a bit longer as a shrimp rod, but it is not unavailable. The wood itself is a bit thick, so Leon still needs to process it again. Use a Galaxy watermelon knife to divide a complete wood into 4 parts, which is much lighter and thinner. After cutting out a groove on the rod head, peeling off the excess corners at the tail of the rod to make it round and not uncomfortable. Finally, wrapping the fishing line with the groove on the rod head, and swirling the excess line to shorten its length. A pretty good shrimp fishing rod is completely completed. It's better to throw it directly into the water. Try to ensure that it sinks to the bottom, and then put more lines to make it curved on the water surface. At this time, if a crayfish is attracted and bites the bait, then according to the crayfish's hunting habits, you will use pliers to drag the food away. At this time, you will find that the originally loose fishing line will be straightened, and just lift the rod directly at this time. 2 updates, don't wait, busy. Chapter 692 A Good Start. I don't know if the resources in Stardew Valley are too good or God's help, but I'm lucky today. It seems to be in order to cooperate with Lion's explanation. The fishing line that Leon had just run away was floating on the water, swaying in the water like rootless duckweed. As soon as he finished speaking, the fishing line suddenly straightened, and a slight pulling feeling came from the stick. "Here you come." Leon was overjoyed and didn't need to scatter like fishing to consume energy. He lifted the rod suddenly and lifted the greedy ghost underwater who was holding the pig's liver and didn't let go. The crayfish that came out of the water still had no intention of letting go. One big claw clamped the pig's liver tightly, and the other big claw was waving in the air, trying to clamp the culprit who dragged it out of the water, which looked very ferocious. What surprised Leon was that the crayfish was not small in size. The head of the shrimp shell was black and red, and the stomach was even red and black. The length of the individual was about 1 palm. After weighing it, it was estimated that it was about 7 or 8 cents. 1 chien equals 5 grams. "Wow, it looks so cool!" Sophia exclaimed with wide eyes as she looked at the crayfish who was dragged ashore and was still holding pig livers hanging in the air. "Is it so easy?" Emily also disbelief. After all, it took more than 10 seconds to pull the bait to lift the rod, and the efficiency was too fast. "It seems to be very simple," Lee echoed. "It means there are too many crayfish in the water. This is the difference between the amount of aquatic resources. You can tell if you try it yourself later," Leon said with a smile. After getting a good start, he became much more confident. He was originally worried that the crayfish in the river would be picky about food, or that the crayfish varieties he often went to fish when he was a child, so he might not take the bait. Now with this as evidence, Leon believes that as long as nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely be able to achieve lobster freedom tonight. After showing the girls the crayfish on the bamboo pole, Leon took it out of the system backpack and prepared a plastic bucket at home. The size of the bucket is about the same as the commonly used paint bucket, which is just right for crayfish. He reached out and grabbed the crayfish's back. His little finger scratched the crayfish's tail. The crayfish let go of the big turtle with pig's liver. His tail curled up and arched its body. At the same time, a pair of big turtles were also waving in the air. Unfortunately, they could not attack the hand that grabbed it from behind. In the end, I could only watch myself thrown into a bucket, losing the opportunity to escape, and could only hold the big turtle in the bucket with my upper body high, trying to save my last face. But no one paid attention to him. Leon put a shallow layer of water into the bucket to ensure that the crayfish in the bucket would not die due to the high temperature dehydration. So he put the bucket aside and handed the shrimp rod in his hand to Sophia. "You try it first, I'll do something, everyone has it." "Okay." Sophia couldn't wait to take the shrimp fishing rod, and then followed Lion's way, grabbed the tail of the rod with one hand, shook the wooden stick, and swayed the pig's liver tied to the end of the fishing line, and threw it into the river. Then he squatted on the shore with anticipation, looking at the fishing lines floating on the water surface of the river, waiting for the moment when it straightened. There is no ink mark on Leon. One piece of wood splits 4 sticks, and one has become a shrimp fishing rod. The other 3 naturally have to enter the same fate. Because it is indeed not difficult to make, Abigail, Emily and Lee also proposed to help, and without any concern about the pig liver that was still bleeding, he grabbed it in his hands and started to tie the fishing line. With the help of 3 girls, Leon continued to take out a piece of wood and split it into 4 pieces, and began to make it. The other 4 girls had already taken their own shrimp rods and started fishing. Only Haley stood there alone and was foolish. After Leon made the first shrimp rod for the second batch, he handed it to Haley directly. Actually, I can't participate. Haley faced the shrimp fishing rod in Lion's hand and had no intention of taking it. Worrying about getting your clothes dirty? Leon asked back. I don't like crayfish very much. Haley replied, shaking her head. Do you dislike it or its smell? Leon asked. I was afraid that it would clamp me. When I was a child, my father built a fish tank at home, and there were crayfish to clean up the dead ornamental fish. I tried to touch it, and then I was pinched once. The pain I never want to recall in my life. Haley explained with a resistant look on her face. It's okay, just throw the bait, then hook it and pull it up. Leave the rest to me. Leon suggested. After all, everyone was carrying a fishing rod to catch crayfish. If Haley stood alone, it would look too lonely, as if everyone was isolated. Okay. Haley wasn't that resistant to hearing that she didn't need to take the initiative to contact crayfish. In fact, she was quite confused. On the one hand, fishing crayfish seemed very interesting, and on the other hand, everyone was playing, and it seemed too out of place if they didn't play alone. Now that Leon is helping to provide a guarantee, the last bit of concern is gone. Haley takes over the shrimp fishing rod from Leon and joins the queue of girls on the shore. Leon continued to make shrimp fishing rods, but the remaining 3 wooden sticks were not spared. They were tied to fishing lines, tied pig livers, and then thrown into the river in turn. Although there are 3 rods and Leon only has 2 pairs of hands, it is not that difficult to operate. If the tail of the shrimp rod is inserted into the soil, there is no need to worry about it. When the fishing line is straightened by the greedy crayfish, it will be done. Not to mention the 3 rods, even if it doubles, Leon will be stressed. Ha ha ha! I caught it! Just as 2 shrimp fishing rods were inserted into the soil and were about to insert the third one into the soil, Leon heard Sophia's scream. Not only Leon, but other girls were also attracted by Sophia's shouts. After looking closely, a crayfish that was larger than the one Leon had caught before was swaying in the air with pig livers. 2 big turtles were holding the pig livers tightly. Even if they were pulled out of the water, they still greedily pulled them on the pig livers and used 2 small arthropods next to the mouthpiece to send the pig livers into their mouths. I guess this big guy is so fat because of this greedy nature. He never forgot to be a full-fledged ghost even when he died. Do you need help? Because of Haley's previous affairs, Leon was prepared, which was to provide shrimp picking services to every girl who caught crayfish to prevent these tender little girls from crying by the crayfish's big turtle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have inserted all 3 poles into the soil. At least he would have grabbed one in his hand, so that he could feel the joy of the crayfish pulling the pole and hooking it. Chapter 693 Why didn't you be stabbed to death? No need, I'll do it myself. Sophia shook her head, then followed Lion's movements before and grabbed the crayfish's back shell, and then he pulled it off roughly, because he was too strong, and the pig liver tied to the fishing line was torn off. However, the loss is not too much, and it does not affect the continued use. Even if it falls all, Leon still has enough pig liver to rebind, so there is no need to be careful at all. So great strength! The foodie crayfish in Sophia's hand finally reacted, shaking its shrimp tail crazy and trying to break free from Sophia's hand. Unfortunately, its power is far inferior to that of humans, and in the end it still cannot escape the fate of staying in the bucket with his previous colleague. What is better than its predecessor is that when it falls into the barrel, it also carries a spoil. Sophia's success also inspired the girls' fighting spirit and passion, and the sudden fishy pork liver at the bottom of the riverbed also attracted the attention of many crayfish, and they slapped the shrimp tails and gathered towards this side. So almost the shrimp fishing rods in the girls' hands did not stop. I caught it. I've also taken the bait. Ha ha ha, there are two. So lucky. Ah, I ran away, damn. The girls in my ears were either happy or depressed, and the scene was very lively with laughter. Almost every girl has experienced the experience of crayfish taking the bait, including Haley. Unfortunately, Haley is the only unlucky guy who just dragged the crayfish out of the water and ran away by it after she took the pole. But this did not dispel her enthusiasm. She continued to throw the pig liver into the water, then reached out to Leon and asked for a second shrimp fishing rod. It seemed that she was planning to do two-pronged approach. After all, he is a strong girl. Seeing that others have gained something, only if his current record is still 0, he will naturally feel a little dissatisfied. Leon did not disappoint her, pulled out one from the ground and handed it to Haley, and then continued to pay attention to the movement of the two remaining shrimp rods. Here you come. As soon as he took the second shrimp fishing rod, before he could throw it into the water, the line of the first shrimp fishing rod before he straightened up. Haley was shocked and hurriedly lifted the rod. This time, the crayfish's big ash caught it tightly, but it did not fall off after it came out of the water. Haley successfully lifted it to the ashore. Finally gaining something, Haley seemed to have forgotten the lessons she had learned before and couldn't wait to reach out to pick the crayfish. But her movements were obviously not right. Everyone started to catch crayfish from behind. Haley didn't know whether she forgot or was too excited, so she attacked head-on. The crayfish felt a pair of big hands appearing in front of her, and without hesitation, she clamped it with her free big sole. Click. Seeing that it was about to be pinched, Haley didn't even react, and saw the crayfish that was about to touch her palms were wrapped and crushed by a powerful big hand, and the crisp carapace burst was extremely loud. Why should I say you are a tiger, or you are brave, and you are going to catch this thing head-on? Where did your childhood shadow go? The owner of this big hand was Leon. When Haley called out, he turned his gaze and watched Haley lift the crayfish and was ready to help. Who knew that this guy didn't play by the routine, and he reached out to grab it in a daze, completely forgot about his previous uneasiness, and he was attacking head-on. If Leon hadn't been to her, Haley's delicate skin would have seen a little blood flowing red. Sorry, I'm so excited, your hands are fine. At this moment, Haley also reacted. Just now, Leon crushed a crayfish with bare hands. Not to mention the strength, the crayfish's shrimp shell was barbed, and the shrimp shell was very hard. The sharpness of the broken shrimp shell fragments was not much worse than that of glass. If Leon squeezed the shrimp shell like this, the palm of his palm might be pierced by the broken shrimp shell. I'm fine, it's fine. Leon smiled and spread his palms, showing the unlucky crayfish in his palms. At this moment, he could no longer see its majestic appearance after it came out of the water. His whole body was deflated, and a piece of residual body that could barely tell the appearance of his body was mixed with yellow, red, and white things, which looked quite disgusting. But Haley did not dislike it. Instead, she picked up Lion's palm, pushed away the mess, looked at Lion's palm carefully, and found that Lion's skin was not damaged at all, so she relaxed. "I said it's okay." Leon shrugged his shoulders and complained, then subconsciously glanced at Abigail and found that Abigail was staring at the water without giving a look here. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and then hurriedly pulled his hand out of Haley's hand. "Are you so afraid of Abigail?" Haley looked at Lion's small movements clearly in person. Without thinking about it, you know that Leon was worried that Abigail's interaction was misunderstood by Abigail just now, so she couldn't help but complain. "I don't want to cause trouble," Leon explained. "Emotion requires mutual respect and maintenance." "Why didn't that crayfish kill you just now?" Haley frowned when she heard this and cursed at Leon viciously. "There's no way, it's rough and thick," Leon teased, then squatted down and soaked the hand that had just squeezed the crayfish into the water, washed away the remaining shrimp meat, shrimp roe, and some shrimp shell fragments. "Next time I grab my back, or I'll get caught. Don't blame me when you cry." "Haha, no need, I'll do it myself," Haley retorted to Leon with a stern face. "Okay, respect." Leon didn't know why Haley turned her back so quickly, but she didn't have the idea of putting her on her face on her cold butt, so she left Haley immediately. "This guy is so hateful." Looking at Lion's back as he left gracefully, Haley was so angry that she was itchy, but she was embarrassed to speak and left Leon, and she was even more reluctant to give in. She could only throw the pig liver back into the water, thinking of using this method to divert her attention. Leon on the other side also ushered in his harvest moment. The fishing lines tied to the two shrimp rods were collapsed straight, and judging from the posture, it seemed that they had been dragged for a while. Lion's hands came out, opened his bows left and right, lifted the rod together, lifted the two crayfish that were pulled on the pig's liver, and then carried the rod to the bucket, and pushed the pole a few times. The two crayfish were shaken off by the shaking up and down pig's liver and gravity, and the crayfish fell directly into the bucket. The crayfish that had already quieted inside suddenly became stressed and ran around in the bucket with crackling. Chapter 694 You guys talk, I'll leave. Can this still be like this? Although I was thinking about using staring at the fishing line to divert my attention, Haley, who couldn't help but look at Lion's eyes and suddenly realized after seeing Lion's operation. She was originally worried about how to take off the crayfish with pig liver clamps, but now with Lion's demonstration, she suddenly had an idea in her mind. "I don't tell me if there is such a convenient way. But I said I would help me catch it. Did he want to joke with me, or did he want to find an excuse to make me rely on him?" At the same time, Haley did not forget what Leon said before, and couldn't help but mutter in her heart, as for the answer to the question, she was not sure of it herself. Without considering it, Leon might have just forgotten this. Before Haley could continue thinking, a feeling of pulling the pole in her hand came from Haley, who knew that she had crayfish, hurriedly lifted the pole. Because there were shrimp fishing poles on her left and right hands, she seemed a little busy. Fortunately, the crayfish was grabbed firmly and did not fall off. So Haley also learned Lion's movements and carried the crayfish to the bucket and shook it. Although the crayfish fell off successfully, the landing point was slightly deviated and the crayfish fell to the ground. "It's so annoying." Haley looked at the crayfish with her head held up with a pair of big turtles on the ground and got angry. Why can Leon fall into the bucket by doing this? If she does this, something unexpected will happen? It must be some invisible wool targeting her. Next time I do this, you have to put the crayfish in the bucket first and then lift it so that it won't fall out. Leon herself saw Haley's operation when she saw Haley's operation. The reason why Haley's crayfish didn't get into the barrel was, as Leon said, raised too high, otherwise this would not have happened. Don't worry, I'll do it myself. Haley threw down the 2 shrimp fishing rods in her hand and planned to fight wits and courage with the crayfish left on the ground. But Leon directly reached out and grabbed the crayfish on the ground in his hand and threw it into the bucket. Stop making trouble, hurry up and go fishing for crayfish. Who can eat this little? Go and work quickly. Leon, who helped Haley clean up the mess, directly urged Haley. Although there were a lot of people today, the crayfish were also very powerful and the frequency of hooking was very high, but it was still far from achieving crayfish freedom. What are you urging me? I won't eat it. Haley rolled her eyes, so angry that she was so angry that she rolled her eyes. It was originally a good entertainment event, but it turned into a job when it came to Lion's mouth. Moreover, Lion's posture as a black-hearted boss was too hateful. This is what you said. Leon raised his eyebrows and repeated at Haley, you admit that you don't eat it. Don't blame me for not preparing your portion at that time. Haha, did I say I won't eat? Why don't I know? Do you have any evidence? If not, then not only do I have to eat, but I also have to be lazy. Haley did not get up, but instead retorted with confidence with her hands on her waist. Okay. Seeing that Haley didn't get into a trap, she looked like she wanted to piss herself off. Leon spread her hands and stopped debating with her, and went back to the river to continue staring at her shrimp rod. This guy is really unhappy. Seeing that Leon ignored her and was not as angry as she thought, Haley felt that her breathing was a little uncomfortable. Obviously she was angry by Lion's attitude. But she was embarrassed to go to Leon to continue provoking, so she could only pick up the shrimp fishing rod and continue to go back to catch crayfish. Leon, you shouldn't bully Haley. She is actually just unwilling to admit defeat. The two of them had a big noise, but they weren't small either. At least Emily noticed this and immediately came over to act as a peacemaker. I didn't bully her. She was just arrogant. I can't follow her hair and have to go against her. In this way, she will be on the verge of being a child, and it's easy to deal with. Leon explained to Emily with a smile. You may also do this in the future. For example, if you want her to clean her house or run a leg, just use this method of slandering to stimulate her. It will definitely be easier than if you persuade her to do it with kind words. Haha, is that? Then I'll give it a try later. Emily was amused by Lion's statement, and she didn't think Leon was joking. Thinking about it carefully, Haley seemed to have such a personality. It should be quite useful, but it can't be common use it, otherwise it will really make her furious. Leon affirmed. You know Haley's personality so well, then do you know my personality? Emily continued the topic with a smile, only changing the direction of the discussion from Haley to herself. Well, how do you say it? Emily, you give me the feeling that you are understanding and easy to get along with. Leon was stunned for a moment when Emily's question, but still gave his evaluation of Emily. What else? Emily was not satisfied with Lion's answer, so she continued to ask. If there is any, maybe it's enthusiasm and maturity. Leon continued to list Emily's personality traits. Is this maturity, is it a personality or something else? Emily couldn't help but raise her mouth when she heard this additional comment. While she was talking about this question, she also consciously or unintentionally straightened her chest. Cough cough. This suggestive action and words made Leon couldn't help but cough twice, and dared not proceed, because it seemed that it was not appropriate whether it was admitted or admitted. Don't you talk? Then I'll just treat you as accusation. Emily saw Lion's behavior, her eyes were a little disappointed, but after only a moment of continuous energy, she cheered up again and teased Leon. Emily, what are you talking about with my boyfriend? Just as Leon was thinking about how to resolve Emily's offensive, Abigail walked over like a cat that smelled the fishy smell, and inserted it between Leon and Emily, and asked angrily. It's just a chat between ordinary friends. Do you have to worry about this? It's a pity for Leon. He found a girlfriend and even socializing will be interfered with. Emily frowned slightly when she saw Abigail's appearance. I naturally expressed my welcome and understanding to Lion's friend, but if this friend had other plans in his heart, I could not ignore it. Abigail was immediately angry when he heard Emily's words, and his words began to become impolite. After a conversation between the two sides, even a fool could tell that the gunpowder smell contained in it. Leon immediately pulled Abigail to his side, blocked him behind him and shouted. We all want to be lazy, right? Such a little crayfish is not enough to eat. Go to work quickly. I originally wanted to mix with him, but Lion's words made Emily and Abigail roll their eyes on him at the same time. I thought this was just an entertainment activity. It turned out that you were using us as laborers. Emily complained to Leon in accusation. So far, you seem to be the one who has gained the least. Why are you embarrassed to say that? Abigail mocked Leon without being outdone. Okay, then you guys continue to chat, I'll keep cheering, say goodbye. Leon didn't get into a trap, and just followed Abigail's words and ran away. He didn't plan to care. Emily and Abigail would fight, so as long as they didn't fight, Leon wouldn't interfere. I have no time to get busy, and I still have to take time to write. I am really a model coder. Chapter 695 Who is not confused by this call of sister-in-law? Leaving the tense aura of the two, Leon suddenly felt much more relaxed. He knew Emily's thoughts, and it was precisely because she knew that he was quite helpless. As the saying goes, it is the most difficult to get a benefactor in beauty. A girl expresses her opinion to you in front of your girlfriend. No matter whether you are interested or not, she will not be in a state of turmoil. Moreover, before Abigail confessed, Emily was actually Lion's first choice for her future partner. In this situation, it is not suitable to help anyone, and escaping is the most appropriate. Although it is a bit shameful, it is good to be useful. I didn't realize that you are quite popular. Because she was going to stay away from Abigail and Emily, Leon walked a little further. It happened that this place was the area where Sophia stayed. When she saw Lion's arrival, Sophia started to tease her. There is no way, people are so eye-catching everywhere. Leon squeezed out a smile and joked. Did you call them all? Sophia approached Leon and asked quietly. But as soon as she finished speaking, Sophia felt something was wrong. That was that Leon at this moment seemed so tempting, which made her unable to help but want to pounce on her and hold her tightly in her arms, then bit her hard, swallowed her into her belly and merged with her. And Sophia's changes were also noticed at the first time, and quickly threw out the desire to suppress it and helped Sophia regain her rationality. Before, Leon and Sophia were always separated by a certain distance, and they did not get too close. Even when handing over the shrimp rod, they handed it out with the pole head. Sophia never put it next to Leon and did not trigger the charming effect of lust and restraint. Leon almost forgot about this. After discovering that Sophia was affected, Leon realized this. Fortunately, Abigail and Emily were talking about something there and didn't pay attention, otherwise there might be trouble again. "It's so strange, why did you feel like a plate of Grampton orange chicken just now?" Sophia, who came to her senses, muttered with confusion. "Maybe I'm hungry." Leon fooled, "In answering your previous question, except for you, the other girls were called by Abigail." Why? Sophia asked curiously. "Maybe I think it's so lively," Leon said perfunctorily, and he couldn't tell Sophia that Abigail was watching the potential threat. "I have just invited so many people to come." "So are you living together now?" Sophia suddenly asked. Yes." Leon was stunned for a moment and told the truth. "No wonder when I heard Abigail's voice when I was calling you. I thought I had heard it wrong." Sophia said this and silently lowered her head and asked in a low voice, "Then when are you planning to get married?" "I haven't considered it yet. After all, she hasn't graduated from college and her studies have not yet been completed. At the same time, my farm is just starting out and there are still many things to do. Maybe we will consider holding a wedding when she has completed her studies in wealth and freedom." Leon actually considered this issue seriously. After all, Abigail had handed over everything he had to Leon, so Leon naturally would not let her down. Marriage was just a matter of time, so he would not avoid this topic. And if this matter can be explained clearly, it will be beneficial to Sophia. At least it can make Sophia mentally prepared and let her understand how stable the relationship between Leon and Abigail is, thereby dispelling her thoughts and feelings for Leon. It would be even better if Sophia could accept the understanding, so Leon didn't need to worry that Sophia's mood and condition, which had already begun to improve, would further worsen because of this matter. "Then will it be inconvenient for me to find you in the future?" Sophia asked with a lot of loss and grievance on her face. "Why is it inconvenient? I welcome you to visit at any time. Haven't you built a cable car that leads to the coal forest? Come directly whenever you want. As long as I'm on the farm, I won't let you go in vain." Leon smiled and stroked Sophia's head to comfort him. "Although you can't be a couple, you can be a family member. I have emphasized to you a few times. I will treat you as a sister. I'm not kidding. It's just brother and sister." Sophia became much more happy when she heard this. "Actually, if you can accept it, your siblings are fine. I will suffer some losses and call you sister," Leon quipped. "Then it's brother and sister." Sophia shook her head and refused. After all, as a sister, it is difficult to act coquettishly with Leon, and Leon may no longer touch her head and hair as gently as she is now. Sophia likes Leon's caress, which makes her feel very safe. Ha, I thought you had to find a way to reject this proposal again. I didn't expect that I could really wait until you agree. Hurry up, call me brother to listen." Seeing that Sophia did not refuse, but recognized the change of identity, Leon immediately said to Sophia with a smile. Yes, my stupid brother. Sophia did not hesitate and simply called out the title of brother, but only brought some unnecessary prefixes. Even so, Leon was happy enough. After all, his identity as an only child in his previous life made him envious of those families with brothers and sisters. Without a sister, it was definitely the biggest regret in his life. It's not that I want to develop German orthopedics, but there is a lively little girl calling me brother, which is really warm and happy. Well, it's not bad. Girl, you're very good at it. Don't talk about being a guest in the future. Even if you want to stay overnight, I'll get you a spare key. You can come to my place at any time. There are quite a lot of rooms upstairs, so you can choose any room except the master bedroom. Leon was really happy at this moment. Sophia called her brother, which means she recognized this identity. This not only means that she can take good care of Sophia without any worries in the future until she returns to a normal mental state, but also can offset Sophia's feelings for her, killing two birds with one stone. But what if Abigail doesn't want to? Sophia asked back. It's okay, just call her two sister-in-law and you'll be fine. Leon suggested with a smile. Not only will she not be hostile to you, but she may also take the initiative to help you like me. Leon had already made clear about Sophia's affairs with Abigail, including his plan to recognize Sophia as his sister and act as Sophia's family to take care of her. Abigail actually supports Leon's idea. Leon believes that as long as Sophia's sister-in-law calls out twice, Abigail should be confused, because Abigail actually likes Sophia very much. After all, whether it is Sophia's background or her personality, they are quite interested in Abigail's appetite. Really? Sophia still felt a little unreliable. When I share this good news with Abigail later, you will understand. I believe your brother, and I will definitely help you handle the relationship between my sister-in-law and my sister-in-law. Leon replied confidently. Yeah. Sophia nodded, clenched her fist when Leon was not paying attention, and also put on a smile of success in his plan. This is the update. I was so busy and dizzy, sorry. Chapter 696 Transfer. What are you talking about? You're so happy. Abigail and Emily on the other side ended their eyes and noticed that Leon, the dishonest guy, stood with Sophia again, and was talking and laughing. He immediately walked over and asked. Tell you good news, Sophia is now officially our family. Leon announced to Abigail with a smile. Hi. Abigail widened his eyes when he heard this, looking at Leon with an incredible look. Fortunately, before he had time to question, Sophia took the lead and called out sister-in-law. This made Abigail even more confused. What's the meaning? Sophia is my sister now, so it's not natural to call you sister-in-law. Leon explained. Are you such a family? Abigail then understood what Leon had expressed before. While breathing a sigh of relief, he also looked at Sophia curiously. You actually agreed with Leon's outrageous proposal. I feel pretty good. Leon is very good to me and has helped me a lot in all aspects. Moreover, he is older than me. I will not lose anything if I recognize him as my brother. In the future, I can occasionally be lazy and have delicious food without having to cook. Of course I won't mind having such a brother who can take care of people. Sophia replied with a well-behaved look on her face. That's really good. Abigail didn't ask any more questions, but just looked at Leon and Sophia curiously. He noticed that Leon was indeed very happy, and he didn't care. There are just multiple sisters, not multiple girlfriends, so what's there to resist? Anyway, Abigail seems that Sophia's threat is much smaller than Emily. She didn't expect that Leon actually successfully formed a sibling relationship with Sophia. However, Leon had told her this idea before, and it was not abrupt. If this could take better care of Sophia and cure Sophia's depression, Abigail would be happy. Moreover, Sophia actually called her sister-in-law, which is equivalent to admitting her identity and status. Compared to Emily's rivalry, Sophia's performance made Abigailton feel superior. Now Sophia is Lion's sister, and she is also her own sister. Abigail's favorability for Sophia has soared. So Abigail went forward and gave Sophia a hug, then held Sophia's hand, and took her to the side, as if there were a lot of things to say to Sophia. I feel that life is getting more and more interesting. Looking at the two women who were intimate after a moment, Leon sighed. Compared to the solitary body I just brought to Zingd Valley, there was only an abandoned old farm and a small wooden house. Now I have not only lived in a big house, but the farm has also begun to get on track, finding a favorite girl, and then a cute sister. These changes made Leon feel so proud that he was entering the ranks of winners in life. Perhaps it was because people were in good spirits during happy events, or the crayfish in the river were all attracted by the large number of pig liver baits that suddenly appeared here. In the next time, the 2 shrimp fishing rods in Lion's hand had never stopped. Not to mention the continuous linkage, sometimes they could encounter double yolk eggs, and 2 crayfish were hung on a piece of pig liver. Others also caught up with this wave of crayfish, kept lifting crayfish with their teeth and claws, and soon filled most of the bucket used to hold crayfish. So many crayfish squeezed together, they should be hypoxia or crushed to death. Lee, who shook the crayfish from the pig's liver, also came to send the crayfish she caught, worried when she saw the crayfish stacked in the barrel. It's okay, I'll deal with it. After Leon said that, the crayfish in the bucket were swept away and all were put into the system backpack. In this way, there is no need to worry that these crayfish will be dehydrated or will be killed by attacking and squeezing each other. I didn't do this before just to let everyone experience the joy of harvest. After all, catching one fish will make people feel in vain. Only by watching a large bucket of crayfish piled up with your own eyes can you feel that your efforts have not been in vain. I forgot that you still have this ability, and it seems that you have to work hard to fill the bucket again. Leah is no longer surprised by Lion's move. Well, it's still early now, let's continue. Although there were a lot of those before, it was still not enough if you wanted to eat them as staple food. Leon agreed. So, are you the chef today? Lee asked. Yes, I hope you won't dislike my skills at that time. Leon quipped. No, after tasting the noodles you made last time, I felt that your cooking skills were excellent, and Abigail occasionally talked to me about how delicious the rice you made was. Actually, I am quite looking forward to what you can cook these crayfish. Lee looked at Leon curiously and replied. If you can eat spicy food, you should like it. Leon was also a little uncertain. After all, most people here are not very enthusiastic about chili peppers, and it would be different if it was sweets. But crayfish are made into sweet, and Leon only has the option of cheese shrimp balls. However, I used 9-section shrimp to make this thing before, but the small section shrimps never thought of it. After all, compared with 9-section shrimps, crayfish not only has less meat, but also has a strong fishy smell. I really like spicy food. I like Gus's fried green pepper, Lee added. Then it's okay. If you really like it, you can eat more at noon. Leon nodded, then separated from Leah and continued to work hard to fill the number of crayfish needed today. I don't know if the crayfish in this area have been basically fished, or the crayfish at the bottom of the water have noticed the crisis. In the following time, the frequency of crayfish that took the bait began to stop. The wait time is also extended rapidly. In 10 minutes, 6 people including Leon only harvested 4 crayfish, which forced Leon to stand up and summon everyone. There doesn't seem to be many crayfish in this area, maybe it's time for us to change places. Go to the coal forest. There are crayfish in the river in front of my house, and there are quite a few. I have seen them when I was washing clothes by the river. Lee suggested. I have no objection. After enjoying the fun of connecting rods before, I have to wait for a long time but can't see any movement. Abigail naturally agrees with this proposal. Sophia also echoed Abigail's words and raised her hand to express her agreement. Actually, there are rivers in front of my house, Emily suggested, and if I'm there, I can prepare cold drinks and some simple food for everyone. I remember we have gained a lot. Do you still need to fish? The temperature is getting higher and higher now. Haley was a little hesitant. Although it was really interesting to catch crayfish, the weather was a bit too hot, and she felt that her makeup was almost blooming. Then go to the coal forest. There are many trees there and shade to protect them, so it won't be too hot. Leon had no objection when he saw everyone, and Haley decided to say immediately because of the heat caused by the heating. And I promise that I will not be as hot as it is now. I just can go to Hong Sing Farm to have a meal after fishing for enough quantities in the coal forest. Chapter 697 What a Miserable Man. With Lion's guarantee and everyone's recognition, Haley did not hesitate anymore. She walked together and moved towards the coal forest. On the way, Leon also went to Hoja's supermarket to buy a bunch of iced juice and ice cream to keep it warm in his backpack, and then distributed it to everyone, which made the girls cheer instantly. Drinking cold drinks and eating ice cream in summer is definitely a pleasure, but Haley is quite disgusted with Hoja's ice cream. It's better to make the ice cream I made. If I had known you would buy this, I would have asked Alex to give it to me. What does it mean? Leon asked back. Haley has a small business that only works in the summer, which is an ice cream stall. She makes ice cream and then hires Alex to sell it in the town. Her ice cream is really delicious. It sells very hot every summer, and everyone likes it. Emily explained to Haley. Oh, that's it. Only then did Leon remember the ice cream stall next to the library that only appeared in summer in the game. Unexpectedly, in the real world, it turned out like this. Then I must try it if I have the chance. Don't wait, I'll call Alex and ask him to send it over. Haley waved her hand and took out her cell phone and called Alex. Will you not bother him like this? Although it is not as delicious as the ice cream you made, it tastes okay now. Lee dissuaded. I paid him money. He is now my employee. He has to do whatever I ask him to do. Haley replied indifferently. She didn't care about the feelings of Alex as a tool. After all, if she wasn't familiar with Alex, she would have to get a salary that others would not be able to earn in one day. Some people rushed to do it. The capitalist's face is so ugly. Leon teased. Then don't eat capitalist ice cream later. Haley said with blank eyes and Leon complaining. Then the phone was answered, and she ordered Alex to come and deliver the ice cream very casually, and hung up the phone without hesitation. I originally thought you had a good relationship with Alex, but now it seems that he is doing a very miserable job with you. Leon also heard the conversation between Haley and Alex, and was a little surprised. I had a good relationship when I was young, but then I found out that this guy was a perverted playboy, so I alienated him. Haley immediately explained, don't get me wrong. I asked him to cooperate with him, but simply because he is the only one idle in the town. Everyone else has his own job, and I don't want to stand in the stall as a salesperson all afternoon. What did I misunderstand? Leon looked at Haley in confusion and asked. It's okay, I just talk casually. Haley looked at Leon speechlessly. She herself didn't know why she explained Leon so clearly. Will Alex come later and let him join our team? Leah suggested. Don't want. Except for Leon, the other 4 girls refused at the same time. Okay, I just asked casually. Lee didn't expect everyone to resist this proposal so much, and explained a little embarrassedly. As for why she opposes Alex's joining so much, Leah probably has some understanding. After all, she has been in love and has had a girlfriend. As a general attacker, she still knows the girl's eyes very well. In this team, it seems that except for himself, the other 4 girls looked at Leon in a different way. This is when Abigail had already announced that he was Lion's girlfriend in a high-profile manner. Lee is actually quite curious about the subsequent development of such a situation. After all, she has never seen such a lively scene. When the group walked to Lou Lane, Alex also ran over with an insulated box on his back. Seeing the strange team of 5 women and 1 man in front of him, his eyes lit up. Haley, I've brought the things to you. What are you doing? Call me boss, you don't need your care for anything. Keep the things behind, you can go back. Don't forget to continue to open in the afternoon, otherwise I will deduct your salary. Haley said to Alex angrily. Please, Alex, be careful when you go back. Emily also added. Although Abigail and Sophia did not speak, their eyes were not very friendly. Such an unpopular atmosphere made Alex feel inexplicably, and he was also a little embarrassed. He left the insulated box containing ice cream and ran away quickly. What a miserable man! Leon was watching silence for Alex. After all, if he was treated like this, he would have been embarrassed to use his toes to cut out 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. Alex could actually squeeze out a smile and wave goodbye to everyone before running away. He could really tolerate it, perhaps because of Haley's words that he deducted his salary. Alex's arrival and departure were not something worth caring about. Haley picked up the insulated box brought by Alex, then took out the ice cream inserted in the ice pile and distributed it to others in turn, but Leon was not assigned. Just when Haley was planning to use this reason to make fun of Leon, Sophia took the lead in handing the ice cream in her hand to Leon. Leon, I just ate it, I'll give it to you. No brother was called, After all, Sophia was a little embarrassed. "I'll give it to you too." Abigail also handed over the ice cream he received. "I don't want to eat it very much." Emily followed and handed out her ice cream. "You have so many people sharing it with you, so I'll eat it myself." Lee grabbed the ice cream and licked it with her small mouth, looking at the scene with her bright eyes, her face not too obvious. Haley looked at the three girls angrily and handed out ice cream at the same time, interrupting her plan of revenge for Lion's previous jokes, but she could only watch. "Ahem, I don't like sweet things very much, you can eat them yourself." Leon also felt very wonderful. If only Abigail handed them over to him alone, he would pick them up. If it was Abigail Sophia, there would be no big problem next. But if Emily was added to this arrangement, the situation would be very subtle, so for the sake of security, he decided not to answer any of them. And the reason is very sufficient. After all, he has disclosed his taste preferences that are not very interested in sweets more than once, and this reason is tenable. Chapter 698 What to do if it is too popular? Oh well. Regarding Lion's statement, the three girls who took the initiative to hand over the ice cream all took back their hands and did not force them. However, when they took them back, Abigail glared at Emily, and Emily looked at Abigail with a calm smile. Sophia looked at Haley with a little dissatisfaction in her eyes. "I think Haley didn't give it to me, right?" Leon didn't care about Haley's intentional failure to give him an ice cream. After all, he really didn't like to eat sweets. He just felt that what happened before might make Haley embarrassed, so he took the opportunity to relieve Haley. "I just haven't figured out what flavor to choose for you yet." Haley did not follow Lion's words, but instead explained, "So I didn't give it to you, thinking about letting you choose for yourself. You can keep it and eat it, I'll just drink some cold drinks." Seeing that Haley had her own reasons, Leon answered, "I don't want to eat for the time being, so put it back in." Sophia immediately stuffed the ice cream in her hand back into the insulated box. Abigail also made the same choice as Sophia. Even the fool could see that Haley was trying to target Leon. As Lion's girlfriend, she naturally would not give Haley face. But she was also a little helpless. Every time she wanted to express her opinion, Sophia took the lead. Fortunately, she had a very happy chat with Sophia before, and was probably sure that Sophia had no intention of Leon, so she didn't care. She just felt that Sophia was also anxious to protect Leon like herself. This also made her feel more intimate towards Sophia. After all, judging from Sophia's side, she is definitely her own person. Although Sophia and Abigail's actions were grounded in a reason, Haley was not a fool. She naturally understood the subtext here. While this made her angry, she also felt a little regretful. But things had happened, and she might also reverse time and space and return to the past to make up for everything. This made Haley lower her head, and at the same time she felt her eyes start to feel sore. "Put the box here. Although there is ice inside, it will still melt after all. If you want to eat it, then take it from me." Leon has been observing the situation. When he saw that the atmosphere was starting to be wrong, he hurriedly inserted it. After all, he was all friends. Because of these small things, the atmosphere became stiff, and if it was not relieved in time, after that, the atmosphere may be worse when fishing for crayfish and having dinner. In order to have a stable meal later and to make everyone happy to end today's party, Leon cannot let this matter continue to ferment like this. Emily also noticed something was wrong, so she put the ice cream in her hand into the incubator. Then I'll trouble you, Leon, it's actually good to keep it as a dessert after meals. You can try it when the time comes. Haley's ice cream is really great. Well, I'm quite looking forward to it. Leon took the conversation and then took the initiative to pick up the insulated box. He originally wanted to stuff it into his backpack, but the system did not admit that this thing belonged to Leon, so he did not allow it to be installed. However, if you don't have an insulated box, you can just put it in, so Leon just skipped the insulated box. After all, the time-stop effect in the system backpack is much more powerful than the so-called insulated box refrigerator. As for the absence of ice cream, only the insulated box responsible for providing air conditioning ice cubes, Leon did not throw it away, and held it in his hand. He called Emily to open the door of their house, entered it and poured the ice into the pool. The box was placed on the stove, and then continued to go to the coal forest with the girls. The location is the river in front of Leah's cottage. Compared to Pelican Town, the coal forest is indeed much cooler. Not only is there a shade of trees, but occasionally there is a cool breeze passing through the bushes. It is indeed a good place to escape the summer heat. Moreover, as Leah said, there were indeed many traces of crayfish activity in the river. Leon took the lead in setting up a formation and occupied a good area to start throwing bait. The others also threw bait into the water, staring at the fishing line on the water, waiting for the moment when it straightened. Although it was the first time, almost everyone fell in love with this crayfish fishing entertainment. On the one hand, it is simple, and on the other hand, it is because this joy of harvest is indeed addictive, and the positive feedback when catching lobsters is too strong. Leon believed that even if he didn't organize himself, these girls might think of using this method to kill time when they were bored. But fishing crayfish alone is not interesting after all, and people always like to live in groups. This time, unlike the other side of the waterfall, the sides of Leon are no longer empty, but are occupied by Sophia and Abigail. Emily originally wanted to come over, but she saw that there was no empty space around Leon, so she had no choice but to gather with Leah Haley. Why are you helping Haley? Although it doesn't take long to catch crayfish, there is also a lot of free time to chat. Abigail squatted beside Leon and couldn't help asking. It's not considered help, I just don't want the atmosphere to be too stiff. Leon explained. After all, we are all neighbors in the same town, and the relationship is pretty good. It's unnecessary to have a bad time for a little bit of things. But she seems to be targeting you. Sophia echoed, and she didn't quite understand why Leon helped Haley to help her rescue. She has such a personality and is more strong-willed. I may have teased her before, thinking about taking revenge. Her original intention was not to embarrass me, and I am still sure of this. Leon continued to explain, then inserted the shrimp rod in his hand into the soil, and gave Abigail and Sophia a light chestnut with his left and right hands. Be more generous and don't think so badly. At least there are no bad people present. Emily is not a good person either. Abigail retorted dissatisfiedly. Well, to be fair, is she really a bad person? Leon couldn't get it by Abigail's answer, but he still said something fair. After all, the reason why Abigail said this was simply because Emily did not give up on the idea of competing with her, and as the target of being competed, Leon was actually quite embarrassed. Sometimes it is too popular, and it is not a good thing. Leon doesn't know whether to take the blame himself, or whether to let forest magic or lust and restraint take it. Forget it, don't bother with her. Abigail rolled his eyes on Leon, and finally compromised. After all, she was quite satisfied with Lion's performance today. She was intentionally or unintentionally maintaining a distance from Emily, which has already shown a lot of things. There is no point in fighting with Emily. As long as you firmly hold on to Leon, even if Emily is unwilling to accept it, she may not have hope of turning the tables. And it is quite simple to keep Leon firmly. Abigail felt that he might be able to learn some amplification magic that can temporarily strengthen physical fitness after the teacher came back. After all, as long as you hit Leon until your waist is sore and your legs are weak, you don't need to worry that Leon is not honest. After all, firearms without ammunition are just decorations that are not good. Chapter 699 I'm going to do it. Abigail persuaded him, but Sophia didn't say anything. The group continued to pull the crayfish with the shrimp rod, which was quite harmonious. Until the bucket was filled with crayfish for the second time, Leon put it in his backpack again. Looking at the number of marks occupied by 214, Leon felt that it was almost done. 6 people caught this number for 3.5 hours, which was already pretty good, and they were not small. The smaller Leon did not ask them to put it into the bucket, but threw it back into the river. It's not for sustainable development, it's just because it's too small and has nothing to do. After counting this number, each person can also be divided into 35. Although it is not enough to eat, it is indeed awesome to try it out. And according to Lion's speculation, perhaps only people can't finish these 35, so they don't plan to continue. Check it out and go to the farm. It's time to enjoy the fruits of our labor. Having decided to stop, Leon naturally wanted to inform the girls. But I still want to play for a while. Sophia raised her. She responded with her hand that the crayfish she caught just now let go of the big ash and ran away at the moment of the docking. She was very dissatisfied now. So too. Lee replied, because she was enjoying the joy of connecting rods. Although the other girls did not answer, they didn't look like they wanted to leave, which gave Leon a headache. I looked at the time on my phone and it was 12:40. I waited for a while and it was about to reach 1 o'clock. It was almost lunchtime. Are these girls not hungry? Leon wanted to ask. Come more fishing, for dinner at night, and you can't make it too late to cook lunch, right? Abigail asked. I'm afraid you're going hungry, but I really can't get lunch in an hour. After all, this thing is really troublesome to deal with. Leon explained. Leon, you go to Gus to buy some food and come back. Let's continue. It's rare that everyone likes this activity so much. Let's have a day of fun. Abigail suggested. Okay. Abigail said this, and Leon was embarrassed to dispel the girls' interest. Now these girls have the potential to become fishermen, and fishing crayfish is much easier and simpler than fishing. Different things have the rewards and stimulation, which is indeed easy to make people addicted. So Leon asked one by one, what they wanted to eat, so that they could prepare suitable takeaways for them. The girls are quite supportive of Lion's inquiries and plans. Although it is indeed very fast to catch crayfish, they will inevitably get hungry when lunchtime comes. If someone can deliver food, it would be great. However, except for Abigail, the girl basically learned that Leon would buy them food and prepared to get the money herself, but Leon refused them all. We are all friends, just a meal, and it won't cost much money. It would be boring if we are polite. Faced with Lion's statement, the girls did not have any stalemate, but the food they ordered was basically cheaper. I don't know if it was because the weather was too hot and I didn't want to eat, or to save money for Leon. After confirming the girl's recipe, Leon distributed the shrimp rod in his hand to Abigail and Sophia. He walked towards the farm, returned to the farm and got his bicycle, greeted Robin, and Leon rode his bike to the Starfruit bar. "Hi Leon, I heard you brought a lot of girls out for fun, why are you here alone?" As soon as they met, Gus started to tease Leon. "It's very well informed." Leon was a little caught off guard by Gus' inquiry. "Hehe, when I went shopping for groceries in the morning, I met Caroline and told me, and Emily also asked for leave today. I'm sure you will hold a party for young people today. If you think the ingredients are not enough, I can provide it to you," Gus explained. "Enough, but you said so, I'm embarrassed to refuse. Can I get some spices from you?" Leon asked with the opportunity. "You can take it anyway, as long as you like it, you can take it away, but I have to leave my kitchen utensils and kitchen knives for me, and there are still customers to entertain in the evening," Gus quipped with a smile. "That's definitely not. By the way, in addition to these, I have to order some food and deliver it to them," Leon asked after reporting the menu the girls chose. "Would you like to help me? I can also make 2 of these dishes." "Ha ha ha, no need, you can rest and blow the air conditioner, give me half an hour to do it." Gus waved his hand and then got into the kitchen. Although he was rejected, Leon also entered the kitchen. He was not joking before, but really wanted to get some seasonings and spices from Gus. Otherwise, with his things at hand, it would be really difficult to make crayfish. Gus' kitchen is large and the supporting facilities are perfect, especially the row of seasoning cabinets, which are similar to the medicine cabinets in the Chinese Medicine Museum, and they have basically everything. For example, Leon found ginger and garlic in these cabinets. Garlic can be grown, and some of them were also grown in Lion's farm, but the appearance of ginger surprised Leon. "Did you get these Zhong Gus from Zhong Island?" In the game, Leon has only seen ginger production, and Leon has it, and Jers has it. Although the number is not large, it is quite fresh, which surprised Leon. "You know Jiangdao too, but not many people can go to that place now, because Jiangdao has been closed by the Explorers Guild for almost 4 years. I heard that some dangerous ancient creatures and monsters appeared on the island. I took these ginger from my friend, the spice merchant I told you last time." Gus chatted with Leon while preparing the ingredients. "It's very precious?" Leon asked. "It's not expensive, otherwise the ginger ale would have gone bankrupt long ago. You can take it as you want. I won't use it often anyway." Gus gave an example. "Then I'll take some, and then some garlic. By the way, are there any chili peppers? That kind of particularly spicy devilish pepper, a small one." With ginger and garlic, and the peppers I got from Gus before, Leon felt that he was basically stable to make spicy crayfish, and now he lacked some spicy peppers. "Yes, here, it's just dried. The origin of this thing is not on our side, so there is basically no new product. Gus took the time to help Leon find a cabinet containing the devil's dried peppers and explained. It's done just right, I want to dry chili. Leon was very happy to see this and admired these wrinkled and bright little guys. This is a good thing 11, you just can't put too much, otherwise the stomach will not be able to bear it or the butt will not be able to bear it. Chapter 700 Get some new guy. If you like it, take more. Don't be polite. Just speak up if you don't have anything missing next time, or I'll introduce my friend who makes spices to you. Gus said in a very attentive manner. Gus should not admire Leon, a young man who can cook too much, especially since the two have a good relationship. Gus never disappoints Lion's demands. He also hopes that Leon will continue to work hard on cooking, so that he will not suffer from not being able to find peers in Pelican Town to communicate in the future. Moreover, Leon seems to have his own way of using some spices that are narrow-minded. Gus is quite jealous of this. If he can learn the application method of spices with Leon, Gus thinks his cooking skills should have a good improvement. Thank you, then I'm welcome. As Leon said, he grabbed a handful of dried devil peppers and put them in his pocket, not taking too much because he couldn't use it. By the way, Gus, the barbecue I recommended you to make last time can consider using the menu. Making barbecue with beer in summer will definitely increase the popularity of your store, and it can also promote the consumption of alcohol. Don't miss this good opportunity. I have asked Clinton to order some of the barbecue grills and iron signs you mentioned. It should be the first time I have been on the menu these 2 days, but I don't care about what I make. I just want everyone to change their tastes. Gus replied with a smile. I will definitely support you when the time comes. Leon nodded and said. Okay, I'll give me some advice then. After finding the spices he needed, Leon left the kitchen and stopped disturbing Gus' cooking. However, he did not stay in the bar, but left the bar and rode his bike to the blacksmith shop. Clint, who opened the door for Leon, saw Leon appearing and immediately called Leon into the door and brought him a bottle of iced Hoja Cola. Leon, what do you want to do when I come here? Upgrade the tool or do you need to drive the crystal ball? I want to ask you to help me with a pot, Leon explained. Just now, I heard Gus say that his barbecue grill was customized on Clint's side, and Leon had an idea, that is, to find Clint to build a big wok. After all, there are so many crayfish. If you don't have a bigger pot to make, you may not be able to see enough things in your kitchen. Although it is not unusable, the production time will have to be doubled. Culture? How big are you? Clint asked after hearing this. It's probably so big. Leon gestured a size with his hands, and then felt that it seemed unreliable, so he asked for paper and pen from Clint, drew a serious earth stove on the paper in a large iron pot, and it was a 3-view and marked the size. This pot can not only be used to make crayfish, but it can be used to make stewed rice, fried fish and fried dough sticks in the future, put dumplings, or make a stewed iron pot, chicken in the ground pot, or even put a water rack on the shelf to steam buns and steam buns. You can also use it without worrying about turning it into a disposable product. You can do it, it's about 5 iron ingots. Are you in a hurry to use it? Clint glanced at the design drawings provided by Leon, and immediately felt confident. If you can, it's best to speed up, I can increase the money. If you pay for the iron ingot, I will pay according to the market price. Leon nodded. It's best to speed up, otherwise he might have to borrow that big stew pot from Gus. No problem, you can make it for you in 2 hours. The materials and handmade fees will charge you a total of 400 G. Clint quoted. Leon did not bargain at this price, so he paid directly because he knew that the price was already a preferential price. The price of ore in Clint is Leon. Remember that 15 G of iron ore is required to smolify 1 iron ingot, 5 iron ore, 5 is 25, and it will be 375 G if replaced. And this does not count the coal consumed for smelting ore. In addition, the process fee for plasticizing iron ingots into round-bottomed large iron pots is really a conscientious price. Maybe Clint hadn't considered making money, and it would have to bargain. That's not a thing. By the way, if it's convenient, make me a rack, like this. I use it with an iron pot, probably that's it. Leon drew a triangle bracket on the paper with a fire pit, with a support point on it, and a large iron pot can be placed. With this thing, Leon doesn't need to build an earthen stove, and it can be used to set up a fire for the large iron pot in the future, because the 4-hole stove in the house can't accommodate the large iron pot made by Leon by Clint. This is even simpler. 3 iron ingots can be done, and 200 G is enough. Seeing the new design drawing, Clint answered confidently. Then I'll leave it to you. I'll get it in the evening. By the way, are you busy lately? Leon asked Clint after paying another 200 G. I'm not busy, the work at hand is almost over. Olivia said that the next batch of orders will be subject to statistics and will not be handed over to me in about half a month, so I should be quite idle in the past half month. Clint explained. Then I'll take advantage of this time to find you to drive the crystal ball. I've done a lot of it in the mine cave recently. I plan to drive it all at once. Leon said. That's not a small amount of money, Leon. Do you really don't consider the cracking of the crystal ball I recommend? Clint reminded Rode. I'm not easy to make up the materials for that thing. The main reason is that I haven't found where to get the battery pack, and the efficiency shouldn't be very fast. It's better to spend money to find you to drive it. Anyway, this money will make you profit, and I don't feel sorry. Leon quipped. Okay, I respect your choice, but I won't give it a discount. After all, it's not easy to drive a crystal ball. Clint didn't persuade him. Well, let's go first, I have other things to do. After Leon waved his hand and said goodbye to Clint, he went to the Starfruit bar. Before, he was also considering whether to invite Clint to the evening crayfish banquet. But thinking about Alex's situation, Leon thought about it and let it go. Alex might not feel embarrassed if he was thick-skinned, but if such an experience was replaced by Clint, he would probably feel uncomfortable. Moreover, Clint has a crush on Emily, but Emily is not interested in him. Emily has ideas about herself, and she does not show it directly without acting. If Clint sees this, she will probably be strangers to Clint in the future. Thinking of this, Leon couldn't help but sigh. He really felt that Clint was a bit miserable. Not only did he love someone who doesn't love him, he was still a social fear. If he couldn't think about it in this life, he might have to join the Stardew Valley Old Bachelor Club and would never turn over. If he had the chance, he would still want to help Clint, let him give up his current unrequited love, open his eyes to see the world, and not hang himself on a tree. It's the end of the month, I'm lazy, brothers and sisters should understand me, I love you. Chapter 701 She is just your sister. You came just right, and the food you ordered was ready for you. I put it in this picnic basket, which also has matching tablecloths and disposable tableware. If you still want to drink some with the girls, I will add some paper cups to you. Back at the Fruit of Stars, Gus immediately greeted Leon and pushed a picnic basket placed on the counter into Leon. Thank you, Gus, I'll send it to you after I've used it. Leon felt relieved about Gus' preparations so well. It's okay not to send it back, have fun. Gus said with a smile to Leon. Okay, let's go first. I had already paid the money, so Leon left the bar with the basket. When I went out, I rode my bicycle, held the picnic basket in my left hand and the handlebar in my right hand. The bicycle still steadily slid towards the coal forest. Soon, Leon returned to the girls. When they saw Leon coming back, the girls also stopped their current activities and came to help. The tablecloth was on the top of the picnic basket. Emily took it out immediately and chose a flat grass to lay it on it. The other girls also placed the food and tableware in the picnic basket on the tablecloth in turn. Why are you standing? Sit, don't say you're waiting for me. Looking at the girls standing next to the tablecloth, Leon complained speechlessly. It's true that Haas is waiting for you, after all, you treat him. Lee teased. Okay, sit down. Leon had no choice but to take off his shoes first, occupying a corner of the tablecloth. Leon sat down. Abigail immediately took off his shoes and leaned on the right side of Leon. Sophia followed closely and occupied the left side of Leon, while Emily Helalia sat in a scattered manner, each occupying one direction, and if there were any eyes, she would unconsciously glance at the surrounded Leon. Aren't you hot? You shouldn't squeeze together such a large piece of tablecloth. Leon smelled the two different styles of fragrance coming from his side, feeling the wonderful touch of Zongbo from his left and right arm, and was a little scared. What I was afraid of was not the look of others, but Sophia's boldness, because this girl could basically rely on herself. Although he is a sister, he is also a fucking sister. Abigail doesn't care if he was fishing for crayfish before, but now his posture seems too intimate. But to Lion's surprise, Abigail seemed to have not seen it, and his face turned as usual and began to dismantle the food insulation boxes, and even greeted other girls for dinner. What's the situation? Leon didn't understand why Abigail had no reaction to this scene, but he didn't dare to ask. After all, Abigail might just be causing trouble, so he could only bite the bullet and pretend that he didn't notice it, picked up a stir-fried mushroom and bread and started eating. Lunch is basically vegetarian, but Gus' craftsmanship is still trustworthy. The delicious dishes and freshly baked sliced bread are quite appetizing. A bunch of vegetables were eaten clean by everyone. After eating, Emily took the initiative to clean up the mess. She carefully packed up the used messes and fresh boxes, put them in the picnic basket, and folded the tablecloth and put them away. After dinner, everyone returned to their positions without resting, and continued to fish in crayfish. Leon was surrounded by Sophia, left and Abigail, who was firmly protected Leon like two personal bodyguards. When Sophia went to Leah to ask for the keys and entered Leah's cottage to use the toilet, Leon finally couldn't help it. Sophia just leaned against me halfway, why didn't you speak? This question really made Leon curious. He was really a little panicked if he didn't understand the answer. She is not feeling well. What's wrong with you, the brother, leaning on her for a while. Abigail looked at her in confusion. Aang asked back. Just that's it. Leon looked at Abigail in disbelief. Do you have any other thoughts? Abigail asked, staring at Leon with his eyes narrowed. That's not, I just think you seem to be quite at ease with her. Leon shook his head and complained. I'm not as stingy as you think, and Sophia talked a lot with me. I think it's good to have such a sister, and she also supports me, which makes me feel much more at ease than Emily. Abigail explained. Hearing Abigail's statement, Leon didn't know whether Abigail was generous or naive. Even Leon recalled that Sophia must have had some intentions to be her brother, but Abigail trusted her very much. But it doesn't seem strange to think about it. After all, Abigail didn't know that Sophia and Leon had confessed. In addition, Sophia had never approached Leon before, nor had she triggered lust and temperance. When it was triggered, Abigail was not around and was directly erased by Lion's desire suppression, so Abigail didn't know Sophia's thoughts. But Leon didn't dare to say such a thing. If he said it, it would be a big trouble. Since Abigail didn't notice it, he could only rely on himself to protect himself. After a simple exchange, Sophia also came back, and the atmosphere returned to calm. Until the sun began to set and dusk came, Leon got up and put the fourth bucket of crayfish in the system backpack. Okay, it's time to rest. You guys and Abigail go to the farm for a rest, drink some water, I'll get something, and when I come back, we'll start cooking. The crayfish I caught for a day today is time to finish it, and it is also time to enjoy the fruits of labor at night. Although the girls were still a little reluctant, they did not refute. They all mentioned the shrimp fishing rods in the water and removed the pig livers that had been replaced by several batches. As for the shrimp fishing rods, they were all left with Leah for the convenience of future use. Abigail also began to invite the girls to the farm as the hostess. The girls accepted it in disappointment, only Sophia grabbed Lion's shoulder, as if she had something to say. Brother, I'll give you the key to the vineyard. You know the location of the wine cellar. You came back with 2 bottles of high-quality wine to entertain everyone. I still have fruit wine. Leon enjoyed Sophia's voice, but he didn't mean to take advantage of Sophia. After all, Sophia's wine is not cheap. Then I'll exchange it with you. I really like coconut fruit wine. Change it to 2 bottles. Sophia suggested. If you want me, I will give it to you, no need to change it. Leon explained. Oh, why are you so moji? Just take it if you ask me to take it. Don't be embarrassed. After all, when you entertain guests, you have to bring some good things. You are my brother, why are you still polite to me? Sophia said with dissatisfaction with Leon and complaining. What you said, can't the fruit wine I brewed come to the table? Leon was happy and couldn't help teasing at Sophia. I don't mean that, it's just that I want to drink wine, and my sister-in-law also thinks, just treat it as satisfying our preferences. Sophia quickly shook her head and explained. Okay, then I'll run for a while. If you are not feeling well, don't drink any more. Don't move when you go to my place. Find a room to rest on the sofa or upstairs. I'll call you again during dinner. Leon took the key from Sophia and reminded him. Yeah. Seeing that Leon agreed, Sophia smiled and caught up with the team that had already begun to walk towards the farm. Chapter 702 What's Wrong with My Good Cooking Skills? On the other side, Leon took a picnic basket and rode his bicycle toward the Starfruit Bar. He first returned the picnic basket to Gus, and then went to the Blue Moon Vineyard. He opened the door with the keys given to him by Sophia, entered the kitchen and found the warehouse door of the wine cellar. He went in and got 2 bottles of Blue Moon wine. What surprised him was that he could actually put these 2 bottles of wine directly into the system backpack, which meant that he really owned the 2 bottles of wine. Leon couldn't help but try it and found that all the wines in the cellar could actually be unblocked to the system backpack. This is scary, which means that the system recognizes that all the wines here are owned by Leon. Fortunately, Leon was not a shortage of money. In the end, he only took away 2 bottles of Blue Moon wine and left Sophia's big house. Before leaving, he locked the door. The last stop was Clint's blacksmith shop. After knocking on the door twice, Clint opened the door for Leon. How is it? Does it meet your requirements? As soon as he entered the house, Clint couldn't wait to point to the already built triangle fire pit bracket next to the counter and the large iron pot on it and asked Leon. Leon did not answer immediately, but went up to pick up the iron pot. Looking at the smooth bottom of the pot inside, the right weight, and the right thickness, he looked at Clint in surprise and asked, "Did you polish it with sandpaper?" It was knocked out with 1 hammer and 1 hammer. As for why the hammer print is so smooth and you can't see it, it's the exclusive secret recipe. Clint replied proudly. Sharp. Leon gave Clint a thumbs up. Without sandpaper, he could knock the bottom of the pot so smoothly with just a hammer. Clint really has something. And I have also made some additional optimizations. No matter the size of the fire, this iron pot can ensure evenly receiving hot. Clint added. That's really helpful, thank you Clint. Leon was even more satisfied with the iron pot when he heard the good news. It's okay, as long as you are satisfied. Are you going to the bar to have a drink together in the evening? Clint asked. No, there are guests at home. I have to entertain you, so I'll take a step first. Leon shook his head, and hesitated whether to persuade Clint not to go to the bar. After all, there is no Emily in the bar tonight. Then forget it, you go and do it. Clint didn't persuade him after hearing this. Leon nodded, put away the iron pot and the fire pit stand, and left the blacksmith shop. But I didn't rush back, but rode north and went to John's place. What do you want? Seeing Lion's appearance, John was as calm as ever. Is there lard? I also want some pig skin with oil. Leon asked. Everyone, but why do you always like to use these strange scraps? Even though John didn't like to talk, he couldn't help but complain when facing Leon, a guy with completely different needs from other meat-selling customers. Maybe my cooking skills are better than theirs, so I don't choose any ingredients, but I can find their uniqueness. Leon replied shamelessly. John did not refute, but just silently found what he wanted for Leon. A large plate of lard was the first to serve, followed by a whole piece of pork skin with fat, a large piece, comparable to a bath towel. It's too big, I only need a small piece. Leon explained hurriedly. A small piece? Is it enough to eat? John asked back. It's not for food, it's for cooking, Leon added. The word boiling pot is unfamiliar to John after all, but since Leon had the requirements, he didn't know what to do and cut a small piece of pig skin the size of a rag. Is this enough? Enough is enough, calculate the price. Leon nodded and prepared to pay. Well, just give me 20 G. John replied after thinking for a moment. Ah! This price is a bit amazing. After all, Leon is obviously worth about 15 kilograms of lard on this large plate. These are usually scraps that are processed at low prices. Not much lard can be used, and only the smallest piece in the center is needed. This piece has been cut out in advance. The others are generally sold to those recyclers. John explained. Okay, just don't lose money. Leon didn't advise him much. It was good to be cheaper, but for other people who only bought lard and sold the smallest piece in the center, Leon could only be said to be nonsense. After all, lard is lard, and no matter how you look at the middle piece, it is no different from other lard. Let's go. After collecting the money and packing the bag for Leon, John continued to work on his own affairs. Leon put the things into the system backpack and rode his bicycle back quickly. Back at the farm, Robin had already gone back. Leon took out the fire pit and the iron pot and placed it outside the house. After all, it was not safe to put this thing in the house. Although the walls were made of stone bricks, the floors and furniture in the house were all made of wooden. If the sparks splashed out of the fire pit were ignited, the fun would be great. After putting things in, Leon entered the house and saw Abigail sitting in front of the sofa watching TV. When Leon came back, the girls all stood up and asked if Leon needed help. Leon thought for a while, then decided to ask them to help. After all, the crayfish had to be washed, and then removed the shrimp head and shrimp thread. He did this work alone, for fear of delaying supper time. Hearing that Leon had a need, the girls immediately came over to help. Leon found a large basin and began to take out the crayfish from his backpack, then found scissors and brushes to teach the girls how to deal with the crayfish. First, use clean water to provide a full-body bathing service for these crayfish, then pinch the shrimp tail and pull out the shrimp thread. Finally remove the head and breastplate, remove the internal organs and shrimp brain, leaving only the shrimp tail, walking and big turtle, and also cut off the swimming foot under the shrimp tail. It's quite simple to operate, but girls learn it very quickly, but they don't have enough scissors. You guys go in and rest, I'll be fine. When there were insufficient tools, Abigail spoke first. Are you busy? If you are alone, let's help. At worst, just use your hands. Emily suggested. You're so busy, don't worry. Abigail smiled and nodded, then signaled Sophia to greet the others. After all, he was his family and his mistress was busy. Sophia's sister naturally had to take care of the guests. Sophia did not refuse, but instead pulled Lee, Emily and Haley happily, and took them back to the house half pushed and half pushed. Although Emily still wanted to help, under Sophia's urging, she had to go back to the house and wait. Chapter 703 Fight. Cool. Do you need to solve it with magic? When the girls left, only themselves and Abigail were left outside, Leon asked. Well, otherwise the efficiency would be too slow. Abigail nodded. Can magic teach people how to deal with crayfish? Leon complained. That's not. Just split these steps and follow the steps to achieve the same effect. Abigail. As he said that, he started to demonstrate. The crayfish, which was the target of the demonstration, was peeled off the impurities on its body in an instant, and then it began to disintegrate. Then the shrimp thread was squeezed out intact by an inexplicable force. In just 2 breaths, a well-treated crayfish was treated cleanly. It's really good. Looking at the handled crayfish, Leon couldn't help but sigh. Magic is really a magical ability, but it's a pity that he is a half-muggle. Then I've dealt with this? Abigail asked. Just do it like this, but if you are tired, don't force yourself. Casting spells should also consume energy and energy. Leon reminded. If this kind of thing is consumed a lot, then Leon will not let Abigail deal with the shrimp head. Spicy crayfish can actually be done with shrimp heads, but Leon prefers the version of removing the shrimp heads. After all, he eats it himself, not selling it out, so he doesn't need shrimp heads to gain weight. Casting spells against this creature with no resistance and special shape is as simple as breathing. Don't worry, I won't overcast it. Abigail promised, and then began to pack up these crayfish. Seeing Abigail so relaxed, Leon did not persuade him anymore. Instead, he brought the iron pot into the house for cleaning, then brought it out and put it on the fire pit, ignite it, wait until the temperature in the pot rises, throw it into the pig's skin, and use the grease forced out of the high temperature to evenly apply it to every corner of the iron pot. Then I took it to clean it, wiped the moisture in the pot and continued to put it on the fire pit and applied it with pig skin. After repeated this, Leon finally got a new iron pot with oily reflection. What is the meaning of you struggling for a long time? Abigail, who was dealing with crayfish next to Leon, looked at Lion's operation in confusion. In her opinion, Lion's actions did not seem to have any other benefits except to make the large iron pot with an exaggerated diameter brighter. You don't understand. Leon looked at Abigail with an unfathomable look and complained, this is some kind of mysterious ritual that can make the food made from this pot taste better. I see. Abigail really believed it. After all, Leon could always do something that she couldn't understand but felt unscrupulous. Although she couldn't understand it, she still felt that what Leon said was true. I'm going to prepare the seasonings, you can continue to process them. Today we can achieve freedom of crayfish. Leon reminded Abigail, then returned to the house to process the ingredients for crayfish. And although it means that crayfish is free, it is not a big deal to eat crayfish as a meal, so Leon also needs to add a little staple food to it. Noodles are the best food to carry. The hand-pulled noodles are wrapped in the soup that concentrates spicy crayfish. It is definitely a combination that can make people enjoy their appetite. So the girls watching TV in the room were soon attracted by Lion's ramen operation. After all, the noise in Leon was indeed very big, and it was quite interesting. Is he making noodles? It's so cool. You can actually pull the dough into noodles. What's the cooking method? Like magic, it looks pretty good. Abigail is so lucky that he can meet a man like Leon who can cook. The discussion was not loud, but Leon could hear it clearly. The improvement of physical fitness also included the improvement of the 5 senses. The girls thought they were whispering, but Leon listened to the complete content. Fortunately, Leon has a good mentality and a thick-skinned face. He did not float up because of the girl's praise. He steadily pulled the noodles. He was just an amateur ramen chef, so there was no need to be fine. The noodles pulled out were a bit thick, but it was enough to eat them. Put the pulled noodles in a basin, and Leon began to wash the dried devil peppers, peel garlic and cut ginger slices, etc., and finally went out with the seasonings and started to formally cook crayfish. A large pot of crayfish quickly turned red at high temperature. With the blessing of various seasonings, the pungent and spicy smell rushed straight to Lion's Tianling cap, making him unable to help swallowing. It smells so good. Abigail, who had been by Leon, couldn't help but stretch his neck and was eager to try. I still have to collect the juice, I can't eat it now. Leon pinched Abigail's cheek and pinched Abigail's little thoughts to taste the salty and light. I understand now why you have to make such a big iron pot, otherwise so many crayfish are really hard to make. It can't be eaten, but it doesn't affect Abigail's look. Anyway, I'm idle, so let's chat with Leon. This pot is not specially prepared for crayfish. Later, you will find that it has other wonderful uses. You can wait to be fed to become a fat man. Leon shaved Abigail's nose and teased. Sorry, I'm not a fat body. If you want to feed me, you probably have no hope. Abigail stuck out his tongue, and what are the benefits of feeding me to weight? Do you want to use this as an excuse to dislike me? How can you be fat? It's better to be fat. It's warm to feel and feels good. Leon teased. Abnormal, so do you like fat people? Abigail asked. I like it, but I like the slightly fat type, and is it the kind of fat that should be fat? Just like you now. Leon said, and his hands began to be dishonest. After all, the crayfish were stewing, and he didn't need to stir-fry it all the time. His free hands naturally had time to tease Abigail. Shameless, what if someone else is seen? Lion's little movement made Abigail blush and his heart beat hard. If she hadn't been worried about the other people in the room, she wouldn't have to hold on to Leon and drag him upstairs. After all, the battle with Leon is really addictive, especially for someone like her who has just tasted the forbidden fruit. Then let it bear, I will teach you to eat original crayfish tonight. Leon teased. Abigail rolled his eyes, then pushed Leon away and returned to the house. There was no one she could help here now. She continued to stay by Lion's side. She was afraid that she might have to take a shower before dinner, which would be too embarrassing. It would be safest to get rid of this bastard who is loving and shy. Chapter 704 The Chef Will Not Steal Grains. Just kidding, don't run away, help me bring the noodles cooked in the kitchen pot. Looking at Abigail's departure back, Leon hurriedly shouted. Abigail didn't say anything, but just raised his fist and entered the house. After a while, someone came out, but it was not Abigail, but Sophia. Why are you coming out? Don't you have a rest? Leon was quite surprised to see Sophia come out with a soup pot for cooking noodles. Sophia shook her head, I feel much better. Maybe it was too hot in the afternoon and now I'm recovering. Okay, give me the pot, and then I'll inform them to prepare for dinner. By the way, go and get some plates for me. It's a big one. Leon took the soup pot and reminded Sophia. Okay. Sophia handed the soup pot to Leon obediently and went back. After Sophia left, Leon glanced at the window of the house next to him without a trace. Although the glass was one-way glass, Leon could not see what was happening inside the house, but his intuition told him that Abigail should be peeking behind the window. After all, I asked Abigail to bring the soup pot, but Sophia came. There was no trick here, and Leon was the first to believe it. But these are all small problems. Leon himself has no special thoughts about Sophia. The so-called upright person is not afraid of shadows, and the main focus is calm. Take out the cooked noodles in the pot, spread them on the crayfish in the pot, cover the lid and flip the top layer of noodles directly to the bottom of the pot, add a little noodle soup and inject it into the pot, cover the lid again, pull out some firewood in the fire pond, reduce the fire, and let the noodles stuff for a short while, which can also facilitate it to absorb the soup and the taste of crayfish better. When the plates were delivered, the person was replaced. This time it was Emily. There is no place to put it here, I'll hold it for you. Because there was only a big iron pot and a tripod fire pit outside, Emily, who brought the plate, stood aside with the plate, waiting for the moment when Leon used it. No, Leon explained with a smile, and then Emily felt a lighter in her hand and the plate disappeared. Should I say this is your gentlemanly demeanor? Or should I ask if you are deliberately hiding from me? Without the plate, Emily had no reason to stay by Leon, which made her ask Leon helplessly. All of them are. Leon thought for a moment and finally answered truthfully. Emily glanced at Leon deeply when she heard this, then sighed and returned to the house silently. Leon also sighed and continued to guard the big iron pot, waiting for the crayfish and stewed noodles to be completed. You performed well, and you can agree to your request tonight. As soon as Emily returned, Abigail came back. He hugged Leon from his back and whispered softly in Lion's ear with his feet on his feet. We should trust more between people. Leon complained helplessly. If I had a very good relationship with other boys and were often together, would you trust me? Abigail asked back. Okay, what you said makes sense. Leon thought from the perspective of others and found that he could not accept such a thing, so he immediately changed the topic. What kind of requirements do you think are not too much? Abigail's face suddenly turned red, then muttered in Lion's ear, buried his face behind Lion's back, trying to cool himself down with Lion's back. I've never thought about this kind of thing. Where did you learn it? Not only Abigail, Leon himself couldn't accept the word Abigail said. Although that is also one of the interests, as a traditional man, he has never considered playing as fun. Don't worry about this, I don't want to. Abigail warned with hammers behind Leon. I don't want to be happy either, it's too dirty. Leon replied seriously. You dare to dislike me? Abigail was angry when he heard this. His strength of beating suddenly increased a little, but it still gave Leon a feeling of itching through his shoes. After all, his physique was placed here, and his back muscles were facing the small pink fist with low hardness, without any pressure. Leon shrugged his shoulders and silently endured Abigail's shame and anger. This topic was originally mentioned by Abigail, so why did he end up becoming a victim? Unfortunately, I still didn't understand where Abigail came from. If possible, Leon wanted to know. If he could take it out and watch it together, it would be a pleasure. After hammering for a while, Abigail also came to his feet, walked around Leon, and sniffed the smell of crayfish in the iron pot that could not be covered by the lid. "Can I try it first?" "Sure." Abigail Leone would naturally satisfy the little greedy cat's request. He has never tasted the salty and light taste until now. Just as Abigail wanted to eat it, he could taste the taste. Lifting the lid of the pot to face the heat and smell, Leone was not afraid of being hot, so he grabbed a crayfish from the pot, picked off the shrimp tail quickly, peeled off the thick tail shell from his hands, revealing the sauce-colored shrimp meat. Because of the high temperature, the shrimp meat curled up as soon as it was peeled out, naturally forming the appearance of shrimp balls. The peeled shrimp tail was actually the most delicious to eat after sticking it to the soup, but considering that the ingredients were a little heavier, Leone was going to let Abigail try the version without dipping the soup first. Ah! Seeing the shrimps that Leone had peeled, Abigail immediately opened his mouth and waited for Leone to feed him. When Leone handed the shrimp meat to Abigail's mouth, Abigail not only bit the shrimp meat, but also bit Lion's finger. After gently sucking the dyed juice on his fingers, Abigail let go of Lion's fingers and began to taste the shrimp meat. The shrimp meat is firm and swelling. The fresh shrimp flavor itself is very strong. There is also a hint of spicy and numb mixed in the shrimp meat, but it is more of a sweet taste, not as spicy as Abigail imagined. "How is it?" Leone couldn't wait to ask as he looked at Abigail's savor. "It's delicious, it's a little light for me, not as rich and exciting as I imagined," Abigail answered truthfully. "Then try this one again." Leone took out another crayfish and peeled it out of the shrimp tail, which was dipped in the soup. Abigail immediately came over and bit Lion's finger again. His little tongue curled and slashed across Lion's fingers and then took it back, and the shrimps were taken away. Well, it tasted great this time. Abigail was very satisfied with the shrimp dipped in the soup. This was the taste she wanted. The duo of numb and spicy stimulation, while stimulating the taste buds, you can also feel the pores in your body open, which was so refreshing. Chapter 705 Crayfish is free. Just as good as it tastes good. This is actually quite good. If you can eat spicy food, dip it in the soup. If you can't eat spicy food, just eat it directly. I always feel like I'm almost there when I hear other people's descriptions. Leone also used these two methods to experience the taste and finally concluded with satisfaction. Not everyone eats spicy food. The shrimp without dipping soup is actually quite suitable for some diners with light tastes. Just make another one. Abigail licked his upper lip and asked Leone for help. The meal will start soon, bear it. Leone knocked Abigail's head with the back of his hand and complained. Okay. Abigail did not pester Leone anymore, but reached out, I'll serve you the food. Leone began to take out the plate Emily brought from his backpack and began to copy the lobsters. The lobsters in the iron pot are basically all the harvests that everyone has today. Except for a few unlucky guys who did not survive, basically 2/3 of them are in the pot. As for the remaining third, it was not that Leone took it off privately, but that he could not put it in the pot. This is a large iron pot with a diameter of 1.5 meters and 30 centimeters. Even if you don't eat big ox, just eating shrimp, you may be able to feed a few girls, not to mention that you still have 2 kilograms of noodles under the pot as your staple food. The fried lobsters were filled with 6 plates Emily brought, and only about half of them were left in the pot. There are so many more. Let's do it first. It's best for everyone to pack and take it back for food if you can't finish it. Leon held 4 plates with both hands, and said to Abigail, who was still unwilling to leave. But I want to eat more, Abigail replied. I have a lot left and haven't made it. If I want to eat, I'll make another pot for you. Leon explained. That's fine. When Abigail heard that there was still something to eat, he immediately became happy and entered the house with Leon. The dining table in the house has been tidied up and tableware has been prepared. Unfortunately, these tableware are basically only forks to use in the end, because the table knife is difficult to cut the crayfish shells. The girls in the room also gathered around the dining table and chatted. When they saw the crayfish brought by Leon and Abigail, they all looked at them with curious eyes. Each person distributed a plate of lobsters. The plate of crayfish was quite tall, with about 30 ones in each plate. Under these crayfish, there was a portion of noodles full of soup. Enjoy the fruits of your labor today. Sit down and I will teach you how to peel shrimps. It's not enough to eat in the pot. Today we have crayfish free. As he said that, Leon began to demonstrate the operation of peeling shrimps. When he saw Leon, he started to use it directly. Although the girls felt a little strange, they didn't resist much when they saw Abigail also used it. If you like something with a stronger taste, dip it in the soup on the plate. If you like something with a lighter taste, eat it directly. Now you can try it. After demonstrating peeling shrimps, Leon called everyone to start. The girls followed Leon's operation and peeled off the shell of the shrimp tail to reveal the hidden shrimp tails. Haley and Sophia were soaked that they rubbed their hands straight, but they did not give up on peeling the shrimp, and they seemed quite happy. Except for Abigail, who had tasted it in advance, and Sophia, who imitated Abigail, other girls peeled it. The first shrimp that was ready was not dipped in soup, and even so, they were amazed. Crayfish are so delicious, and there is no disgusting earthy smell at all. Emily was the first to sigh that she worked at Gus and had tasted the dishes that Gus launched with crayfish, but compared to Leon, which directly uses crayfish as the main dish instead of auxiliary ingredients, Emily was quite nervous at the beginning. However, Leon's cooking skills did not disappoint, and the taste of crayfish also refreshed Emily's perception of it. Sweet and tastes good. Leon, can I learn this way of cooking crayfish with you? Leah looked at Leon with anticipation. Most of the ingredients on her table came from her wild picking and fishing. It would be great if she could add a new ingredients to her table in the future. Yes, but the spices used are a bit complicated. If you want to make them yourself, you have to find Gus because many of them are not available to us. Leon confirmed. If this happens, forget it. Lee immediately dispelled this idea when she heard this because she didn't want to bother others, and after Leon's description, it seemed that this crayfish method was quite troublesome. It's a bit spicy, I need something to drink. Leon, did you bring the wine I asked you to bring? On the other side, Sophia stuck out her tongue to relieve the stimulation in her mouth, and asked Leon. I brought it, don't dip it in the soup if you can't eat spicy food. Leon took out the Blue Moon wine from his backpack helplessly, and got up to find everyone a wine glass. Do you drink this or juice? Of course, not everyone is willing to drink, so Leon still needs to ask everyone for their opinions. But to Lion's surprise, no one present asked for a drink of juice, but looked at the blue moon wine in Lion's hand. Leon was not stingy. He gave everyone half a cup of wine when it opened, and the remaining bottle was also opened. He put it on the table. Who would drink it and pour it into his own? You drink some juice, milk is fine. Although other people are not easy to control Leon and don't want to control it, Sophia Leon still has reasons and excuses to control it. Who made her sister now? Everyone is drinking, it's too embarrassing for me to drink milk alone, and I said I've recovered, you don't have to worry, it's okay to drink a little, Sophia retorted. Yeah, Leon was still thinking, but Sophia grabbed the corner of Lion's clothes with her hand under the table and whispered, "Please, brother." Okay. The woman who acts spoiled for the best life, Leon eventually pushed the half glass of wine belonging to Sophia to Sophia. Sophia cheered, then picked up the wine glass and sipped it. Lion's brow couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. I didn't find Sophia's alcohol tolerance is so good. Should she be said to be the one who runs a winery? With the addition of wine, the atmosphere became even happier. Although crayfish always felt a little out of tune with wine, everyone was very happy. They raised their glasses from time to time to invite others to clink. With the help of wine, the topic and atmosphere became much more casual, which was quite harmonious. What's interesting is that Abigail and Emily seemed to have a fight. They kept toasting each other, and the lobster didn't even bother to eat. They looked at both of them with smiles and spoke very intimately, but the dissatisfaction in both eyes, even Leon could see clearly. Leon did not want to interfere in this, and just bury his head and show off the crayfish. Moreover, Leon found that the gluttony he ignored actually showed excellent digestive ability, and his teeth were strengthened. Leon was too lazy to peel off the shrimp shells now, so he directly bit these hard shrimp shells with his teeth and swallowed them into his belly. The more he ate them, the more he felt like he had. Besides eating, Leon was not idle either. Seeing that everyone was eating very fast, he went out to serve a few plates of crayfish. He originally thought he would not finish it, but now it seems that it is not enough. Chapter 706 It's so hard for men. When everyone stopped, the lobster shells piled on the table turned into hills, and there were only a little unfinished noodles left on their respective plates, and the crayfish was completely over. The crayfish was full and didn't drink much, but Emily, who was fighting with Abigail, was not on the list. At this moment, her face was flushed, her eyes were blurred, and she was shaking while sitting on the chair. Fortunately, Haley was holding her side, but she didn't lie directly on the table. On the other hand, Abigail was refreshed at this moment, and he couldn't see any drunkenness. He had a very amazing alcohol tolerance, but Leon felt that Abigail should have cheated. After all, even Leon would be a little slow to eat after 2 large glasses of wine and would not have no effect on Abigail. I'll help you clean up. Everyone had almost finished eating, so Lee got up first and suggested that she should help clean up the mess. No need, everyone will go back early to rest, I will deal with it. Abigail shook his head and announced in the posture of a hostess. Then he asked Haley, Emily is drunk, it should be inconvenient to go back. I'll let Leon drive you back. At this moment, Abigail's face was full of the victor's pride and wanton smile. If Emily could still stay awake at this moment, she would probably have to come to the previous round. Unfortunately, she is already dizzy now. I'll just take her back by myself. Although Emily has lost her combat power, Haley doesn't like Abigail's current posture, put Emily on her shoulder with a stern face and was about to leave. Leon didn't dare to let Haley drag Emily back like this. After all, it was not short from Red Star Farm to Lou Lane. He immediately stepped forward and helped Emily, while deliberately connecting with the safest distance. I'll give you my gift, don't be polite, and don't refuse. If you don't want to, I'll arrange a guest room for you to stay. Then I'll bother you. Haley did not refuse Lion's help. In fact, she regretted rejecting Abigail before. She was so angry that Abigail's attitude. After calming down, she was definitely a difficult and torturous choice for her to walk back with her sister who was already unstable. Sophia, let me send you back together. I decided to send Emily and Haley back, but Leon did not forget Sophia. But when Leon looked at Sophia, he realized that the girl was already asleep on the table, her face flushed, and she seemed to be drinking a lot, and she became drunk. I'll take care of Sophia. I'll go to the top to prepare a room for her and let her stay here tonight. Abigail took the initiative to take over the arrangements for Sophia. Unlike Emily, even if she gets drunk, at least Haley has the help, but Sophia lives alone. If she sends her back, if she encounters an accident, it will be a big trouble. It would be better to stay here. There are many rooms on the second floor anyway. Not to mention that Sophia and Emily are different. They are their own people, so Abigail naturally pays more attention to her. Okay, the table will be cleaned up together when I come back. I'll go and take them back first. Lee, do you want to take a ride? This time, Leon plans to leave from the southern exit of the farm and walk from the coal forest. This way, the journey is shorter, and you can also send Leah to him, although Leah did not drink too much. Then I'm not polite, but I still feel a little sorry for you. After all, the dinner tonight was great, but I didn't help much, so I left after I finished eating, and I was always a little embarrassed. Lee said with some trepidation. Who said you didn't help? You helped catch crayfish? Don't worry. Next time you have the chance to visit your side, we won't help clean up. Isn't that fair? Leon comforted Lee with a smile. Then he took the car keys, helped Emily with Haley, and then took Leah out of the door, asking Leah to come over to help Emily, and went to drive. After the beast pickup was parked in front of the house, Leon got out of the car and opened the car door for the girls. He originally planned to help carry Emily into the car, but Lee took the lead in completing the job, which made Leon relieved, because in this way, he would not need to contact Emily. I am worthy of being an artist, and I have good physical fitness. Leon joked and got into the main driver's seat. That's right, otherwise how could the strength come from carving? Lee took Lion's words and communicated with Leon very casually. It can be said that she was the most calm person tonight. Put on your seat belt and let's go. Leon reminded him that when Emily was helped by Leah to wear a seat belt, she started the engine and drove the beast pickup to leave the farm. That is, the pickup truck has a high chassis and good shock absorption effect. There was no obstacle encountered on the road. The farmland was very flat, but the coal forest was different, but it could not stop the beast pickup truck from moving forward. After sending Leah home, Leon said goodbye to Leah and drove the car to number 2 Liuxiang. If you don't get out of the car and help, I can't move Emily. When he arrived at the place, Haley complained angrily as she looked at Leon sitting in the car without any intention of getting off. Okay. Looking at Emily who had fallen asleep, Leon did not refuse. He got out of the car and came to the back seat to untie Emily's seat belt, and then helped Emily get out of the car. Although Emily fell asleep, her nose seemed to smell the unique smell on Leon. She subconsciously hugged Leon and rubbed her head around Lion's body. Seeing this, Leon smiled awkwardly, while Haley looked at Emily with disgust and shook her head silently. In the end, Leon stopped Emily's movements and stopped holding her back. She directly hugged her and took her into the house. Haley helped open Emily's room. After Leon put it down, he took some effort to break free from Emily's hands. "I'll leave your sister to you. I don't know if she will vomit, or you will have to take care of her. I'll go back first. If you encounter any problems, remember to call me." There was no Leon to hug, so Emily hugged the quilt beside her as Leon in her arms. Leon ignored Emily's posture and reminded Haley. "I know, please trouble you, now you can go back." Haley's attitude was not good, but she was quite polite. Leon didn't say much, so she went out and left their small villa. After getting on the car, Leon did not rush back, but opened the car window and shook his clothes to let the remaining perfume smell dissipate. Otherwise, when he went back in this state, Abigail came over and smelled it, he might have to sleep alone that night. Hey, it's so hard for men. Chapter 707 Experiment. When Leon returned to the farm, there was basically no residual smell on his body. After entering the house, the dining table had been cleaned up, the pots and pans were washed clean, and the floor was dragged away, and no stains and dust were seen. Abigail was sitting on the sofa, watching TV, but he looked a little absent-minded. See, when Leon came back, his eyes lit up, he stood up and came to Leon, and gave Leon a hug. Although it was a sweet hug, Abigail's next move still made Lion's heart race, because she really sniffed around Leon. "Have you taken a shower?" Leon pretended not to see it and asked on his own. "Not yet." Abigail didn't smell what he didn't want to smell. He immediately became much happier and let go of Leon and replied. "Where is Sophia?" Leon continued to ask. "I have already sent it to the next door of the room where we live. I slept soundly, but there was no air conditioner, so I set up a constant temperature barrier for that room, which should not make her feel too hot." "Not bad, it tastes like a hostess." Leon smiled and rubbed Abigail's cheek, then picked him up. "Since you haven't taken a shower yet, then take a shower with me." Abigail did not resist, and agreed to Lion's movements. He entered the bathroom in Lion's arms. It was originally a 20-minute bathing time, but I didn't know what happened, but it took an hour. After washing, Abigail had no strength to get up and returned to the room by Leon. Seeing that Leon was still trying to do something bad, Abigail quickly cheered up and pressed against Lion's chest. "There's someone next door." "She's drunk, I can't hear it." Leon comforted. "No, I want to rest." Abigail continued to press against Leon and prevented him from coming over, then hooked the quilt on the bed with his feet, then wrapped himself in the quilt, just like a silkworm baby, revealing only one head. "Okay, listen to you." Leon did not force it, turned on the air conditioner and lay on the bed. I'm not messing around, but you can give me some quilts. You have to promise not to touch me, Abigail retorted. I promise. Leon nodded and confirmed. Seeing this, Abigail let go of the quilt and returned the half that should have belonged to Leon, and he also stuck it with Leon. After Abigail got out of the protection of the quilt, Leon did not break his promise. He just hugged Abigail as usual and did not move. This made Abigail breathe a sigh of relief and was also a little disappointed. But after a while, she realized something was wrong, because although Leon did not move, she felt itchy and hotter. Leon beside her brought her great temptation, just like the ice cubes in the dog days and the stove in the dog days. You guy, you actually let go of your perverted ability. Abigail immediately realized why he had such an impulse and bit Lion's shoulder viciously. I promised not to touch you, but you didn't promise not to touch me. Leon teased with a wicked smile. In addition to letting Abigail break the precepts on his own initiative, he actually had the idea of whether the effect of lust and temperance could be resisted by the influenced person's will. There is too much information to be mined with this ability, and it is not appropriate to use others as verification. Only Abigail meets this condition best, and it will not make Leon feel uneasy. Persevere. If you feel uncomfortable, tell me the first time that I want to see the limit of this temptation. Of course, things must be explained clearly to Abigail so that she will not be able to make things worse. So that's it, I've become your test subject. Abigail rolled his eyes with anger, and then cheered up to resist the increasingly solid desire and the temptation brought by Leon. I can only ask you. After all, if I use others to verify this effect, won't you be angry? Leon explained. Snort. Although Abigail didn't look very happy verbally, he was quite satisfied with Lion's answer. After 10 minutes of stalemate, Abigail did not make any excessive moves, which made Leon breathe a sigh of relief. The effect of lust and restraint is not as outrageous as you imagined. As long as you have the intention to resist, it seems that you really can't achieve that effect. This is good news. Do you feel uncomfortable? Of course, Leon also wanted to ask Abigail's feelings. If this influence can be resisted, but it will make the affected person feel tormented, Leon will not continue to experiment. There's a little bit, but not that painful feeling. Abigail replied, his voice softened and his breathing was very fast. Have the impact effect gradually increased? Leon asked. Yes, but not obvious. At least now, without using magic, you can resist with your willpower alone. I probably have a bottom line. I'll give you a desire suppression. With this experiment, Leon has a new understanding of lust and temperance, so he doesn't plan to toss Abigail anymore. Just as he was about to use his desire to suppress him, Abigail took the initiative to turn over and press Leon under him. No, I endured it for 10 minutes, but you didn't give up. I was unwilling to accept it. Then ask for your reward, Lord Knight. Leon teased. Abigail is not polite. After all, it was Abigail who took the first move. He was just a legitimate defense and did not violate his previous promise. Sophia, who was not completely asleep next door, suddenly opened her eyes. He opened his eyes and raised his ears in a daze to analyze the cause of this sound. The final conclusion made her cover her ears and bury herself in the quilt. Sophia didn't know what the next door was doing. It was precisely because of her knowledge that she felt at a loss. Chapter 708 The Sand of Time. Fortunately, when the increase came, the small party dish was still the same, and in the end, Leon was better and spent the night safely. Early the next morning, Leon got up happily and went downstairs to prepare breakfast. Because there was more Sophia, the guest, Leon naturally prepared more breakfast. The breakfast no longer adopts the Chinese style, but chooses a classic combination of bread, fried eggs, bacon, and hot milk. But except Leon, the first one to come down was not Abigail, but Sophia. But Sophia's mental state is not very good, she looks a little dizzy and has a faint dark circle. I didn't sleep well last night, but I didn't wake up from a hangover. Come and drink some milk to relieve it. If there are so many toothbrushes and towels in the bathroom, you will use the same lavender as Abigail. Seeing Sophia, Leon immediately greeted. I didn't sleep well. Sophia turned her eyes on Leon with resentment. Looking at Lion's energetic appearance, she felt a little nervous. She was also a bystander last night. She knew how much alcohol was next door. Who would have thought that Leon, one of the perpetrators, was so energetic? It's unscientific. Did you recognize the bed or because you didn't carry the resurrection stone? Leon looked at Sophia with some concern and asked. I just drank too much and felt uncomfortable, so I was sleeping in a daze and didn't get enough rest. Sophia explained hurriedly. But the blush on her face couldn't help but betray her thoughts. Leon was sure that this girl must have been influenced by herself and Abigail last night. But adults know what to say and what not to say. Leon followed Sophia's words and said, take it and wash your face and brush your teeth, and come over to have a meal. I'll send it back to you later. You may feel better if you make up for it. Yet. Sophia nodded, regretting that she had drunk so much last night. She originally thought that she would be sent back by Leon when she was drunk and then carried home. Who would have thought she would be kept? It would be fine if she stayed, but she was forced to listen to the words tiger and wolf for a long time. But there is no gain. At least Sophia is sure that Leon and Abigail have gone through a lot of processes, and their ideas are even more difficult to realize. This also made Sophia feel a little uncomfortable. After all, things are getting more and more difficult to deal with, but she can't show it, so she turned around and went to the bathroom. As soon as Sophia left, Abigail also came down. Compared to Sophia, Abigail was in a good mental state. However, when she saw Lion's smiling face, she couldn't help rolling her eyes and raised her middle finger at Leon. Then I went to the bathroom to wash up, and finally returned to the dining table with Sophia and enjoyed breakfast. On the dining table, Sophia lowered her head and ate breakfast, while Abigail took the initiative to speak. In the morning, the teacher sent me a message and asked me to go to the castle village with him. I can't come back for about a week, you can take care of yourself. Yet. Leon was a little surprised, but he still didn't say much. After all, this was Razmidis's arrangement, which should be something that was beneficial to Abigail. Naturally, he would not make it difficult for Abigail to do because of possessiveness. You must take good care of yourself. Abigail repeated this sentence. Yes. Leon didn't know Abigail's subtext yet, and he shrugged his shoulders helplessly and agreed. Sophia, you can come here for dinner if you have nothing to do. By the way, you can help me stare at Leon. If there is anything wrong, remember to tell me secretly. After beating Leon, Abigail came to Sophia's ear and whispered. Oh. Sophia nodded, then glanced at Leon, looked at Abigail again, and felt happy that she was okay again. The breakfast ended soon. Abigail left the house first, while Leon said to Sophia, "I'll take you back." "Don't you go out to play today?" Sophia asked back. "There are other arrangements today, I'm going to work," Leon explained. "Okay." Although Sophia was a little regretful, she still didn't say much. After packing the table and kitchen, Leon took the keys of the beast pickup truck and drove Sophia back home, and then took the opportunity to the beach. There were no people on the beach in the early morning, only seagulls were seen walking on the beach. Because of the tide, many shellfishes that were brought up by the tide were lying quietly on the sand. Leon naturally had no intention of letting go of these gifts from nature. Although some of them have been eaten by seagulls, the still sound cockles and clams have also made Leon happy. In addition to the beach, the tide pool also has a lot of seafood to collect. Sea urchins and corals are the main outputs of tidal pools, and of course there are also various shellfish. Lions can be packed and taken away by packing them. After collecting the collected materials from the beach, Leon left the beach, boarded the wild beast pickup truck that was parked on the road, and returned to the farm. After observing the situation in the fields, each piece of reclaimed land has a lush crop. The 4 scarecrows perfectly performed their duties and kept these crops away from crows. Some crops have already appeared. It should be able to harvest in less than 2 days, which makes Leon very excited because his cultivation level is still stuck at level 4. After walking around, Lion's final eyes were placed in front of the gem sweetberry seedlings on a piece of land in the middle. The seedlings had already budged and did not look special. They just looked like an ordinary tender seedling, which was at most thicker than other seedlings. In fact, Leon had a piece of thyme sand on hand, and it was sprinkled directly on the seedlings of this gem sweetberry. "I guess you will see a fully mature gem sweetberry tomorrow." However, Leon was not sure if he wanted to exchange the gem sweetberry for the star fruit of the old cannoli statue so early. Although the star fruit is still edible, whether it is Rasmades or Linus, it has been said that if Leon wants to swallow the next star fruit, he has to wait until the previous fruit is completely absorbed by the body and then consider it. Not long after the second star fruit I ate last time, Leon could still feel his body being strengthened every day, which proved that the star fruit was still exuding the power it contained, changing Lion's physical fitness. After getting the third one, Leon could not eat it for the time being. "Forget it, there are no other plants to use anyway. I'll get them first. At worst, I can put them in the box and eat them when I want to eat them." After struggling for a long time, Leon finally returned to the house, got the sand of thyme, squatted in front of the gem sweetberry seedlings, and sprinkled them on the seedlings. Chapter 709 Material Gap. The sand of thyme looks no different from ordinary sand, and may be more profound in color. After the sand that floats in the bag falls into the soil, it is swallowed by the land. As the sand of thyme fell, the seedlings of the gem sweetberry in front of them began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. The main vine spreads upwards, and the fine branches began to extend out, and soon grew from tender buds to vegetation more than 1 meter high. The gem sweet berry showed its special features at this time. The wide leaf veins are not the common green of plants, but the crystal-like transparent color. The colorful leaf veins are spread all over the transparent leaves, like neon tubes, and at the top is a flower bud that looks like a lantern, which is also translucent. You can clearly see an orange-yellow fruit hanging inside. The texture looks very hard, but the overall shape is quite similar to that of strawberries, but it is more slender and round, and it does not have the seeds covered with skins of strawberries. The peel is as smooth as a mirror. I still have to wait for tomorrow. Although the whole plant has matured and has fruit, Leon did not see the gem sweet berry emitting the special green fluorescence of the crop ripening, which proves that it is still in a state of inability to pick. I was sure that I could not pick this beautiful gem sweet berry today, and Leon left the field and went to deliver food to the old hens in the chicken coop. Just after collecting the eggs in the chicken coop, Robin came and saw Leon in the chicken coop, quipping around him, pecking rice grains. You can not only please girls, but even hens can be attracted. After all, I'll serve them well, so of course I'll get close to me. Leon ignored Robin's joke. The chicken coop is well repaired. Not only did they make a sleeping coop, but they also had a separate hatching room. However, there are no roosters in my chickens. Can these eggs really hatch chickens? Who asked you to buy hens? But this problem is easy to solve. Wouldn't it be better if you borrow a rooster from Marnie to fertilize these eggs? Robin suggested. Marnie can provide such services, interesting. Leon suddenly realized. He originally thought he had to buy another little rooster to raise. Who would have thought that Marnie could actually rent a rooster? The chicken coop has an upper limit on the number of breeding. Even the top-level high-end chicken coop can only raise 24. You can't raise only chickens, you should consider ducks and rabbits. The duck eggs and duck feathers are no less valuable than eggs, and rabbit furs are also a shortage in the market. Robin asked. Chicken is still the main force, and you can raise 2 ducks and rabbits at will. Leon waved his hand and then asked, by the way, I want to hatch things. Do you just put the eggs in the hatching room, so don't worry? Well, it has an automatic heating function, which will adjust the temperature required for hatching. It will be foolproof, just put it in and wait for the shell to break. Robin confirmed. I understand. Leon knew that there was no problem with the incubation room, so he decided to put his dinosaur egg in. After all, raising chickens, ducks, and rabbits is not as interesting as raising dinosaurs. The chicken coop will be completely completed in 2 days, and then your livestock and swimming pool will be your livestock. Why don't you place an order for the barn? I will build the barn between the chicken coop and the livestock coop. In this way, you don't need to come and feed every day. I will install an automatic feeder. You just need to ensure that there is sufficient grass and food feed in the barn. Robin suggested. Then build it. What materials are needed and how much does it cost? Leon is a person who listens to advice, and this is a good thing that can save trouble for himself, so Leon naturally would not refuse. You just prepare 100 stones, 10 pieces of clay and 5 copper ingots for me, and I won't collect the money. After all, your order this time is very big, and I have made a lot of money. Just treat it as a free gift service. Robin replied with a smile. Light. Leon looked at Robin. He gave a thumbs up, then returned to the house and brought the materials Robin needed, and threw them to the ground. Yes, it seems that you have a lot of materials reserves. If I lack these things in the future, I will place an order for you. Of course, if you acquire them at the market price, you will not suffer any losses. If you give this money to those suppliers, it is better to give it to you." Seeing that Leon could prepare all the materials when he turned his head, Robin couldn't help but sigh. "Let's talk about it. I don't have much material reserves, but it just happens to be there. If you want to purchase large quantities of wood, stone, etc., I really may not be able to take it out." Leon did not directly take on this sentence. After all, he is not the main material supply, and most of these materials are byproducts when working. How much money can you make by providing raw materials? It's all hard money. With this effort, will it not be good to open 2 acres of land and sow more seeds? That's right, you still have such a big farm. Robin was not surprised. He chatted with Leon for a few words and then devoted himself to work. Leon didn't delay Robin's work here. He went to the cave to see the mushrooms that had not yet grown and the empty ground, and left the cave empty. "Continue to walk west and come to my grandfather's shrine. The fruit trees planted before grew a little taller than when I first planted before, but they were only a little bit. I guess I'd wait for more than 2 months if I wanted to see them grow into big trees completely. There are more and more things. Below the fruit trees is an oak forest. There are sap collectors hanging on these rows of neatly arranged oak trees. The first batch of resin has collected half a barrel. If you wait a few days, you will probably be able to harvest a large amount of oak resin. But the number of copper ingots is not enough. This is the direction that needs to be worked on next." Robin was busy, and Leon was busy. The first thing he had to do was to smelt various metal ingots. The efficiency of 10 furnaces was still a little lower, but Leon was reluctant to create more. After all, he didn't have enough copper ore reserves at hand. "I'll have to go to the mine after all." After searching around the box, Leon sighed, then turned on the TV and found Velvik's divination channel, wanting to determine his fortune today. "The elves today are very dissatisfied, you may be in trouble." The result of Velvik's divination made Leon scratch his head, and gave up the idea of taking the crystal hole to find Clint to open it all. "Although your fortune is not good, it is still fine to go down the mine. There is only 15 floors left to the bottom 120 floor. Although you may not be able to find the stairs tunnel if you are not lucky, if you use a super bomb to open the way, then things will be much simpler." Chapter 710 Level 5 Wild Picking. Once you make a decision, it is naturally time to set off. After preparing food and water, and bringing a super bomb and pickaxe, Leon headed straight to the northern foothills. The road is familiar to the road through the edge forest, along the high slopes at the northern foothills, and then crosses the wooden bridge connecting the west and the east. The entrance to the abandoned mine is right in front of Leon. Entering it, pressing the elevator button, Leon took advantage of the elevator to change himself into the ice-ripe skin set. Although it was summer, the temperature at the entrance of the mine was also high. After putting on the ice-ripe skin set, Leon shivered even more. Fortunately, it did not affect the action. I stepped onto the elevator and waited for the elevator to deliver myself to the 105th floor underground. The moment I opened the elevator door, I felt much warmer in an instant. "Building starts." Leon, who was muttering, looked around the mine environment that was different from last time, took out the super bomb directly from his backpack, ignited it and threw it into the stones and veins in the corner of this layer. Bang! After a deafening muffled sound, the area where the super bomb exploded was instantly cleared. Stone, iron ore, gold ore, and magma crystal balls were scattered on the ground, and Leon even saw 2 irregular diamonds. I didn't choose the profession of geologists in vain. Seeing the diamond, Leon immediately ran over and took it up. The diamond the size of a quail egg was heavy in his hand. Although it had not been polished, its transparency and luster were no worse than that of the ones that had been polished. If such diamonds are placed on the earth, they may be sold at a sky-high price. However, in this world, starting from 1500 G, the size is estimated to be around 23,000 G. After polishing, it may be a little more expensive, but it is not much more expensive, but it is also a good income. A good start made Leon look a little more open about his bad fortune today. I put away the materials on the ground, but unfortunately there were no stair pits in this blasting area, so Leon had to continue moving forward. Not all stones and veins are generated on a large scale. Some independent stones are separated by 2 or 3 rock veins one step away, etc. If you use super bombs to open the way, it is obviously a disadvantage. So when Leon encounters this kind of thing, he is honestly smashed with a steel pickaxe. Finally, at a corner, Leon found a stair pit leading to the 106th floor. It was naturally formed and not hidden under a certain stone or mineral vein. After climbing down the 106th floor along the stairs, Leon's eyes widened in an instant after landing. Red-brown soil and sparse stones, but these are not the key points. The key points are this: only large number of red and purple mushrooms grow on the soil layer. I finally encountered the mushroom layer. Are you really lucky today? Looking at the mushrooms on the ground, Leon couldn't help but sigh, then squatted down and picked the red mushroom closest to him. I compared the red mushrooms I picked in the cave on the farm. This one was obviously much bigger, and the color was more colorful. The white spots on the red umbrella cover were also denser. And milky white juice would seep under the picked mushroom handle. Red mushroom. This spotted mushroom occasionally appears in caves and contains deadly toxins. High-quality red mushrooms. I wonder if I can throw them into bale soup and get rid of the governor. While playing with the red mushroom in his hand, Leon speculated that this thing should be of silver or Venus quality, but there were not many references, so Leon was not sure, but the quality was definitely higher than the mushrooms raised in the mushroom cultivation tank in the cave. Because the mushrooms produced in the mushroom cultivation tank are basically of the most common quality, it is impossible to grow high-quality mushrooms. After putting it in his backpack, Leon continued to move forward, finding the pits of the stairs leading to the next floor, and it was important to pick all the mushrooms first. Purple mushroom, a rare mushroom growing deep in the cave, with very powerful vitality and healing effects. Compared with the toxicity of red mushrooms, purple mushrooms are the other extreme. The umbrella of this mushroom with a dark purple umbrella and a large light purple spot is very large, and it is oval, covering half of the stalks. It feels heavy when held in the hand, and you can smell a unique smell of fungi. To be specific, it is probably a sweet taste. It is also bigger than those picked in the cave, and it should be of high quality. Being welcomed it, Leon continued to move forward and picked all the mushrooms on the reddish-brown soil of this mine. The long-lost system prompt finally came. Long-term wild harvesting gives you a new understanding of how to collect wild plants. and your wild harvesting level will be increased by 1 level. For yes AI, you have already had some experience and insights. If you want to go further, you need to decide to focus on a career direction. Please choose your career. Forest Ranger, you can get more wood from the cut trees and will definitely drop the tree species. Collector, when picking, you will get double the probability of picking with natural blessings. His. If it is a game, Leon will definitely choose the collector without hesitation. After all, this double probability picking effect can be suitable for all wild plants, including berries, and the perfect choice for making money and replenishing physical bars. After all, even if the doubled returns are probabilistic, they are also a qualitative level enhancement. But unlike in the game, the profession of Forest Ranger has increased. The original effect was to increase the number of wood drops by 25%, which was the icing on the cake. However, now there is an increase in the number of trees that must be dropped, which is different. The drop rate of tree species is not 100%, it is a probability acquisition, and the probability is not high. It is considered lucky to drop one of 5 or 6 trees. If it weren't for the gift of Linus, it would be difficult for Leon to create an oak forest for the farm by himself. However, if he chose a forest ranger, if he wanted to plant trees on the farm in the future, he just needed to find a target tree outside to cut down and he could get a tree species steadily. In this situation, Leon wants both, and neither wants to give up. It is happiness. But in the end, Leon chose the collector's wild-picking profession. Because of comparing the secondary advancement of the two professions after level 10, all the collected objects brought by the extension of the collector profession, the botanist, will directly evolve into the effect of iridium quality, which is really a bug. Until now, Leon has never seen anything of iridium quality. Unlike in the game, the iridium in the game will only increase the price and gain obtained after consumption, but the iridium effect in reality may be the top taste enjoyment and powerful vitality increase. In terms of value, the collector is definitely stronger. Chapter 711 Hungry. What a pity! If you can upgrade before collecting the mushrooms here, you might get a few more mushrooms. After choosing the collector profession, Leon wanted to try the probability of the collector's double collection effect. Unfortunately, all the mushrooms in this mine have been put into the backpack. If you want to try it, you can only look for collectible plants in the wild. However, it is a good thing to upgrade wild picks after all. Leon has 3 skills to get the junior profession, and he is only under level 5 when farming and fishing. There is no need to worry about farming. As long as the crops on the farm are mature now, it is time to unlock the characteristics of the farming profession by hand. However, if you fish, Leon needs to work hard on his own. But at present, we still need to consider exploring the mine to the 120th floor first. What you have to do is also very simple. Take out a steel pickaxe, exert force on all the stones and metal veins on this floor, and then find the stair pit leading to the 107th floor and it's all done. The bad fortune finally showed his presence at this moment. All the stones were broken, and finally under the last iron or rough stone in the corner, Leon finally saw the stairs and mine cave. Without complaining, I climbed down the 107th floor along the stairs, and Leon immediately looked at the surrounding environment. There are no rocks or metal veins, there are only one large green, mossy-covered ground and empty rooms. This floor is not circling, it is a huge square space. There is no doubt that this is the monster lair, but strangely, there is no trace of the monster in Lion's vision. This made Leon frown and silently took out his galaxy watermelon knife, extended it into a long knife, carried it on his shoulders, and looked around and above his head. There is only one possibility that monsters cannot be seen with the naked eye, that is, the monsters in this lair are all flying units. As for whether they are bats or ghosts, they can only know when they appear. Oh! A deep and sharp howl suddenly sounded overhead. With this extremely harsh roar, one ghost after another emitting green fluorescent and covered in tattered white cloth emerged from the rock wall and rushed towards Leon. This terrifying scene was probably so scared that his legs were trembling and he couldn't stand firmly, but Leon, who had already prepared for it, was just a little trouble. Without staying in place and waiting for the fate of being besieged, Leon took the lead in rushing towards the ghost directly in front of him. The slender blade raised his hand and chopped a ghost in half. The feedback felt strange, just like chopping on cotton with a knife, with an indescribable awkwardness and abrasion. Fortunately, the sharpness of the galaxy weapon offsets this characteristic that seems to be able to absorb impact. Regardless of the essence of the sun that fell to the ground after the ghost dissipated, Leon rushed out through the gap in the encirclement exposed by the death of the ghost, opening up the distance from these ghosts. The ghosts did not intend to let Leon go. Although the encirclement was interrupted, they still rushed towards Leon relentlessly. But the ghosts who were facing enemies in the past were different from the previous state of being facing enemies by Leon, because of the difference in speed and distance, naturally lined up in a straight line and floated towards Leon. So stupid! Seeing this, Leon complained, then held the hilt of the galaxy longsword with both hands, aimed the tip of the knife at the big-headed ghost, and directly extended the blade body again. The sudden length pierced towards the ghost like a spear. The sharp knife tip penetrated the first ghost and continued to extend, piercing through the body of the second, third, and fourth ghosts. But when facing the fifth ghost, the blade suddenly shrank back. It's not that the extended length has reached its limit, it's just because Leon can't hold on anymore. The longer blade body not only brings an increase in attack range, but also increases the weight of the galaxy watermelon knife. Anyone who has played with a spear knows that the longer the length of the gun, the more exaggerated the weight. This is the resistance arm, and the position Leon is holding is the handle of the Milky Way watermelon knife, which is the fulcrum at the edge. The force required and the weight it bears are at the largest position. The extension of 20 meters is not the limit of the Milky Way watermelon knife, but it is the limit of Leon. But the effect is not bad. At least one attack, 4 ghosts will be pierced and killed suddenly. After moving his numb arms for a moment, Leon tightened the long knife that had been shortened to 2 meters in length, and chose to rush directly towards these ghosts. When rushing forward, the raised long sword was also extending wildly. The original length of 2 meters soared to 10 meters again. The increased weight made Lion's arms bent a little, but it was still within the bearing range. When it was approaching the team, within 2 meters in front of the ghosts who were still lined up in a row, the long sword that had already extended to about 12 was smashed by Leon with all his strength. The long sword like a bamboo pole slashed with the influence of gravity with this force, and the speed was astonishingly fast, and even a sonic boom sound was slashed. The torn air made an extremely sharp scream. The sharp blade slashed all the ghosts in half like cutting tofu, and then smashed them hard on the ground. Ding! The sound of the blade colliding with the rock formation on the ground was extremely crisp, and the power of the recoil made the whole person tremble. The tiger's mouth collapsed and some wounds broke. Whoever experiences the sourness and pleasure will know. It also made Leon unable to hold the hilt of the knife at this moment, and instinctively let go of the galaxy watermelon knife in his hand and let it fall to the ground. Fortunately, these stupid ghosts had all been split and their souls were scattered, so the weapon was not even out of hand, and the Milky Way watermelon knife, which had lost its control, quickly contracted after it landed on the ground, and finally returned to its most original length and shape. Lie quietly on the ground, waiting for Leon to pick it up. After shaking his arms, Leon took a breath of cold air. The just breaking tiger's mouth had stopped the blood flowing out and was still healing rapidly. The forest magic gave Leon powerful vitality to repair Lion's wounds and also extracted Lion's physical strength. After the tiger's mouth was completely healed and even the scar was not left behind, Leon sat directly on the slightly moist mossy ground on the ground. While picking up the galaxy watermelon knife, he also took out the bread that he had prepared in advance, opened the packaging bag, and stuffed it into his mouth. Hungry. The energy and vitality consumed by the wound recovery made Lion's stomach empty. If he couldn't eat anything, Leon felt that his stomach acid was about to digest himself. Chapter 712, It's Broken, I'm Abigail. I can't play like this next time. It's hard to control it. I'll kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of them. After eating 3 consecutive bread, Leon felt a little better in his stomach. This is still for the first time, he felt the sequelae of forest magic self-healing. The last time I was injured, I was still fighting with the diamond puppet, but at that time most of Lion's attention was attracted by the diamond puppet show, and the pain in his body was much more obvious than hunger. Later, Rasmades appeared to help heal, but he did not notice that the healing effect of forest magic would have such an impact. It made Leon quite novel to experience this feeling at this moment. No wonder the farmer controlled by the player in the game was injured and lost blood. He just needed to eat something to recover. However, Leon felt that the two should not be the same, but it did not prevent him from thinking randomly. My stomach was still a little empty. Although the 3 breads relieved my hunger, Leon felt that he could still eat a lot. But there is not much food on my body. The 3 breads are enough to support a simple lunch. Now there is basically no cooked food in the package. But there is still reserve in raw, that is, the purple mushrooms picked on the previous layer. Thinking of this, Leon took out a purple mushroom and touched it in the palm of his hand. Looking at the mushroom that still maintains extremely high freshness, Leon looked at the ability of his personal panel, which was called Gluttony and Temperance. After hesitating for a moment, hesitated and sent the purple mushroom to his mouth and took a bite. The purple mushrooms are sweet at the mouth. The rich mushroom flavor bursts out on the tip of the tongue, and the taste is not dry. The purple mushroom umbrella is mixed with a sticky juice, which is also sweet. The taste of the mushroom itself is a bit like jelly, which is very moist, smooth, and elastic. The taste was beyond Lion's expectations. What made Leon even more happy was that as the chewed purple mushrooms drank down the esophagus, Leon felt warm all over his body, a sense of satisfaction arose, his whole body was filled with strength, and even his spirit was excited. Good thing. Aware of the supplement of the physical energy of the purple mushroom and the power provided by the functional beverage, Leon couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know whether this was because of the effect of purple mushrooms itself or the digestive feedback provided by gluttony and temperance, but this raw eating experience gave Leon a new discovery, that is, he did not seem to need to eat serious food to make up for the hunger and weakness caused by excessive physical energy consumption. This new discovery made Leon think of the description effect of gluttony and moderation. Endless hunger strengthens your stomach into any substance that can be digested. Leon had a flash of inspiration, took out another diamond from his bag, placed it in front of him, and finally gritted his teeth and sent it to his mouth, biting it gently. I thought I would knock my teeth like a high-hard object such as a stone, but with a slight bite, the unsanded diamond actually shattered directly under the bite of Lion's teeth, and half of the bitten diamond rolled down directly into Lion's mouth. With the chewing of the upper and lower teeth, the diamond that could not be easily crushed by the stamping machine was ground into powder in Lion's mouth like crispy biscuits, and then it was swallowed into the belly with Lion's attempt. There was no strange feeling, just like eating an ordinary food. The diamond crumbs that fell into the stomach bag were digested in an instant, and the energy contained in it began to be transported to Lion's whole body, which was warmer than the purple mushrooms. The energy provided by diamonds is a bit cold, but it is also very comfortable, just like eating a popsicle, and this energy also makes Leon feel a little stronger. It's bad, I'm Abigail. Looking at the half of the diamond in his hand and the remaining tooth marks on it, Leon complained. However, he was sure that he could digest the diamonds, so Leon naturally did not keep the half of the diamond at hand and threw it directly into his mouth. Crispy, no smell. The increase in the power provided by the diamonds that were digested again to Leon was even more obvious. Leon, who picked up the Galaxy watermelon knife on the ground, jumped on the spot a few times, and found that his whole body was very comfortable, and there was also a clear desire to destroy that was urging Leon to vent. Originally, Leon thought that the energy provided by the diamonds he ate was permanently held, and was considering whether to spend more diamonds to improve his physical fitness, but he noticed that the system actually refreshed a notice. Gluttonum, diamond plus 10 attack power, plus 50 critical power, special effect destroy desire, you can mine ore more easily, mining skills plus 3, and the feeding effect lasts for 8 hours. So that's the case, it's a temporary gain state, what a pity. After reading the prompt, Leon was suddenly disappointed. His dream of strengthening Krypton gold was shattered. This power is time efficient, not permanently strengthened. However, the amplification effect provided by diamonds is quite good. Not to mention the enhanced attack power and critical impact, the plus 3 mining enhancement alone is very suitable for the environment of the mine. Although it only lasts for 8 hours, from now on to 8 hours, Leon has already left the mine and returned to sleep. But this attempt also made Leon understand something interesting, that is, gluttony and temperance, which actually has a special scope of application. Originally, he thought this thing was like lust and temperance, and was passive. Lion's only feeling about gluttony and restraint before was that this thing made he seemed to eat like this without feeling overwhelmed. Even if the food he ate was the limit of the previous stomach bag, he would not feel uncomfortable. But I didn't expect that it was because the things I ate before did not seem to contain any special energy, so this kind of special gain effect was not triggered. However, eating like this would not make you feel overeating and being passive. This time, eating a diamond finally made Leon understand the effect of gluttony and temperance, which was a surprise. Besides eating something containing special energy, Leon also found that his teeth were also strengthened, and even diamonds could be chewed and digested. Leon dared not think about what else can't be bitten or swallowed by himself. This is also a new weapon, and its strength is not low. If you encounter difficult things in the future, biting may also become one of your own attack methods. Moreover, if the bitten object itself contains energy absorption targets that meet the control of gluttony and eating, you may be able to recover blood while fighting. It's a bit touching to think about it, but the scene may not be that good looking, but this is not a matter of fact. Leon thinks that this fighting style is actually quite touching. Chapter 713. After resting for a while, Leon stood up and looked at the sun essence and some extra drops falling on the ground. In addition to the essence of the sun shining with golden light, the most conspicuous one is also a grey-white, thin scale, big belly that is flapping on the ground. It looks a bit like a tilapia, but it is twice as big as a tilapia, and its fish eyes are completely white, which looks extremely strange. Ghost fish, a pale blind fish that can be found in an underground lake. The fish unique to the waters in the mine should have lived quietly in the water, but now they appear in this monster layer where there is no water source, and they are still alive. Although I knew this was a ghost's drop, Leon still felt it was quite outrageous. If the drop was a dead fish, it could be understood that the ghost also needed to eat, but if a living person fell, it could only be understood that this is the rule of this world. After putting the ghost fish into the system backpack, Leon followed the stair tunnel that was automatically generated in the corner because of the cleared ghost, and went down to the 108th floor. This layer is the structure of a standard mine cave. A large number of rocks and metal veins stand on the rock layer. Occasionally, you can see a small pool of magma tumbling with bubbles, and there are monsters, but they are not shadow people, but red slimes as bright as flames. Large areas of mining areas were cleaned with super bombs, and the idle distributed independent veins or rocks were cleaned by steel picks. The red slime that took the initiative to run over to find trouble for Leon was not pitied by Leon. The Galaxy watermelon knife could cut it into slime mud with one knife. After cleaning up all the way, Leon finally saw the 110th floor elevator and turned it on. Leon leaned against the elevator shaft, took out a bottle of mineral water, poured it into his throat, making up for the lack of water. The lower the temperature, the higher the temperature. The previous ice-ripe skin set could still make Leon feel cool, but now, Leon has felt a hint of lingering heat, which means that the effect of the ice-ripe skin set is being offset. I hope I can last up to the 120th floor. Wiping the sweat beads that oozed out of his forehead, Leon threw the super bomb in his hand into the rock pile in the distance. With a muffled sound, the explosion area was cleared, and pieces of fist-sized stones remained in place, waiting for Leon to pick it up. In addition to these stones, there is also a lava crab that was originally hidden in the stone. It lost its hard rock shell due to the explosion, dragging its body of a crab that was completely exposed to the air, trying to escape from this area that could no longer provide it with shelter. Click. With a crisp sound, the lava crab was nailed to the ground. Before it struggled, it began to weather and disappear, leaving only a bomb that represented the evidence that it had been active. Leon did not waste this freshly baked bomb, and it was ignited and threw it further away. There were several mining areas where iron ore and gold ore were mixed, and of course the most common rocks in the mine cave were indispensable. Bang! A louder explosion than a super bomb came, and Leon discovered that another lava crab had lost its shell appeared in this area. He quickly stepped forward and knocked it to death with a single knife. This layer is not all this thing, right? Leon couldn't help but complain. Anyway, he saw nothing except stones and mineral veins. Because the mineral density of this layer is very high, Leon relies entirely on super bombs to open the way. With the sound of explosions, the rocks and veins turned into stones and ores, but there is no trace of rock crabs anymore. After putting away the stones, gold, iron ore, and coal on the ground, Leon looked at the blown stair pit and continued to go deeper into the next floor. The bombs were opened all the way, and occasionally they used steel picks to reach the 119th floor. Leon was surprised to find that in today's mine, lava bat lava crabs, red slimes, and metal big heads were seen, but the squid baby and the shadowman were not seen. This made Leon feel quite strange. Logically speaking, the main monster in this mine area should be the shadows, but I didn't encounter it once today. But Leon didn't think much about it. After all, Leon is still confused about the secrets in the mine. Maybe something happened that I didn't know, or maybe it wasn't the turn of the squid and shadow people to go to work in today's mine. Without these difficult monsters, Leon was happy and relaxed. Looking at the stair pit leading to the 120th floor in front of him, Leon wiped the sweat beads on his head again. As long as he went down the stairs, the bottom floor of the mine would appear in front of him. After cleaning up, Leon climbed down the stairs with a familiarity. The further down, the temperature that had made him sweat profusely began to drop rapidly. When he finished climbing the stairs and landed, Leon felt a hint of coldness. It feels like wearing ice-talked animal skin when the entrance of the mine cave. It is obvious that the temperature of the 120th floor is not affected by the lava area. After taking off the Icethorn beast skin suit on his body, Leon looked around, and the 120th floor space was much smaller than the previous mine area. The surrounding walls are no longer primitive rock formations, but walls made of grey-brown bricks and stones. Except for the wall with the elevator shaft that is flat, the other three walls are carved with snake shapes. And the heads of these prominent snake-shaped sculptures represent the position of the snake's eyes and are inlaid with gems. There are 6 snakes on the 3 walls, and the gems used for the eyes of each snake sculpture are also different. Amethyst, citron, emerald, ruby, aquamarine, and diamonds, the 6 colors of gems exuded a faint luster. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Leon always felt that the snake eyes inlaid with these gems seemed to be staring at him. After rubbing his hands, Leon hesitated for a long time, finally gave up the idea of placing the gems on the snake's eyes, moved his eyes away from the snake-shaped sculpture on the wall, and placed it on the treasure chest in the center of the space. Quickly forward, lifted up the lid of the treasure chest, and a thick white key lies quietly in the box. One end of the key is carved with a mini skull shape, while the other end is sharp like a needle tip. The tooth marks on the key are serrated into serrated shapes, with the overall length of about 20 centimeters. Compared to the key, Leon felt that this thing was more like a weapon. Skull key, a key that can open a seal of some kind. Never explore how it is used before you are ready. Holding the key in his hand, the system gave his own identification information. Chapter 714 Aliens. I finally got it, but it's a pity that there is only such a key, and there is no other surprise. After putting the skeleton key into his backpack, Leon looked at the empty treasure chest and complained. He originally thought that in addition to the skeleton key, Mr. Chi should have left something else in the box to find something for Leon or issue a commission. However, the skeleton key has been obtained, and Leon doesn't plan to stay here anymore. He has finished the 15-story mine in a day, and it takes a lot of time. If he stays in the mine, Leon feels that he will not be able to withstand it. Powered up the elevator on the 120th floor, pressed the button, waiting for the elevator to arrive. Leon looked around again and found that nothing had changed. When the elevator arrived, Leon entered it and pressed the button on the 0th floor. After the elevator door closed, all 6 snake-shaped carvings on the walls came alive on the 120th floor that Leon could not see. The 6 snakes that came alive raised their heads and stared at the treasure chest where the skeleton keys were taken away, spitting out the snake's letters, and began to crawl towards the treasure chest one by one. After all, they all entered the treasure chest. The treasure chest began to weather and completely disappeared into the air. The snakes that were drilling into it didn't know whether they disappeared with the treasure chest or had left here through some magical ability. On the other side, Leon, which had already reached the surface, drilled out of the mine cave directly. The sky outside was completely dark, the faint moonlight barely illuminated the earth, and the lake outside the mine could hear frogs croaking one after another. After taking out his cell phone, Leon noticed that it was already 11 o'clock in the night. No wonder I feel hungry, it turns out that it's so late. It was almost early morning, and Leon hurriedly walked towards the northern foothills. He did not have the leisure to travel to the mountains at night. He worked in the mine cave all day long. The sweat flowed out of his body was almost rotten. Going back early to take a shower, and then having some late supper to eat and sleep is what Leon wants to do most now. Oh, the old man hasn't slept yet. Just as he took out his bicycle and was about to ride back, Leon noticed someone staring at him on the hillside. When he looked up, he found that it was Linus. "Didn't you sleep? You just came back from the mine." Linus asked Leon with a smile. "Well, you have leftovers, I'm quite hungry now." Since I saw Linus, Leon was not in a hurry to go back. He pushed his bicycle to the outside of the Linus tent on the slope and spoke to Linus. "Have you lived such a miserable life recently?" Linus was amused by Lion's words. "It's quite miserable, otherwise I wouldn't have been busy until now." Leon shrugged his shoulders and complained. "Take it and eat it." Linus got into the tent, and after a moment, he walked out with a lotus leaf package and threw it into Lion's hands. After buying lotus leaves, Leon found that the thing was still hot. After pushing the lotus leaves apart, he saw clearly that it was covered with large pieces of pork leg meat with honey, or the one with shaved bones. "Good thing, you can take out this thing and send me it." "Master, you really think so, a homeless man?" As soon as Leon saw these honey pork leg meat, Linus handed over another pair of chopsticks. Leon naturally would not be polite and teased Linus while eating. "This was originally the late snack I was going to give myself, but now I'm giving it to you for free. You still want to squeeze me out? You kid are not grateful at all." Linus scolded Leon angrily. "We are talking about this. The old man is waiting for me so late. He has prepared delicious food. If you have anything to do, just say it, don't hide it." Leon finished eating the honey pork leg wrapped in the lotus leaves, licked his lips and spoke to Linus. "Why do you think I'm waiting for you?" Linus asked curiously. "Do I really need my explanation?" Leon shrugged his shoulders and pointed at the lotus leaves that had been eaten, but still had grease and honey left, and there was obviously a bonfire next to the tent. The firewood only looked like a shell, which was obviously just lit. Fortunately, finding a girlfriend did not make your mind dull. In this way, I can talk to you about the skeleton key you got in the mine. Linus smiled and greeted Leon as he sat next to the fire, while he sat opposite Leon. Even on a summer night, the night wind at the northern foothills still has a hint of chill, and the heat emitted by the fire can be offset just by the offset. It is not hot when roasted, but is very warm. Do you guys all like to monitor everything in Stardew Valley? I didn't even say what I got in the mine. Linus was ready to talk to me about the harvest, and I specially prepared food and a fire. Leon was quite helpless. I don't have the control of Rasmades, I'm just entrusted. Linus explained to Leon with his shoulders shrugged. Including the things you just ate, they were all delivered to me by the client. He felt that you could rely on these fresh foods to supplement your physical fitness after working hard for a day. Mr. Chi. Lion's first reaction to the client Lena's mentioned was Mr. Chi. Well, except him, who would be so bored to put a seal key in the mine that could open the ruins of ancient civilizations. Linus was not surprised that Leon knew Mr. Chi's information. As far as he knew, although Mr. Chi had never met Leon, he had also had many letters. Ancient civilization ruins. Leon was stunned when he heard this. If he guessed correctly, the ancient civilization ruins mentioned by Lena's were skeleton mines, but why should the mine cave be called ancient civilization ruins? The Pyramid Civilization, a civilization left by outsiders who do not belong to this planet, has a history of about thousands of years. Your key is to open the voucher for the integration of their once civilization ruins in a mine cave. Linus spoke slowly. Are you surprised that there are aliens in this world? No surprise, as far as I know, the dwarf is an alien. Leon replied, shook his head. It seems that you have listened to my previous words and know that reading books will make up for your lack of understanding of the world. Linus was quite pleased when he heard Lion's answer. So, are the dwarves and this pyramid civilization a group of people? Leon asked. No, the dwarves came to this world earlier than those who created the pyramid civilization. Linus replied. The dwarves are much more friendly than these aliens who created pyramid civilizations. These aliens came to this world just to conquer. Unfortunately, they are very ambitious but have no matching ability. They just built their own civilization circle and were wiped out in a week. 2 updates, I am still in a state of deprivation, and I am sick and I am like a slim down. Brothers, please pity me, please. Chapter 715 Mr. Chi's Temptation. As for their civilization ruins, they sank into the ground and merged with a large mine, which is the place under the gate that the skeleton key you just got can open. After briefly describing the background of the skeleton mine, Linus looked at Leon and waited for Leon to ask. Which force was killed by those aliens? Leon did not disappoint Linus, and immediately raised the question he was most interested in. Monster. Linus revealed an existence that Leon had never expected at all. Monster. I don't know that monsters will help protect the world. Leon complained. No, it's just that the area where they land is near the Calico Desert, and the density of monsters in that area is completely beyond the area where humans are active now, so it's not the turn of humans to resist at all, and their civilization is over. Linus explained. After all, from the perspective of those monsters, all creatures are enemies, and you don't care whether you are an indigenous person in this world. It's very miserable. Leon sighed and continued to ask. But I have another question, why did that pyramid civilization sink and merge with the mine? Wasn't the mine shaped by BA? Those aliens can't even resist the local monsters, so how can they interfere with the mine? This involves some secrets about mines. Take the mines in Stardew Valley as an example. You have completed the exploration of the entire mine, didn't you find that there are some areas that are completely different from the mine cave style? Linus asked back with a smile as he looked at Leon. You mean the ice and snow palace in the ice layer? Leon immediately understood the area that Linus refers to, that is the palace area on the 70th floor to 79th floor. Linus nodded, that's right, that's also an ancient civilization integrated into the mine, and the skeleton monsters and ghost monsters you see in it were transformed by the dead of this ancient civilization. So, is this the secret of the mine? Will all the disappearing ancient civilizations integrate into the nearby mine? Leon asked back. It's just one of the secrets of the mine cave, but you're right. The mine cave does actively integrate all the lost civilization ruins, so the mine cave has another name in the mouth of knowing its secrets, that is, the Ancient Civilization Ruins Cemetery. Linus nodded and continued to speak. As for why the mine caves annex and merge the lost ancient civilization ruins, I can't tell you. If you want to know, you have to discover and investigate it yourself. But one thing I want to make clear to you is that compared to this abandoned mine in Stardew Valley, the mine cave that can be opened with the skeleton key is countless times more dangerous than the abandoned mine cave. So if you want to explore that new area, you have to be fully prepared. I can't help you there, so if you trigger natural shelter, then you have to have drugs that can heal your injuries and support you through the most dangerous period, so be careful and careful. It should be fine. I have acquaintances over there. As long as I can get to the Oasis store, I should get the best help. Leon comforted Linus. It seems that I don't need to introduce you to where this key can be opened. Linus was a little surprised when he heard Lion's answer. I know that I have been there a few times before. I saw a sturdy iron gate under a cliff. There was a skeleton-shaped relief on the door that was the same as this key. When I got this key, I guessed that there was a connection between the two. Leon said nonsense without changing his face. This explanation is a bit forced, but you can know it yourself. Linus rolled his eyes to Leon, then took out a letter from his body and handed it to Leon. This is what I asked me to hand it over to you, and I sent it with that portion of food. You can open it and take a look. Leon took the envelope, and the varnish seal on it was engraved with a big Q, representing the first letter of Mr. Chi's name. After taking out the letters, I spread them out and read the above content. Leon. Congratulations on completing your exploration of the Stardew Valley mine and getting the key I prepared for you. If you want to continue to study your combat skills and mining abilities, the skeleton mine in the Calico Desert will provide you with new challenges. There, danger and opportunity coexist, and there are gifts from the stars. I can guarantee that as long as you can survive in it, what you can gain will open your eyes. In order to give you some motivation, I will also prepare a trial for you. If you can reach the 15th floor in the skeleton mine, I will give you gold coins that can pile into a mountain as a reward. If you can reach the 100th floor in one day, I will prepare a precious gift for you. I look forward to showing your vitality in this mine. In addition to the rewards of these trials, there are also some treasure chests I prepared in the skeleton mining. The things in these boxes are more valuable than those in the mine in Stardew Valley. Together. Mr. Chi is tempting me to go to the skeleton mine early. After reading the contents of the letter, Leon complained. So you're going? Linus asked back to Leon with a smile. Of course. Leon nodded. After all, there are small rewards, and there is no place to go to the mine. At least the skeleton mine in the Calico Desert is not as good as Ice and Fire. Then be prepared and go again. That's all I have to say. Go back early and rest. Linus reminded Leon, then extinguished the fire pit in front of him, stood up and headed into the tent. Good night, old man. After saying goodbye to Linus, Leon also stood up and left the northern foothills, passed through the edge forest, went down the stone steps, and finally returned to the Red Star farm. After using the key to open the door of the house, Leon immediately got into the bathroom and washed himself clean. Then he didn't wear any clothes. He wrapped himself in a bath towel and sent all the stones, ores, gem monsters, and other items he harvested into the treasure chest. After sorting out the backpack and treasure chest, Leon took out 50 gold ores and 10 coals alone, went out, and threw them into the furnace while the moonlight. These gold ingots will become reserve materials for upgrading pickaxes. Since you have decided to go to the skeleton mine, you naturally have to increase the strength of the pickaxes. After all, you can't rely solely on super bombs to open the way. Chapter 716 Boss, you're awake. There was nothing to say all night and no beauty with her. Leon slept quite comfortably. It just seemed like I had a dream in a daze, dreaming that I was still on the 70th floor of the mine, and I was not wearing the snow monster leather suit. The cold air emitted by the surrounding ice bricks and frozen soil made Leon tremble. In addition, there was a giant slime pressing on himself and licking himself. This bad body the test made Leon wake up instantly. If he just felt cold, Leon could still feel that the air conditioner temperature was too low, but he was licked and his nose and face were wet. It would be obvious that there was a big problem. Then Leon, who suddenly opened his eyes, was stunned. The head of an adult husky was standing straight in front of Lion's eyes. The pair of wisdom-filled eyes flashed with blue light, and the tongue was still ticking with cold saliva. The head of the dog was still tilted and looked stupid. Rhubarb. Boss, wake up! When Dewang saw Leon shouting his name, the dog's mouth broke into a crack and his appearance became even more stupid. When did you wake up? You can still speak. It's not bad, and you've completely transformed. Leon sat up directly and looked at Dewang. This guy has grown from the previous little bean dink to a big guy who is 2 meters long. His strong limbs are stepped on the bed, and his smooth black and white hair is still covered with a thin layer of frost. If you don't look at your face, Dewang is still very majestic and handsome now. Unfortunately, it's easy to get out of the show when facing Dewang's dog face. Last night, I thought I was kidnapped at first. When I woke up, I found that the room was bigger than the room we lived in before. If I hadn't smelled you, I thought you had sold me. Dewang lay on Lion's body and rubbed the dog's head against Lion's chest. Boss, I miss you. So too. Without you, I always feel that there is less fun. Leon stretched out his hand and stroked De Wong's head. Not to mention, the feel is not much worse than when he was a child, but it is a little colder. De Wong's whole body is now filled with coldness. Boss, I want to eat meat. After enjoying Lion's touch for a while, De Wong suddenly rushed up and shouted. If Leon hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been almost overwhelmed by this guy. Yes, you can eat whatever you want, go. Leon pushed De Wong out of bed, then touched his underwear and put on a pair of jeans and got out of bed. De Wong stood beside Leon, sitting on the ground with his butt, looking up and down at Leon and said, "You have the smell of others on you, so is it on the bed? Boss, are you looking for a spouse?" Yeah. Leon nodded. That pink-haired human or purple-haired human? De Wong asked after hearing this. That's called purple hair. Leon corrected the problem with De Wong. It's almost the same anyway. De Wong pushed Leon's hand away indifferently and asked in confusion, "But why didn't I smell that pink-haired woman?" Only Abigail. Leon complained. Why? The boss is so outstanding, isn't it easy to find a spouse? Could it be that you can't? De Wong tilted his head in confusion and looked at Lion's crotch with emphasis on Lion's crotch. He found that it was quite abrupt, and he became even more confused. Don't worry about adult affairs. Just wake up and learn to speak. Why do you have so many messy things in your mind? Leon was speechless when he heard De Wong's words. I learned it when I was sleeping. A lot of knowledge kept stuffing into my mind in my dreams. I couldn't learn it if I didn't want to. De Wong stood up and wandered around Leon, and the worst thing is that I can't eat and drink with you in the future. Are you going to fulfill your duties as a son of the wilderness? Leon was stunned when he heard this, and then thought of what Linus had once popularized science with him. Well, of course, I'm summoning me. After saying hello to boss, I have to set off after dinner. De Wong nodded. Although he was reluctant to leave, he still planned to leave. It cannot refuse that kind of summoning, nor does it want to refuse. Is your destination far from here? Leon squatted down and picked up De Wong's dog head, feeling a little uncomfortable. After all, he had to part just when he saw this guy awakening, and he was quite reluctant to part. After all, although De Wong looked a little stupid, it was Lion's first pet in this world. Leon had been thinking that when De Wong woke up, he would take it to the city hospital for sterilization. It's not too far. Of course I told me to go east, but I don't know where it is. But I'm running fast now. If I really miss you, I will run back to see you. But you can't let me run for nothing, at least I have to take care of you. De Wong tilted her head and thought for a while, but she didn't understand where she was going. Then she shook her head and didn't plan to think about it anymore, and instead reminded Leon. Okay, tell me what you want to eat, I'll make it for you. Leon promised to hold De Wong in his arms. Then I'm going to eat beef this morning, big chunks, it's better to add some potatoes. De Wong shouted immediately. Let's go, please be sure. He patted De Wong on the back and made a handful of ice crystals. Leon didn't care. He got up and took De Wong with him and walked downstairs. De Wong followed Leon tightly, his dog's head swaying from side to side, and his eyes were also staring around, as if he was observing his current new home. "Boss, how long have I slept? When did you change to such a big house?" Comparing the small wooden house in Lyon before, the new home is much bigger than before, so big that Dewang feels a little extravagant. "It's been a month and a half," Lyon replied after estimating the time when Dewang was sleeping until she woke up. "I built such a big house in 1.5 months? Boss, are you kept?" Dewang was shocked when he heard this. After all, this house looked not cheap. "Why is the things you instill in your mind so outrageous?" Hearing Dewang's words, Lyon's face was black. A dog complained so sharply and his words were so humanized. He really felt quite strange. "I'm making good money myself. With such a big nest, you can find a few more spouses and have more children. The boss will definitely be very lively in the future." Dewang did not ask Lyon where he made so much money, but instead sighed happily with his tongue. "I will also build a big nest at that time, find a few bitches to give birth to a few nests of dogs, and then send them all over for you to raise. You think it's pretty, staying next to you, I'll cook for you." Lyon was amused and laughed when he heard Dewang's ambition, but if this is the case, it would be pretty good. After all, it may not be common in the future, but its children should be husky, so it should be no problem to raise a few at home. Moreover, the children born are also children of the wilderness, and the children born should not be too stupid and have a lifespan limit for ordinary dogs. Helping with the children at that time is indeed a good choice. Chapter 717 Farewell. It was indeed a bit out of place to start stewing beef early in the morning, but looking at the rhubarb squatting beef and constantly sucking, Lyon felt it was quite warm. Perhaps if there is a child in the future, the child will be around you and wait for the first delicious bite before it is released. However, if the child is as embarrassing as he is with rhubarb, he must be corrected. "Okay, give it." I found a large soup bowl, poured all the beef and potatoes stewed in the pot into the soup bowl, and placed it on the ground. The rhubarb rushed over with a whistle and swallowed the boiling beef that had just been out of the pot. Lyon was not worried about this, and after solving the problem of rhubarb breakfast, Lyon had to give himself a nutritious breakfast. The food I ate was a little lighter. I cooked a large pot of rice porridge in advance and was ready. Lyon found carrots again, stirred them simply as side dishes, served a large bowl of porridge, spread a layer of shredded carrots, and squatted on the ground, watching the rhubarb while sucking the white porridge. "It's so delicious." A large pot of beef stewed potatoes was eaten clean by rhubarb. No drop of soup was left in the soup bowl. It was as clean as just washed. This could satisfy the amount of portions of 2 people. The belly did not swell after eating it. It was obvious that rhubarb had the ability to continue fighting. "Do you want some porridge?" Lyon asked. "Yes." Dewang was not polite, and pushed the soup bowl into Lyon with his front paws, yelling with his tongue. Lyon added half a pot of white porridge to the basin, and poured the remaining cold shredded radish into it. There was something to eat in the basin. Rhubarb lowered his head again and started drinking the porridge. "I'm full." After eating it again, Dewang sat on the ground and looked at Lyon with satisfaction. "Boss, I feel very uncomfortable if I can't eat the food you cook in the future. I want to eat and come back, but I won't have a chance to meet again in the future." Lyon rubbed Dewang's dog head, found a tissue to wipe the hair on Dawang's mouth and the residue on his beard and comforted him. It's not right for a person. Anyway, you are outside, so you have to take good care of yourself. Looking at the loneliness in Dawang's eyes, Leon held Dawang's head in his hand and reminded him. Well, boss, too. Dawang rubbed his head against Lion's palm, and couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick it. I hope you will be as healthy as you are now when you meet next time. So too. If you encounter danger, remember to come and find me and I'll stand up for you. After patting Dawang's head, Leon stood up and began to clean up the mess. Dawang just lay quietly on the ground, looking at Leon with his head raised. After Leon finished packing, Dawang stood up and said, "It's time for me to leave. I'll give it to you." Leon glanced at Dawang and left the house with him. But outside the house, Rhubarb stopped Leon from continuing to walk with him. "Boss, go and do something else, I'll leave myself. Come back and see if you have time. This is your home forever." Leon squatted down again, stroked Dawang's body, and combed his hair. Dawang closed her eyes and enjoyed Lion's touch for a while, then suddenly opened her eyes, and left Leon 5 or 6 meters away with him with a jump. Then she quickly ran and disappeared in front of Lion's eyes at an extremely astonishing speed. You don't need to worry about this guy's self-protection ability in the future. The dog runs quite fast. Dawang ran as fast as a rocket, and Leon did not capture Dawang, but this is a good thing. He ran fast, and whether it was attacking or running away, it was an extremely high-quality talent. But Leon was quite sorry that he didn't stay with Dawang for a while. If he had enough time, he could ask Haley to bring the camera to help take a few photos as a souvenir. However, Leon could understand that Dawang was so anxious to run away, perhaps to avoid saying goodbye. "Leon, you don't seem to be in a good mood. Have you had a fight with Abigail?" Looking at the direction where Dawang left, Dawang did not come back, but Robin drove in with a pickup truck. Robin, who got out of the car, saw Lion's expression at the moment and couldn't help asking. "No, I just bid farewell to an old friend," Leon explained. "Then you must have a good relationship," Robin affirmed. "Yes, have you eaten breakfast? I'll get you something to eat." Leon nodded, then changed the subject and asked Robin. "After eating, you won't bother you anymore. I'm going to work, you're busy with your business." Robin replied to Leon with a smile, then took his toolbox from the car and walked towards the chicken coop. Leon followed, not because he wanted to post a post with Robin, but because he wanted to feed the chickens. By the way, visit the new chicken coop. The new chicken coop is more than twice as big as before. In addition to the spatial changes, in the newly opened space, in addition to the column-shaped incubator, there is also a row of thatched nests. The floor beside the wall has also been transformed into a groove, connected to a flush valve, which looks very similar to the squat toilet in a public toilet. I don't know if this kind of thing will be used by the little guys living in the chicken coop. However, it should be meaningful to see the floor of the chicken coop that is clean and there is no residual feces left. At the same time, in front of the groove, there is a conveyor belt-shaped trough, which is empty and there is nothing yet. However, after Robin built a barn to connect this trough, Leon did not need to come to feed chickens every day, which could be regarded as pushing the breeding industry to a semi-automated model. Can I fill in the chicken coop now, right? After taking out the eggs from the new chicken coop, Leon left the chicken coop and asked Robin, who was laying the foundation and preparing to build a cattle shed. Of course, but I think you'd better wait until I finish the cattle shed. If the new little guys have to adapt to the new environment and endure the noise made by my work, it may affect its new life. If you are stressed, it's easy to have an accident. Robin suggested. Then let me listen to you. It's not bad for these days anyway. Leon is a person who listens to advice, and Robin's words are not groundless. The poultry and animal in Stardew Valley all have their own little emotions. The more comfortable and excited the life, the higher the quality of egg hair produced by poultry and animal, which will reduce the yield and quality. In addition to adding a new source of income to the farm, Leon raises these small animals to prepare for the animal product package and sacrifice. High-quality animal products are essential, so you must naturally take care of the emotions of these poultry and livestock. Chapter 718 Better. After finishing the matter at the chicken coop, Leon returned to the fields. What he speculated yesterday was right. There was indeed a batch of crops that had matured. These crops are naturally the plants with the shortest growth cycle, and parsnips and carrots are the representatives. Besides these two, the strawberries planted last quarter were still glowing and hot, producing big and red fruits, waiting for Leon to pick them. What Leon cares about the most is the gem sweet berry sprinkled with the sand of time yesterday. Now, a gem sweet berry plant has hung a shape like a strawberry, but the fruit does not look like a plant at all, but it looks like an orange gem carved artwork. Even the leaves on the fruit are emerald green jade shapes, reflecting dazzling pearl light in the sun. Gem sweet berry, it's much sweeter than anything you've ever tasted. The texture of the picked gem sweet berry in Lion's hands was unexpectedly soft, but the weight was not light, about 3 or 3 taels. Long-term farming work has given you a new understanding of planting, and your farming level has been improved by 1 level. You have already had some experience and insights about farming. If you want to go further, you need to decide to focus on a career direction. Please choose your career and development direction. Animal husbandry. The quality of animal husbandry products has been steadily improved. Farmers. The quality of crops has been steadily improved. I don't know if I have saved enough experience. The gem sweet berry is the last straw that breaks through the experience bar, or the gem sweet berry has a high cultivation experience, so I can directly fill the experience bar. Anyway, after getting the gem sweet berry, the system prompts follow. Without any hesitation, Leon directly chose the profession of farmer, and had no desire to take a look at the animal husband. After all, the breeding industry is just a big deal for Leon, and the farmland and crops on the farm are the eternal main force. What surprised Leon was that after he chose the job of farmer, he found that the gem sweet berry in his hand had expanded into a circle with the naked eye. Although the expansion size was not very obvious, Leon was sure that it had really grown bigger, including the weight. Looking at the stems and leaves of those mature strawberry parsnips and carrots and the rhizomes exposed on the ground, they seem to be bigger than before. They are not very obvious, but they have definitely changed. This change was definitely related to the farmer's profession, but I didn't expect it to be so obvious. As soon as I successfully joined the job, the career effect was directly highlighted, affecting the crops in the entire field. Even the gems and sweet berry that I just picked were affected. The effect is too significant, and it has even brought a little bit of the power of rules, which has given Leon a further understanding of the system. Although this guy has always had a low presence, the things he gives are really awesome. In order to verify the professional effect of the farmer, Leon took the gem sweet berry into his pocket and immediately pulled out a carrot. The loose soil did not bring much obstacles to Leon. A slender carrot was pulled by Leon and the stems and leaves were unearthed with a little bit of soil. Leon took the carrot and left the field, returned to the house, and found 2 carrots stored in the treasure chest, as well as the carrot that had not yet faded from the mud. Bulletin compared it. Compared with the ordinary quality carrot I harvested before, the newly pulled out of the root is a bigger circle, with a smoother skin and a brighter color. But compared with excellent quality, that is, silver star carrot, this new carrot looks a little smaller. This made Leon confirm that the gain effect of farmers should improve the quality of crops, which should be between ordinary quality and excellent quality. What a pity! Originally, Leon thought that this gain effect was to directly improve all crops to excellent quality, but now it seems that he is thinking too much. However, such results are acceptable. Although they are not the excellent quality of the fixed silver star, Leon believes that the price of crops affected by the effects of farmer will definitely be higher than that of ordinary quality. This is a permanent change, which means that the quality of all crops will always be one level higher than that of the same type of ordinary quality in the future. In this way, the crop output of Hongsing Farm can not only be sold at a better price, but also allows the Yuansing Chamber of Commerce to distinguish the output of Hongsing Farm from other farms at a glance, and give the signature of Hongsing Farm's crops to be better. It's a complete gain of fame and fortune. With this reference comparison, Leon was curious about the excellent quality that might appear, or whether high-quality crops would also get the same gain effect, so he hurried back to the field and began to pick all the mature parsnips, carrots and strawberries. After all the mature crops were taken into the bag by Leon, Leon couldn't wait to return to the house, took out the reserved high-quality strawberries, and compared them with the largest strawberries he had just picked. It was discovered that newly picked high-quality strawberries were indeed influenced by farmers. They were larger in size and brighter in color than the previous high-quality strawberries, which proves that farmers' professional effects do have an amplification effect on all crops and quality. After confirming this good news, Leon put this strawberry in his backpack with the high-quality strawberry that he used to compare it. He found that the two could be stacked in a storage lattice, which made him feel a little regretful. Originally, he thought that such strawberries that are higher than high-quality strawberries should be able to achieve iridium quality, but now it seems that it is not enough. I don't know what the iridium quality crop looks like. Leon is actually quite curious about this highest quality crop. After all, high-quality crops have the effect of improving the vitality and lifespan of users. So what effect is the better than it? What if it can be achieved by life and death? Thinking of this, Leon couldn't help but shake his head, feeling that he was thinking too much. Although he could not grow an iridium quality crop, it does not mean that other farmers in the world could not grow it. If the effect was really so amazing, then I guess he would have learned such information from Rasmides or Linus long ago. Leaving the supplies, Leon threw all the carrot parsnips harvested from his system backpack and ordinary quality strawberries into the shipping box, leaving only 5 newly picked high-quality strawberries and the high-quality strawberries reserved before. After all, the taste of high-quality strawberries can be said to be a top enjoyment. Leon naturally keeps such good things for his own people. Moreover, strawberries are basically loved by everyone. It is also an excellent choice to give them as a gift. It is always beneficial to keep them. Besides strawberries, Leon will consider keeping some of the high-quality crops in the future. After all, he is not short of money now. This kind of good thing that can enhance physical fitness and increase the life expectancy limit will naturally make the better. This is not only for Leon himself, but also for the people around Leon and the children in the future. With high-quality crops as supplements and strengthens, Leon can also avoid the sad scenes of white-haired people sending black-haired people in the future. Leon, who possesses forest magic, is not sure how long he can live, but he must live much longer than ordinary people. Chapter 719 Melon Order. As most of the gains fell into the shipping box, Leon finally remembered to go and check out the mailbox. The technological life in previous lives made Leon not very sensitive to written letters. The development and popularization of computers and mobile phones replaced the role of letters, so Leon basically ignored the mailbox. It is only when shipment is made that Leon will notice the mailbox next to the shipping box, and then remember to check the mailbox. When I opened the mailbox, there were indeed 3 letters lying in it. I took them out. After looking at the sender on the envelope, one of them was taken into my hand by Leon, and hesitating whether to throw them into the trash can. Because this letter comes from the Hoja family. In the end, Leon opened the envelope and read the contents on the letter. The representative blue letter paper of the Hoja house and the Hoja house logo filled with every corner of the paper made Leon quite dislike it. The content on the letter also made Leon regretted taking it apart instead of throwing it directly into the trash can. Because the content on the letter is a very ordinary commercial promotion, informing the recipient of the new product launch information of Hoja Home in summer and the indispensable lobbying recipients to join the super member of the Hoja Home supermarket chain. There is no value, it is just an advertisement. Throw it into the trash can. Leon opened the second letter from a remote merchant letters of the meeting. Dear Mr. Leon, summer is approaching, and the UN Chamber of Commerce reminds you to pay attention to the impact of seasonal changes on crops and avoid unexpected losses. At the same time, the Chamber of Commerce highly recognizes Hongsing Farm's achievements in cultivating high-quality crops, so I hope that Mr. Leon can prefer melon planting as much as possible during the summer planting process. Of course, this is not compulsive, but if you are interested in this, then the Chamber of Commerce will acquire high-quality melons produced by Red Star Farm at a higher price of 50%. There is no upper limit on the quantity of acquisitions. No matter how much Mr. Leon can provide, we can provide corresponding remuneration based on this acquisition condition, and will further increase the acquisition price according to the quantity provided. I wish you a happy life. Thank you for your cooperation with the Chamber of Commerce and your trust in the Chamber of Commerce. If you have any questions, Mr. Leon can contact Django, the head of the Chamber of Commerce. Fartravel Chamber of Commerce. Acquiring high-quality melons in large quantities. The content of the letter from the UN Chamber of Commerce was that Leon originally thought it was a settlement directory about shipment, but he did not expect it to be a non-compulsory commission, and it was a high-value order commission of premium acquisition, which surprised Leon. Leon knew about the fact that the Yuanxing Chamber of Commerce was greedy for high-quality crops, but it was strange that it offered a reward of high-quality crops such as melons alone. Curious about this matter, Leon immediately took out his cell phone, found Django's phone number, and called him. "Good morning, Mr. Leon, what can I serve you?" Django's cheerful voice rang at the other end of the phone, full of energy and enthusiasm. "I just saw a letter from the Yuanxing Chamber of Commerce in my mailbox, saying that I wanted to buy high-quality melons at a high price. I would like to ask you what's going on." Leon asked straight to the point. "This is true, and the purchase price will definitely satisfy you, Mr. Leon. Not only for you, but all farms in the Fanfic Republic that can cultivate high-quality crops have received the same non-mandatory commission. As for the specific reasons, it is not convenient for me to reveal to you, because this involves a confidentiality agreement, but I have a personal speculation that may not be very accurate. Does Mr. Leon want to hear it?" Django lowered his voice and spoke. "I hope to hear it carefully." Leon understood Django's statement in seconds and replied immediately. "Then I'll say that the designated acquisition of high-quality melons may be the Chamber of Commerce for the next summer carnival. Mr. Leon may not have heard of this special festival in Stardew Valley, but I have to say that this is definitely the most secret and luxurious celebration in the Fanfic Republic. Because this celebration was presented by Paulette and organized by the church, all participants were top figures from all walks of life in the Fanfic Republic, including farmers. Melon is the main ingredient for this carnival. The more quantity and the better the quality, the more likely it is to become a sacrifice dedicated to Yuba during the sacrificial stage of the carnival. A farm that has won such an honor will receive the recognition and support of the church. Of course, this is just my personal speculation. Just listen to it, Mr. Leon," Django reminded. "What's the use of the recognition and support of the church?" Leon asked back. "The benefits? That's too many. Lifetime tax exemption, the financial support of the church, and the medal of God's favor that the church may issue. If you hold the medal, you have a pass to the top society of this country. After all, you can get the best social security and resource tilt, etc. It can be said that this medal is the proof of the aristocratic identity in the previous society, and you can also gain the kindness and respect of all the senior people in this country." When Django said this, his voice trembled a little. "Is the church so powerful?" Leon was quite surprised when he heard this. If the church's influence is really so exaggerated, why didn't he see the church's church in Stardew Valley? "Oh, no, there are actually, it's just that it's not an independent church, but a prayer room, located in Pierre's home." Of course, unlike those illusory beliefs, Yuba really exists. This is a truly great God, our Father, the starting point of the world and the guide of human civilization. Django exclaimed sincerely. "I understand, but I probably don't have much to do with me, but I'm quite interested in the purchase intention of high-quality melons for extra prices. I will have more, but there is a question. When will this acquisition plan be closed?" Leon continued to ask. "The last day of summer, so you can plant a large number of melons with confidence," Django confirmed. "With such plenty of time, 3 waves of melons should be able to plant throughout the summer. Such a good opportunity to make money, Leon will not miss it." "Okay, I understand. By the way, Django, I want to get some firearms. There is no need to be too outrageous. It's just some ordinary firearms. Can you help? However, Leon still did not forget the guns at Sophia's house, so he took this opportunity to consult Django. Is Mr. Leon interested in the weapons of these ordinary people? Django was stunned when he heard this. If he remembered correctly, Leon was also an explorer who mastered extraordinary power. Although guns are indeed very lethal, for ordinary people, their role for monsters is not as good as a wooden stick. How could Leon think about making these things? Chapter 720 Community Upgrade. I like this. If I buy it and play it, I won't take it out and deliberately hurt others. Can I get it? Leon explained. Of course, you can get a gun license for you. Django immediately replied, if Leon actually had this idea, he would naturally not disappoint him. By the way, applying for a gun certificate means you can hold a gun legally. So, the favorite activity of gun owners, are you interested in hunting, Mr. Leon? If you are interested, I can apply for an additional hunting certificate for you. Of course, please help me get these things done and give me a bill. I will pay you 20% of the total amount of this bill as a reward. Leon nodded. Ha ha ha, you are joking. It is my honor to serve you. After all, I now rely on your shipment to build my reputation and qualifications within the Chamber of Commerce. This is the reward I long for the most. Mr. Leon doesn't need to mention such a thing. Django hurriedly dissuaded. The compensation paid by individuals is not included. The cooperation in farm shipment is good for both of us. There is no need to mention this. This is a commission outside of work. One code is converted into one code. Mr. Django should not refuse. I am determined to pay anyway. Leon did not climb down the pole, but continued to insist on his own idea of paying. After all, this matter is actually a private entrustment. If Django does not charge money, it is a favor debt that is purely helpful. Leon is not short of money. It is not worth it to pay for favors for money. Well, since you are so polite, then I respect Mr. Lion's decision. So do you have any additional requirements for firearms? For example, besides ordinary rifle, pistols and shotguns, are there any further model requirements, or intentions for procurement of banned weapons with larger caliber? Django was not polite to hear Leon say this, he was all smart. Of course he understood Lion's concerns, so he directly started asking Leon for his opinion on the commission. Intention to purchase prohibited weapons. Leon was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then asked tentatively, can you get rockets and rocket launchers? If you want it, it's not impossible, but the number of rockets may not be too large. I can only get you about 10 at most. Django hesitated for a moment when he heard this request, and finally gave an answer. Don't. Just kidding, this thing is useless. Just get some pistol, rifle, shotgun for me, and just use some bullets. I just buy them back to enjoy it, purely hobbies and satisfy my desire to collect. Leon hurriedly explained that he was not going to start a war, and it was not necessary to play so much. He was just greedy for these guns and weapons that he could not touch before, and he was not going out to fight. Even if he didn't match bullets and only had the gun body, Leon would be very satisfied. That's much easier to deal with. At most 2 days, I can get these for you. Django breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. If it was just like this, it would be much easier to deal with. After all, he is the contact and person in charge of the Chamber of Commerce in Lyon. If Leon makes a fool of himself and the things he makes are still flowing out of his hands, it would be a bit troublesome. Of course, it's just a problem. As long as you don't kill anyone, Django feels that he can still help Leon with the bottom line. Then I'll trouble you. Leon thanked sincerely. Mr. Leon, you are polite. By the way, I have tasted the fruit wine you gave me last time. It has a very good quality. It is hard to imagine that this is the first batch of wine produced by Red Star Farm. If Mr. Leon can ensure the quality of subsequent wines can be like this and intends to enter this industry, I can provide you with corresponding promotion and help to build you into another brand that is not inferior to Blue Moon. Django continued, after all, Leon called himself, so of course he had to finish what he wanted to say. There should be no such plan in a short period of time, but there should be cooperation in this area in the future, but the output will not be too high. Leon explained. He will not give up brewing, but the small bucket has not been unlocked yet, so he cannot expand the production scale. Although you can buy kegs from the UNC Chamber of Commerce to synthesize combined kegs, Leon feels that the effect of this keg is far less than that provided by the system, so Leon does not intend to purchase more of these half-baked winemaking barrels to use. Moreover, he is not afraid of the heavy farming of expanding the land. With the iridium sprinkler, the most tedious watering work during the planting process has completely disappeared. As long as he continues to reclaim the land, sow crop seeds, and regularly fertilize to increase the quality of the crop. Leon believes that before he saves enough star fruit and ancient fruits, he will definitely be able to upgrade the cultivation level to level 8. No problem, I wish you a happy life, and I have to meet your order. Django didn't persuade him. Thank you, please contact me when you need money and I'll transfer it to you. Leon reminded. It's all internal procurement from the Chamber of Commerce. I don't need to pay. Just send the order to you at the end. I'm just helping you out. Django explained. Okay, let's have a hang up first, I wish you a happy life. After finishing the call with Django, Leon put away his cell phone, then rode his bike and headed towards Pelican Town. After the picking and harvested parsnips and carrots were finished, many open spaces were left, which naturally needed new crops to supplement. It happened to be known that the UNC Chamber of Commerce was going to purchase melons at a high price, so naturally these pits could be used for melon planting. As for the last letter, Leon was not in a hurry to read it, because the sender was Pierre, which should not be anything. Important things, otherwise Pierre would contact himself directly, so this letter can be asked about the situation when Leon goes to buy seeds. After leaving the farm, Leon discovered that the dirt road leading to Pelican Town on Red Star Farm was blocked at this moment, and the reserved other half did not affect the passage. Continue to ride forward until he almost arrived at Pelican Town, where Leon saw a group of workers wearing reflective clothes and hard hats working, with excavators and piles of stone slabs next to it. It turned out to be a paving team. It seems that the compensation from Hoja's family has finally arrived. The moment he saw the construction team, Leon understood what was going on. This is the paving process in Lewis' heart-wrenching Stardew Valley renovation plan, a community upgrade project supported by the fine provided by the Hoja family after being discovered after illegal mining. If you want to be rich, build a road first. Lewis's idea is quite reliable, and this dirt road does need to be repaired, otherwise it will rain, and the mutinous and walking experience of the road will be awful. Moreover, This road not only connects Red Star Farm and Pelican Town, but also the only road leading to the station. The most significant benefit of repairing this road is to make it feel more comfortable for those tourists who come to Stardew Valley to visit. Otherwise, if the tourists who are excited to arrive at Stardew Valley on a rainy day and are excited to go to Pelican Town, they find that the necessary road is actually the most primitive mud road. The bad experience is definitely a distraction. Not only will the tourists' interest be greatly reduced, they may also turn around and run away directly. After all, although you want to experience the original nature, you can't even have no infrastructure. Otherwise, why don't tourists choose to travel in the wilderness and come to Pelican Town specifically? Chapter 721 The Bitterness of a Married Man. After watching for a while, Leon entered Pelican Town directly. Although the town is under construction, the town is still peaceful and there is no change. When he arrived at Pierre's grocery store, Leon noticed that Pierre was rummaging through the cabinets in the store. Entering the store, Leon took the lead in saying hello. "Pierre, what are you doing?" "No, nothing." Pierre heard Leon's voice and hurriedly got up and patted the dust on himself, then squeezed out a smile. "What do you need to buy? Seeds or fertilizers? Or is it the freshest and best quality vegetable in Pelican Town?" "Melon seeds." It can be seen that Pierre's unnatural and urgent look was unnatural, but unfortunately Leon did not have the idea of exploring it, and directly explained his purpose. "Of course there are melon seeds, how much do you want here?" After getting the answer, Pierre walked to a shelf in the corner and carried a box and asked. 20 packs. Leon said the number that had been calculated long ago. Pierre immediately took out the corresponding number of melon seeds from the box and piled them on the ground. 1600 G, I'll give you a discount, 1500 G. Leon took out the gold card and handed it to Pierre. Pierre was not polite, and swiped away 1500 G and handed the card to Leon. After paying the money, the ownership of these seeds belongs to Leon, so Leon can now send all these seeds into the system backpack. "By the way, Pierre, you sent me a letter before. Is it a promotion?" After buying the melon, Leon asked about his letter that he had not yet opened. "Oh? You didn't open it? It's actually a check for the rebate plan that gives you discounts and rebates based on the total amount you spent in the Pierre store last quarter. Although the money is not much, it is also a way to give back to customers," Pierre explained. "So, I understand, then I'll take a step first." After knowing that this was the thing in the letter, Leon stopped asking more questions and prepared to leave the grocery store. Seeing Leon leaving, Pierre struggled for a while, but finally gritted his teeth and stopped Leon, pulled him to a small compartment in the corner of the store, and then whispered. "Well, Leon, can you do me a favor?" "Please say." I had encountered some trouble when I saw Pierre's appearance before, but Pierre didn't say anything. Leon naturally didn't ask. Now Pierre couldn't help but speak first. Leon naturally wanted to know what was going on, making Pierre so anxious. "You promise me first, don't tell the third person about this," Pierre confirmed. "Well, if it's something inappropriate, I can't guarantee it." Leon raised his eyebrows when he heard this, feeling something was wrong, so he did not agree directly. Although Pierre is his father-in-law who has not yet officially recognized, and he should have helped him. If such a thing involves Caroline, it is another matter. After all, Caroline is also his future mother-in-law. It's not what you think, it's a private, but important thing. Maybe you will do this in the future. Pierre looked at Lyon's suspicious expression and hurriedly denied it. What's the matter? Lyon asked. If it weren't for family disputes, he wouldn't mind helping. You know, Caroline doesn't like how much money I save in my pocket, so most of the income and the funds in the store are in her hands, but I am an adult after all, and I also have my own social activities and circle of friends. I will also go to Gus for a drink, or buy some baseball teams I like, which all require money. It just so happened that the money was a little more than the pocket money Caroline gave me, so for these hobbies, I saved a little more. Can you understand this when Caroline didn't know? Pierre tried his best to keep his expression from being so humble, but his words seemed so unconfident. Private money. After hearing Pierre's description, Lyon immediately understood what Pierre meant. That's what I mean. Pierre nodded, and what I want you to help is to ask Caroline if she accidentally found a small brown bag under the counter while cleaning, but don't ask directly, but ask tentatively to avoid her suspicion. Well, the private money is not hidden in the room, but in the store. Are you not afraid of being stolen by others? Lyon couldn't help but complain. He knew that Pierre would hide his private money, but the place where he hid the money was behind the bookshelf in the couple's room. Now the place where the money is hidden has been changed to be under the counter. I don't know if Pierre changed his position or if it is just one of his many places where he hid his private money. I always stayed in the store when I opened the store, and my small bag was posted on the bottom of the counter. If I didn't know in advance and then lie on the ground and go inside, it would be impossible to find it. Pierre explained. So, now it's gone, do you suspect that Caroline has discovered it? Lyon asked back. Well, after all, Caroline said yesterday afternoon that she wanted to do a big cleaning for her home. This morning, I checked it as usual and found that it was gone. So I think it should be found by Caroline. But she didn't talk to me about this, nor did she get angry at me, and I'm not sure. When I asked myself, I was afraid that Caroline would directly detect my intentions. After all, we were too familiar with each other. If the money was not taken away by Caroline, but she found that I had hidden private money, then I would not only have to bear the property losses, but also be taught a lesson by Caroline. So, please, Lyon. Pierre looked at Lyon sincerely and begged. Okay, I'll ask you, but I don't promise that I won't be noticed by Caroline. After all, I'm not very good at lying. Lyon looked at Pierre and finally decided to take on this job. But how to do it specifically is his own business. Although Pierre looks pitiful, if Lyon is asked to take the team, he will still take the team to Caroline. After all, as long as he is not a blind man, he knows who the person in Abigail's family is. Instead of currying over a poor old father-in-law who hides private money, it is better to move closer to his mother-in-law who is at home to cover up the sky. This is the art of taking sides. However, these thoughts cannot be told to Pierre, otherwise who would not know that he would not drive himself out of the door in anger, and he would be in a position to join the team. The balance should be maintained. After all, he would have to purchase goods in the store in the future. Pierre is more reliable, and it is cheaper than Hoja's. Lyon doesn't plan to offend such a good supplier completely. Chapter 722 Open your eyes to see the world. Pierre grocery store living area, in the greenhouse behind the kitchen. Caroline was cooking tea, and the fragrance of tea floating in the air was refreshing, making Leon couldn't help but sniff it twice. The tea that Caroline sent last time had been finished, so Leon hadn't drunk tea for a long time. When he smelled this great again, he would naturally covet it, and immediately came to Caroline, who was making tea. "Caroline, can I have a cup of tea with you?" Of course. Caroline was a little surprised when she saw Leon's arrival, but she still maintained her enthusiasm and smiled. She also made a cup of Leon, and then took Leon to sit by the coffee table and asked, "Didn't Abigail tell her to go out for a trip?" "Tell me, I'm not here to find her," Leon explained. "Then why are you looking for me?" Caroline asked as she closed her hands and held her chin with her fingers closed. "I heard that you cleaned the entire house yesterday, including the grocery store in front of you. I wonder if you have any interesting discoveries," Leon said straight to the point. "Oh? Is this what you want to ask, or what Pierre wants to ask?" When he heard this, Caroline smiled. "I guess you already have the answer in your heart." Leon didn't say much, picked up the teacup and took a sip of the still hot tea, enjoying the scent of tea permeating the nose, and feeling the bitterness and sweetness. "It seems that Pierre has found a not-so-tact spy." Caroline smiled even more happily. "It seems that there is an answer, so what do you think about Caroline?" Looking at Caroline's reaction, Leon knew that the private money had already fallen into Caroline's pocket. What he wants to know now is why Caroline didn't trigger it. It was also a knife to stretch out his head and shrink his head. Leon had also experienced it, so he wanted to help Pierre find out how much torture it was. It depends on whether Pierre will come to confess and apologize, and explain in detail where the money that exceeded the account was originally going to be used. Caroline replied directly. "I understand." Leon continued to drink a sip of tea and knew Pierre's next fate. "What do you think about hiding private money?" Leon didn't say anything, just quietly tasting tea, but Caroline didn't plan to stay idle. For this future son-in-law, she was quite curious about Leon's view on this matter. "That's it. After all, this matter varies from person to person. Caroline, you manage it in an orderly manner, so Mr. Pierre has no money on hand, so he thinks of hiding private money. I have control over all the money I earn and don't have any feelings about private money. But I have to give me an opinion, then I actually have a lot of sympathy for Mr. Pierre. After all, a man doesn't even have money to go out to drink with his friends in his pocket, so he really has a bit of a miserable life." Leon sighed sincerely that a man's wallet after marriage is as thin as his hair, becoming increasingly sparse. He is obviously the main force in making money, but he has to be careful in his personal expenses, and he doesn't know whether it is a blessing or a disaster. "It's not that I don't give Pierre enough pocket money, but this guy's personal expenses are a bit too big. Although Pierre looks very stingy, he never considers whether it's suitable for spending money on himself. Those baseball peripherals that don't have much actual value can buy it. If you don't control it, God knows how much unnecessary expenses he will invest in it every year. Although the business in the store is good, it is still too far from wealth freedom. Abigail's expenses for college are a considerable expense, and he will get married in the future. As a woman, we have to prepare all the expenses for the wedding for her, which is also a lot of money. If we don't save more, what should we do when Abigail is going to get married but cannot afford the money for the wedding?" Caroline explained to Leon with a helpless look on her face. Was the woman paid for the expenses for wedding preparations? Leon was stunned when he heard this. After all, in the East, this kind of thing is basically an individual case of feathers and phoenix horns. Apart from the guys who marry into the family, few married people can enjoy such treatment. The man is basically responsible for everything, not only does he have to pay a considerable amount of bride money. Of course, isn't this tradition? Caroline asked back. Because the wedding is regarded as an important gift from the woman's family to her daughter. When the daughter gets married, she usually takes her husband's last name, so the wedding can be seen as the last big gift her family gives before she officially becomes a member of another family. I love this tradition. Although Leon is not short of money now, if he can save such a fortune, he will naturally not be polite. No wonder people always shout to see the world with their eyes open. In some aspects, other countries are indeed more advanced than their own. So, did you think the wedding was responsible for everything? Caroline understood that Leon did not know about this and couldn't help but quip. If you want, we can save this expense, leave this money to your future children and buy a trust fund. Let's talk about it then. I'm not short of money anyway. Leon replied casually. Although he likes this respect, if he can, Leon still wants to do everything by himself. After all, if he really wants to get married, he will naturally have to come up with the best wedding. A major event in a lifetime cannot be done in a grand manner. Then I'm looking forward to that day, but I don't want my daughter to wear a wedding dress with a big belly, so I hope you two will pay a little attention to this before the wedding. Caroline reminded Leon softly. No problem. Leon promised. He didn't plan to have a child so early. Then you can go back and tell Pierre now. Seeing that the tea had been finished, Caroline reminded Leon. Well, it's really pleasant to chat with you, ma'am. Leon didn't delay, but got up and planned to leave. Wait, take it, it will probably take a long time for your tea seedlings to produce tea. Before that, if you want to drink tea, you can get it from me. I still have a lot of tea. As soon as Leon was about to leave, Caroline took a pack of tea sealed with craft paper and handed it to Leon. I can see that you like drinking tea very much, which is rare. Most young people either drink coffee or drink beverages. This is a good hobby. I hope you can keep it. Thank you. Leon took the bag of tea without hesitation. The things given by the mother-in-law in the future naturally don't need to be polite, otherwise they will be reluctant to give up. Chapter 723 Melons and Watermelons. After leaving the greenhouse and the living area, as soon as he went out, Leon saw Pierre standing by the door anxiously. When he saw Leon coming out, Pierre immediately lowered his voice and asked, "Do you know what's going on?" "Your matter is exposed, Pierre, it's time to surrender." Leon dissuaded Pierre seriously. "It's true." Pierre looked sad when he heard this. Not only did he feel sorry for the money he had saved with great effort, but he was also worried about his future experience. "Actually, it's not impossible to get through. Do you have to listen to my proposal?" Seeing Pierre's appearance, Leon was speechless, but he still planned to help Pierre. "What proposal?" When he heard this, Pierre instantly widened his eyes and raised his ears and asked Leon. When is Abigail and Caroline's birthday? Leon asked back. Abigail is in autumn August and Caroline is in winter September. Pierre replied in seconds. Well, it's only April now, it's a little early. Where's your wedding anniversary? Leon asked. Next month. Although he was puzzled, but he answered truthfully. That happens. You first go to Caroline to apologize sincerely, saying that you shouldn't hide your private money. Then she will most likely ask you what you want to hide the money. You will answer that you want to prepare for your wedding anniversary and plan to buy her a gift. Speaking of this, Leon hesitated for a moment and finally added. Maybe Caroline will believe it, but she may also suspect that you are lying to her, so you really chose this explanation. On the wedding anniversary, you must prepare her a gift that is equivalent to that money and is more expensive to prove, so you have to consider whether to use this statement. Use it, you have to use it. After all, I can't say that the money is for buying Doug's signature baseball, then Caroline will kill me. After hearing this proposal, Pierre's eyes lit up, as if he had caught a life-saving straw. Then come on, I should go back to farm. Seeing Pierre listened to this advice, Leon didn't say much. This was the old couple's own business and had little to do with Leon. That's all he could do. Thank you, Leon, you are such a genius. Pierre exclaimed at Leon, but then his face changed. No, you are so skilled in the experience of pleasing women. Abigail will not be fooled in the future. I don't need to hide my private money, and Abigail is not stupid either. Leon looked at Pierre speechlessly and complained. I'm staring at you, boy. Pierre was a rare tough guy when it came to his precious daughter. I have been boxing before, so you have to be careful not to find out about your problem. Yes, but now you have to solve your own problem first. Leon reminded Pierre helplessly. Yeah. Pierre nodded, then walked around Leon and entered the living area behind the store. He obviously took Leon's idea to explain to Caroline. Leon shook his head, looked at the empty store, and helped close the store before leaving, and turned the sign at the door to the unbuilt. As for staying to help you see the store? Leon didn't consider it. On the one hand, God knew how long Pierre and Caroline would be entangled. On the other hand, Leon didn't know the prices of Pierre's other products besides seed fertilizer. If you stayed to see the store, you would have caused unnecessary trouble. It would be better to help Pierre temporarily close the store. The town is full of acquaintances. Seeing this unbussed sign, he probably won't push the door open. After riding a bicycle and returning to the Red Star farm, Leon took out his hoe, doubled the free land, and then added fertilizer, and buried the melon seeds one by one into the soft and moist soil pits. These melon seeds are quite large in size, a bit like watermelon seeds, but the color is white and more round and full, not as flat as watermelon seeds. When I was playing games before, Leon had thought about whether melon was a cantaloupe or a watermelon. After all, this pink skin fruit is indeed not easy to verify in reality what the prototype is. After all, there is no pink variety in both, and Leon thinks it should be a new thing fabricated by the game author. The melon planted before has now sprouted. Judging from the leaves and canes of the melon seedlings, Leon is sure that this thing is not a watermelon vine, but more like a cantaloupe vine, so Leon speculates that this thing should be a variant of cantaloupe. However, before it matures. Leon did not confirm whether what he guessed was right. Then the melon was ripe, so I should have a conclusion by just opening it and trying it. Interestingly, although Leon has no accurate answer to what the specific prototype of the melon is, when looking for the melon seedlings, Leon also had an unexpected discovery, that is, the type of mysterious seeds given by Rasmides before, and Leon has already known the answer. The 80 seeds with their own mud blocks have now grown into large vines on the ground, the familiar long stripes of long, round green melon belts hanging on the vines. What is it not watermelon? Actually, Leon felt it looked familiar before, but before the fruit was lost, he was not sure whether this thing was watermelon. Later, because of the installation of an iridium sprinkler, Leon had not paid much attention to these plants that resemble watermelon vines. When he was looking for melon seedlings, Leon noticed that the tender fruit after they had fruit was small watermelon, and then he completely confirmed their identity. I just don't know if the watermelons produced by these 80 watermelon vines are the kind of high-quality red heart melon that I am familiar with, which has been bred and improved by Ms. Wu, or the kind of white raw melon seeds that are common abroad. All of this must be known after these watermelons are completely ripe. After planting all the open spaces with melons, Leon did not escape directly. 3 or 4 days have passed since the last time of soil fertilization. In order to improve the quality of these crops after maturity, Leon can do soil fertilization again. After all, it was Linus' proposal, so it must be very effective. Among the carrot, parsnips and strawberries that were received today, Leon found that compared with the previous one, there were indeed some quality improvements. For example, the excellent silver star quality carrots and parsnips accounted for an astonishing proportion, reaching a third of the total number of goods received. However, Venus high quality harvest the improvement is not obvious. However, it is a good thing to improve. Anyway, it is also idle. Loosening the soil and gaining weight is not a troublesome and tedious task. It can make these crops grow better and have higher returns, so there is no reason to give up. Of course, the most important point is the cultivation experience of excellent quality or high-quality crops when harvesting, which is much higher than that of ordinary quality. This is the case in the game. There should not be any changes in reality. With more experience, you can upgrade to level 8 to farm and unlock the serious bucket. Leon believes that hard work will pay off, at least in terms of farming. As for some SB brick houses who yell that farmers are not the key and land is the key, Leon can only say that they can eat shit. Chapter 724, Don't mislead your children. Aren't you hot? Robin, who was planning to borrow the toilet in Lion's house, just came over and noticed that Leon was busy working in the field with the sun, with the fertilizer on his left hand and the hoe on his right hand. What surprised her was that even though she had a roof to hide the sun, she was still sweating profusely, but there was no drop of sweat on Lion's face. A calm mind will naturally cool. Leon straightened his waist and replied, and then sprinkled the last little fertilizer in his hand into the loose soil. Robin's eyes turned red, obviously not believing it, but he didn't ask any more questions and went straight into the room to go to the bathroom. Work continued. After Robin went to the bathroom, he returned to the cattle shed with a frame. Leon was still loosening the soil and adding fertilizer to the fields. He was busy until the sun was empty before he took back the hoe in his hand. All the time I spent in this morning, and now I have basically completed all the soil fertilizer work. After looking at the time displayed on my phone, Leon left the field, went to the house to wash his hands and change his clean shoes, and then left the house again. Give it, do you want to have dinner together at noon? When he came to the cattle shed, he handed Robin a bottle of wheat juice refrigerated in the refrigerator. Leon asked Robin. I brought something, but if there was a lunch that was more delicious than bread, I wouldn't mind. Robin took the wheat juice and opened it and drank it clean in one breath. Only then did he have time to answer Lion's question. Okay, then I'll prepare one for you. After confirming Robin's share, Leon returned to the house and started ramen noodles. When the noodles were formed, they put them in water to cook noodles. At the same time, Leon was not idle either. He found eggs and carrots, boiled a little water, poured in the beaten eggs and scalded them out, cut the carrots and added them to the eggs. Then make the sauce, pour in hot oil and stir, set aside for later use. Take out the ice cubes from the refrigerator and add it to the water, remove the cooked noodles and over cold water, then remove them and place them on a plate, pour the scalded egg cubes and carrots onto the noodles, and finally get the sauce and stir. The two simple versions of the cold noodles are completed. Robin, it's time to eat. Putting the cold noodles on the table, Leon opened the door and shouted in the direction where the cattle was located. The shouting full of energy fell into Robin's ears and immediately put down the tools in his hand and trotted into the house. Brown noodles. Robin, who had originally planned to wash his hands, was instantly attracted by the cold noodles on the table. That's the color of soy sauce. Leon corrected. Is pasta? Robin asked curiously. No, you'll know later. Leon shook his head, then urged Robin to wash his hands and face. After all, he had just left his work, and Robin's arms and face were now black and white. After washing her hands and faces happily, Robin sat at the dining table, picked up a fork and started to taste this noodles that she had never seen before. The first bite made her fall in love with this cold and slightly spicy taste. Every time I eat the food you cook, I will give me a surprise of opening a blind box. I have to eat cold noodles in summer, but unfortunately I don't have potato flour on hand, so it's troublesome to make it by myself, otherwise I can make some jelly. Leon is immune to this kind of praise. After all, he will not be stingy with his words of praise after eating the food he cooks. What he regrets is that the kitchen utensils available here and the ingredients that can be purchased are too restricted, so it is difficult for a good cook to cook without rice. If you want to get many snacks, the price will be too high. If you have the chance, I hope to send Demetrius to you to learn. Although his scientific diet is healthy, it is not delicious. Robin didn't have the habit of eating quietly, so when he was squishy noodles, he couldn't help chatting with Leon. I don't know how to teach. Leon denied without hesitation. If it was Gus, Leon would welcome him, but if Demetrius, he wouldn't be familiar with him, and both of them would dislike each other. What about Maru? Robin changed his personal choice. If you don't teach, you can't let these things delay her scientific research work. Leon refused again, but this time he was much more tactful. I'm worried that Maru has always been addicted to these endless knowledge, so she has this idea. Although she is a genius and an ordinary girl, she can't stay in her room to study and research all her life. When talking about this, Robin felt a little sad. After all, her two children seemed to have more or less problems with their personal personality and lifestyle. I remember you had a good relationship before? Why haven't you seen you play together recently? Well, maybe it's because everyone is busy. Leon also found that he hadn't met Maru for a long time, and everyone was obviously in a town. If possible, Leon, I still hope you can communicate with Maridu. Her social circle is too small. As far as I know, there are good relationships with her in the town, as if it were Penny Harvey and you. I still want her to come out for a walk with your help. After all, life is not just about scientific research and endless knowledge. Robin looked at Leon seriously and spoke. Leon also noticed Robin's intention, but he just smiled and didn't make any mistakes. Maru is a good girl, but her old father is a little unpleasant. When she had a good relationship with Maru, Leon had been hostile to Demetrius for a long time. This black-skinned daughter-slave had a strong desire to control and protect her. Leon did not intend to make things uncomfortable for himself. What's important is that he now feels that there are a lot of girls in the social circle. If he pulls Maru into the team, the yin energy will be too heavy and inappropriate. It is better to let the genius scientist girl be addicted to scientific experiments. Leon feels that he can't mislead his children. Robin obviously realized Lion's attitude, so he stopped talking. After eating the cold noodles, he took the initiative to help clean the table and tableware and never discussed this matter again. Leon was also happy and relaxed. While Robin was busy, he started rummaging through the treasure chest. There was nothing to do in the afternoon, so he planned to catch a fish. After buying the magic bait, I tried it on the beach. The harvest was just so good. Leon also wanted to try the fishing experience of going to the mountain lakes, rivers in the town, and ponds in coal forests. It is also to collect the fish tank sacrificial bags from the old community center. Now that the crops in the tea machine are in the preparation stage, the crops are just waiting for the crops in the field to mature, then you can basically collect all the crop sacrifice catalogs. The remaining animal collection bags and craftsman collection bags are also on the way to perfection. After the livestock shed is built, you can prepare in advance. When the craftsmen collect bags, relying on fruit bats, Leon has collected 4 types of fruit tree fruits: apples, apricots, pomegranates, and cherries. For the remaining one, Leon also plans to soak strawberry jam in a canned bottle, which can be regarded as satisfying the list of 5 sacrifices. If everything goes well, Leon will be able to repair the greenhouse before winter. By then, it is estimated that the farming will reach level 8. The recipe for small buckets is unlocked, 2 batches of star fruits are planted in the greenhouse, and a little land is drawn to plant ancient fruits as materials for seed-making machines for storage, and finally the greenhouse is filled with ancient fruits. In this way, there will be enough ancient fruit reserves for making wine in the future, which may become the highest yield project on the farm in Leon in the future, and Leon will naturally not let it go. Chapter 725, Open the Crystal Ball. After washing the pots and pans, Robin returned to his job. Leon also cleaned his backpack, but did not take out the bait and fishing rod, but brought all the crystal balls in the box to his body. The plan could not keep up with the changes. If it weren't for opening the treasure chest, Leon would have forgotten that he had told Clint that he would find him to drive the crystal ball. The elves are very happy today, obviously you are going to have good luck. Warwick's divination made Leon confirm that this afternoon was indeed a good day to open the crystal ball. He immediately stopped worrying and brought the crystal ball, 5 smelted gold ingots, plus a steel pickaxe. Without bringing anything else, he rode his bicycle and rushed to the blacksmith shop in Pelican's Town. "Hi, Leon, have you eaten?" Clint, who opened the door, immediately smiled when he saw Lion's arrival, especially when he saw that Leon was still holding 2 ice creams in his hand. His smile became even more enthusiastic. "Please choose one, blueberry and corn flavor. I don't know what you like to eat, so I chose 2 common flavors." Leon handed out the ice cream in his hand. It was bought from Alex when he was just passing by the library. One was 10G, which was too expensive. If it weren't for the clear price, and Alex said it was handmade ice cream by Haley, which used fresh milk produced by Marnie Ranch and fresh fruit and vegetables purchased by Pierre. It was pure natural and pollution-free. Leon will definitely buy it at Hoja's supermarket. Hoja's popsicle ice cream is only 36G, and the price difference between the two is about twice. "Then I want corn, thank you." Clint chose the ice cream with a bright yellow background and took it to thank Leon. "Don't be polite, eat first. After you finish, I have a big business to talk about," Leon reminded Clint with a smile. "It was the crystal ball I mentioned last time, right? How many crystal balls have you prepared?" Clint asked with the ice cream. "No, it's all here." Leon directly took out all the crystal balls in his backpack, divided them into 4 piles of ordinary crystal balls, ice crystal balls, lava crystal balls, and the smallest number of Vientiane crystal balls, which was much more than Clint thought. After calculating, Clint concluded, "The price is 25G at a time. You have 114 pieces. I'll give you a 2750G. "I thought you were going to apply 2000G to me directly," Leon quipped. Okay." Clint was confused for a moment when he heard this, then gritted his teeth and agreed. "Don't, kidding, really, 2750, I'll brush it for you. It's enough to erase the fraction of 4 crystal balls. 100G can buy 10 ice cream, I'm making a lot of money." Leon hurriedly stopped it. "After all, this is hard money, and 114 crystal balls are equivalent to Clint's full attention. It doesn't look much after dancing 114 times, but the crystal ball is not wrought iron. The skills and concentration required to smash the crystal ball are extremely energy-consuming. Leon doesn't want to squeeze Clint, an honest man. "Then let's get 2700, make up an integer." Clint looked at Lion's look in a hurry to take out the gold card, and was also a little moved, and wiped out the fraction of 50G for Leon. If someone else had heard this offer, he might have agreed happily, but Leon was not like this. This made Clint sure that Leon was indeed the kind of good friend who did not intend to get a good friend of himself. However, if it was a so-called friend who came to take advantage of the situation, Clint felt that he would not give up the price, and he would not even miss the money for the 4 crystal balls. After collecting the money, Clint swallowed the cone and ice cream in a few seconds. Then he arrived in front of the iron felt and picked up a large iron hammer suspected to be made of iridium and greeted, "Leon, take the hand, put the crystal ball on the iron felt, I'll smash it." "I need to stand far away, so as not to be stabbed by debris?" Leon asked. "Ha ha ha, no need, you have to believe in my skills, the crystal ball crumbs will only stay on the iron felt," Clint answered confidently. Then let's open an ordinary crystal ball first. Leon put all the crystal balls on the ground into his backpack, and then stood next to the iron felt without any action. With a thought, a 10 egg-shaped ordinary crystal ball fell on the iron felt. Ha! With a muffled groan, Clint's rounded hammer suddenly hit the crystal ball on the iron felt, and a click sounded like the sound of glass shattering. When Clint lifted the hammer, the round crystal ball had completely broken into powder, revealing the thing wrapped inside. It is not the clay and copper ore that Leon is afraid of seeing, but an irregular yellow crystal with fluorescence spots. It is not as purity as citron and has a lighter color. Calcite, this is a mineral that is very suitable for indoor ornaments. Clint also saw the collection left by this crystal ball and smiled and said to Leon Kopp, "Keep the extras as ornaments. I plan to donate this to the museum, and so will it be afterwards. So I hope, Clint, you should keep a little eye on it and ensure the integrity of the special minerals inside." Leon looked at Clint seriously and told him. This was what he had agreed with Gunther before. Gunther had prepared a lot of good things for Leon, but unfortunately Leon never gave him many excuses to let him deliver these things. If you want to say that the museum's collection display room accounts for the most and the easiest way to obtain it is definitely various non-orc minerals. These 114 crystal balls can produce at least 30 plus different minerals, which can definitely help Leon resist Gunther's urging orders. That's it, Leon, you're amazing. When Clint heard that Leon wanted to donate these special minerals to the museum, he immediately gave Leon a thumbs up. Let's do this. If you donate more pieces, I will reduce the manual fee for a few crystal balls. It can be regarded as helping the library's collection room to rebuild. My favorite thing when I was a child was to go to the library to see various minerals on display. I hope that the children in Pelican Town will have the same chance in the future. Clint spoke to Leon with a serious face. I hope you don't reject me, really, Leon, I'm also from Pelican Town. Okay. Looking at Clint's serious face, Leon didn't intend to disappoint. After all, Clint was sincerely willing to do so. Okay, let's continue. I have a premonition that I can get all the minerals that can be produced by the crystal ball today. Clint urged Leon with great enthusiasm when he heard Lion's words. Leon threw a crystal ball on again, while Clint continued to wave his sledgehammer. This time, a piece of green flat crystal was opened, which looked a bit like jade, but it was heavier in texture and richer in color, like the glass that made old-fashioned beer bottles. Malachite is also a mineral that is very suitable for ornaments, and is very popular in the fields of sculpture and pigment. Clint is well aware of the names and characteristics of these minerals, and immediately introduced the specific situation of the newly opened minerals to Leon. It's really beautiful, and it's another exhibited mineral that can be sent to the museum. I'm lucky. Leon agreed with his head at Clint. Put it, let's continue. Clint movably said to Leon. If his luck has been so good today, then the goal of gathering all the special minerals mentioned earlier may be able to be accomplished. Chapter 726 Dog Licking Cannot House. Milled stone, although it is inconspicuous, it takes a long time to settle before it can be born. These muds may be the product of ancient times. It looks a bit like chocolate. Slate, a type of volcanic rock, is similar to the principle of formation of obsidian, but it is easier to obtain than obsidian. This is much harder than obsidian. This is good, this is called Thunder Egg. Legend has it that this is a weapon that ancient thunder gods would throw at each other when fighting, but in fact it is actually a mineral formed by integrating some decompositions from ancient plants. It is probably because there are lightning-shaped cracks inside the purple crystal wrapped inside, which is why this legend is given. Oh! Petrochemical slime, these it's rare. I often hear that if you discover a petrified slime, it means you have witnessed the history of an ancient creature that may exist for 100,000 years. Is it really 100,000 years so long? I doubt it. Opening the crystal ball is a very interesting process. In this part, Clint seemed to have opened up the conversation. When he saw a new thing, he would popularize Leon. Leon would not let the conversation fall to the ground. He played the role of a supporting actor and made jokes about Clint's popular science. This is also a way of chatting. At least it will make the process not so boring. Clint didn't mind, but instead felt that Lion's complaints were very good. Arrest. After driving about 10 crystal balls in a row, sweat beads had already oozed out of Clint's forehead and his breathing became much louder. Leon immediately suggested to Clint when he found out. Let's rest after driving this batch. I'm not tired. Clint shook his head and refused. Then keep going. If you don't worry, let's take your time. Leon reminded. Clint responded, then waved his hammer again and smashed the new crystal ball put on by Leon. This time, the ones that were opened were no longer minerals, but 2 copper ores. Clint's expression was obviously a little disappointed, but Leon didn't think that after all, there was everything in the crystal ball, and the probability of opening ores is quite high. I have been opening special minerals before, and it was just a good luck. Leon would not think that every crystal ball is full of special minerals. Come again. Clint shouted at Leon in dissatisfaction. As the next crystal ball was placed on the iron felt, Clint went down with a slick hammer, and the crystal ball was broken, and a copper-colored helmet that was several times larger than the crystal ball appeared on the iron felt. Dwarf helmet, this is an antique, and you're lucky. Clint recognized the origin of this helmet at first sight. Leon also recognized it. After all, it was the same model as the mine dwarf. However, he still felt that the scene of a fist-sized crystal ball driving a motorcycle helmet was too outrageous. After all, the size gap between the two was too big. But what about letting this be Stardew Valley? Leon is no longer surprised by these unscientific scenes. A lost helmet is not only an antique, but also a relic of a dwarf after his death. Leon sighed after holding up the heavy dwarf helmet. After all, it is a race that mines underground all year round. The dangers you may encounter are much greater than those on land. So you should also pay attention to safety when going down the mine. The situation in the mine is complex and changeable, and there are traces of monsters. Be sure to treat every potential danger carefully. Clint reminded Leon. Anxiety, I am a skilled miner at least now, and I am still a registered explorer of the Explorer Guild. It's very stable. Leon replied at Clint's shining smile with 8 teeth. Well, let's go on. Clint pointed his head, believing that what Leon said was true. In the following time, the two of them worked together. Clint made great efforts to smash the ordinary crystal ball in one breath, and then he put down the big hammer, found the frozen wheat juice, and drank it all in one go. Don't you have a little rest? Leon couldn't help asking as he watched Clint swing his sledgehammer after drinking wheat juice. No, I'm just thirsty. Don't underestimate me. I'm dealing with these metals every day. Clint rolled up his sleeves and showed off his strong arms and exaggerated biceps on it. You have a good figure. If you shave your beard clean and then change into a tight-fitting outfit to reveal your body curves and muscle profile, I believe you will definitely be the favorite of many girls. Looking at Clint's skin tone and muscle ratio, Leon sighed that if Clint had been wearing his torn work clothes all day long and a dark blue apron, dressed up like an ordinary person, he would never be single until now. Ah! If you really told you, do you think I can attract Emily's attention? Clint was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then asked Leon nervously. I'll see. Although Leon couldn't bear it, he still answered sincerely. After all, Emily really has no relationship with Clint, let alone Emily's focus is still on herself. Instead of comforting Clint, it is better to let him realize the reality earlier and give up the idea of being a licking dog. After all, licking dogs cannot be housed. Do you have to hang yourself on a tree if you have this condition? If it were Leon, it would rely on monopolizing the revenue of the mineral business and smelting business of the entire Pelican town. With this strength and tough figure, at Clint's age, children will probably have to have a nest, so they are still in love at such a young age of 30. Although honest people have good qualities, they are not good signs in terms of feelings. They are infatuated without guilt, but have no result. That is to seek self-inflicted suffering. Thinking of this, Leon couldn't help asking, do you have to fight Emily to the death? But, except Emily, I have never had many contacts with other girls. Emily is the only girl who will smile at me and will take the initiative to say hello to me. Clint said this, smiling in a daze, like a fool. Well, but Emily treats everyone like this. Emily's personality is the kind of girl who is very likable and kind and passionate towards others. This is what Leon knew very well, so he felt that Clint's reason was not very tenable. I know, but I just like it. You shouldn't understand this feeling at Leon. Clint lowered his head instantly when he heard this, his tone full of envy. I am a stupid person and I dare not speak when I see girls. It is two extremes with you. I also know that I am not the type that girls like, but I still want to start my own family and feel the beauty of love. Clint raised his head, his eyes were a little wet when he said these words. Oh! Leon sighed when he heard this. He understood Clint quite well, but no matter how understanding it is, feelings cannot be forced. Even if Clint really waits like this, he may not have a good ending. The biggest possibility is to get nothing and have to drink wine at Emily's wedding. Whether it is out of friendship or sympathy for Clint, Leon felt that he might have to do something. It is better to have a short pain than long pain. Let him recognize the situation earlier and broaden his horizons, which may be more appropriate than the unrequited love today. Thank you for the reward of Yaya's boss's 500 starting point coins. Thank you for your boss, the boss is generous, the boss is healthy, I love you. Chapter 727 Donation. Does this person have to be Emily? But considering that doing this may be a bit cruel, Leon still has to see how big Clint's obsession is. I don't know either. Clint was stunned. He wanted to answer yes, but before he could say that, the figure of a strong woman in beautiful clothes and outstanding temperament flashed through his mind. Although he didn't have much contact, the other party's easygoing, humble, and moderate communication method made Clint experience the feeling of being valued by the opposite sex for the second time. Oh! Hearing Clint say this, Lyon's eyes lit up. If Clint didn't take the blame, it would be easy to operate, and he immediately asked, "Can you reveal who made you hesitate?" Gossip is human nature. Although Leon is not very common, he will naturally be curious when he hears that Clint is an honest and infatuated man who is also unsure. "Can't say it." Although hesitated, Clint shook his head without hesitation and refused to share when thinking about the social status and economic gap between the two sides. Although Leon is a good person and his good friend, he is also worried about being teased by Leon. "Okay." Clint said this, and Leon naturally would not force him to speak. It would be enough to know that Clint had new ideas. At least it proved that this guy was saved. He was not the kind of fool who would not turn around even if there was a cliff in front of him. "Come on, I won't talk about this anymore." Clint, who held up the sledgehammer again, urging towards Leon, trying to divert the subject that made him embarrassed. Leon cooperated and put a magma crystal ball on the iron felt, asking Clint to smash it, and picked up a red faceted crystal composed of various long diamond shapes from the debris. Without Clint popularity, Leon knew what this thing was, because he had picked up this thing a lot in the lava area of the mine. Fire crystal, I was not surprised at all when it appeared in the lava crystal ball. After all, when it was in the mine, this thing was mostly embedded in stones and fell down with one click. It's indeed very common, so the price is not too high, but you don't have to worry about selling it. After Clint added, he continued to work on opening the crystal ball. As the most numerous crystal balls on hand in Leon, there are 67 of this type alone, accounting for half of the share of the crystal balls to be opened this time. In addition to what Leon himself obtained in the mine, this thing is also given to buy super bombs from the dwarves. So when all these lava crystal balls were opened, Leon basically opened the special minerals that the lava crystal balls could produce. Barite, basalt, sun garnet, red cat's eye and other ores have even opened the second and third place. Of course, there is no shortage of various metal ores and rare iridium ores. These iridium ores are rare. This special mineral from the universe is an indispensable part of every top tool and weapon armor. Leon, once you have enough 5 iridium ingots, you can consider upgrading the tool to the top level. At that time, the effect of the iridium tool will definitely open your eyes. Looking at the iridium ore that was opened, Clint reminded Leon. "It's up to you at that time, but I can't consider the iridium tool now. Let's upgrade the tool to the gold one first." After Leon finished speaking, he took out the 5 gold ingots and steel pickaxes he brought and placed them in front of Clint. "Well, no problem, I'll still be the same as before. I'll give it back to you in 2 days. Remember to get it when I can." Clint put down his sledgehammer, rubbed his sour shoulder blades and wrists, and put away the steel pickaxe and gold ingots, without any intention of processing and upgrading them for the time being. After so many crystal balls were opened, he couldn't stand it anymore and needed to slowly start. "Okay, then I'll take these minerals away and donate them to the museum. Do you want to collect the excess minerals?" Leon asked Clint as he looked at the large box provided by Clint, which seemed to be able to open in the crystal ball. "The backpack only has 24 grids, but there are more than 24 kinds of minerals that are produced, not to mention clay, gold, copper, iron, ore, etc. The system backpack of Leon cannot hold so many types. But these special mines it's not big, so it's much more convenient to store it in a box and hold it in a backpack. Leave it to Yuanxing Chamber of Commerce. If I take it, I will ask the people from Yuanxing Chamber of Commerce to help ship the goods. You might as well do it yourself, so that you can make more money. Clint reminded. That's fine. You have a rest, I'll go to the library first. After paying Clint the money for upgrading the gold tool, Leon left the blacksmith shop with the box, walked south along the path, and soon arrived outside the library. With his shoulders opened the half-covered door, Leon successfully entered the library. Long time no see, Leon, it seems that you have brought me a lot of surprise this time. As soon as Leon entered the door, Gunther noticed that after seeing Leon holding a large box in his hand, he immediately got up and came to meet him. Wow, it's quite heavy. I wanted to take the box, but I found that the box was much heavier than I expected, so I couldn't fold Gunther's waist. It's all special minerals, of course it's very sufficient. Leon explained, but he was also a little confused. Judging from the things Gunther sent him before, this guy is definitely not an ordinary library administrator. But now I can't even resist this little weight, and I don't know if it was the actor, or if I'm really not good at using brute force. It seems that a batch of new exhibits can be added in the exhibition room, which is not bad. Gunther was overjoyed when he heard this and hurriedly took Leon to the exhibition room. After Leon put the box down, Gunther came over and looked at the various ores in the box, nodding with satisfaction. Yes, they are all very distinctive minerals, and they are well preserved, and they are all good exhibits suitable for display. Gunther, who picked up every mineral with a fascination, looked at it carefully and became excited with his naked eyes. The things are all here, look at it. This time the donation is over, and the next time you donate these special minerals, you have to wait a long time. Leon gave Gunther a vaccination. After all, he didn't make much of the crystal ball, and it was also a lucky thing to prescribe special minerals different from this time. God knows when will he get all 53 minerals together. This thing is just like getting the full picture book. The more you go, the harder it is. The chance of repeating is too high. There is no limit card pool to speed up the progress and highlight the face-looking one. It doesn't matter. The reconstruction of the museum showroom cannot be done in 1 or 2 days. Don't worry, let me see how many minerals you have brought for display and collection this time. Gunther comforted Leon with a smile, and then began to take out the special minerals in the box one by one, just one portion, and not take a look at the extra ones. Chapter 728 Gunther's Collection. A total of 31 minerals can be exhibited, plus the antiques you donated before. Now Onet heard of the total of the showroom has been completed. Awesome progress, Leon. After counting different types of special minerals, Gunther stood up and gave Leon a big hug. On behalf of the library, I thank you for your selfless dedication, so I want to give you the corresponding gift as a reward for your enthusiastic help. Don't worry, don't you put these things in the showcase first. Leon was quite looking forward to Gunther's reward, but he didn't come just for the reward, so he didn't seem excited. I have to take my time to take this job, because if I want to successfully display it, it is not just to put it on the showcase. I also have to write their origins, introductions, and value. These are not work that can be completed in a few hours, so I can take my time. Gunther explained, then pushed the remaining box in front of Leon. You can take away the extra one, only one exhibit is enough. Don't keep it as a backup, so that some exhibits will not be stolen or destroyed. Leon quipped. No one can do these things in the area I manage. Gunther replied confidently. Okay, then I'll take it away. Although there are a lot of minerals left, there is no problem in putting them in the backpack, so this time Leon did not hold the box anymore and directly put all the things inside into the backpack. As for the empty box, Gunther kicked it directly into the corner. Then I'll keep some debris in this box. Let's go, I'll take you to get the reward. After Gunther pulled, Leon was taken to the counter in the front hall by him. Gunther took out the key and opened the door. Originally, Leon thought that Gunther's room was behind the door, but when the scene behind the door appeared in front of Lion's eyes, Leon widened his eyes in surprise. Because it is a small warehouse, although it looks small, the things accumulated in the warehouse have their own characteristics. The 3 walls are hung with all kinds of framed paintings, sculptures and various strange works of art on the ground, as well as dolls and furniture, and even in the same corner, you can see instruments full of technology. All of them were gifts prepared for me. Leon asked swallowed. Part of it is, the others are my personal collection, Gunther explained. So, what is my reward? Leon asked. Come with me. Gunther took the lead in entering the warehouse, then took Leon to the wall, pointing to the 2 paintings with green tones, one paintings painting the mountains and the other paintings of the mountain scenes with night view. These 2 paintings are yours now, take them away and take them back. Can you choose someone? Although the sky is different, it is all painted with mountains, which feels a bit repetitive. The reward is the same as in the game, but there is no choice in the game. In reality, Leon wants to try it out. Can he change one of them to another style? Well, okay, then you can choose on this wall. Gunther hesitated for a moment, and finally agreed to Lion's request. Then I want this. Leon chose without hesitation a painting of the desert and camels on the right side of the 2 paintings. What about the traveler in the desert? It has a good vision, it is indeed a masterpiece. Gunther looked at Leon in surprise when he saw Lion's choice, but he had no intention of stopping Leon. Now it belongs to you. As for these 2 paintings, Ecological Mountain Night and Emerald Mountain, you can choose one. Let's Emerald Mountain, this one looks a little bigger. Leon has no artistic appreciation ability. If he asked him to choose, he would only choose the bigger one. This Emerald Mountain is quite large and it is very suitable to hang it on the living room wall. Gunther turned his eyes on Leon when he heard this, but he didn't say much. He continued to take Leon forward and came to the bunch of dolls. Since you like big ones, then the 3rd one is for you, the big Part-10 bear. Don't think it's just a simple doll. In fact, it's also a reliable sofa and soothing prop. Just lie on it or hold it, you can get the effect of soothing and improving your sense of security. It's a perfect bedside companion for infants and toddlers during their growth. Looking at the blue Big Bear doll in front of me, which was more than 2 meters high and more than 1 meter wide, Leon was quite satisfied. not to mention that this thing has special effects. Does that have the same effect for adults? I thought you were over the age of sleeping with a doll in your arms. Gunther teased when he heard Lion's inquiry. That's not. I just thought that if it works, maybe it might make my girlfriend or wife angry and I could live through that difficult time with it. Leon explained. It's useful. Your way of thinking is quite strange. This may be another application area for Big Part-10 Bear. Gunther looked at Leon with a strange expression and complained, but he silently wrote down this idea in his heart. It's good to be useful, it's good to be useful. Leon was overjoyed when he heard this. If he could rely on the Big Fortune Bear to coax the girl, life would be much easier. Here. After seeing the great Part-10 Bear, Gunther continued to take Leon in the small warehouse, and this time the two stopped in front of the pile of sculptures and artworks. Previously, the gifts for the total donation of items were given, and this time, the gifts for the amount of special mineral donations were calculated separately. Gunther said, pointing to 3 different shapes of artworks and explaining. You donated 31 special minerals, and I have prepared 3 interesting decorations for you, namely upright crystal holes, singing stones, and obsidian vases. These 3 kinds of decorations have their own characteristics, such as the upright crystal hole. Although you look dark inside, as long as you stuff different crystal balls in it, you can change the interior style of this semi-cut giant crystal hole. What does it look like? Explore it yourself. The singing stone is even more interesting. Don't look at it as just a simple columnar green crystal, it is also a phonograph that can record an audio for no more than 3 minutes, and replay it with crisp high-frequency glass tones. It is a very interesting magic decoration. The last obsidian flower pot is even more interesting. The flowers inserted into it can never wither and remain in bloom. What needs to be filled with ordinary water is not ordinary water, but boiling magma. At the same time, in order to ensure that the vase is accidentally knocked over, the magma inside has been flowing out, the magma inside has been prepared for a special response method. The magma poured in, but the magma flows out is clean and clear pure water. He introduced the decorations he specially selected to Leon one by one. Gunther's eyes were full of pride. After all, these collections were all high-quality products he had obtained from bigwigs in various fields and industries before coming to Pelican Town to retire. Although it would be more interesting to let Leon discover the special features of these things by himself, Gunther completely extinguished this idea when he heard that Leon only chose the big one. Because he doesn't want his most proud collection, he is covered in dust in the hands of a layman who doesn't understand art and has no unique insights and appreciation and research ability. If you know anything, Gunther would never explain the specific characteristics of each decoration so carefully. Chapter 729 Appearance is Justice. Thank you, they are all great things, so I'm not polite. Originally, he thought it was just a simple decoration, but these decorations actually came with new patterns. Leon was naturally willing to accept it, but he didn't quite understand one thing. That's why Gunther is so generous. Because some minerals that can be purchased on the market, do you take out so many interesting things to give to yourself? If you talk about games, Leon can still understand it. After all, the game pays attention to positive feedback, and there is reward when you pay, but there is no such setting in reality. It is said that it is a donation. Gunther could have accepted Lion's kindness with peace of mind without paying any price. After hesitating for a moment, Leon still threw out the problem. Interesting question, but my answer is also very simple, that is, I am willing. Gunther answered Lion's doubts in a short but generous sentence. Help me, Ito repay you, both parties are voluntarily giving. Is there any problem? No problem. Leon shook his head when he heard this, and felt that he was thinking too much. Gunther was willing to do this, and he was worried about something he was not worried about immediately, and immediately stuffed all the gifts selected by Gunther into the system backpack. The subsequent collection depends on you. Don't forget this matter. In addition to these, I have also prepared some interesting things for you, just wait for you to achieve the amount of donation target I set. Come on. After getting the things, Gunther took Leon away from the small warehouse. When he saw Leon intending to leave, Gunther spoke and encouraged Leon. I'll try my best. Although Leon is also looking forward to these small rewards, the chance of antiquities appearing is too low, unlike special ores. So far, Leon has not seen ancient spots several times, and there are no ancient spots. The only place where antiquities can be obtained is Mine Cave. The situation in the Mine Cave is just like that, and the probability of the occurrence of antiquities is extremely low. Leon is not sure if he can complete the complete collection goal of the library collection room. But this is not a rigid requirement. Let's take one step at a time, and life will be long in the future. Leaving the library, Leon rode his bicycle and returned to the farm. After getting the fishing rod and bait, he went straight to Pelican Town along the coal forest and stopped outside Lu Lane. To the south of Lu Lane is the river channel surrounding Pelican Town. As the last section of the area that flows out of Pelican Town, there are a variety of freshwater fish in the river channel in Lu Lane, and the water flow is slow, and the water surface is open and free of debris. It can be regarded as one of the most suitable areas for fishing in the town. The other part is under the waterfall northwest of Hoja's supermarket, but that place is also the place where the autumn fish kings are present. Because magic bait is used, it may also attract this autumn fish king. In order to avoid trouble, Leon does not plan to try the fishing king for the time being. On the one hand, I am worried that I can't catch it, and on the other hand, I am worried that the autumn fish king that has been hung out now is too thin and small, so I have no idea. Although magic bait can attract fish of any season, it is precisely because of this that many non-season fish are actually still in the growth and fattening stage, and are attracted to the hook, which hastily ruined their young lives. For example, the tuna I caught on the beach before was a lucky adult, not a teenager, which is indeed considered to be the only one who went to Leon. This information was analyzed by Willie at the time, because the adult body caught by the tuna, the red snapper that was hooked behind, was in a juvenile state, and it was still 1 month away from adulthood. So without full confidence and appropriate time, Leon did not consider challenging the Fish King for the time being. However, other non-season fish Leon also wants it. After all, fish tank sacrificial bags are also one of the key points of the old community center, so naturally we cannot favor this kind of mistake. He skillfully hung up the magic bait and threw the rod into the water. The hook fell into the water. Before it had completely sunk, he took the fish float and was dragged into the water by a passing fish. Big guy. The fish that looked like they had not seen in the water was extremely fierce. Not only was they so powerful, they were also particularly able to run. If Leon had not had enough strength now, they might have been dragged into the water by this guy. Feeling the force coming from the tight fishing line and witnessing the fishing rod that was pulled with a very obvious curve, Leon was sure that his first fish today must be a giant, and immediately stood firm. Relying on the strength of the iridium reel set and the iridium gold fishing rod, Leon chose to pull it out directly. This is the first fish today. With the blessing of fishing buffs, no matter how fierce the fish in the water is, they still cannot compete with the human-shaped bull Leon. They were dragged from the water by Leon and could only struggle on the grass. What's this? Originally, Leon thought that with such great strength and weight, the one who took the hook should be a catfish, but the one dragged ashore was a thick body with grey and black scales, a grey-white linear pattern running through the whole body, and the head was obviously a circle larger than the body. The big head is also very distinctive, with an inverted triangle overall, and some irregular patterns, which look quite similar to the snake's head. Leon lifted the fishing rod, pulled it in front of him, pinched the head of the strange fish and looked carefully, and immediately received systematic identification feedback. Snake-toothed single-line fish, a terrible predator who swallows everything you can eat. So it's you. After seeing the name of the fish, Leon suddenly realized, and at the same time he pinched the single-line fish's mouth with snake teeth. He wanted to take out his hook, and noticed the guy's dense jagged sharp teeth. It is no wonder that you can become the top predator of the bottom food chain with such a good mouthful. If Leon remembers correctly, this thing is a fish in winter and it is not low to fish. But in addition to a special fishing commission, snake-toothed single-line fish is neither the target fish for the sacrifice list nor the essential ingredients required for functional recipes. It is a chicken rib fish species with extremely weak presence and annoying fishing. Holding this big guy about 1.2 meters and observing the whole picture, Leon immediately became even more disgusted. It was too ugly and deformed, and overall, it really looked like an obese version of a snake. Throw it directly into the system backpack, and Leon has made a decision on its fate, that is, throw it into the shipment box, whoever you love wants. Then he hung magic bait on the fish hook again, threw it into the river again, and continued his fishing career. Anyway, it was still early, and Lion's goal today is to take all the fish in the river that can be entered into the fish tank sacrifice bag list. Chapter 730, Is there anyone at the bottom of the water? Not bad. The difficulty of the second shot was sharply reduced a lot. What was pulled up was a serious guy with a common fish shape, big eyes and small fish head, slender but flat, and a new thing that Leon had never seen before. Bijid fish, a freshwater fish caught at night. When I saw the name, Leon was happy because the Bijid fish was the target fish and belonged to the fish tank, one of the night fishing collection bags. The other fishes in the same collection bag include snapper and eel. In addition to the eels being marine fish, both snapper and Bijid fish can be caught in the rivers of the town. In addition, one eel Leon has been placed in the private room. Now, the Bijid fish has been harvested, and another one is snapper. This night fishing collection package is completely complete. After putting the Bijid fish in the backpack, Leon continued fishing. After waiting for a while, there was movement. The fish that took the bait this time became even easier. It didn't take much effort and was directly lifted by Leon. Sunfish, a common river fish. The brown-yellow scales and large blue marks reflect extremely dazzling light under the sunlight. Although they are not big, they look quite plump. There is a target fish in the sacrificial bag, but this time it is the target fish in the river fish collection bag. After admiring the appearance of this sunfish for a while, Leon threw the sunfish into his backpack, added magic bait to the hook again, and continued to throw the rod and fish. The effect of 3 quick buffs a day that had been used up before, this time, the fish float did not respond so quickly, floating quietly on the water surface, spinning on the water surface with the water flow. Leon was not in a hurry, and adjusted the farmer's hat on his head, lowered the brim to prevent the sun from sank to his cheeks. Then he sat cross-legged on the lush grass, staring quietly at the fish float on the water. With the temperature regulation effect of the farmer's hat, Leon was not sweating heavily and was breathing heavily by the sun, but the fishing rod was not protected by the farmer's hat. For just a short while, Leon felt a little hot when he grabbed the tail of the fishing rod. Perhaps the temperature was too high, and most of the fish were hiding under the water to resist the hot day. There was no buff that attracted fish. Leon waited for almost half an hour this time, but he didn't see any movement in the fish float. Retracting the hook, Leon looked at the magic bait on the hook that was not lost, sighed silently, then stood up, intending to change the fishing spot. There is not much shelter in this area, and there is no shade of water, plants, and trees on both sides of the river. According to the habits of summer fish, you still have to find some shade to throw the rod to achieve good returns and effects. What meets this condition is naturally the river next to the cemetery on the east side of Lu Lane, which is covered with green trees and abundant water and grass. Moreover, because the nearby cemetery is planted with beautiful flowers and plants, there are also many insects of various types. The insects that occasionally fall into the water have attracted many fish waiting for the rabbit. Relying under a big tree, Leon threw the hook into the water again. This time, unlike before, as soon as the hook sinks to the bottom, Leon saw the fish float starting to float up and down. Leon was not in a hurry to lift the rod, because these were the little fish cubs with small mouths and could not suck in the magic bait hanging on the large hook. They didn't need to pay attention to it. The big guys who could really swallow the hook and bait were not like this. Sure enough, after a while, the fish float began to stop floating. The little fish who seemed to be unable to get it left, but Leon became energetic and stared at the fish float tightly. In less than 5 seconds, the float was dragged directly into the water and disappeared, and the fishing line that was not stuck by the damper was also pulled out, and it turned around and circled. Big guy. Turning on the damper, Lion's lift began to pull the unknown fish that swallowed the hook in the water. However, the fish at the bottom of the water didn't seem to have much strength to feed back, but they were very flexible in the water, and even consciously carried the fishing line around the circle, trying to wrap the line around various debris. And as long as you feel Leon pulling it in a thread, it will suddenly run towards the opposite place and continue to wind the thread. After doing this, Leon obviously felt the difficulty and blockage. The fishing line seemed to be wrapped in a lot of messy things. Fortunately, the fish that did not know whether it was intentional or unintentional to make this scene have not yet been unhooked. The fish hooks equipped with the iridium reel set are anchor hook shapes, and there are barbs on the top. This kind of hook is specially used to deal with big guys who can swallow the hook in one bite. As long as the fish swallows the entire hook intact, it will be extremely difficult to take it out without the help of a smart human hand. While the two sides pulled, Leon felt that the weight coming from the line was getting bigger and bigger, and the bend of the fishing rod became more and more exaggerated, so he realized that if he dragged it like this, he might be completely involved. He immediately stopped converging, and after locking the damper, he began to pull out the line. One by one, it was wrapped around the fishing line, with thick branches of mud, and the garbage was taken out of the water, which made the water in the river turbid. This smart and overly smart fish-eye was really using the things that sink to the bottom to increase the difficulty and weight of being dragged ashore. Leon even saw an old tire on this garbage. God knows how the fish in the water made the line entangle this thing. Anyway, when it dragged it up, Leon really felt it was outrageous. Because of the garbage wrapped around the fishing line, Leon had to collect the line and pick the garbage off the line. There was no skill, it all relied on brute force, and it was difficult to pick things. Leonjan style directly took out the Galaxy watermelon knife, shrunk it into a dagger, and cut it around the line. Anyway, it's all garbage and has no value. If you break it a little bit, it's no different from before. Soon, there was a pile of messy things piled up around Leon, including branches, worn tires divided into two, newspapers that had rotted into paste, and some flattened cans. If Leon hadn't witnessed that these things were simply wrapped around the fishing line, and the fish underwater that was still struggling and running around was wrestling with him, he would have doubted whether someone was deliberately hanging garbage on his fishing line underwater. Get up for me. Finally, the fishing line was received for the last short section. Leon could already see the fish that swallowed the hook struggling and splashing in the water. Unfortunately, the water quality in the river is too turbid, and Leon could not see clearly what the struggling fish looked like. But in just a short while, accompanied by lion's roar, the fishing line connected to the lifted fish rod was dragged out of the water and drew a beautiful arc in the air. CK Fish. Chapter 731 Fishing Upgrade. That's right, the smart egg that fought against Leon in the water forced Leon to complete a bottom-under cleaning work was not an idle diver, but an autumn fish king that shouldn't have appeared here. The short and fat body, the chin that is obviously longer and larger than the upper half of the lips, the bioelectric tentacles that extend out of the forehead, and the ugly and unbearable look at it, all prove the identity of this thing. CK Fish. Fish it uses glowing bait to attract prey. If used for cooking, it may have some wonderful taste and influence. It's really you. Looking at the fish hanging on the hook, Leon sighed. He looked ugly, but because this thing is the fish king, no matter how ugly it is, Leon can't help but take a look. And interestingly, in the introduction given by the system, this CK fish also has the same edible recommendations as the sewer fish king mutant carp, which makes Leon look forward to it. Although the fish look ugly, at least the waters they live in are still clean. The mutated carp in the sewer is eaten as soon as possible. Now that there is such a fish king, Leon will naturally not dislike it. I just don't know if this fish will give Leon the same magical power as the mutant carp, or if it will take a different approach and have other effects to strengthen itself. However, before taking it to eat, Leon had to bring this fish to Willy first. After all, it was the fish king. Leon naturally remembered what Willy had talked to Leon before. The fish entered the backpack and the system prompted it to follow immediately. The experience of catching the fish king has given you a new insight into fishing, your fishing skills have been significantly improved, and your level has been increased by 2 levels. Based on fishing experience, you know the importance of bait for fishing. Advanced bait and insect bait boxes have been unlocked. Advanced bait, improve the effect of attracting fish and reduce the chance of fish being unhooked after biting the hook. Materials required for production, ordinary bait 5, moss 2. Insect bait box, Provide bait stably. These insects can survive on themselves. Materials required for production: hardwood 15, gold ingot 1, iron ingot 1, fiber 50. The large amount of garbage you fished made you feel inspired and decided to use its waste. The recycling machine recipe has been unlocked. Recycling machine converts garbage captured in water into useful resources, and materials required for production: wood *25, stone *25, iron ingot *1. For fishing, you have already had new ideas and developments. If you want to go further, you need to decide to focus on a career direction. Please choose your career. Fisherman, you are now an experienced angler. Your rich fishing experience allows you to catch larger and stronger fish in any water and sell them for higher value. Hunter, you have mastered the production and repair of crab cages. The materials required for crab cages are reduced. Now the materials required for crab cages are: wood *25, copper ingots *2. Professional choice: hunter. Regarding the choice of these two professions, Leon chose the latter without hesitation. Perhaps in the game, Leon will choose the former because the price of fish in the game is very high. No matter what stage the fishing genre is at, the money earned is not a small amount. However, in the reality of Stardew Valley, the price of fish is generally not high, and it is also particularly troublesome to fish. Fishing can only be a hobby. It is probably a bit reluctant to rely on fishing to support yourself. Even if it is Willy, who looks like a fanatical fishing enthusiast, in fact, his real way to make money is to drive a fishing boat to cast nets to fish in the deep sea. Even if you choose a fisherman, you can catch bigger and fatter fish and sell them at a better price, but considering the time it takes and the Air Force scene that may not be able to get anything in a day. Leon would not consider the factors. Although the fisherman's superior profession, pirate, has the special effect of double the chance of finding treasures, this kind of treasure chest that is common in the game has only been seen twice. Even if the probability of a small probability event is doubled, it is still a small probability thing. It is better to choose a hunter with higher cost performance. Reducing the materials required to make crab cages is a serious improvement. The materials required for the manufacturing of raw crab cages are 40 wood plus 3 iron ingots. The hunter only needs 25 wood and 2 copper ingots. Anyone with a discerning eye can see the difference in the materials. Even if Leon does not plan to arrange the crab cages and simply makes crab cages of the same specifications based on this material difference, it can become a messing stick to the entire crab cage market. The price of crab cages is not cheap, otherwise Willy would have asked someone to inherit his crab cage business before and would not propose a lease instead of buying it out directly. This is the price of a second-hand crab cage that Wei has used for a long time. Although he didn't ask, it is estimated that it will start at least in 3-digit numbers. No matter how you look at the hunter profession can create high value more than the fisherman profession, not to mention that after unlocking the recycling machine, the crab cage may not enter the aquatic organisms but garbage, and there is also a corresponding treatment method. The premise is that these garbage can really be broken down into stone, coal, iron or fabric or even refined quartz by the recycling machine, otherwise this recycling machine may also become the advanced bait unlocked when it was just upgraded, just like insect bait boxes, completely becoming a garbage recipe that will not touch the bottom of the box. Leon, who had figured out his clues, took back his fishing rod and looked at the various garbage that had just been pulled up on the fishing line, making him feel a little troubled. There are everything in it, and they are all soaked. Now it is out of the water surface, and due to the influence of high temperature, it is directly merged into a bunch of indescribable things, which looks quite disgusting. Leon could not kick him back into the water, but it was not appropriate to leave it here, so after thinking for a moment, Leon decided to call someone. Louis, I caught a lot of garbage when I was fishing. Do you have any professional garbage recycling and cleaning staff here to let him come over and make some extra money? Leon was naturally looking for the top leader of Pelican Town, Louis. After all, as the mayor, he should be aware of all the big and small things in the town, so he is sure to find him. Yes, I'll let him go. Where are you now? Louis asked. Just on the edge of the river between the cemetery and the sewer. Leon replied. Okay, he'll be there in a while. Louis said, then hung up the phone. This guy doesn't say much. Listening to the beeping and busy voice coming from the phone, Leon complained speechlessly. Before Leon could wait for a long time, a small box truck with the Hoja Home logo was parked not far away. A familiar guy got out of the driver's seat. After getting off the car, he went around to the buttocks and opened the car, dragging out a large trash can and a shovel from the car. Is it the Hoja family's garbage harmless treatment project you called? After preparation, the guy who looked familiar with Leon asked Leon with a shovel and pulled the trash can. Yes, if you remember correctly, you call me Shane, right? The familiar young man was Marnie's nephew, Shane, who worked at Hoja's house. Although I hadn't communicated much before, I had asked good questions in major venues and was nodding. So when Shane heard Lion's words, he just nodded and silently began to clean up the garbage dump that had been dried up by the side. Chapter 732, Battle. It can be seen that Shane is working very quickly. A pile of evaporated garbage is quickly loaded into the trash can by Shane, and the silt on the ground that originally belonged to the river channel was shoveled away. How to pay? Seeing Shane finishing all this, Leon asked. Louis has paid. After replying without raising his head, Shane carried the trash can onto the bin and drove away. The direction is to run to the bus stop west, and it is likely to be to go to the garbage disposal plant to deliver things. The Hoja family has really penetrated into every aspect in the community. Watching the box of goods leave, Leon shook his head and complained. Pelican Town is a large community, but this community does not have many public occupations, such as sanitation and gardening. The sanitation maintenance of public places is spontaneously organized and cleaned up, and the greening is also managed by whoever has time. There is not even a police station in such a huge town, which shows how quiet and peaceful this place is. But when Leon saw that Louis called to clean up the garbage, he realized that this trend seemed to be being broken. As for whether the ending was good or bad, it was not clear yet, but with Lion's understanding of the Hoja family's corporate philosophy, it should not be a good thing. But Leon wouldn't be too worried, because he was on the road to avoid all this. After the restoration of the old community center, it not only had an extra place for everyone to gather and chat, but it was actually a free and open market. When local resources were integrated, the convenience of the Hoja supermarket would be replaced by trade in community centers with lower prices and more choices. So as long as the community center is repaired, the results of Hoja's home may not be too beautiful. It's okay here, so Leon naturally won't stay for too long. The first thing he has to do now is to show off his fishing to Willie. The fish that came up. There is always no shortage of people in the beach in summer. Although there are only 3 or 2 tourists, the residents of Pelican Town will also enjoy the sunshine and waves on the beach in summer. At least when Leon is passing by the beach, he sees many people playing on the beach with their children. Of course, what is most unabridged on the beach are naturally those bikinis wearing coolness. It's a pity that most of the people who come to the beach during this period are older people, with something, but not many, and the viewing is extremely poor. So Leon had no intention of staying here at all. He went straight to the dock and found Willie, who was under a parasol, leaning against a beach chair, wearing sunglasses and drinking cold wheat juice. "It's rare to see you like this." Seeing Willie take off his signature red jacket, waterproof pants, put on beach pants, naked upper body, revealing his dark skin and strong muscles, Leon teased. "After all, it's already summer, and this is my favorite season." Willie sat upright and looked at the passers-by A, B, and C who were playing on the beach not far away. "If you come here on Saturday and Sunday, you will find that the beach is full of young and energetic girls and boys. Then you will understand why the beaches here are always so clean." "Okay, talk about the serious matter." Leon rolled his eyes and knew what Willie meant. As a man, he understood everything. However, this time he came not to talk about these things with Willie, but to let Willie see a good thing, and immediately took out the fish in his backpack. "Wow! Did you really catch it?" Seeing this ugly thing, Willie's sunglasses fell to the ground in surprise. He didn't pay attention to picking it up, but instead squatted beside Leon and looked at the fish in Lion's hand. From time to time, he even started to touch it. In Willie's eyes, this ugly guy in Leon's eyes was more attractive than those bikinis on the beach. "I've always heard of a special fish wandering under the water in the river in Pelican Town, but in the autumn, I can't attract its favor every time I try it. By the way, did you catch Leon under the waterfall on the mountain lake?" "No, I caught it in the river in front of the cemetery." Leon was actually quite confused about this. After all, the Fish King has his own fixed location. The area where he caught the fish himself was from the waterfall, but it spanned half of the Pelican Town. "Is this so? It seems that the legend is not all true. I just said that these Fish Kings are not fools. Why do they just stay in one place and stay moving?" "Your experience this time made me more sure of this idea," Willie echoed. "Actually, I didn't expect to catch this thing, so I deliberately avoided the waterfall." Leon sighed. It was not that he was Versailles, but that's what he really thought. "I wasn't ready, right? I was the same when I tried to challenge the Fish King, but I was inexplicably bitten by the Fish King. It took a lot of effort to drag it ashore. Until the moment I got ashore, I completely saw its appearance and believed that I actually caught a Fish King." Willie's eyes were filled with memories when he listened to Lion's words. What impressed him the most in the years of fishing was the experience of fishing in the summer, the Crimson Fish King. "It's summer now, and the bridge over the tide pool has been repaired. Leon, do you want to try it? If you can catch 2 Fish Kings a day, it will become a legend of local fishermen." Speaking of this, Willie was excited. "Good idea." Leon was actually quite moved. After all, he had a fishing experience, so he raised his fishing level by 2 levels. This massive amount of experience is really tempting. Moreover, compared with the Sewer Fish King Mutant Carp and Autumn Fish King CK fish that we fished before, they are quite failed in making fish. They are ugly and can't see many fish, which makes Leon very disgusted. Even if it is rare, Leon doesn't even want to keep them in the fish tank. But the Fish King in summer, the crimson fish is a fish-like shape, and there is no need to waste magic bait, because it is the summer when fishing, and in the summer, there are also some fish in the ocean that are part of the fish tank sacrifice bag list. Not only can the Fish King, but you can also fish for tilapia, puffer fish, and red snapper and other sea fish collection bags and special fish collection bags. Seeing Lion's obvious intention to move, Willie immediately got up and ran into the room. When he came out again, he was already in full armed state. Fishing boxes, fishing rods, fishing chairs, baits, etc., are hung on your body, making it look like you are going to move. Let's go, together, I'm going to try to catch the second crimson fish in my life. Okay, let's see which of us gets favored by the scarlet fish first. Seeing Willie's posture of being gestured with him, Leon also smiled. With Willie accompanying him, the fishing process would not be so boring. Chapter 733 The Hoja Family's Ambitions. After crossing the beach with a large flow of people and entering the tidal pool, there are no tourists here. Because the tidal pool is not full of sand, stones, and various sea urchins hiding in small pools are potential threats. They come out to play for fun, not adventure. There is no need to. It is necessary to mess around for a place where the scenery is not too beautiful and there are dangerous areas. Fortunately, both of them came to fish, not to enjoy the summer scenery, so Leon and Willie headed straight to the old pier in the tide pool, chose the south-facing side of the pier, and began to prepare for poles. I brought 2 umbrellas, you can put them in by yourself. Willie first handed Leon a parasol, then took out another one and started installing it. The installation of parasols does not have any technical content. The umbrella is stretched open, and the triangle bracket at the bottom of the umbrella handle is pulled out. Even if it is stuck in the gap between the wooden boards in the patchwork dock, it is fixed. As long as it does not encounter strong winds of level 56, this umbrella can always provide users with shadow protection. In addition to spring and autumn, fishing in summer and winter requires more preparations, including umbrellas in summer and ice-breaking cones in winter. If you are interested, please come to my store to buy it. The quality is guaranteed and the price is very affordable. After decorating the parasol, Willie took out 2 folding small stools and placed them under the umbrella. Finally, he even found a small portable refrigerator. After opening it, he directly exposed the 6 bottles of filled wheat juice inside. You don't look like you are here for fishing, but for vacation. Leon couldn't help but tease him. He now understood why many people said that fishermen are spending money. Look at these equipment, which one does not cost money? For me, fishing is vacation. Willie admitted frankly, apart from that, I have no other hobbies. When it comes to vacation, Willie, how many days do you work every month? Leon, who had ordinary bait, threw the fish hook into the sea water, sat on the folding stool and chatted with Willie. You should ask me how many days of rest every month. Willie looked at Leon speechlessly. In your eyes, am I that free? Anyway, I feel quite idle. You are here every time I look for you. Leon complained. That's because I always go out to set up the net at night, close the net in the early morning, and when I come back in the morning, I just happen to catch the fish collecting dealers coming to pick up the goods. At that time, you probably are still sleeping, so you naturally can't see how I work. Willie explained. Then don't you have a long rest during the day? Can you bear it? After hearing this, Leon finally understood why he couldn't see Willie working, and he was a night owl. After setting up the net, I will sleep on the boat for 4 hours, get up and close the net after 3 hours. I can sleep for 1 or 2 hours in the morning. If I have something to do, I will take a nap or a nap. When I get older, I will not be able to sleep for a long time. Anyway, I feel that the rhythm is pretty good now. Willie waved his hand and replied. Although he spoke easily, Leon felt that there were too many troubles in it that could not be understood by outsiders. After all, Willie's appearance is here. He is in his 40s and 50s, but he has a face in his 60s and 70s. There are more wrinkles on his face than Louis. Moreover, under the sea breeze all year round, his skin is even dark and rough, and he looks quite vicissitudes. Old Willie, you can't make enough money, it's time to consider the issue of pension. Seeing this, Leon couldn't help but remind. I thought so too. Do you remember that you suggested that my son inherit this job? I contacted him later, but he did not agree to me, but he did not refuse, so I could only continue these jobs. I can't wait until he is willing to come. All the resources and tools I plan to give him are abandoned. Willie explained. Maybe I'm still full of expectations for the company's life, but I guess it won't take long to pierce the beautiful bubble by reality. Leon comforted Willie. It's not that he is accused of it, but that's the case. Compared to the social work competition atmosphere in his previous life, the world is even more terrifying. Although large companies recruit many people and have a good reputation, their salary and benefits are not good. Extra long working hours and extra overtime work are basically the norm in the industry, not to mention that there are still a bunch of people who are rolling around, just to get an entrance ticket to senior management. This atmosphere made Leon inexplicably think of the world background of Cyberpunk 2077. Unfortunately, the big boss here is not called Arezaka, but Hoja. Although the Hoja family is a simple one, it is also for insiders and outside consumers. The Hoja family can barely be considered a conscientious enterprise. After all, cheap goods are the best reputation for many people with low income. The biggest threat to ordinary consumers by Hoja's family may be the unreliable quality of goods, but at the same price, what qualifications are there to be picky? However, for high-quality goods, or other existences in this world, the Hoja family is regarded as the same level as the Hoja family. The Hoja family begins to show their fangs without any room. Annexed land, illegal mining, illegal fishing, expand the coverage rate of Hoja supermarkets, and oppressed local operators with the capital behind it and sweatshops in various commercial departments, maliciously raised the price of crop seeds, and lowered the prices of farm output goods. And taking the temperature-controlled greenhouses and fast-growing vegetables from the Hoja Agricultural Park as the pioneer, it entered the market at a low price, trying to replace the farm's vegetable recognition and market share, and achieving means to drive out good coins by bad money, etc., to complete the ambition of Hoja's becoming the world's largest company. In an ordinary world, if the Hoja family does this, it will be possible to succeed. Unfortunately, this is not the case. The UN Chamber of Commerce and some non-scientific the existence of the power organization on the side has become an insurmountable threshold for the Hoja family. The birth of high-quality crops is the final choice of countless people who want to prolong their lives, so the Hoja family has not expanded into the kind of giant in 2077. Leon didn't know about these things before. After all, when he first came to this world, the reason why he resigned was simply because he knew that he had a farm in Stardew Valley. This information was known to Leon in subsequent TV news and during chatting with Abigail. In this regard, Leon suddenly felt that his understanding of the world was still too one-sided and shallow. No wonder Linus has always asked himself to read more books and understand the situation of this world. If Leon has always looked at this world with his experience in games in his previous life, he would probably suffer a lot of great losses. Make some background supplements, but it is not very important. It is just to bury a pit to make some small moves later. As for some people speculating that it is about to be finished, I think it is still early. The main reason is that the recent season changes have been repeated in the cold and throat inflammation. People are depressed and still have to work. They don't have so much time to write, so they can only keep updating. Chapter 734 The Reason for the Formation of Stereotypes. If Leon had been greedy for convenience, ignored the community sacrifice route and chose to directly join the Hoja family member, then the man in Stardew Valley lives in harmony with nature and tranquility with a paradise. He would probably gradually transform into another industrial town shrouded in the shadow of the Hoja family after the Hoja family took over the community center. As for why the Hoja family's obvious ambitions have not been shaken by its market position and expansion trend, it is actually very simple. The big guys think that with the long-distance Chamber of Commerce, the Hoja family can't make any big fuss, and the taxes provided by the Hoja family every year are also the top priority, so it is difficult to deal with this money bag, and the most important point is, it is still the terrifying mass supply capacity of the Hoja family that can meet the material needs of many ordinary people or the poor. Therefore, based on these reasons, the Hoja family can grow wildly under the rules and grow wildly to the present. Leon cannot affect the general trend, but it can have some impact on the Hoja family in Stardew Valley and Pelican Town. At least he has to ensure the tranquility of this area. Although the arrival of the Hoja family will provide many people with a job and a convenient shopping experience, it is not irreplaceable. But it's still too early to say this. Leon has not completed the restoration of the old community center and has not saved enough capital, but Leon has already thought about the future of Pelican Town. After all, if nothing unexpected happens, this will be the residence of Leon for the rest of his life. Leon naturally has to consider this second hometown, which will facilitate yourself, your family and even your children, and also facilitate the residents of Pelican Town, which is a good thing that has the best of both worlds. What are you thinking? You are so fascinated? Your fishing rod is almost dragged away. Willie's voice interrupted Lion's thoughts. Leon came to his senses and noticed that his fishing rod had been dragged to the edge of the dock. If Willie hadn't grabbed the tail of the rod, the fishing rod would have been dragged to the bottom of the sea. Thinking about some future plans. After responding to Willie, Leon took the fishing rod handed back by Willie, lifting the rod and retracting the line in one go. The struggle from the hook was not very strong, it should be a little guy. Sure enough, after easily pulling it out of the water, looking at the red scales that reflect beautiful luster under the sunlight, it was indeed a little guy less than 40 centimeters. He successfully dragged it to the dock. Looking at its pink color and translucent fins, it felt quite festive. Red mullets, fish they were once kept as pets. It's no wonder that the system gives such an evaluation, which is indeed very suitable for raising ornamental fish in the fish tank. Such a pink and tender color is really pleasing. Willie, do you think this red mullet is delicious if you eat it fried? But Leon is not enthusiastic about raising fish, or he is not very enthusiastic about raising ordinary fish. After all, what is the meaning of raising fish that can be seen everywhere? If you want to raise special fish that are not common or fish king, it is the bottom line. If you can't raise it, there are only two options, selling and eating. I don't know, but it doesn't taste good when making sashimi. If you want it delicious, you need to mix dipping sauce. Willie shook his head. After all, he is good at fishing and understands the habits and characteristics of fish, but cooking is just a bit cooked. Leon asked him the wrong person. Doesn't it taste like? I understand. Leon lost interest in the red mullet after throwing it into his backpack. Fish sashimi, or sashimi, is a cooking method that best reflects the essential taste of fish. If it is ordinary in sashimi, it proves that the fish selected as the ingredients are not outstanding. Perhaps choosing other cooking methods can bring new flavor to it, but the credit is not the fish itself, but the chef and seasoning. If you have this ability, why not choose better fish ingredients to cook? It's not that I have no choice. At least Leon has no shortage of good fish for fish. One of the two tunas I caught last time was to be sacrificed. The bigger one has not been eaten yet and is kept in the refrigerator. It's really a fried fish steak. Isn't the tuna more realistic than this red mullet? Do you want to change my bait? Your kind is not attractive to big fish. Seeing Lion's lack of interest in the red mullet he caught, Willie took out a sticky pink package from the bait box next to him. Who asked Leon. Even half a meter away, Leon could smell the fishy smell coming from the batter. Add insect meat. Looking at the smoky color and the familiar smell, Lion's first reaction was the bed bugs in the mine. I am smart, I am worthy of being an explorer. I finally got these insects from Malone. He occasionally comes to me to buy fish in the early morning. We have a good relationship, so it will take a lot of effort to get this thing if most people want it. Willie showed off very proudly. Then I'll give it a try. Leon didn't dislike it either. After all, there was seawater around him. Even if the mushy bait was stuck to his hands, it would be fine to wash it. The masters didn't care about this. Although it looks mushy, the bait with insect meat is quite sticky. Although it has been falling after hanging on the hook, it has not flowed out a drop of it. Obviously, there is no need to worry that it will be washed away if it is thrown into the water. Throwing the fish hook with this characteristic bait into the water, Leon bent down and lay on the dock and reached out to fish out water from the sea under the dock and washed his hands. Before he could sit down, he saw his fish float directly black. He immediately picked up the fishing rod, locked the damper, and started lifting the rod. It is slightly higher than the struggle force of the red mullet before, but compared to the straight escape route of the red mullet, the swimming trajectory of the fish in the hook is very unpredictable, and it is sometimes up, down, left and right, making Lion's directional control line that is not easy and convenient to follow its swimming. Oh, this line is a puffer fish. As an old fisherman, Willie roughly determined the species of fish caught in the hook by relying on the path of the fish caught in the hook. I violently pull the rod, will I decouple? Leon had to sigh Willie's sophistication and asked immediately after hearing Willie's greedy category that had not yet appeared. No problem, puffer fish is very ruthless in swallowing hooks. As long as it is not bad luck, there is basically no possibility of decoupling. You can try it. Willie encouraged. Okay. It is not a problem for Leon to be able to perform miracles vigorously. The reel recycles it wildly, and the fishing rod is clamped under the creaking nest. It grabs the middle part of the fishing rod and lifts it up. The puffer fish that struggles to escape is pulled out of the water under the brute force of Leon and pulls it to the dock. Oh, it's quite big. Looking at the basketball-sized puffer fish hanging on the hook, Lion's face was full of smiles, because the round puffer fish with small thorns all over his body always reminded him of the fisherman who caught them and used them to polish his shoes. However, compared to the little puffer fish that could be caught with one palm, the one in front of him was much bigger. "Don't eat this thing," Leon casually. "The liver and blood of pufferfish are highly toxic. You need a chef with a professional slaughter and cooking pufferfish skills certificate to cook. You can't cook it privately." Looking at Lion's smile on his face, Willie's first reaction was that Leon thought of the deliciousness of the puffer fish and was thinking about how to cook it. He immediately warned Leon with a stern face. Leon looked at Willie with a laugh and cry and complained, "Of course I know, why did you think I would eat it?" In the first reaction of Willie. Willie rolled his eyes and said nothing. Leon immediately remembered the fact that he had asked about the red mullet before and the smiling face that had just caught a pufferfish, and was relieved. No wonder Willie misunderstood. He had already made Willie think that Lion's obsession with cooking and tasting had penetrated into his bones, so he persuaded him. "Don't worry, I don't want to die so much. I won't take the initiative to try cooking this pufferfish. You can feel at ease." Chapter 735 Fishing Competition. "Actually, it's not impossible to eat." Willie suddenly spoke. "Do you look for Gus?" Leon asked subconsciously after hearing this. "He hates puffer fish the most, but why can't you guess I'm qualified to deal with it?" Willie looked at Leon speechlessly and complained. Leon suddenly realized that there were few people eating puffer fish, so Gus would not think about this ingredient specifically, and he was likely to be poisoned after learning to deal with it effectively. Such dangerous ingredients are completely unnecessary and potential threats to Gus, a good man. It's not that you can't live without eating puffer fish. Why do you have to bring this risk to your own restaurant? Just don't provide it. Willie can be regarded as dealing with fish all his life. Pufferfish in summer is not uncommon in the ocean. Its unique delicacy is naturally not let go of such gourmets like Willie. If Gus doesn't want to do it, then he can learn it himself. After all, his understanding of fish can be regarded as the only one in Stardew Valley. He specifically learns how to deal with pufferfish, which is really in line with Willie's personality. "I didn't see it. You've hidden such a hand." Leon poked Willie with his elbow and teased. "You haven't seen too much." Willie finished speaking proudly, then reached out to Leon. "I'm useful to this pufferfish, so don't eat it for the time being." Leon naturally understood what Willie meant, shook his head and refused. "Okay, but you must listen to me. Don't try to cook puffer fish by yourself, especially without systematic learning." Willie was not angry, but he still did not forget to remind Leon again. "Have peace of mind, I'm not that greedy, nor that brave." Leon waved his hand and promised. After picking off the big puffer fish that was still bulging into a ball, feeling its bumpy fish skin, small thorns, and its elastic belly, Leon wanted to throw it on the ground to see how it couldn't pop up, but thinking that some fish lovers might be staring at them somewhere, Leon still put away the thought and put it into the system backpack. Continue to hang up the special bait provided by Willie, throw the hook into the sea, and Leon sits firmly on the fishing platform, waiting for the fish drift to sink into the water. While waiting in Leon, Willie was not idle either. He lifted the pole and put the line on the fish with sophisticated movements. When he felt that the greedy ghost in the hook had no strength, he immediately closed the line. A very beautiful red snapper was dragged out of the water. So beautiful! Even though he had seen red snapper countless times, Willie couldn't help but sigh every time he caught this kind of fish. Red snapper is smaller than red mullet, but the color is more colorful. The scales have a strong three-dimensional sense. The layers of fish scales are crystal clear like translucent red crystals. With pink fish skin, it looks like a shining light ball under the sunlight. Leon has seen red snappers before, but compared to the red snappers on Earth, the red snappers in Stardew Valley are much more colorful, or in other words, everything in Stardew Valley looks like a state of full saturation in color. But it is not a bad thing, because full saturation will really make something that is not outstanding brighter and eye-catching. I finally got something, otherwise I would think I'm here to chat with you. Willie teased while removing the hook. This is wherever you go. Leon complained that the two of them sat here for only 20 minutes, and 3 fish had already entered the bag. They had no nests or searched for fish. They had such efficiency in fishing on a single hook and a single line platform near the dock, which had already made many fishermen drool. I'm just lamenting how fast you grow. I remember when you first came to Zinged Valley, you can only tell me a rough process of fishing. Now you can easily control the escape of various fish. You have even caught 2 fish kings and are working towards the 3rd fish king. Willie stuffed the red snapper into the fishing box, hung the fish and threw it into the sea, and then slowly spoke. It's not long, it's only 3 months, so I won't start to be nostalgic now. Leon echoed. It's not long before I sigh that you have a good talent. If you are not a farmer, then I must train you to become the world's best fisherman and participate in various fishing competitions. Willie explained. Does there be a lot of bonuses for the fishing competition? Leon asked casually. Many, some world-class competition bonuses are even more exaggerated and can reach the millions. Willie shared immediately. There is such a high bonus, I'm afraid there is a market quota. Lion's first reaction when he heard this number was that there was Spinach's strength behind the project. As long as it is a competition, these are inevitable. Willie replied with a smile when she heard the words, and the contestants are not allowed to participate in this kind of project, nor will the initiators of this kind of project contact the contestants. In fact, the competition is quite fair. I don't believe it. Leon complained. After all, once spinach is involved, the word fairness has to be placed in double quotes. No matter how traffic is large or there are many sponsors in a competition, the money earned may not be as good as spinach of the same scale. With such a large proportion gap, there may be no suspense about the choice. Okay, I don't know much about events of that level, but Stardew Valley will hold its own fishing competition every year. I can guarantee with you that these 2 games are absolutely fair. The 2 games are the Summer Trout Competition and the Winter Squid Festival. Each competition will attract outstanding anglers from various regions to compete for the reputation of a single fish fishing master, and will also bring many tourists to Stardew Valley. During the trout competition, the organizer will put adult rainbow trout with special golden labels into the water as the target fish. If the person who fishes the most rainbow trout with golden labels on that day, he can become the title of trout fishing master and get special rewards. Even if he does not get this title, the golden label you catch can be used to redeem some special rewards. The Squid Festival is even simpler. On the festival, the Fisheries Association will invest baits to attract squids in the sea where we are, so that squids that only appear at night can wander around the sea all day long. As long as the squid caught is sufficient, you can go to the booth to redeem the corresponding prizes, and it will also be recorded in the personal competition data. Finally, the most squid anglers counted will be able to get the title of squid fisherman and special rewards. Willy did not continue to talk to Leon about these unreliable things, but instead guided the topic to what he really wanted to talk about. Chapter 736 I'll get the bait. I think you are not talking about this casually. After listening to Willy's series of explanations and popular science, he also emphasized that there are rewards for participating in the game. Leon felt that Willy was not just chatting. Well, I want you to participate in these two games too. Willy did not hide it and directly admitted the purpose of his words. For a long time, these two games were held by the Pelican Town Fisheries Association. In addition, the water conditions in Stardew Valley are excellent, the water quality is excellent, and the venue is very open, so both sides are very satisfied with this cooperation. But as the number of held events increased, I got the fisherman in Pelican Town, one of the organizers. The titles of trout fishing master or squid fishing master are basically the fishermen from other places, which has led to more and more anglers protesting about moving the competition area. After all, Stardew Valley is located in the border area of the Fengile Republic, and the location is too remote. For many contestants, it takes a lot of time to travel in advance to participate in a competition. The time arrangement is not friendly, and long journeys can also lead to poor competitive conditions and miss the championship qualification, etc. Although it was a competition led by Pelican Town, as more and more contestants joined and protested, the Fisheries Association gradually wanted to abandon Pelican Town and host the same event by itself. This is not good news for Pelican Town. Without the Fisheries Association, even if Pelican Town held it itself, the anglers who came to participate might drop sharply by 70% or 80%. Lewis has talked with the Fisheries Association many times about this, but the result is still not good. If there is no change, then this year may be the last time these two fishing competitions will be held in Stardew Valley. But if you or I can win the title of Fishing Master in these two games this year, then this problem will be solved easily. The title of Fishing Master is not only an honor, but also a professional title. With the influence of this professional title, as long as we cooperate with Lewis, we can ensure that these two games will continue to be held in Stardew Valley. Leon, do you understand what I mean? I understand, this is not only a competition, but also an opportunity to promote Stardew Valley and a certificate to drive the local tourism economy. When Willy was halfway through, Leon already understood what Willy meant. After listening to it, he still didn't know Willy's subtext. There may be Lewis's idea here. After all, it can give Stardew Valley and Pelican Town an opportunity to show themselves to others once more, bringing more fame and tourists. This is something Lewis is thinking about in his dreams. It's good that you understand, so I want to invite you and me to participate in these two competitions, and keep the venue of the competition in Stardew Valley. Willy added, of course, there is no mandatory requirement to win the championship, just try your best. After all, those who can come to participate are not ordinary anglers, but also good players. Have peace of mind, I will participate. After all, I will naturally not miss such a lively occasion, let alone get the reward. Leon comforted, smiling and patting Willy on the shoulder. By the way, do you need to register and pay for participating in the competition? The registration fee of 200 G, Lewis will give you. All the fish that gets redeemed and redeemed rewards from the competition belong to you. If you are sure to participate, I will contact Louis later. The trout competition will be on number 1 and number 2 of the next month, which lasts for 2 days, from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. You can leave the field and return halfway, but on the day of the competition, there will be many vendors in the coal forest to provide various food supplies, and even build temporary public toilets, so you cannot leave the competition site. Willie Lima said. Can the golden labels harvested in 2 days be calculated together? Leon asked. Well, let's count together, but don't worry about someone cheating. The golden label has a special anti-counterfeiting logo and it is replaced every year, so don't worry about someone imitating it. Willie emphasized this point when he thought of the fairness that Leon had complained about before. Okay, I have the bottom. Should the fishing rod, fishing gear, and bait be provided by yourself or by the organizer? Leon continued to ask. Leon actually has a lot to ask about this fishing competition that he has never heard of before. After all, I have never seen this thing in the game. If you don't have a fishing rod, you can apply, but it doesn't prevent you from using your own fishing gear bait. After all, equipment is also part of the fisherman's strength. Willie explained. If this happens, I have an idea. Leon thought for a moment when he heard this, then his eyes lit up and he thought of something that suited the game very well. Willie, do you remember the bait-making machine you mentioned? You mean the new technology that invests live fish and then creates the fish-exclusive bait? Willie also remembered this incident when he heard this, but his expression was a little strange. Did you forget that this thing was just invented and is still in the experimental stage, not to mention that this thing is now in the Fisheries Association? I want to order rainbow trout bait. Not to mention whether it works well or not, the Fisheries Association should be able to guess why I ordered these for. Do you guess they are willing to give it? Didn't they care about what fishing gear bait the contestants use? Leon complained. That's just not caring, but there are still restrictions. Single player, single rod, single hook fishing, and team formation are not allowed. These are the basic conditions, Willie added. What a pity. The plan to make bait fishing only for rainbow trout seems to be bankrupt, but Leon actually has other ideas. For example, new energy fishing rods and ancient fish fried operations that can do miracles are all wiped out by the basic conditions added by Willie. However, Leon did not forget that in addition to the Fisheries Association, the fishing gear store in Element City actually also has a bait manufacturing machine. It was just a special trip to Element City. It was not very useful to spend 1.5 W to buy one. It was only for this single fish fishing competition. Leon always felt a little lost. But thinking that this competition is related to the economic development and fame of Stardew Valley, Leon feels that it can add some bargaining chips to this competition. Money is a bastard, let's make another profit if it is gone. 1.5 W may be a huge sum of money for Leon, which just came to Stardew Valley, but for Leon today, it cannot be said that it is a small amount, but you can still take it out by gritting your teeth. It's just that I'm not sure if I can succeed if I convince Linus to take him to the City of Elements. After all, after the last incident, Leon had basically never heard Rasmades and Linus mention the situation of the City of Elements in front of him. It's obvious that he doesn't want to PTSD, even if Leon doesn't care about these things at all. There is no other way, such as entrusting Korobus to help him purchase on behalf of him. Xiao He should not refuse. Or you can directly ask Korobus to go to the fishing gear store to help buy rainbow trout exclusive bait. The price is probably much cheaper than the bait manufacturing machine. If you buy 300 parts of rainbow trout bait and 300 parts of squid bait, Leon felt that he and Willy had a point, and he should be able to kill in these two games. Thinking of this, Leon immediately pulled Willy and said, I have a way to get exclusive rainbow trout bait from outside the Fisheries Association, and the effect should be better than the one from the Fisheries Association. Do you think we can use it after I get it back? Of course it can be used, but are you sure the effect will be very good? Willy asked back. It was not that he didn't believe in Leon, but that he didn't believe in bait-making machines. After all, there is basically no effective research progress in the Fisheries Association. The bait made is not very effective in attracting fish. Moreover, as exclusive bait, it does not even have the ability to attract other fish. It can be called a disabled bait. Even if a doe is hung on the hook, the effect is probably better than this thing. I think there should be no problem. After all, my supplier is not from the Fisheries Association. Leon was quite confident about this. Because he clearly remembered that when the owner of the fishing gear shop introduced the bait manufacturing machine, he clearly stated that his machine had been changed by a magic craftsman. The magic of magic is sometimes beyond the reach of science. Chapter 737 Crimson Fish. Is it the supplier of you who bought the iridium lining set and that magic bait? Willy immediately remembered the fishing gear equipment that Leon immediately paid back his loan after returning from his trip. Well, is there anything I need to bring for you? For example, this same reel set. Leon asked back. No, my current one is enough to deal with the fishing of most fish in Stardew Valley. Willy waved his hand. To be honest, he was still quite excited about the iridium reel set, but the price was really unwilling to bear. Okay. Leon noticed that Willy's eyes were a little entangled and reluctant, but he didn't persuade him. He probably guessed Willy's concerns. Willy really likes it. Leon can buy one more for Willy as a gift. Although Willy's birthday has passed, there is not a Winter Star Feast. This thing is actually Christmas and is a major festival. It is reasonable to give gifts to relatives and friends on the Winter Star Feast. However, 5,000 G consumption is just for consumption. By that time, Leon decided that he would not be able to lose so much money. However, it was not so urgent to find a purchasing agent. After all, even if the recent trout competition was still 1.5 months to prepare. Try fishing for scarlet fish before Willy. When it's over, it's not too late to go find Korobus in the evening. At that time, you can also go to Gus to bring a dinner to Korobus. After all, no one asked someone to help you come to visit the door empty-handed. After Willy finished talking about this matter, he stopped talking about the serious matter. The atmosphere of the chat returned to daily chat. During this time, Leon and Willy also had their own gains. Willy caught a halibut and a halibut, while Leon took 2 tilapias in a row. Today's fish catch, you can go to Gus to process the food and make up a sumptuous dinner. Leon, have a drink together tonight. Willy suggested as Leon hung a red snapper this time. Okay, I'm too lazy to cook at night. Leon accepted Willy's suggestion. After all, Abigail was not at home recently, so it would be much easier for him to solve the problem of eating alone. Okay, call Louis and let's do it. Halfway through his words, Willy's reel turned wildly. When Willy reacted, the fishing line had been released for about 30 meters. Leon stared at the direction of the hook at the end of the fishing line, and saw no splashes, but since Willie had already started locking the damper, and began to wrestle with the fish biting with the hook with a difficult look, "If you can't hold on, just say, I'll help you." "Okay, but this fish is not right. Leon, I think I may have been blessed by the mermaid. This feeling is very familiar. I think I may have been bitten by the crimson fish." Willie's eyes widened at this moment, and devoted himself to the game with the fish that was taken to the hook, and he did not forget to show off with Leon. "Then you have to grasp it, don't let it run away." Although Leon was envious, he was still quite happy for Willie. He had also experienced the process of the fishing king. It was really exciting. The cunning and energy that was different from ordinary fish was definitely a difficult experience for the angler. But this is like playing the boss of the soul game. Although it is very popular when you die, the moment the boss falls, the feeling of accomplishment is really great. As for whether Willie could never catch this fish king, which belongs only to summer, Leon was not worried at all. After all, Willie had already caught a fish king, and now he could be favored by the fish king again. It is obvious that the fish king in reality is different from the game, and it is not unique. "This I don't have a chance this time, and it's the same next time I come back. It's just a matter of time. You must have enough patience when it comes to fishing." So after seeing that there was no movement in his fish float, Leon kept paying attention to Willie's condition, preparing to take action when he was exhausted. The ordinary fish was unhooked, and at most it felt a pity. But if the fish king didn't hold on and was dragged away by its connecting rod, then Willie probably dreamed of this scene when he was sleeping soundly at night, and would have to wake up suddenly and then slapped his thighs. 10 minutes later, Willie's reel was about to bottom out, and Willie was not in good condition. While sweating profusely, her breathing sound became rough. The fishing rod that was still under her armpit was pulled out unknowingly. Now Willie could only barely hold the tail of the rod, and was still pulling it off by the crimson fish, and gradually began to move towards the edge of the dock. "Leon, I can't stand it anymore." Although I still wanted to persist, I felt that my arm was so numb that I couldn't move, and Willie still compromised. Compared to asking Leon for help, he was less willing to be dragged into the sea by the crimson fish, which would not only embarrass himself, but also lose his fishing rod. "I'll help you." Leon, who was already ready, immediately grabbed Willie's fishing rod. The moment he took the fishing rod, Leon felt the impact from the end of the fishing line. At this moment, Leon felt like he was holding an out-of-control husky. But it's just an ordinary husky, not a talented son of the wilderness like Dewang, so for Leon, the pressure is not great. And after Willie's struggle, the crimson fish over there seemed to be at the end of their strength, and the pulling feeling that was conveyed gradually became weaker, so Leon did not hesitate and started to close the line directly. When the line group was half taken back, the fish there fled again. Leon was not used to it at all, locked the damper and began to pull it out. Willie, who was standing beside him, looked at his fishing rod being pulled into a bent bow, and couldn't help but wipe the sweat beads on his head and reminded, "Leon, although I am also an iridium fishing rod, my thread set is made of ordinary materials, please take it easy. Have peace of mind, I can feel that it is almost impossible to hold on, just struggling to death." As a pole holder, Leon is the most familiar with the state of the fish in the water. Compared to before, the current crimson fish are obviously much weaker. 3 minutes later, when the fishing rod began to gradually return to slightly bent state, Leon quickly turned the reel to retract all the released fishing lines. Finally, a bright dark red fat fish was dragged out of the sea, swinging its wide tail fin as a folding fan, and was dragged onto the dock by Leon. As soon as he got ashore, Leon grabbed the gills of the crimson fish and grabbed it completely in his hand, cutting off its last chance to escape. Crimson fish, it lives in the deep sea but likes to lay eggs in the warm summer. If you cook it, it may bring you some interesting improvement. Chapter 738 Emergency. The experience of catching the Fish King again gives you a deeper understanding of fishing, and your fishing skills will be improved by one level. You found that in addition to fishing rods, baits, and hooks can also help improve your fishing skills. The bait manufacturing machine, rotating baits, and trap floats are all unlocked. Bait manufacturing machine, put fish in to make targeted bait, and all fish can be put into this equipment. Required for making: iron ingot 3, coral 3, sea urchin *1. Rotating bait, fish hook. Its shape will make it spin in the water, slightly increasing its attractiveness to the fish. Easy to be damaged, required for production: iron ingot *2. Trap float, fish hook. Fish biting the hook becomes more difficult to escape. Easy to damage, production requirements: copper ingot 1, sap 10. With the purchase of crimson fish, the system prompts followed. The fishing level that had just been upgraded to another level, reached level 6, and also unlocked a new recipe that even Leon was unexpected. That is the protagonist when I was chatting with Willy before, a bait manufacturing machine that has just been developed and has not yet been officially launched on the market. Such a surprising level improvement and formula unlocking made Leon feel that good people are really rewarded. He didn't care much about this beautiful crimson fish and handed it to Willy directly. Willy, your summer fish king. After all, it was Willy's fishing rod, so the crimson fish caught was naturally Willy's. Leon picked peaches halfway, and agreed to help, so he naturally would not turn against Willy for a non-unique fish king. But Willy did not take the crimson fish, but smiled and went forward to help Leon remove the hook from the crimson fish's mouth and said, "It's your fish king, Leon, without you, I can't catch this energetic guy. But this is your spoil. You caught it first, and you have persisted for so long. I just collect it. This fish should be yours." Leon frowned and reminded Willy. He really didn't care about a fish king. I have got what I want, which is the process of playing with the fish king. This is the most enjoyable moment for fishermen. Fish is just an unexpected product in this process. And I have already had a crimson fish, and this one should belong to you. After all, without your help, I couldn't continue to persist before, so the result would be obvious. I will definitely lead people into the water together. Willy waved his hand and took back the fishing rod. At the same time, he reached out to grab the crimson fish's hand, and pushed it to Lion's chest. "Just treat it as inheritance. I already feel that I am no longer a match for the fish kings, and I am no longer young at the age and body. On the contrary, you are not only in your best years, but also have caught the third fish king. You are the Grand Slam, just by the Spring Fish King and the Winter Fish King, so I hope you can persevere and achieve this honor that few people have accomplished in history in Stardew Valley. You said so. If I don't accept it, I'll be a little ungrateful." Listening to Willy taking out the word inheritance, Leon was really under a lot of pressure. But he didn't continue to refuse. Judging from Willy's expression, he really didn't care about a fish king. He really just enjoyed the challenge process of the fishing king. Maybe this is a pure fisherman. Leon has not yet reached this state. He is fishing and eating and selling. Although it is vulgar, it is also normal. And even if Willie didn't say it, Leon wouldn't let go of the remaining 2 fish kings. He is now sure that the fishing king may really be a shortcut to quickly improve the fishing level. Ha ha ha, it's not that outrageous. I just think your talent is not used to accomplish this feat. It's a pity. Stardew Valley is not as colorful as those big cities. I also think that in addition to the work of the farm, you also have to find some entertainment activities to kill time. Fishing is a good choice. Willie hurriedly explained to Leon. I'm just kidding, thank you, Willie. Leon put the red fish in his backpack, then stepped forward and gave Willie a big hug. I have accepted the scarlet fish. As a gift, I will bring you something good tomorrow. I think you will like it. Then I'm looking forward to it. Willie smiled happily and patted Leon on the shoulder, but before that, you have to pay for the wine tonight. A small question, please be sure. As long as you can drink it, I can wrap Gus wine cellar together. Leon promised very proudly. Ha ha ha, okay. Willie nodded, then placed the fishing rod aside and hid under the parasol. You're not fishing? Leon asked in confusion as he looked like Willie was about to lie down. I'm old, and the crimson fish just now has exhausted me. I'd better keep my energy and fight again at night. Willie waved his hand and said, you keep going, I'll be chatting with you for a while. Okay, I'm a little bored when I'm waiting alone. I'll have a free chat with you, so I'll welcome you with both hands. Leon nodded, sat down again, hung bait on his fishing rod, threw it into the water, and continued to chat with Willie. Get on the fish. While chatting, Willie was also helping Leon stare at the fish float intentionally or unintentionally. When he saw a big black float in Leon, he immediately reminded him. Leon naturally noticed it and directly pulled hard. Then he found that there was no resistance on the other end of the fish hook, so he was pulled ashore. What hung on the hook was not a fish, but a short, thick piece of wood. Leon reached out to touch the wood, just about to see if this thing was driftwood, but the next second, the wood cracked into pieces. When Leon opened his eyes again, he found that he had actually left the dock and was teleported to a palace with a very familiar decoration style. The sea blue crystal structure, the bed made of giant oyster shells, various pillars inlaid with pearl-set gems, tables, chairs, and benches made of translucent emerald crystals, and pearl chandeliers suspended in the air, emitting soft fluorescent colors, all of which are as big as apples, show luxury and nouveau riche temperament everywhere. Of course, there are not things without down-to-earth, such as a more eye-catching coat hanger made of red coral, which is full of all kinds of women's clothing. But there are only upper body styles. Helena. The most conspicuous beauty in the room was a long sea blue hair, wearing extremely attractive thin silk underwear, and exposed large areas of snow-white and delicate skin as white as frost. The queen of mermaids who took away the first blood of Leon, Helena. Are you surprised to see me? Helena was in a human form at this moment, and her beautiful pretty face was full of resentment. Do you think I'm back in the ocean and can't find you to fulfill the date you promised twice a month? Chapter 739 His Highness the Prince. Leon did not answer directly, but went up and gave Helena a big hug, then kissed her forehead for a moment, expressing her meaning with actions. I thought you would hide from me or ask me why I teleported you here so suddenly. Looking at the completely different reaction from Leon and what he expected, Helena was happy and quite puzzled. I'm a fish when I ask you, what's the point of asking? Leon shrugged his shoulders and pulled Helena while sitting on the sofa. Although it looked hard, the softness and fit of the seat were as comfortable as if he was trapped in a pile of cotton. What does it mean? Helena was stunned by Lion's words. After all, she had never heard such a strange and difficult sentence. Leon explained the meaning of this sentence a little, which made Helena giggle and complain, I'm obviously that one. Fish. Okay. Yes, yes. Leon nodded and then asked, you brought me over. I have no objection, but I disappeared in front of my friend. He is afraid he will be anxious. Why don't he send me back first and I explain it to him so that he won't make things worse? How about finding a bunch of people to find me? It doesn't matter, the fishman who sent the totem to you has handed the letter I wrote to the human fisherman. He will not worry about you. Helena explained. I didn't expect that what you prepared was quite perfect. Leon was not worried when he heard this. Willie knew the mermaid, and also knew his relationship with the mermaid. After all, when he went to sea last time, Leon could summon the mermaid to help deal with the man-made wilderness sun. After all, I can't let your little witch worry about you, right? Helena teased. She is not in Stardew Valley recently, don't you know? Leon asked back. He thought Helena took advantage of Razmati's absence to take advantage of the opportunity to bring him secretly. Are you not here? So that's it. I said Razmatis would agree to my plan so quickly. It turned out that it was because you were the last person. Helena suddenly realized, then reached out to stroke Lion's cheek. Then why are you just coming to me? I planned to contact you in 2 days. I have been busy with some things recently and can't get away with it. Leon replied truthfully. He did not forget his agreement with Helena, and he had a plan to come to the seabed in the past 2 days. Since that's the case, just think that the plan is ahead of schedule. You can't blame me secretly. Helena didn't know whether Leon was true or not, but Leon said this, giving her a reason and excuse to comfort herself. She was actually worried that Leon would get angry because of her suddenness. Although it did not show it on the surface, who knew what Leon was thinking in her heart? But Helena still took the risk of tricking Leon into it because she wanted to see this seductive guy too much. Leon shook his head, then pulled Helena's hand away from his face, and Helena was not angry and refused to touch her face, so she would change her place to start. This change made Leon roll his eyes. You are the queen at least, can you be more reserved? It is precisely because I am the queen that I am so unscrupulous. You are my only prince. After Helena said that, she was no longer satisfied with the current pattern and posted it directly. After the battle, both sides hugged each other and calmed their surging mood. Helena, thank you. The sage state came as promised. Leon, who had already woken up, gently combed Helena's long scattered hair and said, No need to thank you. After all, you are my prince. Naturally, I will not sit idly by the crisis you encounter. Helena looked at Lion's cheek in a daze, her face full of fascination. If possible, she really hopes that every moment she opens her eyes, she can see this face that has been dreaming about for more than 10 years. It should have caused you a lot of trouble. Leon sighed. After all, in the later communication with other participants, Leon knew that the mermaids were the one who paid the most. Not only did they pay and work, they also provided logistics support and personnel recruitment, which was a small amount. Although the mermaid clan is a monarchy, it is not a one-man rule. The elders will rule this race with the queen. God knows how much effort Helena has put into saving herself and how much benefits he has made. Helena was stunned for a moment, but after a moment of reaction, she replied with a smile on her lips, "It's okay, for you, these are worth it." He did not disclose to Leon how proactive he was when Rasmides came to ask for help at the Presbyterian church to learn that the prince chosen by the queen was being plotted against. After all, compared to those in the mermaid clan, a prince who can give birth to a crown prince is much more important than those treasures that can be followed everywhere in the ocean. But since Leon misunderstood, Helena happened to take on the benefits that this misunderstanding might bring. Leon didn't know this, and even if he knew it, he wouldn't be angry. After all, Helena really did this, and this favor was owed after all. After a while of warmth, Helena reluctantly left Lion's arms, got up and put on her clothes, and spoke to Leon, who was sitting up. "It's rare that you come to the bottom of the sea. Do you want to visit the most beautiful palace of the mermaid clan with me? I'm happy to accompany you." Leon also put on his own clothes and stood up, accepting Helena calmly with her arm and leaving the room with her. Strolling in this brilliant palace at the bottom of the sea, Leon once again lamented the wealth of the mermaid clan. The ocean can be said to be the eternal territory of the mermaid clan. Naturally, everything in the seabed belongs to them, and various treasures that are enough to make merchants and nobles covet, here are just decorations and building materials. The darkness in the deep sea has nothing to do with it. It is located at the top of this palace. A huge pearl suspended in the sky is the light source to dispel darkness. The light emitted adds a more dreamy luster to this castle that looks like a fairy tale. Her Majesty the Queen, His Highness the Prince. Along the way, all the mermaids who saw Leon and Helena all cast respectful greetings and curious eyes. Every beautiful mermaid lady looked at Leon with a smile, putting Leon under great pressure. Chapter 740 You are such a god. But Lion's face it was quite thick, and he nodded with the mermaids who greeted him with a smile without changing their faces. He responded to their greetings, which was quite graceful. Helena enjoyed this atmosphere very much, so she hugged Leon more closely, as if she was demonstrating her sovereignty. After walking into an independent palace, Leon was surprised to find that the furnishings here were completely different from the luxurious style of the mermaid I had seen before. All the furniture used in this palace is made of wooden structures, and all of them are hidden by humans. The most conspicuous one is a crib, which is placed in the center of the hall. There are many fish dolls and some exquisite baby wood carvings on the bed. Where is this? Leon looked at everything here curiously, and inexplicably felt familiar. Mr. Baron's residence was where I first came into contact with you. Helena let go of Lion's hand, walked to the crib, and gestured with her hands. You were so old at that time and were super cute. My favorite thing was to hold you in your arms and see you smirking. Forehead. Hearing this, Leon was actually quite embarrassed. After all, being able to hold Helena, at least as an adult, can be said to be the person who watched him grow up, but now, the two have become the closest relationship. This made Leon feel like he was being nurtured, which was quite strange. At that time, Mr. Baron told me that you will become my future prince. Do you know how much I want you to grow up quickly?" Helena looked at the crib, her eyes full of smiles, and her happy memories of that time also emerged in her mind. "I'm very curious, why do you listen to Grandpa?" Leon couldn't help asking. "Of course it's because I like you too," Helena explained naturally. "But I was still a baby at that time," Leon added speechlessly. "So what? The growth period of humans and mermaids is different, and we don't see the appearance but the feeling of our partner's choice." Helena pulled Leon to a floor-to-ceiling mirror and admired the reflections of herself and Leon in the mirror. "From the moment I saw you, I knew that you would become my prince in the end, and now I am more sure of this." Leon continued to ask after hearing this, "So, Grandpa brought me here for this?" "No, you were a little at that time, but the condition inside your body was particularly bad, so Mr. Baron needed to use the mermaid's ocean hot spring to provide the best repair effect for your body to ensure that you can grow up." Helena explained, then looked at the room. "Mr. Baron lived here with you at the beginning. During that time, I would basically come to see you when I was free. It was not until a year later that you completely recovered and took you out of the sea. Although you were a little reluctant, I know that you would never grow up in the palace. You still have to contact human society and learn human knowledge. So I have been waiting for you to grow up, waiting for you to return to Stardew Valley, planning to wait for you to appear in the winter night market and then reunite with you in the most beautiful way. Our meeting again is not that romantic." Leon felt a little trouble when he thought of his previous experience in the City of Elements. "Who knew that you could find your traces in the City of Elements so coincidental, and I happened to be there, so I didn't have the plan to endure it anymore and just overturned the previous plan." Helena licked her lips and muttered, "After all, you are already an adult, and the feeling and temptation I gave me is stronger than when I was younger. I really don't want to wait any longer. If you could have been a little more restrained at the beginning, maybe our reunion would be more peaceful," Leon complained. "No, you have a good relationship with that little witch. I don't think you will accept my sudden appearance calmly. Instead of taking the time to let you accept me, it's better to be more straightforward. After all, compared with that little witch, I am the first person to know you." Helena shook her head and retorted, "And I am not a human, but I don't have the so-called moral concepts of human beings. In the mermaid clan's view on choosing a mate, as long as you identify a spouse, you don't want to miss it. Otherwise, how did you think the story of the sirens that have been circulating in the ocean attracting sailors to jump off the boat with their singing voices? Simple and rough." Leon sighed with a thumbs up. It was only now that he realized the difference between the mermaid's way of thinking and humans. After all, different cognition and understanding will arise between humans due to differences in civilizations, not to mention that it is indeed inappropriate to use human values as a benchmark to measure a non-human intelligent race. The mermaid, a country composed of all women, is like the country of daughters in Journey to the West. Women are respected, and she is like the brother of the imperial brother who entered this country. It's quite interesting to think about it. After all, when I was a child, I only knew how to watch monkeys. When I grew up, I realized that Tang Seng of TM is really ungrateful." When Helena saw Lion's thumbs up, she grabbed Lion's hand and joked, "And I think this is not bad now. At least you are not that resistant to me now, right? The process is not important, and the result is good." Leon did not answer this topic. After all, his relationship with Helena is really complicated, but in the final analysis, it is because Leon is a sound man. Facing a beautiful and inconspicuous beauty, the love is like a fire and no return is required. As long as it is not a gay or a eunuch, basically not many people can withstand it. Anyway, Leon believes that he can't do it. I've finished shopping here, go for a meal. I didn't treat you well last time. This time I let you experience the best chef skills of the mermaid clan. Seeing that Leon was not speaking, Helena took the initiative to pull Leon out of the room and walked in the other direction. When he heard about the meal, Leon became interested and immediately asked, "What do you usually eat?" "It's similar to humans." Helena replied, "After all, the mermaid clan is actually a branch of humans. However, in ancient times, the ancestors of the mermaid did not stay on land, but returned to the ocean. BA gave us different characteristics from humans living on the ground, and also taught us civilization and lifestyles that are different from humans. So, mermaids were once humans." After hearing this explanation, Leon felt that he had learned new knowledge. Well, of course, but ancient humans were very different from today's humans. You know, at that time, there were no men among humans. Helena nodded. As the queen of the mermaid clan, she knew many secrets from ancient times. After all, these are recorded in the mermaid library. No male? Then how did humans reproduce and pass on it? Leon asked with wide eyes when he heard this. Guess. Helena asked back with a smirk at Leon. Yuba. Leon tentatively gave out an answer. So smart. Helena nodded. But this definite answer made Leon stunned, and Panna's tall image completely collapsed in Lion's heart. Chapter 741 Bookseller appears. When he saw Lion's expression, Helena guessed Lion's thoughts and immediately twisted Lion's arm. "I think you're thinking of something particularly strange, so I'm going to correct it. Yuba is not what you think." Was Yuba taken out his ribs and turned them into a male human? Leon also felt that his thoughts were a bit outrageous. After all, if Yuba really did this, then humans should not be so weak now. After all, even the descendants of God, even the thin bloodline, should have great power that ordinary people cannot imagine. Strange speculation, but it is indeed very interesting. But what Yuba did was to pick a star from the starry sky, plant it in the earth, and give it to ancient humans for care. Yuba told humans that seeds will grow the most important fruit for humans, so all ancient humans participated in the care and cultivation of seeds until the seeds take root and sprout and grow into a towering tree, and the trees are full of fruits. When all these fruits were ripe, all the fruits of ancient humans were picked. People uncovered the fruit peels and found that one human baby after another was asleep inside. These babies were different from the water of life to ancient humans. These babies had unique organs that ancient humans did not have at that time. Yuba appeared at this moment and told ancient humans that this was a gift given to ancient humans by nature and the most lacking part of ancient humans, that is, males. After observing the reproduction of animals, ancient humans understood why male humans were important to human race. Before that, all ancient humans did not know that their race could also give birth to males. Helena talked freely and was easy to learn about ancient history. Obviously, she had invested a lot of energy in this regard. You mean when humans walked on land, there were already animals on the earth, and the animals themselves contained a combination of females and males, only humans did not. After listening to Helena's words, Leon discovered a strange place and immediately confirmed. Yes. Helena nodded, it's very strange. If I guess correctly, the appearance of human beings is not actually the result of natural evolution, but the interference of Baru. Leon asked. It is not Yuba, but another god. Yuba is the enemy of Yuba, but it is the origin of the birth of human beings. Yuba calls him the mother of human beings. Yuba's extra attention and guidance on human beings to develop his own civilization is also to avoid the problems left by this mother, affecting these new races that have the wisdom of ordinary beasts. Helena explained. This involves another god? Why? Leon felt dizzy when he heard this. After all, he was familiar with Darwin's theory of evolution, but God created man and the mother of human beings was God. For Leon, he really only heard from stories and legends. However, since it can be considered as the enemy of Yuba, at least this mother of humans should also be a top god, which is very interesting, because such a god actually created humans on this planet, so what is its purpose? I don't know either. There is no detailed content in this regard, but there are only a few outlines. Anyway, with the guidance of BA and the help of nature, missing males appeared in the ancient human race and integrated into the lives of ancient humans. So in addition to the water of life, another way of reproduction became popular, and with the emergence of more and more male humans, ancient humans used the water of life less and less, and in the end there was no use of ancient humans, so life the water was transferred from BA to the ocean and kept by the mermaid clan who was not involved in this change, which is also the guarantee for the mermaid clan to continue its race. Helena continued to tell. I always feel like there is a big melon inside. Leon sighed. That's not something we can deal with. Let's go for a meal. After Helena said that, she pulled Leon and walked back to the first room. Then Leon saw Helena attracting the mermaid as a maid and asked her to prepare dinner and deliver it to the room. Then Leon and Helena enjoyed the special food of the mermaid clan. Fish are essential, of course crustaceans are the same. What really surprised Leon was that the mermaids actually own their own farmland and vegetables at the bottom of the sea. Although the conditions for growing vegetables here must be in the deep sea, and the vegetables themselves contain salt, it really surprised Leon. It's a pity that the farmland is quite far from the palace, and Leon cannot go over and see with his own eyes what the scenery is in the fields under the sea. As for why I can't go out, I understand the reasons. On the morning of the next day, on the beach of Stardew Valley, Leon yawned on the soft sand and walked towards Pelican Town. I didn't sleep much last night, because I had to convince Helena to send her back, so Leon had to pay some price to make up for Helena's reluctance. Fortunately, Leon succeeded, and he took the portal built by Helena, returned to Stardew Valley and Pelican Town. When he entered Pelican Town, Leon couldn't wait to take out his bicycle and rode back towards the farm. He had to go back to feed the chickens, and after feeding the chickens, he had to make up for a good sleep. Because he came back early and Robin had not appeared and started work, he was about to run into the house after feeding the chickens. However, as soon as he left the chicken coop, Leon found that a large shadow appeared above his head. Lion raised his head and looked at the source of the shadow. Leon opened his mouth wide because he saw a huge hot air balloon flying over his head in the sky, and the shadow was caused by the hot air balloon blocking the sunlight. On the hot air balloon, an old man wearing a purple hat and a green beard was also looking at Leon on the ground curiously. When he saw Leon looking up at him, he took the initiative to smile and waved at Leon. "Is this, bookseller?" Looking at the book icon printed on the hot air balloon and the way the other party traveled, Leon thought of the information of the book merchant who sold various special abilities that Colobus had mentioned. As if he saw Leon's doubts, the old man on the hot air balloon threw down a light flyer, and the paper that should have fluttered with the wind fell straight towards Leon, and was finally grabbed by Leon. Marcelo's book stall provides the most interesting and rare books on the continent. A promotional poster. In addition to this introduction, there are photos of booksellers opening stalls. If Leon read it correctly, the location on this photo is Stardew Valley, because he saw the roof logo of Hoja's supermarket in the corner of the photo. Chapter 742 Monster Pictures. Watching the hot air balloon go away, the direction that floated over was Pelican Town. Leon immediately lost the intention of taking a break, and rode his bicycle directly towards Pelican Town. Riding to Pelican Town at full speed, Leon caught the hot air balloons on the trees. The hot air balloons flying at low altitude are easy to track, but strangely, the obvious hot air balloons above their heads flew over their heads, but many Pelican Town residents did not even look up. "I don't know if I didn't see it or I'm simply used to this situation and don't want to see it." After following the traces of the hot air balloon and traveling through most of the Pelican Town, Leon finally saw the hot air balloons start to slowly land. The location is exactly the same as in the photo, located on the hillside behind Hoja's supermarket. This section of the road is not suitable for cycling, so Leon took back his bicycle and walked, crossed the trail, and bypassed a series of shrubs. Leon found that there was a repaired step on the hillside where the trees landed. Looking at the steps full of traces of time, Leon knew that the road had been built for a long time, but because not many people stepped on it, most of the areas on the stone steps were covered with weeds and soil. When Leon climbed the hill along the steps, he saw the flat space on the top of the slope and the stalls that had been unfolded under a big tree in the north. The stall is the base of the hot air balloon. At this moment, when I looked from the front, Leon noticed that the shape of the base was the shape of a small house, but the roof was arched and had a fabric structure, and you could see the patches composed of various styles, types, and colors on it. When the front is the serious business window, Marcelo, a bookmaker who had met before, was waving to Leon with a passionate smile, and behind it were densely stacked books. "Welcome to my book stall, the farmer. I am very happy that the fertile land of Stardew Valley has welcomed his new owner. My name is Marcelo, a traveler traveling the world, selling all kinds of books and knowledge. Welcome to buy it." "Hello sir, my name is Leon." Faced with Marcelo's self-introduction, Leon responded politely, then walked forward, stood in front of the book stall, and looked at the piles of books curiously. "I heard from my friends about your deeds, so I'm very interested in the books you sell." "Of course, my books are all treasures, except the price is high, and it seems that I can't find the second disadvantage. Is there anything I can provide for you?" Marcelo smiled and moved a small wooden stake out from the room and placed it in front, indicating that Leon could sit down. "Of course, it's okay not to buy it. I also welcome knowledge seekers who borrow books here, but due to time issues, I will only stay in the same place for one day. So if you want to borrow books, you only have one day to read. If you want to read, you can only wait for next month. You don't need to borrow it. I want to buy it directly, such as the monster illustration. Do you have it here?" After sitting down, Leon took the lead in asking Marcelo. "Of course, you can see that you seem to have experienced many battles, and this book can provide you with great help." Marcelo nodded, then turned around and searched in the pile of books for a moment, then took out a book with a painted black book cover and a weird smiley face on the cover, and handed it to Leon. Monster Picture Book, a picture book that records all monster information. After reading it, you seem to understand a certain special ability. No right to hold it, cannot be absorbed. After starting the book, Leon saw the prompts given by the system. How much does this book cost? Seeing that a book could actually give you special abilities, Leon immediately became interested. 20,000 G. The bookseller gave out an extremely outrageous offer. This price made Leon gasp. There was no way, the price was too expensive. As I said, price is the biggest disadvantage of books, but knowledge is priceless, right? Marcelo was not surprised by Lion's reaction. Every customer who came to the book stall to buy books for the first time showed this when he heard the price. But if you just need the above knowledge, maybe the price of this book will give you a little more peace of mind. As he said that, Marcelo took out another monster picture book of the same style, but compared to the previous one, this system has no prompts, and the weird smile on the cover of this book is gone, replaced by the image of a bat. This book only costs 200 G, the content is the same, but I think you should understand the gap between the two. Marcelo looked at Lion's offer. I probably understand. Leon nodded, not denying this statement. The price difference between the two books is 100 times, and the main reason for this price difference is that 200 G is just books, while 20,000 G is the ability to give special features. So Mr. Leon, which one do you choose? Marcelo asked Leon with a smile. Give each one a copy. Leon thought for a moment before deciding. A wise choice. Marcelo handed both books to Leon, then stretched out his palm, obviously hinting that Leon was time to pay. It's okay to swipe the card. Leon took out the decimal card and asked Marcelo. Of course, a distinguished guest, it seems that I met a big customer. It was a lucky day. Looking at the devil card taken out by Leon, Marcelo's eyes lit up, and then took the devil card and returned it to Leon. Are you finished? Marcelo touched the card without taking out the POS machine. Leon felt quite strange. Of course, this card will naturally have different payment methods for different groups of people. I have already obtained the money, and the book is now yours, Mr. Leon. Marcelo nodded and explained. Sure enough, when I picked up the monster illustration worth 20,000 G again, Leon saw the system asking me if I needed to absorb the monster illustration. Without hesitation, he directly chose to confirm. The next second, the monster's illustration was turned on, and he quickly flipped from the first page to the last page, and then turned into black spots and integrated into Lion's body. Monster illustration. All monsters have a low probability of dropping double loot, and a very low probability of dropping triple loot, and a 20% increase in damage to monsters. The disappearing books bring an unlocking of a brand new ability, located on his personal ability panel. The content expressed in simple text makes Leon instantly feel that his 20,000 G flowers are worth the money. Not to mention the increase in the drop rate of the loot that doubles the probability, the increase in damage to monsters by 20% is enough to match this price. Although Leon could slash with the monsters in the mine, Leon knew that it was because of the sharpness of the galaxy weapon and the weakness of the monsters in the mine. The skeleton mine he wanted to go to later were all tough characters, far exceeding the strength of the monsters in the Stardew Valley mine. With this gain, Leon believed that at least he could quickly kill those terrible monsters. Chapter 743 Economic Deficit. Its great value for money. Marcelo was not surprised that Leon read and absorbed a monster picture book so quickly, but just grinned and asked Leon with a proud grin. Yeah, indeed. Leon nodded. Although he had learned about the ability to grant this high-priced monster illustration through systematic identification in advance, he really activated it and found that the result was much better than he thought. I have other books that suit you here, do you want to read them? It is rare to meet a big customer who holds a gold card, Marcelo enthusiastically promoted it. Of course. Leon looked at Marcelo expectantly. If possible, he felt that he should be able to clear his balance today. Although I'm reluctant to let it go, I can activate special abilities, at least just treat books as early investment. Then let me choose the knowledge system that suits you the most, let me think about it. Marcelo muttered, turned around and searched in the pile of books. This time it took a long time, but Leon did not urge him, but waited patiently. One book after another of different colors was picked out by Marcelero, holding it in his hand, and finally turned around and lined up the books one by one, putting them in front of the stage, totaling 9 books. Each book has a specific representation and color of its own writing content as a representative. For example, on the cover of a book called Bail and Float, there is a fish with a hook and a sea blue background, which means it is a book related to fishing. There is also a full golden painted painting, decorated with gem models of different colors, and at the center is a golden pot relief, a book called Guide to Identify Ancient Treasures, which is the most eye-catching because its color is like a dazzling gold ingot under the sunlight. These are just 2 books, and the other 8 books also have their own characteristics. So many, I can't afford it. Although I was jealous, Leon got a very simple one from the price of the monster illustration just now, that is, books with special abilities are all very expensive. Not all books are 20,000 G. Marcelo said, dividing the 9 books into 3 piles, one of which was the top of the book of Bait and Float, the largest number and the highest. The pile in the middle is actually just one book, with a purple tone all over. There is a bright purple 5-pointed star on the cover, and the book is called Book of Stars. The last 3 representative books are the Guide to Identifying Ancient Treasures, and the other 2 are Gems of the Sea and The Secret of the Woodcutting. These are farmers' exclusive weekly magazines, and experiences created by various agricultural masters and nature seekers can give you a better understanding of the knowledge closely related to farmers. Each book is not expensive, and it is all 5,000 G. Marcelo first pointed to the most books and gave a quote, and then pointed to the Book of Stars. This is the Book of Stars. An omnipotent book that can provide corresponding knowledge according to the needs of readers. The content above is equivalent to the knowledge that readers desire most. When a fisherman reads it, he can further improve his fishing skills. If a farmer reads it, he will also learn about the experience of planting and cultivating crops. This book is a little more expensive, 15,000 G. Finally, Marcelo pointed to the third pile of books, and these are the same as the monster picture book you bought before, all of which are 20,000 G each. The content in each book will allow you to get extraordinary gains in a certain field. Although the price is the most expensive, it is definitely worth the money. Your current expense is to invest in your future. Marcelo's explanation gave Leon a preliminary understanding of these 9 books and was extremely interested. It is not difficult to see that this is a book Marcelo specially selected for himself, and each one meets his needs, which makes Leon really unable to refuse the desire to put these books in his pocket. However, the prices of the 9 books combined have exceeded Leon's purchasing ability, so if you want to buy the right one, Leon still has to make a choice. Can I take a look first? Leon asked. Of course. Marcelo nodded calmly, then stretched out his hand to signal Leon to see casually. After obtaining permission, Leon was not polite, and took it one by one in his hand and asked the system to make an appraisal for it. Book of Stars, an all-round book that provides corresponding knowledge according to the needs of the reader. Read it and you will gain additional experience in all the mastery of your profession. No right to hold, cannot be absorbed. Bail and Float, focus on describing the knowledge related to fishing. Read it and you will gain additional experience in the fishing profession. No right to hold, cannot be absorbed. In addition to Bait and Float, several other books of the same type are also introduced. Professional books exclusively for a certain profession will provide experience improvement for a specific profession after reading. For example, Combat Weekly can improve combat skills and experience, Mining Monthly magazines can improve mining experience, etc. The most special and most expensive ones are the third pile, each with its own characteristics, but they are all introduced by riddles, and the descriptions are a bit vague. Guidelines for the Identification of Ancient Treasures, a popular science book that records the identification and restoration of antiquities. After reading it, you will master a special ability closely related to antiquities. No right to hold it, cannot be absorbed. The Gem of the Sea, an ancient book that describes strange words, which seems to have the blessings of the sea. After reading it, you will master a special ability related to fish. No right to hold, cannot be absorbed. The Secrets of Woodcutting, a book that carries pictures of various trees can improve your logging skills. After reading it, you will master a special ability related to wood acquisition. No right to hold, cannot be absorbed. To be fair, what Leon wants most are the 5 professional skills books that can improve his professional experience and are priced at only 5,000 G, and the 15,000 G star book. These are 4 WG in total, which is very expensive, but they are definitely worth buying in Leon. Because the level of profession is too slow to improve, God knows how long it will take to get a full-time level 10. But if you can speed up with money, Leon will never be stingy. After all, the sooner you improve your level of profession, the sooner you will enjoy each other. The abilities and formulas given by profession. Especially the small bucket I was thinking about was a high-level recipe that could only be unlocked by level 8 farming. Now my level 5 farming distance is still quite far from the goal. This 4 WG has to be spent, plus the 2 WG of the monster picture book I used to consume, which is the expense of 6 WG. Leon hasn't calculated his account balance for a long time, but it is estimated that it should not exceed 10 WG deposits, so the remaining 3 books that can give special abilities cannot be carefully selected. Thanks to Boss Schwakixia for her 1,666 coins reward. The boss is generous and the boss is in good health. Chapter 744 Naprache Deal. Of course, it is not impossible to buy them all. Leon still remembers that when he got his cash card, the Yuan-Xing Chamber of Commerce introduced the introduction in the letter. The cash card has an additional loan amount, that is, a combination of bank card and credit card. It doesn't matter if the money is not enough. It's time to spend money. Yuan-Xing Chamber of Commerce will advance the expenses that exceed the deposit. There is no need to pay interest. It only needs to pay back the money on time when Leon has money. But Leon is not an advanced consumerist. As a traditional Oriental, his view is that he will spend as much as he wants and must not overdraw the future. Especially in his previous life, he has witnessed the harsh consequences of various online lenders. Leon actually has a resistant attitude towards loans. So Leon wanted to give up 2 of the 3 special books, and only chose one of the 3. After all, he had made a choice. Guidelines for the identification of ancient treasures and the secrets of woodcutting were directly removed from the procurement list by Leon. The former is related to antiquities. Leon has obtained a limited number of antiquities until now, and even the donation from the library has not been completed. Where can the excess antiquities be used for experiments? Judging from the guide to identifying ancient treasures in the book title, this ability should be related to identification and systematic help. There is no need for this at all, so you can give up. The same is true for the secret of logging. The information from the description is to master a special ability related to wood acquisition, which is nothing more than obtaining some additional wood or obtaining tree species. It is a relatively useless ability for Leon, so you can also give up. To be honest, the book Sea Gem is also a book that is not very attractive to Leon. To master a special ability related to fish, what Leon can think of is the gain effect of increasing the size, weight, and value of fish. Or it may be that it can improve the fish's hook rate and reduce the difficulty of fish fishing, etc., are not necessary. But there is a unique reason why Leon chose it, that is, a sentence in the message that seems to have the blessing of the sea. The blessings of the sea are described in a very high-quality way. With this sentence alone, Leon wanted to see what the blessings of the sea are. After making a decision, Leon picked out the 2 books, The Ancient Treasure Identification Guide and The Secrets of Logging, and gave them to Marcelo. Marcelo was not disappointed and smiled and put the 2 books back into the pile of books behind him. It seems that you have made a choice, so thank you, Mr. Leon. The total price of the book you selected is 6 WG. After Marcelo said that, Lion's gold card was handed over, took the card and took away his income. Marcelo returned the card to Leon. Thank you for your patronage. Leon smiled and nodded at Marcelo, then took all the books that had already belonged to him, but was not in a hurry to leave. Mr. Marcelo, can you buy these books next month? Not necessarily. After all, I have more than one customer than Mr. Leon, and there are many farmers who are the same as Mr. Leon, who are very interested in these books. Today I can come up with so many books that suit you because I just restocked my inventory. If I want to add it next month, I will add it in half a year, but I will visit some suppliers during the journey to see if I can buy the right books. Marcelo explained sincerely, but he didn't say enough. Okay, see you next month. After getting the answer, Leon was no longer interested in staying here. Marcelo looks very friendly, but not the kind of person who likes to talk. As a businessman, his preference is to do business. It is probably a bit difficult to learn about the source of some books from him. So Leon didn't plan to try to chat with him anymore. This purchase cost a lot of money, and Leon was not sure if there was any remaining balance in the card, or it was already a negative number. It would be better to go back early to see how many surprises these books can bring to yourself. Besides, Leon is already a little sleepy now, and it is time to go back and have a good night's sleep. Leaving the hillside, Leon rode his bicycle back to the farm, took a shower first, then went upstairs wrapped in a bath towel, and took out the books he purchased this time in the room. The 7 books are arranged in sequence. 5 publications represent the 5 skills of Leon, the Book of Stars is the experience of full professional skills, and the remaining Gem of the Sea is the only book that can give readers special abilities. So Leon opened the Sea Gem first. From the moment I opened the cover, the pages on the whole book were automatically flipped through, and the speed was very fast. When the last page returned to the left, the book was closed and turned into a little blue light, which merged into Lion's body. Sea Gem, under the blessing of the ocean, now you can when fishing, there is an additional probability to harvest fresh roe corresponding to the fish caught. Looking at the new entries in the System Capability panel, Leon immediately understood. Fish roe. He knew that when fishing in fish ponds, the items produced will be fixed. Fresh fish roe can be placed in canned bottles to be marinated into pickled fish roe. Among all fish, only sturgeon fish roe can be marinated into fish roe sauce. It is a money-making school in the game, but it is not commonly used. After all, the output efficiency of fish roe is not high, and the fish pond covers a large area. There are too many schools that are much more practical than pickled fish roe sauce. Originally, in its own farm business goals, fish roe sauce is a business direction that is not considered. After all, there is too much preparation work. Not only do you have to build a fish pond, but you also have to invest fish in the fish pond and expand the scale of breeding. The efforts are completely inconsistent with the harvest. But now with the ability of this Sea Gem, fish roe no longer rely solely on the output of the fish pond. Fishing can obtain fish roe, saving a series of preparations and early investment, which is very comfortable. After all, Leon still likes fishing. If you have something to do, you can throw 2 shots. The entertainment activities that can not only kill time but also gain something can definitely be regarded as one of Lion's favorite things in Stardew Valley. When you are fishing, you can also get a portion of fresh fish roe that is unstable but is about free. This is naturally a pleasure to see if you are not a business. And if you remember correctly, fish roe sauce is quite expensive, which is also a good source of extra income. It is worthy of the book bought by 2WG. It is indeed worth the money. Although it may take a long time to make the money back with fish roe sauce, as long as Leon is still alive, this is a long-lasting business and you won't lose money no matter how you calculate it. Chapter 745 Comprehensive Upgrade. If it weren't for being really sleepy, Leon really wanted to try this new ability and the probability of fish roe acquisition now. After closing the System Capability panel, I took my attention back, and put it on the remaining 6 books in front of me. Leon selected a Stardew Valley calendar and held it in his hand. This book is an experience book that can provide farming experience. Unlike books with special abilities, this type of experience book does not require Leon to read it. When it is in hand, the system gives a hint of whether to absorb book knowledge. Click OK, the book disappeared directly, without any light spots, and without any fancy special effects. After the book disappeared, Leon felt that there were more knowledge and skills of farming types in his mind, and at the same time he heard the system prompts. I studied a book of farming knowledge compiled by professional farmers, and the host's farming experience increased. The prompted to obtain experience, but did not receive any news of the improvement of the cultivation level, which disappointed Leon. Originally, he thought that this book could improve his cultivation level by 1 level, but now it seems that he is thinking too much. As for how much farming experience has been improved, Leon is not very clear. None of the 5 skills in the skill panel shows the experience bar, but Leon probably thinks it will not be too little, and the acquisition of experience is not the focus for Leon. On the contrary, these extra knowledge have benefited Leon a lot. Because this knowledge is a serious farming skill and professional knowledge that has experienced experiments and certification, it has great educational significance for Leon, a farmer who became a monk halfway through. This knowledge includes a lot of farming details, such as the depth difference and impact of seeds entering the soil when planting different crops, and the different impacts that may be caused by different crops when planting adjacent to each other. For example, planting potatoes and garlic together may cause the 2 crops to absorb nutrients and water in each other's soil, resulting in a longer growth cycle of potatoes and garlic and a decrease in quality during harvest. However, if potatoes are planted adjacent to kale, kale can absorb the extra water that does not require, which greatly reduces the chance of root rot of potato sprouts. At the same time, it can also allow kale that absorbs excess water to grow better and produce higher quality when harvested. All are details that Leon has never paid attention to, some techniques that Leon may not notice in his life. Compared with the experience provided by the book, this knowledge really made Leon feel that he benefited a lot. With the case of Stardew Valley Calendar, Leon hurriedly read other books corresponding to different professions, baits and floats that can improve fishing skills, mining monthly magazines that can improve mining skills, combat quarterly magazines that can improve combat skills, and woodcutter weekly magazines that can increase wild mining skills. Each book has obtained the same experience improvement tips and the accompanying skills and expertise, which has given Leon a new understanding of his 5 skills. Good stuff, you can buy more in the future. As expected, people still have to live and learn until they are old. All 5 skill books have been absorbed. Although none of them have been upgraded, Leon felt that his money was not spent in vain. Instead, he had a new understanding and desire for this type of book. After all, these are all reliable knowledge written by real professionals, which is much more reliable than the so-called agricultural education content accumulated by self-proclaimed experts and using gorgeous rhetorics. At least the harvest of a Stardew Valley Calendar is much more than the several agricultural science popularization books that Leon read before. All are practical things, without moisture, just like the profession of farmer, simple, unpretentious, steady and reliable. Let's take a look at this star. What surprises can a book bring to me? After reading the 5 books, there is only 1 book of stars left in front of Leon. As a book that can improve all skill levels, Leon naturally wants to see if it also contains some knowledge of various skills and professions that he lacks. As for experience, in Leon's opinion, it is no longer the subject, and various knowledge and skills are the key points. When I picked up the Book of Stars, the system did not give a prompt for direct absorption. So Leon opened the cover of the Book of Stars and turned it to the first page of the book, but was surprised to find that the title page was blank without any content. The wordless heavenly book. Another page turned, but it was still blank, which made Leon couldn't help but complain. Continue to turn the pages, it is still blank paper, without any words or patterns. The Book of Star is not thick, so after turning dozens of pages, I saw the bottom of it. However, Leon did not get any feedback or knowledge from the book, and there were only blank pages after page. If it weren't for the identification results given by the system, it seemed that there was never a mistake, and the bookmaker sold it to him for 15,000 G. With the previous book case, Leon confirmed that the bookmaker was not the kind of fraudster who was just a fool. Leon really thought this was a blank notebook. But when Leon closed the Book of Stars, the Book of Stars disappeared, and knowledge did not appear in Leon's brain. What appeared in the brain were various prompts from the system. Under the blessing of the stars, your farming level has been improved, and your farming level is +1. The cheese press recipe is unlocked, the hardwood fence recipe is unlocked, and the high-quality sprinkler recipe is unlocked. Under the star blessings, your wild pick level has been improved, and your wild pick level is +1. Lightning rod recipe is unlocked, wild seed, autumn, recipe is unlocked, teleportation totem, beach recipe is unlocked. You have received the blessing of nature, and now you can see the wild special seeds hidden in the soil. Under the blessing of the stars, your mining level has been improved, and your mining level is +1. The bomb recipe has been unlocked. You are blessed by the god of forging and your physical strength is strengthened. Under the blessing of the stars, your combat level has been improved, and your combat level is +1. The slime egg press recipe has been unlocked, and the garlic oil recipe has been unlocked. You have received the blessings of the god of war and your physical fitness has been improved. Except for fishing, all skill levels have been improved. Leon looked at his panel and found that all the skills levels have reached level 6, which is definitely a huge surprise. Among the various unlocked formulas, there are also key props that Leon needs in the future, as well as the long-lost physical fitness improvement and the expansion of special wild vegetable harvest types. It can be said that this wave of upgrades is definitely a huge improvement for Leon. Chapter 746 Craftsman Machinery. Now Leon is not sleepy again because he has unlocked a lot of new recipes, and some of them are very much, and he really wants to make them and use them now. For example, lightning rods and bait manufacturing machines. Of course, there are previously unlocked recycling machines and crab cages that have been reduced by hunter profession. Put on his clothes, Leon went downstairs and began to search for the treasure chest. Iron ingot 1, refined quartz 1, plus 5 bat wings, are all the materials needed for a lightning rod. Because a lot of quartz was melted before to make flower pots and cultivate tea, Leon still has a lot of reserves for refined quartz. Not to mention the iron ingots and bat wings. The abandoned mine Leon has been penetrated, so naturally there will be no lack of the wings that monster bats must have dropped in each mine area. In addition to the furnace that has been working, Leon finally decided to create 5 lightning rods. After the lightning rod was manufactured, Leon placed it with the previous lightning rod. The previous one was the reward for the sacrifice bag, but so far, Leon has not encountered a thunderstorm, so this lightning rod has only been the function of a decorative object. Now 5 more lightning rods have been added, and 6 lightning rods are inserted side by side in the ground, looking like a row of fences, which makes Leon a little worried. If lightning is attracted by these side-by-side lightning rods, under multiple lightning strikes, will these lightning rods be able to withstand the violent natural force? There is a high probability that there is no problem. Leon comforted himself so much that it was a craftsman-made product produced by the system, and it should not be that fragile. Although the system has a low sense of existence, it has never cheated Leon. Leon still believes in the system's capabilities. After the lightning rod is arranged, it is naturally time to prepare other machinery. The second machine that was chosen by Leon was the bait manufacturing machine that was still thinking about whether to buy it yesterday, but the system automatically unlocked. Looking at the system's manufacturing panel, the icons of this thing are full of technology, but when you see the materials you need, Leon feels it's a bit too casual. Iron ingot 3, coral 3, and finally a sea urchin was added, which was the new thing that was quoted by the merchants in the fishing gear store of the City of Elements. Now it seems that if it weren't for the fishing gear shop merchant who slaughtered Leon as a fat pig, it would be that the manufacturing formula provided by the system is completely different from the actual bait manufacturing machine. No matter which one, Leon is glad that he unlocked the bait manufacturing machine in advance, otherwise for the trout competition Aang really has to spend a lot of money. Although I didn't plan to buy a machine, I had already considered buying the bait. With the urinary nature of the fishing gear shop owner, these baits are probably not cheap. Collect the materials and click to make them. There is no fancy light or automatic assembly special effects. The material disappears from the backpack when it is selected for manufacturing, and replaced by a brand new bait manufacturing machine. Place it from the backpack area and place it on the ground. The overall shape of the instrument table is similar to that of a fish, with its tail facing down and head facing up, which looks very technological. There is also a complete fish-shaped relief in the middle section of the fish body shape. Just by looking at the shape, you can see that this thing is definitely closely related to fish. After appreciating the appearance, Leon started to get started. Although there is no instruction manual, the operation of the bait manufacturing machine is really fool-like. The position of the fish-shaped relief will pop up after pressing it, revealing the box inside, which is also the shape of the fish, but the space is not large, and the length is only about 30 centimeters. It seems that it cannot put two big fish. But Leon doesn't think this thing has requirements for body size. According to the previous idea, this storage box should have a special function of adaptive scaling. In order to verify his ideas, Leon came to the treasure chest, searched for the fish he had left, and finally chose a 60-centimeter long largemouth bass. As Leon thought, facing the largemouth bass that were twice as big as the storage port, the box could still hold it. When put in, the largemouth bass in Lion's hand began to shrink quickly and finally fell into the box perfectly. Feeling the raw materials contained in the box, the fish-shaped relief closed automatically, and then the blue and silver lights lit up on the surface of the float, and the entire bait maker began to emit a faint tremor. Lion's excellent hearing could hear the stirring sound from the box. However, the machine was not able to see the processing for a while, so Leon temporarily left the bait manufacturing machine to find materials to build the recycling machine. 25 wood, 25 stones, plus an iron ingot, and a similar machine to a floor cabinet completes the processing. The 4 wooden legs are about the same as corgi, but they can steadily support the oval body. The overall height is more than 1 meter, and the shape is a bit like a trash can. At the bottom is a drawer structure, and above it is a process display bar made of red, yellow, and blue lights. Next to this light, there is a hole in the positive direction. From the outside, it looks pitch black. Below the gap, there is a directional arrow. If Leon is right, this should be the feeding port for waving the hand and using the garbage. After observing for a while, Leon took out an empty can from the kitchen cabinet. This was the can filled with corn soup. It was brought by Abigail and had been eaten. The reason why it was not thrown was because Leon planned to wash the can and then put salt in it as a salt jar. Now it is just right to use it to experiment with the effect of the recycling machine. What made Leon speechless was that he had just thrown the empty can into the hole of the recycling machine. The next second, the empty can popped out of the hole and fell on the wooden floor and made a jingle sound. Obviously, the recycling machine is not suitable for empty cans. But, it's called a recycling machine, it can't be recycled. It was discovered that the recycling machine was picky about food, and Leon had to give up the experiment except for complaining. It seems that this recycling machine only reacts to items marked as garbage by the system, such as wet newspapers, broken glasses, broken CDs, and driftwood that are common in fishing. Actually, Leon doesn't see much of these garbage. In real Stardew Valley fishing, the probability of bottom water garbage in the hook is much smaller than that in the game. The one that Leon has seen the most garbage is the time when he was fishing fish yesterday, and it fled under the water, causing a large amount of garbage to be entangled in the fishing line. Usually, he hasn't hung up these messy things. But it does not mean that the recycling machine has no garbage to be recycled, resulting in being forced to be covered with dust. Because Leon also plans to make crab cages, as we all know, in addition to lobster, crab, corn snails, crab cages are more likely to be filled with headache-prone garbage. Chapter 747 Exclusive Fish Bait. Should we say that they are all recipes for unlocking fishing skills? They complement each other. The combination of crab cage and recycling machine is such a tacit understanding that Leon has to complain about the cleverness of these formula designs. If there is no recycling machine, the garbage produced by the crab cage is enough to make people scold me. After all, before the hunter is advanced to a sailor, the probability of garbage produced by the crab cage is really not low. When you are not lucky, you can even get into the water for 10 cages and fish out the garbage in 7 cages. After letting go of the recycling machine that was temporarily unavailable, Leon searched for the treasure chest again, and the recipe for the crab cage under the hunter's profession characteristics became much more favorable. The original formula of the crab cage is wood *40 and iron ingots *3. Now only the expenses of wood *25 and copper ingots *2 can be made to create a brand new crab cage to start the life of crab hunters. While the cost is greatly reduced, it also means that Leon can now create more crab cages to expand its farm production categories. There is no shortage of materials for lions. Although there are not many copper ingots, there are many iron ingots. Although the ratio of iron to copper is 1:2, it is inferior to the 3:1 of copper to iron. Leon has complained about this before, but after using it, Leon is actually quite satisfied with what does not exist in this game. Skill. Iron ore has stable output, whether it is an abandoned mine or. As a basic ore, copper ore only has a large inventory in shallow mines. Deep mines and skeleton mines, so the probability of copper output is very low. Therefore, after Ironto copper, it can actually be regarded as a change in direction to improve the acquisition of copper ingots. 20 pieces of solid iron ingots were put into the system backpack by Leon. Click the system manufacturing bar and choose to convert. The 20 pieces of iron ingots immediately turned into 40 complete copper ingots. Adding to 250 pieces of wood, 10 brand new crab cages lie quietly in Lion's system backpack. Take out a crab cage, and the size of a fruit basket is steadily held by Leon in the palm of his hand. The wood needed for manufacturing becomes wood chips to form the main body of the crab cage, and the copper ingot becomes a metal hoop to fix the overall structure of the crab cage, while the excess metal is transformed into small counterweight copper pendants dotted on the mouth of the crab cage to ensure that the crab cage can sink into the water. In addition, the crab cage is equipped with a thin cable more than 2 meters long and a copper pendant tied to the end of the cable. This design can be seen at a glance. The copper cone inserted into the soil can ensure that the crab cage will not be washed away by the water flow. It can also conspicuously indicate the location of the crab cage where the crab cage is arranged. It is very convenient to pull the cable when recycling the crab cage. Leon also noticed that the cage mouth of the crab cage is detachable, and there are 6 inverted buckles at the connection between the cage mouth and the cage body of the crab cage. Without a clever finger to push it apart, the cage mouth is the strongest barrier, which can ensure that the greedy ghosts entering it cannot escape the cage, and it is also convenient for crab catchers to quickly open the cage mouth after recycling and pour out the harvest inside. Leon is quite satisfied with the crab cage. The design is very reasonable and the operation is not difficult. No wonder Willie can hand over the crab cages in his hands so quickly. This thing is really easy to get started. With the crab cage, it was naturally not allowed to be left idle, so Leon decided to put it in the river channel in the coal forest. Pelican Town will not let go because there are already crab-catching people there. In order to avoid some trouble, it is best to put coal forests in place. Leon does not want to argue with people, nor does he want the crab cage he puts on is intercepted by others. That would be too bad. Although this possibility is not great, Leon does not want to test human nature. Moreover, the creatures captured by crab cages in fresh water are basically the same, and there is no difference between being placed in Pelican Town and in the river channel of the coal forest. With the crab cage, Leon went out quickly and followed the trail, heading straight to the coal forest in the south. In the end, Leon chose to put the crab cage in the pond near the other side of the Mage Tower. Before each crab cage was in the water, Leon threw some homemade bait into it. Although the ability to lure fish may not be strong, it is better than the thrifty thing about putting magic bait. Moreover, Leon does not attach much importance to crab cages. The reason why it was made is that on the one hand, it does not waste the hunter's profession characteristics, and on the other hand, it is also to try the recycling machine. Of course, it also has the idea of relying on harvesting the output in the crab cage and brushing the fishing experience. After all, harvesting the things in the crab cage can also provide experience in fishing skills. When Leon was playing online, he met a young lady who was not good at fishing and relied on touching the crab cage to drive fishing to the maximum level, which opened Leon's eyes. 10 crab cages entered the water one by one, and the copper cone was inserted into the soil on the shore. Looking at the cables close to the shore, Leon recorded the location of the placement this time and returned to the farm. Crab cages take time to hunt, so they have to wait a long time. The crab cages are not like in the game, and they need to be harvested one day. Leon guessed that when you come to take a look in the evening, you should be able to see the hunting results of the crab cages. Back in the farmhouse, Leon noticed that the light on the fish-shaped relief on the bait maker had gone out, so he immediately pressed the relief and popped it out of the machine. The largemouth base that was put into it has disappeared, replaced by a light green paste. It was taken out and placed in my hand. Leon saw the introduction given by the system. Bigmouth bass, a special bait for the food of largemouth bass, is highly likely to increase its attractiveness to largemouth bass, and a very small probability will be swallowed by other fish. It is indeed a bait exclusive to largemouth bass, but unlike the exclusive bait of the Fisheries Association introduced by Willie, this bait is also attractive to non-targets, but it is not big, and its targetedness is quite strong. According to Lion's own experience, it is fine to use such a ball of exclusive bait for more than a dozen times. If you save a little, 20 times will not be bad, and it is not too much of a loss. As for the specific fish lure effect, it has to be proven by experimenting with it yourself. This means that Leon should go fishing again. However, before this, Leon had to make a phone call first. After all, he could only be regarded as a fisherman who became a monk halfway through, and he had to find a professional to evaluate. "Hey, Leon, are you having fun with the mermaids? What's back?" As soon as he dialed the phone, Willie's loud voice reached Lion's ears, and in addition to ridicule, there was more concern in his words. "I have already returned to Stardew Valley," Leon replied. "Willie, I got a bait manufacturing machine, and tried it, and got a special bait for largemouth bass, so I would like to ask if it's convenient there. If it's convenient, gather in front of the mine lakes in the foothills of the northern mountains and try the effect of this bait." "So fast? Okay, I'm fine, right now, just arrive." After hearing this, Willie was excited and immediately expressed his desire to join him. "Okay, then I'll wait for you in the mine lake. As long as this experiment is fine, we have to go fishing for rainbow trout. After all, the bait manufacturing machine makes exclusive bait and requires the target fish as material." "Well, leave it to me. You have already made great efforts after getting this machine. Of course, I can't let you worry alone. See you in the mines and lakes." See Mine Caves and Lakes. Chapter 748 Lies. After the call with Willie, Leon sorted out his backpack, brought his exclusive bait for the largemouth bass, and headed straight for the northern foothills. The farm is not far from the northern foothills, so when Leon arrives next to the mine lake, Willie hasn't arrived yet. Standing under the shade of the trees, Leon yawned and looked at the calm lake in front of him. After thinking for a moment, he leaned against the tree and took a nap. "You don't seem to have a good sleep." In a daze, Willie's voice came into Lion's ears, causing Leon to open his eyes immediately. "Well, I attended a banquet yesterday and I had a little late," Leon said casually. You can't tell Willie that he and Helena had been playing for the shelves all night. "You can see that you have a really good relationship with the mermaids. In this case, when the winter market opens, you have to get me a few more tickets to the mermaid show. It is one of the most popular performances in the market, and it is hard to get a ticket," Willie quipped. "A word of mind, look, this is the bigmouth bass bait I just made." After chatting first, Leon took out the bigmouth bass and handed it to Willie. "How many largemouth bass have you used?" Willie asked, looking at the ball of bait in front of him. "1. Leon confirmed. "One word is just so many. It seems that if you want to get enough rainbow trout bait for the two of us, it doesn't seem that there are too many rainbow trout baits." Willie breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. He was not very clear about the situation of the bait manufacturing machine. If this ball of bait that was used more than a dozen times was made of 5 or 6 largemouth bass, he would be busy. Now that he learned that a largemouth bass could make so many baits, it would be much easier for him to prepare for rainbow trout. I don't know much, and it depends on the specific situation. After all, it's my first time using a bait to make a machine. I'm not sure whether the amount of bait is related to the size or type of fish, so I still have to wait until there is rainbow trout to draw a conclusion. Leon and Willie analyzed, but our current goal is to try the effect of this exclusive bait. No problem, let's go together. Willie showed off the fishing tackle bag he was carrying and greeted Leon. Leon took out his iridium fishing rod without any trace, and he found a shaded area near the lake with Willie, sat down, unscrewed a piece from a whole ball of largemouth bass bait, hung it on the hook, threw the rod into the water. I don't know if it is the effect of increasing the rate of hooking 3 fish every day, or the super high attraction of the largemouth bass base for largemouth bass. The hook sinks to the bottom and the float just straight up and down. Within a few breaths, the float sinks directly into the water and the float floats. Middle. After lifting the rod suddenly, Leon felt the pulling feeling from the hook. He was sure to catch the fish. Leon immediately stood up and started to close the line. So good effect! Willie, who had not yet thrown the rod, exclaimed when he saw that Leon had been caught. Unsure, maybe it's good luck. Leon couldn't explain the characteristics given by his fishing skills, so he could only use luck as an excuse. The fish that was caught in the hook struggled quite a bit, but compared to Leon, it was only a small matter. Relying on the strength of the iridium gold fish rod and the strength of the iridium wire group, Leon directly pulled the fish in the water to the shore. A fresh, water-stained largemouthed bass was dragged out of the water and shook its tail with great effort, but due to the fact that the first 3 fish could not be decoupled, its struggle was destined to be futile. Bigmouth bass. Willie naturally saw the bigmouth bass and clapped his hands and shouted, "It seems that this exclusive bait is really useful, it is really a bigmouth bass." It's just the first one, the number is too small, there is no way to be sure, so let's continue. Although Leon was also very happy, he kept his experimental attitude and warned Willie. Well, there is still a lot of bait anyway, continue. Willie nodded and threw the hook with the bigmouth bass bait into the water. Leon also continued to hang the bait and throw the rod, waiting for the second experimental target to take the bait. Without letting Leon wait, the second fish successfully bit the hook and dragged it to the shore. Another bigmouth bass was itchy. This made Willie feel itchy. For the same bait and the same fishing area, Leon had already hit 2 of them, and there was no movement in his own float until now. Yes, it seems that the effect is really good. After accepting this bigmouth bass that is obviously bigger than the one just now, Leon is quite satisfied with the effect of the bigmouth bass. If it weren't for the exclusive bass, Leon felt that the probability of hitting 2 bigmouth bass in a row shouldn't be too high. When Leon hung up the bait and was about to throw the rod again, there was also movement on Willie's side. With Willie's experienced operation, a largemouth bass was dragged to the shore unwillingly. Hee, it's worthy of being an exclusive bait or a largemouth bass. Willie, who picked off the hook from the fish's mouth, grabbed the gills of the largemouth bass, and grabbed it firmly in his hand, sighed and said, "Now I have caught 3 largemouth bass in a row. You can confirm the effect of this exclusive bait." "Well, it's okay, but you still have to continue. Be more secure and make more comparison samples," Leon suggested. "Your tone is the same as those professors now." Willie teased Leon, but did not refuse Lion's proposal. Instead, he began to rebarge again with great enthusiasm. As for the largemouth bass he harvested, he threw it to Lion's feet. "You didn't bring your fish box." Seeing this scene, Leon was a little confused. "Your bait, the fish you catch, is naturally yours," Willy replied naturally. "Then I'll keep it for you." Leon didn't say anything more, and directly put the big mouth base into his backpack. After that, he would give the money to Willy. "Come on, you have got a bait manufacturing machine, and it should have taken a lot of effort and money. Although it is just a big mouth base, it can at least sell for a little money to recover your blood," Willy added. "I really didn't take much effort to get the bait manufacturing machine. If you want this thing, I can get one for you," Leon explained. "Ah? Didn't you buy it for a lot of money?" Willy looked at Leon in surprise and asked back. "No, I made it myself." Leon shook his head and replied, "The materials required are not expensive, and they are very simple to make, so, are you going to have one?" Forget it, if I want exclusive bait, I will take the fish to process it with you. I don't need to make a special item, and I can't put it in my small house." Willy refused without hesitation. It was not that he didn't want it, but he thought that Leon was comforting himself and mistakenly thought that it was very simple to get the bait-making machine to reduce his guilt. If you want to say that this thing was made by Leon himself, Willy really doesn't believe it. After all, this thing has just been developed and there are not even a few fishing associations. It can be regarded as an emerging technology, so it is not so easy to rub it by hand. So in order to avoid Leon spending a big price to get a bait maker to send him to his lie, Willy answered like this. Leon felt that what Willy said was indeed very reasonable, and did not explain much. He nodded and agreed to Willy's idea, not knowing that he was honest. Willy didn't believe it. Chapter 749 Green Raindrops. A ball of exclusive bait was used separately by Leon and Willy, and also used it 14 times. Of the 14th times, except for Lionless, who was too fast, causing a bait to be decoupled, in the remaining 13 times, the hook was all largemouth bass. It is worthy of being an exclusive bait. It has a very good effect. It not only attracts targeted fish, but also shortens the time for biting hooks, proving that the bait is very attractive to fish. With this, there is basically no problem with the trout competition. Willy, who was collecting the rod, was very satisfied with the attractiveness of this bait to the target fish, and was even more confident in keeping the champion of this summer's trout competition in Stardew Valley. Then the next thing is to reserve trout bait. You have to prepare more to ensure that you win the championship in a crushing manner within 2 game days. Leon nodded and echoed. Okay, leave it to me. I'll go to the coal forest to catch trout in the afternoon. Willy promised. Okay, no matter how much you fish, I will give it to me directly at night. I will use it as trout bait in advance, which will be more efficient and can also test the effect of trout bait on rainbow trout fish in advance. Leon reminded. No problem, let's go, it's a bit too hot here at noon, and the experiment is almost done. Let's have a meal. After putting the fishing rod, Willy put his hand on Lion's shoulder and greeted. I'll treat this. Yesterday, he had planned to invite Willy to have a good meal, but Helena intercepted him. Leon felt that he had to make up for the dinner that he was owed today. Ha 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 ha. Willy laughed, without refuting Lion's words, and the two of them came to Gus Tavern with arms around and feasted. After drinking and eating, Willie and Leon left the Starfruit bar, swayed along the path to the coal forest and parted ways. Leon is going back to the farm, while Willie is going to prepare for rainbow trout. Although Leon also wanted to stay and help Willie, after eating, he was even more sleepy now and his eyes couldn't open. Logically speaking, with Lion's current physique, it would be no effect to stay for a night. After the ridiculous ending last night, Leon was actually quite energetic. If Helena hadn't admitted defeat, he felt that he could have had a few more rounds, but as soon as he returned to Stardew Valley, Leon felt extremely strong tiredness surge. And as time goes by, the sleepiness becomes more and more obvious. Now it is about to evolve to the point where you fall when you close your eyes, and Leon can only go back to make up for your sleep. He returned to the farm with his eyelids. After entering the house, Leon lay down on the sofa and fell asleep without going upstairs. The speed of sleeping was amazingly fast. When Leon opened his eyes again, he realized that it was dark outside. And outside the window, you can hear the sound of rain and thunder vaguely, and it is raining outside. Leon, who woke up naturally, now felt that he was in great spirits. He took out his cell phone and looked at it. He found that he had slept for 16 hours. It was 5 o'clock in the morning the next day. A new day has begun. Have you slept for so long? Get up from the sofa, stretched, and stretched for a while. After not moving for a long time, Leon walked to the windowsill after turning on the lights in the living room, turned it on, ready to enjoy the rain. A cold wind mixed with a hint of coolness blew in from outside the window, and the moisture mixed in the air made Leon excited. Strangely, Leon was surprised to find that the rain floating outside the window was actually green under the indoor lights. In order to make sure that I read it correctly, Leon found a sailor hat that could be isolated from the rain and put it on his head. He went out and stood under the rain curtain and observed carefully. He found that he read it correctly. The rainwater was indeed green. But strangely, when I reached out to catch the raindrops that fell into my palm turned into a transparent color again. However, although the color of these raindrops changed after they were bought, Leon could be sure that the color before landing was indeed green, which made him frown. After all, green rain does not look like the color of normal rain. When it comes to green rain, the first thing that comes to Leon thinks of is acid rain. Thinking of this, Leon hurriedly turned his attention to his fields. If it was acid rain, then these crops exposed to the rain would definitely suffer heavy losses. But when Leon squatted on the ground and observed these crops, he found that the rainwater not only did not destroy the rhizomes exposed outside the soil of the crop, but instead accelerated the growth of the naked eye under the nourishment of this green rainwater. Is this a catalytic effect? Such an unreasonable scene made Leon dispel the idea that the rain was harmful. After all, the state of these crops would not lie. If it was acid rain, I am afraid that none of these crops could survive. What's going on? The unprecedented special rain made Leon completely confused at this moment. After all, it was the first time he saw such a scene. Leon, take off your hat and blend into this rain, and you will understand everything. Just when Leon was confused, the breeze blowing in Lion's ears brought the sound of Linus. Old man. Leon was stunned when he heard this, and then immediately took off his sailor's hat. Without the isolation of the sailor's hat, the rain naturally dripped on Lion's body, the top of his head, shoulders, back and arms, etc. Although there were thin clothes, Leon still felt the tragic vitality in the rain. This is an indescribable feeling, but it is very comfortable and warm as if you jump into a hot spring in a cold blizzard. Moreover, Leon found that every cell in his body began to cheer and restless under the rain. A special feeling of satisfaction made Leon unable to help but open his arms, raise his head, and subconsciously wanted to withstand more rain. The forest magic, which has never been revealed, is also working hard to absorb the vitality contained in the rain, and feeding it back to Leon himself, making him feel more and more energetic and stronger. It turns out to be a natural blessing. After intimate contact at this moment, with the feedback from forest magic, Leon realized the significance of these rainwaters, neither the acid rain caused by serious environmental pollution, nor the rain clouds infected by dyes. This is a gift given to the earth and plants by nature. These rain waters contain the breath of life and are a baptism for all natural creatures. It's worthy of being Stardew Valley, there is such a magical natural phenomenon. Leon, who was no longer satisfied with the status quo, took off himself clean and enjoyed the blessings contained in the rain without reservation in his entire fruit state. Now he only hopes that the rain can last all day so that he can enjoy the nourishment of the whole day. Chapter 750 Almost. Ah! I don't know how long the rain of life I enjoyed, but a scream broke the wonderful time in Leon. Such a high-pitched voice was obviously a female voice, so Lion's first reaction was to pick up the wet clothes on the ground, put them on his body, and then looked at the owner of the voice that appeared at the entrance of the farm without changing his face. Sophia, why are you here? Leon looked at the other party helplessly and asked. The girl holding an umbrella had pink hair, it was obviously Sophia. Why don't you wear clothes, like that in the rain? Although Sophia covered her eyes with her free hands, the gap between her fingertips was ridiculously large, as if the blocking was just a sign of her attitude. First of all, I'm just enjoying the joy of the shower, and secondly, I'm still wearing underwear, which is not a consequence. Leon replied seriously. I did take off my naked body before, but later I thought that Robin might appear on the farm, so Leon put his underwear on again. The boxer pants were actually about the same size as swimming trunks, so it wouldn't be too naked. As a result, Robin didn't arrive, so Sophia actually appeared on the farm first. This rain is obviously strange. How dare you let your skin touch this color of rain? Sophia saw that Leon was not shy and was a little disappointed, but she did not forget to complain to Leon. Because this rain is not dangerous, on the contrary, it will bring you a lot of benefits. Leon seriously corrected Sophia's statement. Although he felt the most deeply because of forest magic, the vitality contained in the rain, even if ordinary people are exposed to it, there will be no problem with it, because this rain is a natural gift of benefits and harmlessness. That can't be like this, you'll catch a cold off. Sophia retorted. If you have a cold, you will find that the effect of this rain is even better than the special medicine. Leon joked with a smile, then called Sophia over and took shelter under the eaves to hide from the rain first. Why are you here? Because this rain is so strange that no one knows what happened, Gus suggested that everyone can go to the tavern to take refuge. Gus called you and you didn't answer. When I heard this when I went over, I came to find you, afraid that you would encounter any danger. Sophia, who was standing under the eaves, explained. Then Sophia's eyes unconsciously placed on Lion's body. Because of the rain, Lion's light-colored clothes were basically translucent, tightly fitting into the skin, perfectly highlighting the tempting muscle contour hidden under Lion's clothes, which was so tempting. I just enjoyed this rain and didn't bring my cell phone. Leon replied. Now you can inform Gus to let everyone go. This rain will not bring any harm to our lives. On the contrary, if someone is sick or feels uncomfortable, then stand under the rain curtain for a while and you will definitely gain something. Do you know something? Sophia asked curiously as Leon repeatedly emphasized that this strange green raindrop would bring benefits to everyone. Leon nodded, without leaving any hesitation, and explained to Sophia a little the source and significance of the rain. You mean that this rain is a gift of nature? It can not only accelerate the growth of plants, but also make the body of the shower healthier. After listening to Lion's explanation, Sophia concluded. Of course, if you go to the coal forest now, you will find that there should be many small animals standing under the rain curtain and enjoying the rain. Leon speculated. After all, compared to humans' caution, animals should actually have a more thorough understanding of this rain. These natural children will definitely not miss this sudden blessing. It seems like this. I see many birds not hiding under the canopy like normal rain, but falling on the grass to endure the rain. Leon did not remind him, and Sophia didn't notice this. She was also worried about this strange green rain before. She didn't even think about this scene. When she remembered it, it just proved Lion's statement. So, are you going to enjoy this rain? Leon, standing in the rain, invited to Sophia. Although Sophia has good physical fitness and can be seen from the last time she built the grape trellis, no one will dislike her healthier. Okay. With Lion's explanation, Sophia nodded, put down her umbrella, walked out of the cover of the eaves, and came under the rain. After personally feeling the raindrops falling on her body, Sophia realized that what Leon said was true. The rain did not have the slightest cold touch. Instead, it made Sophia feel numb all over, as if she was pressing her skin and muscles by many small fingers. Not only was it very comfortable, but even her breathing became much smoother. What a great feeling! After experiencing the magic of green rain, Sophia suddenly became excited. Remember to share this news with everyone. Leon reminded with a smile. Yet, Sophia left the rain curtain reluctantly, took out her phone from her pocket, and found that the phone was wet. Fortunately, the phone has certain waterproof functions and can still be used. I immediately called Gus, shared the news provided by Leon, and emphasized the benefits of getting wet from rain. When Sophia finished explaining, she immediately hung up the phone, placed her finger under the eaves, and walked into the rain curtain again. So the scene where Leon was only in the rain on the farm turned into two people. And this situation didn't last long, and Leon persuaded Sophia to enter the house. There is no way. Although it is very comfortable to pour the rain, the water is water after all. After Sophia's clothes were wet, a conspicuous blackness also appeared under her pink shirt. Sophia obviously noticed this, her face turned red, and she hurriedly covered her chest and entered the room. Leon chased after him, and as he looked at Sophia squatting on the ground in a circle, he reminded him helplessly, "Go and take a shower." "But the clothes?" Sophia hesitated. She wanted to change the wet clothes on her body, but in this way, she would have no clothes to wear. "I'll get you a set of Abigail's. You two have similar figures." Although she is a little taller, she is not afraid of having big clothes, but she is afraid that she can't wear them. "There should be no problem," Leon comforted. Sophia stared at Leon in a daze and hesitated for a long time without saying a complete sentence. She just covered her chest and moved closer. "Ahem, you go in first. I'll put the changed clothes at the bathroom door later. I'll leave it on the second floor and wait until you finish the shower." Leon also realized the subtext in his words, coughed awkwardly, then threw down a sentence, and went upstairs to get Sophia's clothes.